Chapter 1. The Soul Exchange Scale. Agony. Unbearable, excruciating agony. As he instinctively howled in torment, a chorus of ancient, raspy voices buzzed incessantly in his mind, akin to the incessant drone of flies. The language was convoluted and obscure, yet curiously, Tang Qi comprehended every word. "O great demon of judgment, heed the call of your faithful servant, old Morgan. Grant me the exchange of a youthful body for this humble soul. In return, I offer a fresh and vibrant soul. As a sacrifice, may the great demon of judgment indulge at will." The demon of judgment? Who is that? Is this a prank? Wasn't I merely at the bar with colleagues? Could I have been abducted? Wait a moment. Am I hanging on a cross? As this realization dawned upon Tang Qi, the pain seemed to ease slightly, and he finally ceased his howling, struggling to open his eyes. As his vision expanded, it was initially shrouded in shadows, gradually sharpening into clarity, revealing an exceedingly horrifying and bizarre scene before him. Before his eyes lay a nebulous, black, shadowy bubble, from which he inferred that he was ensconced within. The source of this immense black bubble was an enormous, peculiar scale, seemingly crafted from bronze and adorned with mottled colors. At either end of the bronze scale, there glimmered indistinct orbs of light, both resembling human forms? Indeed, they were human forms. Tang Qi's gaze pierced through the hazy glow, unveiling their true shapes. On one side lay a comatose youth, fair of face, pallid, and slender, seemingly ensnared in a nightmarish reverie, his visage contorted in terror. On the opposite side knelt an exceedingly aged man, a black elder, his skin loose and dark, yet alert, hunched over the bronze plate, his hands arranged in an unusual manner, murmuring incantations as if in prayer, beseeching, and his prayers were directed towards Tang Qi. Indeed, it was he. Despite the scales swaying, creaking as it shifted directions, the old black man remained steadfastly facing Tang Qi in his supplication. Could it be that the demon of judgment is I, Buzz? As Tang Qi grasped this revelation, summoning his courage to look down, a thunderous pain erupted in his head, as if struck by a massive hammer. Countless phantoms surged forth, and amidst the howls, he finally discerned his true predicament. He was indeed bound to across a most peculiar cross. At the very center of this colossal scale, every part of the cross he glimpsed was etched with blood-red skeletal patterns, appearing as symbols or perhaps script, an eerie and terrifying aura swirling between these markings. As Tang Qi sought to twist his body and behold more of the world around him, an unparalleled agony surged forth, more intense than ever before, emanating from his skull, wrists, and ankles. Amidst yet another anguished wail, he beheld his own form, similarly enveloped in a hazy radiance, suspended upon a skeletal cross. 5 sharp nails pierced through his skull, wrists, and ankles. Tang Qi was engulfed in terror. How could he sustain such injuries and yet remain alive? No, that's not right. I'm already dead. I now exist in a state of spirit. And these two as well are spirits. In that moment, a chilling realization struck him with horrifying clarity, contorting the fear upon his visage into a grotesque expression. A twisted soul, suspended upon the cross, shrieked in despair, while an elderly black man observing the scene seemed to regard it as entirely normal, fervently praying with growing excitement. Simultaneously, Tang Qi's gaze suddenly pierced through the obsidian bubble, revealing the exterior, a spacious and opulent study, adorned with a vast bookcase, a desk crafted from a rare mahogany, and a lavish crystal chandelier overhead. Countless exquisite trinkets bore testimony to the owner's wealth and taste. Yet at that moment, the tranquility of the room was disrupted by the presence of 2 corpses lying upon the floor. There was no blood nor evidence of struggle, but indeed, 2 bodies lay side by side. One was a youth with black hair, delicate features, a pallid complexion, and a frail physique, clad in impeccably tailored attire, adorned with an exotic flair heretofore unseen. The other, an elderly black man, possessed unremarkable features, exuding a sullen demeanor, dressed in what appeared to be the garb of a steward. Surrounding them, candles burned with a hue reminiscent of blood, while a bizarre pattern was drawn in white powder upon the floor. Above their heads, an ancient bronze scale rested in the center. "What is this?" Breathe, breathe, that I must remain calm, I must suppress my movements and take deep breaths. Tang Qi forced himself to regain composure. After a prolonged moment, he stammered, "So, I indulged in a drink, and upon awakening, I found myself transformed into a demon, my soul impaled upon this wretched cross, entangled in an evidently malevolent ritual. That elderly black man, resembling a steward, appears to be the orchestrator of this ceremony, praying to me for assistance in exchanging for a younger body, with a suitable candidate already selected." Tang Qi pieced together his grim reality through the old man's fervent prayers and the grotesque tableau before him. Yet he remained immobile, shackled by the 5 nails. Any movement would plunge him into unrelenting torment. At this juncture, Tang Qi faced 2 choices. Point 1 was to acquiesce to the elderly black man's request, to aid him in the body exchange and fulfill this nefarious ritual. A premonition lingered in his mind, suggesting that at the mere utterance of a word, he could consume the soul of the youth, lying in a state of unconsciousness upon the left side of the scale. This delineates the process of the completion ritual. As long as one side of the scale lacks a soul, the opposite side will naturally descend, triggering a mechanism that allows the old black man's soul to enter the remarkably youthful body below, transforming him from an aged figure into a handsome young man. Tang Qi's second option, of course, is to reject the old black man. The consequences of this choice remain a mystery to him. What will transpire if he turns down the offer? Even if he were to become an unidentifiable demon, would it not be far worse if he could not even attain that? How to choose? Tang Qi, while suppressing his agony, struggled to swallow non-existent saliva, averting his gaze from the sacrifice. He now found himself a famished demon, yearning for souls. He could sense his rapid decline in strength. The 5 nails inflicted not just pain, but if this continued, he feared he would soon dissipate entirely. However, if he acquiesced to the old black man, his best outcome would be to remain as the so-called demon of judgment, imprisoned at the bottom of this scale, waiting for the next customer to arrive. Could he accept such a fate? No, I would rather completely vanish than become such a despicable, lowly demon. There must be another way, another way. I can think of it, I can. His intense will to survive propelled Tang Qi's mind into unprecedented activity. Yet, having been merely an ordinary urban white-collar worker in his previous life, and now only a demon for a fleeting moment, how could he possibly conjure an escape from such a deadlock in a brief span of time? Time, however, was swiftly slipping away. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Tang Qi's distorted soul grew increasingly tenuous. The old black man, who had been praying fervently, suddenly raised his head in astonishment, seemingly perplexed as to why his ritual was failing that moment. Tang Qi clearly perceived that this old man was undoubtedly an embodiment of evil. His aged visage was marred by shadows and ferocity, with his murky soul entwined in black threads, a foul and tainted being. Yet the nature of the old black man seemed to matter little. Now, Tang Qi's head felt heavier and more foggy. He even sensed he was losing the strength to consume the sacrifice. Perhaps in the next moment, he would dissipate altogether or fall into slumber. In this final instant, an absurd thought struck Tang Qi. He wished to see if his current posture truly mirrored that of Jesus. As this thought crossed his mind, Tang Qi's gaze inexplicably shifted, and he beheld his own hazy soul, awkwardly affixed to a cross, indeed resembling Jesus in every aspect. What is this? Tang Qi suddenly froze, his eyes vacant, as if he had witnessed something utterly inconceivable. He stared intently at an odd interface that had appeared before him without his notice. Name, Tang Qi. Status, weak. Occupation, Demon of Judgment. Information Fragment 1. As the Demon of Judgment, your duty is to collect the sacrifice and place the soul of the sacrificer into the target body. Fragment of Information 2. Before you render your judgment, the souls of both parties must remain tethered. You may consume the offering on the left, yet you cannot inflict harm upon the sacrificer on the right unless they willingly permit it. Fragment of Information 3. As the arbiter of fate, once you depart from the soul scales, your essence shall dissipate within 3 seconds. Fragment of Information 4. Should you choose not to adjudicate this time, the offering shall be automatically absorbed by the scales, and you will succumb to slumber. What is this? My golden finger. In his previous life as an avid reader of web literature, Tang Qi was well aware that typically, upon reincarnation or transference, one is bestowed with a certain extraordinary ability. To presume that in his devilish form, he would be devoid of such a privilege. Yet unexpectedly, it manifested at this moment that a chance has arisen, the sole opportunity. Tang Qi's gaze was entirely fixated on the second and third fragments of information, disregarding all other interfaces. An exhilarating sensation coursed through him, akin to a warm current that solidified his increasingly ethereal soul. Drawing upon this newfound strength, Tang Qi parted his lips and uttered a voice that startled even himself, hoarse and deep. "Lowly devotee, your offering is still insufficient." In that moment, Tang Qi's exterior resembled that of a true twisted demon, wailing and howling forth these words. Chapter 2. Lousy is the devil, is the offering insufficient? As the initiator of the ritual, old Morgan was acutely aware that the demon of judgment, despite its formidable title, was merely a lowly and inconsequential fiend, tethered to the scales. Its singular, instinctual demand was for souls. Thus, when it proclaimed that the offerings were inadequate, it was not to be taken lightly. There was no room for negotiation or discourse, unlike other demons. Was the delectable soul of a righteous youth truly insufficient? This contradicted the notes he had meticulously recorded. Had something gone awry? Old Morgan's mind raced, his aged soul working fervently. Regrettably, at this juncture, he had no means to procure another soul to offer to the demon of judgment. Ah, wait, there was still a chance. A sudden epiphany struck old Morgan as he glanced down at himself. He too existed in a state of soul. The realization dawned upon him. Would he be willing to make such a sacrifice? Tang Qi, still suspended on the scales, maintained the anguished exterior of the demon of judgment, yet observed old Morgan with keen interest. The elderly African-American displayed a fascinating and complex demeanor. His face, marked by age spots and deep-set wrinkles that his racial heritage could not conceal, was filled with a fervent will to survive. As he gazed at the unconscious young soul on the other end of the scales, jealousy and greed were unmistakably evident, while his eyes reflected a desperate yearning when fixed upon Tang Qi. The awareness of the greater price he would have to pay ignited a struggle within him, an unwillingness that was palpable. All of this unfolded clearly before Tang Qi, who, despite the relentless waves of anguish, found his perception undeterred. A peculiar sensation washed over him, prompting him to murmur, "Is this the advantage of being a demon?" An acute sensitivity to human emotions. Suddenly, Tang Qi chuckled. Though old Morgan continued to wrestle with his hesitation, Tang Qi's keen intuition had already revealed the answer to him. Old Morgan had no alternative. Indeed, in the next moment, Tang Qi witnessed old Morgan's expression harden. Then he sprang to his feet, roaring in cryptic language, "Come forth. I am willing to sacrifice half of my soul as recompense for a new body. Please, great demon of judgment, indulge in my offering. Come, come." Tang Qi discerned the fear underlying old Morgan's roar, and simultaneously, an overwhelming impulse surged within him. At that moment, he resembled a traveler in a desert, parched for days, nearing the brink of madness from hunger. Almost instinctively, as old Morgan's voice faded, Tang Qi opened his mouth, his eyes gleaming with an eerie light, whispering, "Humble supplicant." "As you wish." As Tang Qi inhaled toward old Morgan, the elderly man's soul instantly dissipated by half, like a wisp of smoke drawn into Tang Qi's being. An immeasurable pain seemed to engulf the pitiful elder, who writhed and screamed on the scales. Meanwhile, Tang Qi felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. After consuming half of his soul, Tang Qi felt as though he were on the verge of flight, enveloped in a sensation so exquisite it resembled the lingering ecstasy following a climax, swirling gently, as if he would never touch the ground again. If he so desired, he could maintain this feeling for at least several breaths. Yet, at that moment, he resolutely suppressed all the wonder. The scales had shifted. The ritual had commenced. It was not of Tang Qi's volition. Although he was a judge of magic, the soul exchange scales evidently adhered to their own operational rules. Old Morgan had gratified Tang Qi's wish, resulting in the automatic determination of a successful transaction. What transpired now was a soul exchange. The scales, which had merely trembled at either end, suddenly began to spin rapidly. Dark, ethereal smoke began to rise, accompanied by an eerie crimson light. The runic array beneath the two bodies in the study glowed with a ghostly white radiance, and the souls of the young boy and old Morgan began to transform. The boy's soul was suddenly pierced by crimson thorns, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from the already unconscious youth, a cry that ceased almost immediately. Tang Qi then beheld the pitiable boy's soul, as if it had lost something vital, becoming dull and devoid of its previous vibrancy. He was dead. Tang Qi uttered this realization upon encountering a peculiar interface. Soul, human quality, ordinary status, a transparent soul that has lost itself, available for consumption. Instinctively, Tang Qi glanced back at old Morgan, who, unsurprisingly, exhibited a similar transformation. Soul, human quality, inferior status, a degraded soul with half of its power lost. Not available for consumption. Information fragment. The soul exchange ritual has commenced. This soul will be introduced into a new body in 3 seconds. With that solitary fragment of information before him, Tang Qi gasped sharply, his expression morphing into one of unprecedented madness and resolve. In the next moment, he unhesitatingly executed a startling act. A cry, more pitiful than any prior, erupted from Tang Qi's lips. The source of his anguish stemming from his sudden exertion to wrench his bloodied hands free from the nails that had impaled them. His feet followed suit. Despite the excruciating torment threatening to drive him to madness, Tang Qi's already nebulous soul became even more transparent. Without needing to look, he understood that his state was one of severe weakness. Yet, at this moment, he felt an overwhelming joy. It had succeeded. He could indeed escape this infernal entity. Albeit for only 3 seconds. There was no time for even the faintest struggle. As he wailed in despair, Tang Qi turned abruptly, bracing himself against the cross adorned with demonic runes, forcing his body to slowly extricate itself. The blood, transformed from his soul's power, threatened to saturate the cross entirely, creating a scene both gruesome and terrifying. Immersed in the anticipation of a successful soul exchange, old Morgan finally perceived Tang Qi's frenzied actions. The frail old man, filled with terror and fury, shrieked, "Wretched, despicable demon, what do you intend to do? You cannot violate our pact. The power of the rules will obliterate you." Old Morgan was completely consumed by rage. As a malevolent spirit, he immediately discerned Tang Qi's intentions, yet he was utterly powerless to intervene. His soul was safeguarded by the rules of the soul exchange scale, simultaneously bound by its constraints. He could only watch helplessly as Tang Qi continued his frenzied actions, his eyes wide with fury as he cursed, "Lowly demon, you shall not prevail. Once you stray from the scale, you will swiftly dissipate, you wretched being, you repugnant creature." Tang Qi was wholly focused on his movements. With a sudden pop, his entire soul had liberated itself from the 5 torturous nails in the blood-soaked cross, which was almost entirely stained crimson. He entered a state that felt as though he might dissolve at any moment. Yet, upon regaining a sense of freedom, Tang Qi burst into maniacal laughter, his bloodied face abruptly turning towards one end of the scale. With a deep inhalation, he drew in the completely unclaimed transparent soul resting upon the bronze plate, which instantly transformed into a white light that vanished into his mouth. A resounding boom accompanied this exquisite sensation. A tide of overwhelming feelings threatened to engulf Tang Qi, bringing with it a deluge of fragmented memories. In a fleeting moment of panic, he seemed to glimpse a boy's entire life. The intricate memories and overwhelming ecstasy nearly caused him to lose himself entirely. Fortunately, at that moment, Tang Qi's willpower prevailed. Coupled with old Morgan's howling curses, he struggled to maintain his clarity, though his already tormented visage twisted further. Ignoring the countdown in his mind that had reached 2, Tang Qi turned to the old black man, who was still cursing him, and mocked him with a smile, saying, "Old man, I am a demon. Contracts are meant to be broken, you fool." With a whoosh, as he spoke, Tang Qi leaped into the air, his soul completely disengaging from the scale, racing towards a body beyond the black bubble. Unsurprisingly, Tang Qi chose that of the boy. No, still within the protection period. Old Morgan, disregarding his weakened spirit, rose and howled in madness, attempting to escape the scale to pursue Tang Qi. However, in that moment, the scale, which had been spinning wildly, suddenly came to a halt. The black mist, an eerie red light, surged towards old Morgan. Crimson thorns erupted from beneath the bronze plate, instantly piercing old Morgan's soul and dragging it towards the center of the scale, where the blood-soaked devil's cross awaited. "No, this cannot be true. I am the one who initiated the ritual. It should be my body that is exchanged." He screamed in terror, his cries abruptly silenced. Amid the surging red light, the cross, momentarily devoid of its master, bore yet another anguished soul. The soul exchange ritual was forcibly interrupted. The scale lost its judgment demon. The soul capture was in progress. Target confirmed. The new judgment demon has been captured. Fusion commencing. I have succeeded. Tang Qi. A smile gracing his lips as a living, tranquil boy's body appeared before him. A force of suction swept through the air, drawing in Tang Qi's soul, which offered no resistance whatsoever. Chapter 3. The legacy of old Morgan in the dead of night. A hazy purple moon hung high in the firmament. The entire city was enveloped in a tranquil yet frigid atmosphere, the common folk continuing their monotonous existence, laboring during the day and peacefully slumbering at night. Utterly oblivious to the turbulent undercurrents hidden within the city. In a villa near the outskirts, a sense of desolation pervaded from the garden to the hall. Yet upon entering the study, the essence of humanity abruptly emerged. Within this chamber, two figures lay upon the expensively adorned oak floor, their forms illuminated by the flickering light of dwindling candles. One of the bodies, that of a youth, suddenly stirred. A faint groan escaped his lips as Tang Qi jolted awake, overwhelmed by an unfamiliar sensation akin to having one's head mercilessly pounded. Before him, everything appeared as a mere blur. What should have been an easily controlled body felt unbearably heavy. Even the simple act of raising a hand proved to be a daunting task. Nevertheless, Tang Qi quickly sat upright. First turning to glance at the nearby corpse of an elderly African man, clad in butler attire, his visage grim and grotesque, eyes tightly shut, even without physical contact. The chill and rigidity of the body were palpable. A corpse, this was undeniably a corpse, Tang Qi thought instinctively, yet still unsettled. He turned his gaze to the weathered bronze scales nearby. In the center, upon a cross stained with blood, a figure had indeed re-emerged, albeit diminished in stature, its features contorted in agony, bore an uncanny resemblance to the deceased African man beside him. Ha ha ha, cough, cough, I have truly succeeded, Tang Qi exclaimed with a wide grin. Though the lack of mastery over his new form caused his once handsome features to twist grotesquely, tears streaming down his face in an unappealing manner. The transformation from a despicable demon to an evil old African man, in rebirth as a human, seemed a brief ordeal, yet for Tang Qi, it was a tumultuous roller coaster of emotions, rendering his current disarray entirely understandable. In that moment of exuberance, a sudden jolt surged through his head, akin to receiving another blow. Yet this time, a torrent of fragmented memories surged forth within his mind, a deluge unlike the fleeting glimpse before. It felt as if he had entirely become that youth. Reliving 2 decades anew, as Tang Qi regained his awareness, he not only grasped the entirety of his former self, but also gained a nascent understanding of this new world. It was a realm strikingly similar to Earth, yet distinct in myriad ways. This planet was known as Origin Blue Star, with its environment, language, history, and more resembling Earth, yet imbued with mysterious legends inexplicable by science. Here, there were not hundreds of nations. The vast territories were predominantly divided among a few political entities: the Eternal Celestial Empire, the Divine Eagle Federation, the Europa Alliance, the Ancient Empire, the Maya Empire. Alongside several minor factions often overlooked, they constituted the political landscape of the entire Blue Star. Tang Qi's identity is that of an ordinary resident of My City, located in the Mystic Phoenix province under the jurisdiction of the Divine Eagle Federation. He is also a young heir who has recently lost his parents. Interestingly, his name is also Tang Qi. His parents were the founders of Tang Steel Company, a modest enterprise that occupied only a minuscule share of the steel market in My City, yet it was sufficient to bestow considerable wealth upon the Tang family. Regrettably, the ambitious founders met their untimely demise due to a tragic accident. However, the circumstances surrounding Tang Qi's death were not a result of overwhelming sorrow. Rather, he was betrayed by his most trusted old butler. Old Morgan, who had served the Tang family for over 2 decades, was deeply trusted by both Tang Qi and his parents. This trust led Tang Qi to be deceived by Old Morgan, who convinced him of possessing mystical abilities and lured him into and to commune with his deceased parents. Although Tang Qi's soul did indeed leave his body after consuming a dubious liquid, he did not encounter his parents, but rather Old Morgan, who had also transitioned into a spectral form. At that moment, Old Morgan had shed his facade of benevolence, revealing a sinister truth. The ritual was not ants at all, but rather an insidious soul exchange ceremony. Old Morgan, this malevolent wretch, coveted not only the Tang family's riches, but also the vibrant, youthful body of Tang Qi. Unfortunately for Old Morgan, it appeared to be his first attempt at such a ritual, and he was not entirely adept. He failed to recognize that the judgment demon upon the cross could temporarily leave the scales, thus allowing the transmigrated Tang Qi to triumph. In a twist of fate, all that transpired ultimately belonged to Tang Qi. At this moment, Tang Qi, having gradually acclimated to his new body, was simultaneously absorbing memories from his mind and organizing the spoils he had acquired from Old Morgan's legacy. The body of Old Morgan lay bound securely at his feet. Although Tang Qi was certain of his demise, having had his soul captured by the scales to become the new judgment demon, He realized that without someone initiating the soul exchange ceremony, he would likely never regain his former self. Nonetheless, his cautious nature compelled him to add another layer of protection. As for the destruction of the body, Tang Qi had contemplated this, yet he had another plan in mind, which prompted him to refrain from taking action for the time being. Once he had tidied up the body, Tang Qi diligently searched old Morgan's possessions. A total of 7 or 8 items were laid before him. The first was the exceedingly familiar soul exchange scales, which he set aside. The second was an aged-looking notebook. The third, fourth, and fifth items appeared to be rudimentary witchcraft artifacts. The final item was a rolled-up piece of animal hide. Tang Qi's gaze immediately fell upon the notebook. As he opened it and began to peruse its contents, he was greeted by yellowed pages that clearly bore the marks of age, thanks to the memories he had inherited. The written language of this world posed no barrier to his comprehension. What he read piqued his interest immensely. Each page contained a spell, but from the descriptions, it appeared that all were aligned with the forces of darkness. Moreover, the conditions for achieving each spell are exceedingly intricate, and their effects seem far from the astounding legends. At the very least, to reach the level of causing harm for financial gain requires the fulfillment of exceedingly demanding and cumbersome prerequisites. For instance, a particular spell known as Heart of Fear necessitates the collection of the target's blood, hair, and nails, followed by the performance of a complex ritual at a specific time and place to summon a fear demon into the target's dreams. After several consecutive days, the target is destined to succumb to perpetual nightmares, ultimately leading to madness. Alternatively, there exists a spell called Ilaru Puppet, which, upon successful execution, can create a puppet that obeys its master completely. However, it requires first locating a target with innate intellectual deficiencies, followed by immersion in a special potion and a bloodline transformation so precise it rivals that of surgical procedures, all to achieve a slim chance of success. This slim chance, undoubtedly, is unlikely to be significant. Though these spells are both malevolent and convoluted, Tang Qi finds himself utterly captivated. Having traversed into a strange world, he has gleaned some information about this new realm, which appears to be a remarkably safe world strikingly similar to Earth in his past life. Indeed, this world has yet to witness the emergence of nuclear weapons, suggesting an even greater safety. However, judging by the experiences of his original self, while nuclear weapons may be absent, extraordinary powers certainly exist. This leads Tang Qi to cautiously speculate whether this is not a dark world teeming with demons and monsters. If that is indeed the case, the nefarious legacy of the old black man might serve as the primary resource for Tang Qi's self-preservation. In the study, apart from a tightly bound corpse and the flickering candlelight, the only sound is the rustling of pages. Soon, Tang Qi's fingers abruptly halt on a particular page. Compared to other spells, the text on this page is densely packed and adorned with exquisite illustrations, with a prominent image of a balance scale at its center. Indeed, this page documents the soul exchange ritual. After meticulously reviewing the ritual process, Tang Qi exhales deeply, casting aside the last remnants of doubt. According to the notes, should the ritual fail, the initiator faces only 2 potential outcomes. First, being captured by the soul exchange scale and becoming the new judgment demon. Second, directly dissipating. Clearly, the unfortunate old Morgan met the first fate. Unbeknownst to him, what he summoned was not the true judgment demon, but rather a soul from another realm desperately seeking rebirth. Ultimately deceived by the wicked old black man and transformed into a new demon, while Tang Qi reaped all the rewards. Tang Qi sighs, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Anyone who has endured Tang Qi's experiences would struggle to maintain composure in such a brief span of time, fortunately. His psychological resilience is commendable, and the alluring spell notes still capture his attention. However, as he flips to the next page and observes the ensuing content, his previously relaxed expression swiftly transforms into one of grave concern. He schemes rapidly through the text, turning several pages in quick succession, and his countenance darkens, becoming as somber as the depths of water. Chapter 4. The Omniscience of All Things, O Great Osha. In your grace, save us. The Nimmo Prairie has endured 3 years of relentless drought. Rivers have run dry, and wells have ceased to yield water. The people of the Ukulu tribe are on the brink of extinction, and my dear daughter is perilously close to perishing. O great Osha, surely you have heard my prayers. My mother has finally consented to lead our family away from the Nimmo Prairie, by virtue of her renown. We traversed numerous tribes without incident, save for one confrontation where my mother vanquished the opposing chieftain and, as a form of retribution, claimed the most exquisite woman from that tribe to become my new wife. We arrived at the kingdom of Yoruba, the most formidable kingdom in the southern Sahara. Here, all seemed well. My mother sold a gemstone, allowing our family to reside in a comfortable abode, and my new wife soon became pregnant. Alas, the Yoruba people discovered my mother's presence and threatened to set her ablaze if we did not depart. In a fit of rage, Fusca killed several Yoruba officers. And we were besieged. My new wife and daughter met their tragic ends, and I was grievously wounded, rendering me incapable of continuing our lineage. A cunning smuggler approached us, promising to escort us away from Yoruba to the fabled paradise of the divine eagles. My mother surrendered her last gemstone to him. For the sake of our family, I sold myself. A despicable intermediary introduced me to a couple as their steward. Though my earnings were substantial, half went to the intermediary. Yet the remainder sufficed to feed my family, and Baragon could afford to apprentice at the butcher's. 2 decades passed, and my mother suddenly contacted me. Sensing her strength returning rapidly, the world around us seemed to undergo unforeseen transformations. The once mystical sorcery not only resumed its potency but surpassed its previous might. She claimed to have touched upon a higher realm and announced her intent to travel, entrusting me with the responsibility of caring for our family. Coincidentally, that couple perished in a car accident, leaving behind a considerable inheritance and a foolish child. I required a vibrant vessel, and I needed that wealth. I could finally render significant contributions to my family. It appeared I must begin preparations for the ritual. I am determined to succeed. The last page, Old Morgan's journal. The first half contained various incantations, while the latter half was truly his diary. From his fragmented accounts, it is evident that old Morgan had clandestinely crossed over from the distant Sahara over 20 years ago, enduring the loss of his wife and children in the process, and ultimately selling himself to those unscrupulous intermediaries. While this may seem trivial, what truly piqued Tang Qi's interest was the existence of a family behind old Morgan. Moreover, the diary reveals that it is not old Morgan who holds dominion over this family, but rather his mother, a seemingly perilous old witch. Old Morgan's sorcery, it is clear, was learned from her. The current predicament is that, although I have supplanted a wealthy heir, I have simultaneously incurred the wrath of a family adept in sorcery. From the diary of the late Morgan, it is evident that this family possesses a complete disregard for morality, willing to take lives at their whim. Morgan and this family managed to endure in silence for over 2 decades due to the diminished efficacy of sorcery after joining the Eagle Federation. Now, however, they have resurfaced, as their magical powers have been restored. Regardless of these circumstances, my foremost concern is to preserve this hard-won new life from the vengeance of that twisted family. Yet, I find myself utterly alone, without kin or ally, and merely an ordinary individual. How can I confront a sorceress and her clan? The first thought that crossed my mind was to alert the authorities, a notion that quickly faltered. From the memories of my previous self, it was clear that, despite having witnessed extraordinary powers, this world outwardly resembles my former Earth. Thus, if I were to report this, I would most likely be dismissed as delusional, or worse, accused of murdering the old steward. This avenue was firmly closed, and I realized that I would likely have to rely on my own strength. However, as this thought took root, my gaze fell upon the diary and the crude magical trinkets in my possession. With a hint of resignation, I mused that even if I were exceptionally gifted and swiftly learned these spells, it would be futile to challenge a ruthless sorceress. It would be tantamount to courting death. What should I do? Perhaps I could liquidate all my assets and flee from Mace City, thereby evading that deranged family's retribution. I recognized that this last option was indeed the most prudent choice, yet the instinctive urge to flee before a battle had even commenced filled me with resistance. After a prolonged period of contemplation, devoid of any viable strategies, I let out a soft sigh, and my gaze instinctively settled on the final object I had retrieved from Morgan, an ancient and peculiar parchment. According to Morgan's diary, this parchment was bequeathed by his deceased second wife, whose father had been the chieftain of a tribe murdered by Morgan's mother. The parchment was regarded as a sacred relic by that tribe for centuries. I set the diary aside and carefully unrolled the parchment. I held little hope for it, recognizing that, having fallen into Morgan's possession, it had similarly passed into the hands of that old sorceress. If it were indeed a miraculous artifact, it would have surely been seized by her long ago. Upon unfurling it, my initial apprehensions were validated, as nothing remarkable transpired. Although the parchment felt pleasantly textured, with its mottled hues and ancient aura, it bore an odd warmth, as if it had been basking in sunlight, despite it being the dead of night. Coincidentally, as I unfurled it, I discovered it depicted only a single totem, a sun, a radiant golden sun. I gazed at the totem for a while, but aside from straining my eyes, I found no further insights. Indeed, fleeing appeared to be the most pragmatic course of action. As Tang Qi muttered a few words and was about to set the ancient parchment aside to continue his study of the diary, an unexpected event transpired. His pupils dilated sharply as a familiar scene unfolded before him. A peculiar image was revealed within his gaze. Artifact. Ancient parchment fragment of information 1. The essence of this artifact records the meditative technique of the golden furnace, which can be deciphered. Fragment of information 2. The method of deciphering involves directing the parchment towards the dawn's sunlight while silently reciting, "The sun is the golden furnace, and the soul fuel is the soul." After 10 seconds, the artifact will revert to its true form. It appeared once more. Tang Qi forcibly suppressed the surge of excitement within him, focusing intently on the unfolding scene. The familiar yet distinct tableau reminded him of a time when he was merely a lowly judgment demon. Back then, anything he beheld would manifest a similar interface reminiscent of his past life spent in online gaming, albeit more succinct and enigmatic. He had believed it to be a boon of his transmigration. However, upon his rebirth, those visions vanished entirely, leading him to assume that only demons could perceive such things. Now, it seemed he had been mistaken. Perhaps only extraordinary entities could elicit such interfaces. The functioning soul exchange scale was indeed an extraordinary artifact, as was his essence when he was a judgment demon, along with old Morgan's soul in this ancient parchment. It could also be that his own inadequacy rendered this ability intermittent. Furthermore, what should one name this power? Omniscience? All-knowing omnipotence? While speculating upon his newfound advantage and contemplating a name, his gaze fell directly upon the 2 fragments of information. According to the fragments, the true nature of this ancient parchment was that of an artifact documenting the meditative technique of the golden furnace, the means to restore it laid bare before him. A method not overly complex, yet without knowledge of the incantation, one could possess the parchment for centuries and remain unable to unravel its mysteries. Much like old Morgan's second wife's tribe, who had revered it for hundreds of years, yet ultimately could not compare to Tang Qi's discerning gaze. The golden furnace meditative technique. Dawn. With the parchment in hand, Tang Qi murmured as he rose. He walked directly to the windowsill, abruptly grasping the lavish curtains and pulling them apart with a flourish. Light burst forth, dispelling the darkness of the study. As the first warm rays of sunlight streamed through the window, landing precisely on the parchment he held. Without hesitation, Tang Qi lifted the parchment, positioning it entirely in the sunlight, closed his eyes, and recited each word meticulously. "The sun is the golden furnace, and the soul fuel is the soul." As the final word resonated, Tang Qi began to count down in his heart. 10, 9, 8, 1. Suddenly, Tang Qi opened his eyes, his expression a mix of tension and anticipation as he turned his gaze once more to the parchment. Had he succeeded? Had it reverted? Though he remained uncertain of what the golden furnace meditative technique entailed, in that moment, it resonated as his greatest hope. As Tang Qi's gaze descended, the final second came to a close. He beheld the golden sunlight cascading upon the parchment, flowing like a stream, entwining around the sun totem. When the golden threads of sunlight reached the center of the totem, an explosive roar erupted. A golden halo burst forth, enveloping Tang Qi and the entire study within its radiant embrace. Though it lasted but a fleeting second, Tang Qi experienced an overwhelming warmth as the tension, anxiety, and trepidation stemming from his transformation into a demon, the intricate schemes against old Morgan, and his subsequent rebirth as a human quietly dissipated in that moment. At this juncture, Tang Qi felt an unparalleled tranquility as he glanced once more at his palm. To his astonishment, the parchment had vanished. In its stead was a sphere of golden light, reminiscent of a nascent sun, warm and dazzling, with a slight heat melting away. Then, under the wide-eyed stare of Tang Qi, it gradually merged into his hand. In a daze, he once again caught fragments of information. The wondrous object has been restored. Discovery of the ancient meditation technique, the golden furnace meditation. It can be converted into a skill. Transformation in progress. Chapter 5. Snowflake Rabbit meets stew. A sense of profound contentment enveloped Tang Qi as he stood before the window, basking in the warm embrace of sunlight. The shadows of doubt and despair dissipated, leaving him feeling remarkably elated. Before his eyes, the peculiar interface underwent a transformation. Name, Tang Qi. Status, normal. Race, human. Skill, golden furnace meditation technique. Information fragment. This is an ancient meditation method, envisioning a golden sun, wherein your soul is immersed in the furnace, sublimating through the flames. How shall one cultivate this? Tang Qi restrained his burgeoning joy. Despite having vanquished the malevolent old steward, Old Morgan, the looming specter of Samra, the witch behind him, cast a significant shadow over Tang Qi's future. From Old Morgan's diary, one could glean fragments of the terror that Samra embodied. As an ordinary man, Tang Qi could scarcely fathom the potential repercussions should this family seek revenge. The inherited wealth from his original identity offered him no solace, to the extent that he had scarcely thought of it until now. However, the newly acquired extraordinary cultivation method ignited a glimmer of hope within him. Shall I commence my training now? Tang Qi glanced at the lifeless body of Old Morgan on the floor, the remnants of a sinister ritual, the extinguished red candles, and the eerie soul exchange scale. In such an environment, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to maintain composure. Yet, at this moment, Tang Qi merely smiled faintly, settling into a cross-legged position beneath the sunlight. Without hesitation, he aligned himself with the method outlined in the information fragment, conjuring the image of a golden sun in his mind. With a mere thought, the sun began to take shape. Golden lines and ancient runes materializing as if a primordial sage was etching their faith upon the rock in reverence to the sun. When the sun fully formed, its golden flames erupted like the entrance to a dreamlike realm, instantly expanding and engulfing all of Tang Qi's thoughts. What transpired next was an extraordinary spectacle unlike any he had ever encountered. He felt as though he had transformed into a golden sun, suspended high above the void, radiating boundless warmth and an overwhelming aura. Within this infinite emptiness, an array of bizarre entities surged forth from unknown origins. These entities included swirling black mists, hazy streams, roaring nebulous beasts, and captivating seas of flowers, each one irresistibly alluring to Tang Qi. Yet, upon contact with those golden flames, they were consumed in an instant, without exception. As these peculiar phenomena were incinerated, a golden speck of light was born, akin to a mote of dust, and it autonomously flew into Tang Qi's body. At the heart of the flames, an undeniable sense of warmth enveloped him, compelling him to stifle a moan of pleasure. Comfortable, delightful. Such were Tang Qi's sentiments at that moment. The excruciating experience he had envisioned was nowhere to be found. Instead, he was enveloped in a sensation of comfort that drew him deeper into this extraordinary encounter, akin to indulging in a game of collecting golden specks of light. Utterly captivated and unable to tire of it, in this state, Tang Qi became oblivious to his surroundings, wholly absorbed in his endeavor. Time slipped away swiftly. Unaware of how long he had been drinking, he was suddenly struck by an unbearable heat rising within his head, akin to the sensation of a branding iron, which jolted him back to consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a hazy, pale purple moon gradually fading away. On the horizon, a new sun was slowly ascending. Instinctively, Tang Qi glanced at the clock on the wall of his study, and his pupils involuntarily contracted in astonishment. A whole day and night had elapsed. Tang Qi found this remarkable. He had been seated by the window for an entire day and night, and one would expect his body to be sore and weary. Yet now, he felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. Not only was his body free from any aches, but his mind was also devoid of fatigue. Most astonishingly, he sensed that something new had emerged within his consciousness. Without rising, he concentrated his spirit, and instantly, the void transformed before him. He beheld his sea of spirit, a realm of nothingness where flickers of golden light danced like fireflies, rising and falling. Although these golden flecks appeared minuscule compared to the vastness of the spiritual ocean, Tang Qi was nonetheless elated. These golden points undoubtedly represented extraordinary power. However, he realized that he lacked the means to harness it. Since this power arose from his meditative cultivation, perhaps it was a manifestation of mental energy? Tang Qi contemplated this notion and could not resist testing it himself. Regrettably, after straining his eyes, he found himself unable to move even a single pencil. His strength and speed remained unchanged. Consequently, his gaze involuntarily drifted back to the diary left by Old Morgan, which contained numerous accounts of witchcraft. While most of the spells required elaborate and sinister rituals, a few exceptional ones could be executed with mere magical energy. However, Tang Qi quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Beyond his uncertainty regarding whether the golden points he had cultivated aligned with the definition of magical energy in the spells, there was a more pressing concern. According to Old Morgan's diary, all the witchcraft he knew stemmed from his mother, a witch named Samra, who had once been a shaman of a mysterious tribe on the continent of Sahara, renowned for her fearsome reputation and immense prestige. Should he attempt to wield these spells, it was likely that Samra would sense it. As Tang Qi had only just entered the realm of the extraordinary, He was far from prepared to confront the vengeance of a dark sorceress lineage, thus he had no choice but to refrain. Nevertheless, having succeeded in his first attempt at cultivation, a smile crept onto Tang Qi's face, while in his heart he mused, "This peculiar golden finger of mine seems far from simple. Given that the golden furnace meditation had been lost for many years, its cultivation must undoubtedly be quite challenging. On my inaugural attempt, I succeeded. I must either be the legendary prodigy of lore or owe my accomplishment to having previously transformed this meditation technique into a skill. Since it is indeed a skill, as long as my state remains unblemished, success will inevitably follow each time." As Tang Qi murmured to himself, he slowly rose, stepping over the lifeless form of old Morgan, and made his way out of the study, following the fragments of memory directly to the kitchen. Along the way, familiar yet alien sights stirred additional memories within his mind. Each vivid scene deepening his understanding of his former self and enhancing his comprehension of this entirely new world. Upon exiting the study, he first traversed a corridor adorned with numerous paintings, then descended a classical wooden staircase into a spacious yet elegantly understated hall. Though the layout was anything but cavernous, it revealed the exquisite taste of its owner. However, with no other soul in sight besides Tang Qi, the entire villa exuded an unsettling solitude, which, in retrospect, seemed designed to facilitate nefarious deeds. After a day and night of cultivation, his mental state brimmed with vitality, and his body felt fit. Yet, an insatiable hunger clawed at him like a monstrous beast desperate to break free. With no time to indulge in the understated luxury of the villa, Tang Qi strode through the hall and into the rear kitchen. He stepped forward to the imposing refrigerator, opening it with a satisfying click. After a brief search, he retrieved a piece of vividly red meat, shrouded in frost, resembling snowflake beef adorned with delicate marbling. Satisfied after weighing it in his hands, he placed it onto the cutting board before turning to gather several potatoes, an onion, a carrot-like vegetable, and a handful of green greens from the nearby rack, casually selecting a complex spice box as well. After a silent appraisal to ensure completeness, Tang Qi ignited the fire with a decisive flick, the blue-violet flames leaping beneath the stone pot. He added water, and as he deftly wielded the knife, despite this being his first time cooking with this new body, a surprising harmony seemed to exist. The crisp sounds of chopping soon ceased, the ingredients neatly prepared just as the water reached a boil. With fluid grace, he added each component, including the entire slab of snowflake meat, into the pot, opening the spice box and drawing upon the memories in his mind. He muttered to himself while swiftly adding an array of exotic spices into the stone pot. Once satisfied with the mixture, he placed the lid atop, and a remarkable scene unfolded shortly thereafter. In a mere 10 seconds, just 10 seconds, he suddenly lifted the lid, and an overwhelmingly rich aroma surged forth from the stone pot. It was an irresistible fragrance that beckoned to taste buds, compelling him to forego bowl and chopsticks. He seized the stone pot and placed it upon the grand dining table, then scooped a spoonful of the fragrant broth with a silver spoon and brought it to his lips, before even taking a bite. The distinctive aroma had already stimulated a profuse secretion of saliva from Tang Qi, as that rich, red-tinged broth flowed into his mouth and down his throat. The lingering flavor seemed to awaken every taste bud, prompting a deep, satisfying sigh to escape his lips. Ah, how fragrant, delightfully exquisite. At this moment, Tang Qi felt a profound sense of joy, distinct from the exhilaration brought by newfound powers. This was the bliss of indulging in delectable food. Overcome by hunger, he could hardly contain himself, swiftly wielding his silver spoon to devour every morsel, soup and all, from the stone pot. After the last bite had vanished, Tang Qi placed his spoon down, leaning back contentedly in his chair, gazing at the now empty stone pot. Indeed, there was no trace of meat left. And he couldn't help but exclaim, "The snowflake rabbit meat stew is a remarkable concoction, combining the finest snowflake rabbit with fresh vegetables and a unique blend of spices, resulting in an extraordinarily delicious broth." The most astonishing aspect was that the snowflake rabbit, when cooked in the stone pot, would dissolve into essence within 10 seconds, allowing one to savor both the soup and the meat simultaneously, a truly magical experience. According to the memories of his predecessor, such extraordinary culinary wonders seemed to be no anomaly. In light of this, humanity in this realm appeared to be exceedingly fortunate. While it may not rival the worlds filled with luminescent or medicinal dishes, it certainly constituted a delightful paradise for food lovers. After a few moments of reflection, Tang Qi tidied up his utensils, murmuring to himself that a splendid life necessitates a robust foundation. Without any hesitation or desire to further admire the opulence of the villa, he proceeded directly to his study. Chapter 6. The handling of the legacy. Upon reopening the door to the study, everything within remained unchanged. The sinister ritual on the floor, the burnt-out candles, the bound corpse of old Morgan, and the slightly drawn curtain, all preserved in a state of anticipation for Tang Qi's intervention. Although he had completely seized control of this body, he still found himself unable to alter some of the original owner's habits. Instinctively, he approached the high-backed chair behind the desk and sat down, his mind automatically beginning to devise a solution. His current predicament was that of a solitary teenager, despite being from a wealthy background. Yet, within the recesses of his memory, he could not identify anyone trustworthy. Apart from his deceased parents, the original owner had no other relatives. The inherited Tang Steel Company was evidently beyond the capability of a youth so woefully uninformed. And there were other assets and trivial matters that created a sense of overwhelming chaos. More pressing was the need to address the corpse of old Morgan before him. As for the vengeance of the Samra family, according to old Morgan's diary, there was still time to delay that matter. The body was manageable, after all. Morgan had meticulously planned his own demise to facilitate the usurpation of the original owner's body, even preparing the necessary documents that merely required a signature to classify his death as an unfortunate accident. The company and its assets posed a different challenge. Although a significant portion of the shares had been inherited by the original owner, many were still distributed among others, and the current power holders within the company were unlikely to accept leadership from a mere child. However, at my age, it seemed inappropriate to take up employment. If this were a world akin to the Earth of my previous life, it would be one thing. But the reality before me was a terrifying world that appeared tranquil on the surface, while extraordinary forces lurked beneath, ready to stir. In striving to resolve everything flawlessly, grasp time for development, and avoid alarming any potential foes, I found myself in a rather troublesome situation. Rubbing my temples in frustration, my gaze inadvertently swept across the desk before me. On the surface lay a few books, several decorative pin holders, an exquisite desk lamp, and what appeared to be an antiquated rotary dial telephone. Beside the telephone was a small notebook. According to my recollections, this notebook had been left by the original owner's parents, containing a compilation of significant phone numbers, mostly of partners and associates. A thought sparked in my mind. And after a moment's hesitation, my expression firmed as I reached a decisive conclusion. I extended my hand to retrieve the small notebook. Flipping it open, I quickly located a name that resonated with my memory: Clay Ronald, the second-largest shareholder of Tang Steel Company, a city council member of MISE, and a stakeholder in multiple enterprises, wielding considerable influence in the urban district. He was indeed a person of substantial stature, currently advocating for the establishment of the MISE Steel Association and competing for the presidency of the association. Such a prominent figure could undoubtedly handle all matters that would otherwise drain my energy, while also accommodating a few of my minor requests. In a moment of contemplation, Tang Qi had already shifted the phone into place, his slender, pale fingers deftly dialing the numbers inscribed in his notebook. Beep, beep. It was not long before the receiver emitted a click, followed by a voice. Hello, this is Mr. Ronald's office. How may I assist you? After a brief pause, Tang Qi added, My parents have been longtime partners with Mr. Ronald. I must speak with him for a moment. Certainly, please hold. After a brief interval, the receiver was lifted and a steady voice emerged. Young one, I am sorry to hear about your situation. I have been friends with your parents for many years. Please, let me know how I can assist you. Upon hearing this voice, an image of a well-dressed, composed middle-aged gentleman floated into Tang Qi's mind, an individual who exuded grace and authority, instilling a sense of trust in many, including the original owner of this identity. However, Tang Qi was not easily deceived. Drawing from fragments of memories concerning this individual, he swiftly concluded that this was a figure of considerable influence, possessing formidable prowess in both commerce and politics. To presume one could take advantage of his calm demeanor would undoubtedly incur severe consequences. The original owner's aspiration was to entrust the shares of Tang Steel Company to Mr. Ronald, thus reaping dividends with minimal effort. While such a notion was indeed appealing, reality often proves to be merciless. Should this plan come to fruition, it would likely not be long before the original owner received a few dividends, only for the Tang Steel Company to fall entirely into Mr. Ronald's grasp, leaving the original owner with nothing. The business world is, after all, notoriously ruthless. It is worth noting that the original owner's parents did not share a particularly profound bond with this man. Even if they had, their passing might render those connections irrelevant, ultimately leading to a resolution dictated by self-interest. Yet, understanding this reality did not equip Tang Qi with the means to contend with the man. Even a modicum of effort and strength would not place him on the same level. Fortunately, Tang Qi's intentions were not to seize an advantage. Rather, he sought to offer assistance. "Uncle Ronald, I indeed wish to ask for your help with two matters." "Oh, do tell." Tang Qi could envision the middle-aged man on the other end wearing a slight smile, patiently accommodating this young child. He reciprocated with a faint smile, eschewing any semblance of pleasantry, and directly articulated his intentions. "I have heard that you own an auction house. I would like to entrust you with the auction of my inherited assets, excluding my residence. Everything else, including company shares, real estate, and mines, should be auctioned off." As Tang Qi concluded, there was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a voice tinged with a hint of concern. "Young one, are you certain? These are all treasures left to you by your father. While you may acquire a substantial fortune through their auction, what you would lose is far greater. Have you considered this thoroughly?" His advice bore the weight of a perfect mentor. "Indeed, aside from this, there are two minor matters I would like to trouble Uncle Ronald with. Since you have made your decision, I shall not dissuade you. Please wait at home for a few moments. I will handle everything for you." After hanging up the phone, Tang Qi rose and swiftly retrieved some cleaning tools, efficiently erasing all traces of the soul exchange ritual from the floor. He cast a cold glance at the lifeless body of old Morgan before untethering him from the ropes. A mere minute later, Tang Qi heard the sound of a bell ringing from outside the villa. Setting down his teacup, he approached the entrance and opened the heavy iron gate. A discreet black sedan came into view, from which emerged a middle-aged man and two imposing figures clad in black. The middle-aged man, dressed in a suit, bore an air of shrewd competence. Upon seeing Tang Qi, he approached and slightly bowed, saying, "Young Master Tang, Mr. Ronald has sent us." Tang Qi regarded the trio with a measured nod and replied, "Old Morgan is in my study. Please take him down. According to his hometown customs, he should be cremated and his ashes scattered into the sea. Poor old man, he succumbed so swiftly to his sudden illness. May he rest in peace." "Understood." The two men in black responded, moving swiftly. Within a minute, they had carried the completely rigid corpse of old Morgan down and placed it into the sedan. At this moment, Tang Qi stepped out once more, holding a stack of documents that he had already signed. He handed them directly to the astute middle-aged man. Without a glance at the documents, the man accepted them and respectfully smiled at Tang Qi, saying, "Young Master Tang, the items you requested will be delivered in 3 days. Please keep an eye out for them. We take our leave now." The once ominous atmosphere of the room had indeed lightened considerably. With old Morgan's body gone, everything appeared quite perfect. Tang Qi moved to the window, observing the departing figures, and exhaled deeply. From this day forth, he had effectively relinquished all his inheritance, save for the villa in which he currently resided. Just moments ago, he had entrusted all property documents to Ronald's subordinates, ostensibly to facilitate an auction. Yet Tang Qi was acutely aware that he had voluntarily sold the Tang Steel Company and its ancillary properties to Ronald. For Tang Qi, this transaction meant a substantial cash influx, while for Ronald, it bore even greater significance. Although it would not complete his steel association plans, it would certainly expedite progress and enhance leverage. In this regard, Ronald had also assisted Tang Qi with two minor favors. The first was the handling of old Morgan's body, something Tang Qi could have managed himself, yet it would have been a cumbersome affair, potentially involving police inquiries. However, with a figure like Ronald at the helm, the process was considerably simplified, especially given that old Morgan had already prepared for his demise. As for the second favor, the revelation would come in 3 days. Chapter 7. St. Thorn High School. In the span of 3 fleeting days, time slipped away swiftly. In his bedroom, Tang Qi placed the last piece of clothing into the wooden chest before him, secured it with a lock, and picked up an exquisite envelope resting on the bed nearby. Inside lay an admission notice, the very document Tang Qi had awaited for 3 days. Centrally inscribed were the words, "Dear Tang Qi, after assessment, we deem you a virtuous and kind-hearted youth, fully meeting our criteria for Thorn apprentices. You have been accepted into St. Thorn High School. Please report to St. Thorn High School between May 3rd and 9th of the 102nd year of the Divine Eagle calendar." The final line contained the school's motto, "May you don the thorns. May you ultimately conquer the thorns." If one were to consider merely this motto, one might easily mistake it for a religious institution. In truth, St. Thorn High School was indeed affiliated with the church a century ago. However, with the decline of ecclesiastical power, it has since evolved into an esteemed academy for the nobility. renowned for its exceptional educational standards and commendable ethos throughout Huang province, serving as one of the notable representations of Meisei City. The second small favor Tang Qi requested from Ronald was precisely this. The original body was just 15 years old, the appropriate age for high school. Had Tang Qi's parents not met with an untimely demise, the financial resources and connections of the Tang family would have sufficed to enroll him in St. Thorn. Alas, now alone, even if Tang Qi sought to leverage connections, they would likely dismiss him. With Ronald's intervention, however, the situation transformed entirely. Tang Qi's desire to enter St. Thorn High School stemmed not only from the allure of a noble student status, but also from a genuine need to find a conducive environment for diligent study and an understanding of this new world. More pressing was his aim to evade the vengeance of the Samra family. According to Old Morgan's diary, any member of their lineage would find their powers rapidly waning upon approaching St. Thorn High School, rendering them weaker than ordinary individuals. This was a fate even the Samra family could not escape. The Old Witch speculated that remnants of the church's power lingered within St. Thorn, a formidable force capable of suppressing the malevolence of dark sorcery, even without direct confrontation. With such intelligence at his disposal, it would be foolish for Tang Qi not to exploit it. Stuffing the notice into his bosom and lifting the wooden chest, Tang Qi secured all the rooms in the villa and thoroughly locked the imposing iron gates. Casting a final glance at the now desolate residence, he turned calmly away, departing without a hint of nostalgia. A life of unrestrained wealth as a privileged heir might seem idyllic at first glance. Yet, this was not what Tang Qi desired. Had he not encountered extraordinary powers, perhaps he would have reveled in such a life. But now, everything had changed. As he strolled along the tree-lined path outside the villa, carrying the chest, Tang Qi's appearance had evolved since his rebirth. He wore comfortable black trousers, a sky-blue linen shirt, and a seemingly formal short coat. With black hair and eyes, he appeared both refined and youthful. One could not help but admire the original owner's commendable appearance and undeniable charm. In an attempt to blend in, Tang Qi donned a pair of black-framed glasses within the confines of the villa, finally managing to appear less conspicuous. The Tang family resided in a community known as Rocky, characterized by its serene environment and affluent inhabitants, most of whom possessed their own means of transportation. However, there were evidently many children around, and thus, public transport traversed the tree-lined avenues of the villa district. At that moment, a yellow bus approached Tang Qi. Boarding the vehicle, he refrained from engaging in conversation with anyone and directly proceeded to an empty seat. The buses here were complimentary, likely included within the villa's management fees, rendering the presence of a fare collector unnecessary. Moreover, there was no need for Tang Qi to announce his intended destination, as it was assuredly one of the designated stops. Upon taking his seat, Tang Qi soon realized that the other passengers likely shared a similar destination. The bus was predominantly filled with students. Perhaps due to Tang Qi's lack of a school uniform, the students cast him a glance. Their expressions were indifferent, turning away after a brief moment, while some offered friendly smiles. Fortunately, no bullies emerged to harass him. Seated in a corner of the bus, the journey unfolded uneventfully until they arrived at the almost singular stop, Thorn Street. Alighting alongside a throng of students, the crowd surged toward the cluster of buildings at the end of the street. Before them lay a square paved with white bricks. At its center stood a modest church, exuding an ancient aura devoid of opulence, aptly embodying the ethos of the Holy Thorn Church, which revered suffering and hardship rather than extravagance. The crowd dispersed within the square. Students gravitated toward the buildings at one end, while adults, presumably teachers or staff, headed in the opposite direction. Observing the scene, Tang Qi opted to follow the path opposite to that of the students. Crossing the square led him into a disordered complex where faculty members bustled about. "It's me." Upon hearing the affirmative response, a middle-aged pastor exhaled in relief. "I thought I might have missed you. Thankfully, I am here on behalf of Mr. Ronald to assist you with your enrollment procedures. You may call me Pastor Simbani. Please follow me." With that, the pastor turned and guided Tang Qi towards a low red building within the complex. As they approached, they indeed spotted the third office on the first floor, its wooden door adorned with a sign reading Student Reception. "Thank you for your assistance, Pastor Simbani," Tang Qi expressed politely, bowing slightly as they exited the reception area. Before the pastor could respond, Tang Qi seemed to recollect something and inquired, "Pastor Simbani, might there be accommodations available on campus? I intend to reside on campus during my 3 years of Thorn trials. Due to my temperament, I would prefer a quiet, solitary room. Do you have any recommendations?" The trials Tang Qi referred to naturally denoted his studies. However, here, they were all referred to as the Thorn trials, or at least, That was how the stern, silver-haired woman overseeing the reception for newcomers had articulated it. It is uncertain whether it is his inherent disposition or a result of Ronald's commission, but the Reverend Sinbani exhibits a remarkable kindness towards Tang Qi. Upon hearing the inquiry, he smiled gently and remarked, "Ah, truly a courageous child. Let me ponder for a moment. Are there any areas with rooms available for rent? However, you have come to the right person, for I still recall a few locations that could meet your requirements. Reverend, are there any alternatives? While this place is quite satisfactory, I am open to considering better options, even if they entail a higher rent." Tang Qi expressed apologetically as he descended the steps of a charming standalone building. This modest establishment offered rooms for rent, and although there was no need for shared accommodation, the owner resided on the first floor, despite the room being quite suitable compared to those previously viewed. Tang Qi yearned to explore further in hopes of finding the most fitting option. Due to Ronald's directive, the Reverend Sinbani was indeed diligent. Upon hearing Tang Qi's request, he did not display irritation. Instead, he touched his face thoughtfully, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he hesitated and said, "There is indeed another place that meets your criteria, though it is somewhat peculiar. It is located quite close to the ascetic society, which remains tranquil at most times. But every dawn, they engage in their practices, which may be rather unusual. If you can accept that." As Sinbani spoke, Tang Qi's eyes lit up with anticipation. Shortly thereafter, within a secluded corner of the St. Thistle campus, Tang Qi was bidding farewell with a beaming smile to two individuals. One, the Reverend Sinbani, who had completed the hosting task, and the other, a white elder with a prominent nose, with whom Tang Qi had just finalized a rental agreement for a rather expensive two-story building owned by the elder. After a courteous farewell, Tang Qi did not glance back at the elegantly adorned building cloaked in ivy, but instead directed his gaze towards a few structures visible beyond a small grove, a clock tower, several clustered buildings, and a small plaza reminiscent of a training ground. The ascetic society, pushing open the slightly ajar door. The layout of the interior became immediately apparent. A quaint and refined living room, a lounge area, a bathroom, while the second floor housed the bedroom and guest room, all furnished with necessary amenities, sparing Tang Qi the need for additional preparations. The owner had even left behind a bookshelf filled with books in the bedroom, untouched. Despite the rent being somewhat exorbitant in relation to these accommodations, it posed little concern for Tang Qi, as his needs were indeed exceptional. Moreover, he had just acquired a substantial fortune. Chapter 8. A fractured history. The following morning, within the weathered brick and stone building, in the sunlit bedroom on the second floor, Tang Qi slowly awakened atop a soft moon-patterned carpet. Before opening his eyes, he beheld in his mind a hazy, void-like expanse where golden specks, akin to dust, had multiplied. These were the fruits of his all-night cultivation. It was rather peculiar. He had sat here meditating for an entire night yet felt not the slightest hint of fatigue. Upon awakening, he appeared even more invigorated. He had also discerned the upper limit for practicing the golden furnace meditation method, which, aside from the unique state of his initial session, lasted about an hour. He learned to cease when a sharp pain coursed through his brain. After half an hour of rest, he resumed, repeating this cycle until the night had passed. Of course, he was still exploring how best to allocate his training time. What truly troubled Tang Qi were the mental energies gained through meditation. He had yet to discover a method to utilize them. Now, he needed to embody the role of a ninth-grade student. Despite the stark contrast between his solitary existence in a high school dormitory and his once opulent villa, he felt the need to exert effort in fulfilling the final student role and, in doing so, to reinforce some foundational knowledge. With this thought in mind, Tang Qi promptly rose, prepared breakfast for himself, and gathered the books and class schedule he had received the previous day before heading out. Just as he reached the door, a fleeting memory prompted him to turn back and enter the storage room adjacent to the lounge. He reached into the cramped space and pulled out a wooden box, opening it to reveal the contents he had previously retrieved from Old Morgan: spell notes, various magical trinkets, and the soul exchange scale. He had tossed these items here the night prior. His decision to abandon the dark spell notes and the soul exchange scale was not due to a lack of decisiveness or an obsession with the dichotomy of good and evil, but rather a matter of caution. While these items could bestow remarkable power, employing dark sorcery would undoubtedly attract the ire of a coven of witches, a perilous choice for Tang Qi in his current circumstances, especially after acquiring the golden furnace meditation method. These items seemed increasingly superfluous. Now, as he regarded them once more, it had only been a night, yet he sensed, perhaps due to an illusion, that the malevolent aura surrounding these trinkets had diminished and continued to wane. Could it truly be effective? Tang Qi mused quietly, focusing intently on the scale nestled at the bottom of the box. Instantly, ripples surged within his field of vision, and a special interface materialized once again. Among these items, it appeared that only the scale and the unrefined meditation method had reached a level capable of triggering Tang Qi's omniscience or, as one might say, his golden finger. Curious object. Soul Exchange Scale Information Fragment 1. This is an evil creation capable of swapping souls. Fragment of Information 2. Due to the peculiarities of its environment, it is currently under the suppression of luminous forces, continuously weakening, and the likelihood of successfully initiating the ritual is significantly diminished. How useful! Tang Qi exclaimed joyfully upon noticing the altered fragment of information. The intelligence in the diary proved accurate. Indeed, within St. Thorn High School, there exists a radiant force that suppresses dark sorcery. Even entities that are not human, merely vile creations, would be restrained within its radius. Having verified this, a heavy stone of anxiety lifted from Tang Qi's heart. St. Thorn High School presents itself with the grand white brick plaza at the forefront and the centuries-old Thorn Church. Yet, this is merely a facade. Behind it lies an expansive campus. Deep within the grounds, there is even a sizable park. The main area, particularly the central campus, comprises truly magnificent educational edifices, with 4 or 5 towering structures, flanked by buildings designated for faculty and student dormitories. Tang Qi found himself in a secluded corner on the left side. As he ambled towards the central campus, he cast a casual glance at the clock tower area, which was in close proximity to his small building. However, this time, he saw nothing amiss. "Have I woken up late?" he murmured, shaking his head. As Tang Qi drew a book from his pocket and opened it, he leisurely proceeded towards the central campus. The page he casually flipped to recounted the history of the establishment of the Empire of the Divine Eagle. Before his eyes fell upon the text, a striking image captivated him, depicting a coastal metropolis crowned by an immense statue seemingly reaching for the clouds. Tang Qi recognized this grand city as Carthage, the second largest metropolis within the Divine Eagle Federation. The statue, in truth, was a divine effigy, clad in an expansive robe. It wore a radiant crown of thorns atop its head, holding a mysterious book in one hand and an ancient, cold longsword in the other. Beneath it, on a towering black stone pedestal, countless reliefs of shattered monsters were intricately carved. The Lord of Thorns, a gift bestowed upon the establishment of the Divine Eagle Federation by the Europa Alliance following the Great Cataclysm. The crown symbolizes the endless brilliance granted by the Lord of Light. The book represents the Thorn Codex, embodying the most rigorous and equitable laws, while the longsword and the reliefs beneath signify the myriad monsters vanquished through formidable strength during the founding of the Divine Eagle Federation. Why is it not the Statue of Liberty? Tang Qi pondered, gazing at the image that bore a semblance to his memories. Yet, the associated history was utterly transformed. It must be noted that this historical tome evidently recorded the official narrative. The appearance of the Lord of Thorns and the Codex can be understood. Yet the authentic narration of demons perplexed Tang Qi. His confusion did not stem from the existence of demons. After all, his experiences on the day of his rebirth left him unable to deny the presence of extraordinary powers. If devils, soul-scaling balances, and dark sorcery could exist, then the emergence of demons was indeed to be expected. What truly confounded Tang Qi was the fact that, on the surface, the existence of extraordinary powers was officially denied. This world, akin to the Earth of a previous incarnation, has developed a modern civilization. One of the most vivid memories embedded in the protagonist's mind recalls a cataclysm that transpired over a millennium ago, a calamity intertwined with terms such as war, disaster, deities, and demons, engulfing the entire realm. It was during the aftermath of this great upheaval that the formidable political entity known as the Divine Eagle Federation was established. Such a monumental event would typically be accompanied by extensive documentation. However, the truth of this calamity seems to have been collectively concealed by the major powers. Bound by an unspoken agreement, those aspects that could not be entirely obscured were subjected to various forms of misinformation, successfully ushering the world into an era of harmonious modern civilization, perhaps even surpassing that of the former Earth. Yet, should those extraordinary forces, be they demons or deities, truly manifest, no amount of governmental obfuscation could silence every voice or shut every eye. The reason for this phenomenon became apparent to Tang Qi on the subsequent page, revealing a potential explanation. A century prior, a wondrous meteor streaked across the origin blue star, and overnight, all extraordinary phenomena vanished. In their stead, scientific advancement flourished. Within a mere century, the origin blue star achieved accomplishments more splendid than those of the preceding millennium, aside from sporadic conflicts in certain regions in the Sahara continent. Most of the world thrived in civilization and prosperity. In light of this, numerous political entities and races adopted a new calendar following the meteor's passage, with the Divine Eagle Federation being one among them. Thus, when Tang Qi beheld the phrase year 102 of the Divine Eagle calendar on his admission letter, he realized that this calendar represented a new era. If converted to the old calendar, that number would need to be augmented by several millennia. The fragmented and intriguing historical trajectory of the origin blue star captivated Tang Qi, rendering him oblivious to the fact that he had already entered the main campus, where the air buzzed with life and figures flitted to and fro. At that moment, a sudden pain pierced his forehead, causing him to sway precariously. Just as he regained his balance, he noticed that the person he had collided with was about to fall. Instinctively, he reached out and grasped their waist. Upon hearing a melodious exclamation, Tang Qi felt the warmth of soft flesh in his palm. It was a girl. An immediate judgment blossomed within him. Chapter 9. Derivative skills. At the age of 15, Tang Qi had already reached a height of approximately 1.7 meters. The girl beside him, however, was not any shorter. Appearing to be of similar age, she possessed a strikingly beautiful visage, yet her attire marred this allure. Baggy trousers, an oversized sweater, an unruly mane of hair, and a pair of exaggerated black-framed glasses, coupled with her timid gaze, rendered her a prime target for the cruel jests of unruly students. Tang Qi's thoughts were akin to a raven's curse, for mere moments later, a few figures emerged ahead, their sharp, disdainful laughter piercing the air. Sally. Is that not the unluckiest girl, finally realizing her profound solitude? Just as the school year begins, she is already attempting to charm some foolish boys. How does it feel to be embraced by a boy for the first time? The unfortunate Sally had evidently succumbed to infatuation and was making advances. Let us extend our sympathy to this young lad, who has unwittingly caught Sally's attention right at the start of the term. The speakers were a group of flamboyant girls, clad in provocative attire, skin-tight jeans or crop tops that revealed their midriffs. At the forefront stood a blonde maiden, her alabaster skin and voluptuous figure accentuated by her adept application of makeup, exuding the essence of a quintessential popular girl. Yet, her proud demeanor belied a caustic tongue, as she directed her derision towards the girl who had hastily distanced herself from Tang Qi's embrace upon the arrival of the group. With a mocking smile, she feigned a gentle tone. "Sally, do you still wish to join our sisterhood? How delightful! Since you desire to be part of us, we shall present you with one final trial. I recall your first kiss remains intact, does it not? Here is the deal. If you bestow your first kiss upon this younger boy, I shall permit you to join our sisterhood. What do you say?" Upon hearing the blonde's words, the girl named Sally was instantly taken aback, her hesitation palpable. "Angela, I cannot." Angela, observing Sally's indecision, was overtaken by a twisted sense of pleasure, her exquisite features illuminated by a mischievous grin. She leaned closer to Sally, whispering conspiratorially, "Dearest Sally, this is your final opportunity. Should you decline, not only will you be barred from our sisterhood, but no one at Thorny High will wish to befriend you. Do you comprehend?" Upon receiving this threat, tears threatened to spill from Sally's eyes. Yet, instead of eliciting sympathy, the fiery girls before her erupted into laughter, reveling in the success of their cruel prank. Having witnessed this act of bullying up close and unwittingly becoming a part of it, Tang Qi felt no joy. He closed the history book he had been partially reading, shook his head, and decided to step away from the group of girls. Such trivialities held no interest for him. They were merely an expression of adolescent hormones and the caprices of spiteful girls. He deemed it far more worthwhile to immerse himself in literature and deepen his understanding of this captivating new world. However, he wished to leave. But some did not want him to. "Stop!" A sharp voice exclaimed from the golden-haired girl, Angela, who obstructed Tang Qi. Her majestic bosom heaved, as her enchanting face drew near, smiling seductively, seemingly intent on revealing her exquisite form to Tang Qi. In a sultry tone, she said, "Junior, you have just enrolled, right? As your senior, I must ask you for a small favor. Be a good prop. This is quite a benefit. Who knows, by the end of today, you might even earn the title of the boy kissed by the unfortunate Sally. Sounds delightful, doesn't it?" Upon her utterance, the other girls burst into laughter, and passing students, noticing the commotion, gathered around, yet no one dared to intervene. Tang Qi casually observed that the surrounding students were intimidated, particularly by Angela and her group. The girls were mostly fearful, while the boys, after their initial trepidation, harbored strong admiration. This scenario was quite common. In any school, there are typically three types of students. The majority are obedient, diligent learners, ordinary, and honest. The second group comprises a select few from affluent families, possessing good looks and charisma. Most of the boys are athletic, while the girls are fashionable and alluring, yet many of them possess unpleasant personalities and take pleasure in bullying the third group, which includes Sally, the timid and unassuming girl beside Tang Qi. Regardless of gender, they are all targets of ridicule. Tang Qi did not enroll at St. Thorn High to become part of the third group. He aspired to embody the second. Thus, being suddenly entangled in such a predicament left him quite exasperated. However, as he noticed the increasing crowd of onlookers, he grew weary of the situation. Completely disregarding Angela's exposed charms, he attempted to move past the group. Just as he was about to take another step, a tall figure unexpectedly emerged from the crowd. It was a tall Caucasian boy, with flowing golden hair and a handsome visage, dressed in attire reminiscent of fencing gear. It appeared he had just finished some form of sport and was striding directly toward Angela, witnessing Tang Qi's audacious rejection of her. Having been drawn into trouble so soon after enrolling and being treated as a prop for bullying, Tang Qi maintained an outward calm, though his heart simmered with anger. With his path obstructed, he immediately lifted his head, locking serious eyes with the so-called senior, and spoke deliberately, "Please, step aside." As Tang Qi spoke earnestly, a sudden buzzing echoed in his mind, a searing warmth flooding his eyes. He felt as though a radiant light was assaulting his senses, causing him to momentarily succumb to dizziness. He wished to act, yet at that moment, his body felt unresponsive, leaving him to watch helplessly as he casually brushed past the senior, making his way toward the academic area. This scene incited a stir among the onlookers, evidently surpassing their expectations of the confrontation's outcome. The Caucasian male, captain of the ancient sword team at St. Thorn's High School, comes from a distinguished lineage and possesses striking looks, making him a prominent figure of admiration. Not only the younger students but even some teachers feel compelled to show him respect. The recent incident, however, was unexpected. It is easy to imagine that in the eyes of the onlooking students, the esteemed captain suddenly appeared less impressive and formidable. This sentiment was particularly evident when Sally, having regained her composure, seized the moment while the girls were momentarily distracted, clutching her books and darting out of the crowd in pursuit of Tang Qi, consequently diminishing the stature of Angela and her group of fiery companions. With a haughty glance cast at the Caucasian boy followed by a dismissive snort, Angela, visibly displeased, turned on her heels with her friends in tow. The crowd soon dispersed in a flurry. "Wait, Angela, I." The boy felt a wave of despair wash over him, yearning to defend himself, yet ultimately remained silent. He could foresee that within half an hour, the news of the 11th grade captain of the ancient sword team being intimidated by a mere newcomer would echo throughout the halls of St. Thorn's High. Helpless, he refrained from confronting Tang Qi, suspecting that what he had witnessed might have been an illusion, yet lacking the courage to seek confirmation. Instead, he could only gaze in perplexity and resentment at Tang Qi's retreating figure. Meanwhile, the enigmatic newcomer Tang Qi, who had captivated the attention of the students, had already merged into the throng and entered one of the academic buildings. Unlike most students who headed to their selected classrooms, he assessed his surroundings before turning and stepping into the boys' restroom around the corner. Tang Qi's expression was calm, but a hint of tumult lurked beneath the surface of his eyes. He hurriedly sought a mirror to ascertain something crucial. As the class hour approached, the restroom was nearly empty. He walked directly to the mirror in the corner, pretending to fix his hair, and leaned closer, his eyelids slightly drooping. Buzz. He saw at his eyes. Beneath the black pupils, two flickers of golden light began to emerge, radiating a sharp, searing aura. Tang Qi could easily imagine that any ordinary person who locked eyes with him would likely be struck with fear. Has there been a mutation? What could have caused this? Could it be? Tang Qi seemed to grasp a thought, closing his eyes momentarily before suddenly reopening them. This time, he concentrated his spirit inward. And to his astonishment, the familiar interface materialized once more. Name, Tang Qi. Status, normal. Race, human. Skills, golden furnace meditation, unnamed derivative skill. Indeed. Tang Qi's gaze immediately fixated on the additional line of text. As he focused his intent, a fragment of information promptly emerged below. Information fragment. You have acquired a derivative skill, unnamed, activation area. Eyes, effects, intimidation, tranquility, can be enhanced. Tang Qi contemplated this fragment of information in silence for a moment. reflecting on the moment when the Caucasian male was momentarily paralyzed by my gaze. It felt as if inspiration had struck me. Unconsciously, I thought, since this skill is derived from the Golden Crucible meditation technique, I shall name it the Eye of the Crucible. With this thought from Tang Qi, the interface displaying unnamed derivative skill immediately flickered, and after a subtle gleam, it transformed into the words, Eye of the Crucible. Chapter 10, Monster Archives. The towering, immense educational building bustled with students of various grades, each clutching their books as they navigated between classrooms. The pedagogical approach here is remarkably open, aside from a few mandatory foundational courses. Students have the autonomy to select their own classes. If one possesses sufficient energy, they may even enroll in a plethora of courses. Beyond the essential subjects of language, mathematics, and basic foreign languages, Tang Qi opted for ancient history, appreciation of ancient art, global geography, basic biology, and a niche course entitled Mysterious Legends. Throughout the day, Tang Qi diligently traversed between these classrooms, immersed in his studies without forging friendships or engaging in any unruly behavior, perfectly embodying the archetype of a studious Asian student. By leveraging this stereotype, he seamlessly blended into the student body. Simultaneously, he was also experimenting with the newly acquired derivative skills he had obtained. An unexpected revelation. The Eye of the Crucible. After a significant portion of the day devoted to experimentation, Tang Qi began to grasp the essence of this ability, as manifested by the peculiar interface, when he infused his spiritual energy, cultivated through meditation, into his eyes. His pupils would momentarily shift to a pale golden hue, eliciting a formidable intimidation effect that ordinary individuals found hard to withstand. As for the so-called calming effect, Tang Qi was still in the exploratory phase. Although it could barely be categorized as a combat auxiliary skill, it was a delightful surprise for Tang Qi at this moment. He was acutely aware of the Damocles sword hanging over him, especially when he recalled the accounts in old Morgan's diary, particularly concerning his mother, Samra, who bore the sinister monikers of the Ukurlu Guardian and the Black Serpent Witch. Just fragments of these narratives had already sent shivers down his spine. A formidable woman, capable of inflicting harm upon hundreds. Crucially, Tang Qi had slain her son. Tang Qi was not blindly optimistic. He did not harbor illusions that this family would refrain from seeking retribution. Currently, the only external support he could rely on was the uncertain protection offered by St. Thorn High School and nothing more. As for Mr. Ronald, after assisting Tang Qi with his inheritance and a couple of minor favors, the debt of gratitude had been repaid in full. Ultimately, it was up to Tang Qi to rely on himself. Meditation, the Eye of the Crucible, and some combat techniques from the Saharan continent gleaned from the diary. Such resources were evidently insufficient. He hoped for a bit more time. While his heart raced with urgency, he maintained an outward facade of absolute composure. A vague plan was beginning to take shape, but it required time for execution. Suppressing the rising sense of crisis, he followed a few male and female students into the classroom for the final lesson of the day. This class focused on Mysterious Legends, a rather obscure course that primarily delved into the origins of various mystical legends from around the Blue Star, encompassing both domestic and foreign tales, ancient and modern alike. Although Tang Qi harbored doubts regarding the peculiar curriculum of a high school that appeared to be of noble pedigree, his desire to enter the extraordinary realm compelled him to enroll after merely glancing at the course description. Upon entering the classroom, his attention was abruptly drawn to an unexpected figure, a girl he had previously collided with, who had inadvertently entangled him in a school bullying incident. It was the unfortunate Sally, her disheveled golden curls strikingly prominent. The classroom was sparsely populated, with only a few scattered students, and even Tang Qi's attempt to blend in was met with noticeable commotion. The girl named Sally slightly lifted her gaze and, upon seeing Tang Qi, seemed momentarily taken aback, as if recalling something significant. Her countenance flushed a vivid crimson. She truly was a timid girl, Tang Qi mused inwardly, while maintaining a courteous demeanor by offering her a friendly smile. Perhaps unaccustomed to such kindness, Sally became flustered. Her face, partially obscured by black-rimmed glasses, turning as red as blood, as if she wished to bury her head within her chest. Fortunately, at that moment, a disheveled old man, presumably the teacher, entered the room. Without pleasantries or roll call, he merely surveyed the sparse assembly of students before launching into his lecture. As this marked the commencement of the new academic year, he introduced an entirely fresh curriculum, a comprehensive account detailing the records of all the demons and monsters slain by several holy warriors of the once mighty Eagle Federation, known as the Monster Archives. The complete volume could be borrowed from the Miser Library. After listening for a short while, Tang Qi began to comprehend the rationale behind such an unusual course. If he were not mistaken, this was likely a remnant of historical legacy. St. Thorny High School had originally functioned as a religious institution, thus it naturally promulgated the greatness of God and faith, necessitating a degree of indoctrination. The so-called monster archives were secondary. The primary focus was on the valiant warriors dedicated to God, who, guided by the power of faith, vanquished these monsters. With the advancement of modern civilization, such courses had become obsolete, and it was not improbable that they would soon be abolished altogether. Although Tang Qi's original self was devout, he regrettably found himself devoid of faith in the present. Despite the old man's grandiloquent discourse, Tang Qi's attention lingered on the descriptions of the monsters. After listening for an extended period, an uncanny sensation arose within his mind, a sense of veracity. Indeed, a profound feeling of authenticity. In the year 1841 of the old Eagle calendar, Mrs. Leeds of New Jersey bore her 13th child. She expressed her profound discontent with yet another pregnancy by exclaiming, "I am weary of children. Let the devil take him." No sooner had the words escaped her lips than the infant transformed into a winged monstrosity, swiftly devouring Mrs. Leeds' other children before soaring up the chimney. To the average individual, this legend might seem absurd, yet, for reasons unknown, it resonated with an uncanny sense of reality for Tang Qi. He shook his head, attempting to suppress the bizarre sensation. Tang Qi continued to listen to the old man recount the tale of the second monster, the snow beast of the deep mountains, with the latest protagonist being the Holy Lance warrior, Morojin. Time passed swiftly, and as Tang Qi wore an expression of lingering curiosity, the bell signaling the end of class rang. The old man had just reached a pivotal moment in his story, yet he showed no intention of prolonging the lesson. Instead, he swiftly rolled up his book and left the classroom like a gust of wind. The few students present, already lethargic, began to rise and depart. As Tang Qi stood, he mentally noted the Miser Library as one of the destinations he intended to visit. With the final class concluded, Tang Qi clutched his books, following the throng of male and female students as they chatted animatedly while exiting. Although it was merely the first day, it largely met Tang Qi's expectations. Aside from the initial unpleasantness, he seamlessly integrated into St. Thorn's High School, achieving the effect he desired. Who would pay any mind to an utterly ordinary male student? Unfortunately, this sense of satisfaction was swiftly undermined. The moment he stepped out of the teaching building, he felt a wave of malevolence. He instinctively looked up, and sure enough, through a few obstacles, he spotted a group of tall young men, all Caucasian, standing on the lawn not far away, led by none other than the captain of the ancient sword team, who had previously been intimidated by Tang Qi. After spending a day at school, Tang Qi had learned the identities of the two prominent figures from the morning. They were much like he had imagined. The girl named Angela was the cheerleading captain at St. Thorn's High, with a father who was a city councilman and a mother who was a lawyer. She hailed from a distinguished family, possessed an alluring physique, a striking face, and a sharp tongue. The young man, Ryan Clooney, was the son of a wealthy magnate, with a mother serving on the school board and as the director of Miser City Hospital. He himself was the captain of the high school basketball team, the ancient fencing team, and the boxing club, truly regarded as the perfect boyfriend in the eyes of all the female students. For an ordinary student, encountering such illustrious figures would leave them scrambling to ingratiate themselves, certainly not wishing to offend. Yet, Tang Qi had managed to offend both. What was about to unfold seemed to resemble the classic scenario of don't leave after school, prepare for a brawl. If Tang Qi were a typical hormone-driven adolescent, he might have found the prospect intriguing. Alas, he was not. He felt a slight headache coming on, not particularly worried about being overwhelmed by a few high schoolers. Despite the original body's average physical condition, he had gleaned some practical fighting techniques from old Morgan's diary. However, those techniques were rather ruthless. As Tang Qi hesitated, a familiar figure approached from the side, her tousled golden hair brushing past his nose. A pleasant yet faint voice reached his ears, "Follow me." After uttering this, she glided through the corridor beside the teaching building, heading toward a secluded corner. Tang Qi paused momentarily, then offered a faint smile, quickly deciding to follow her without hesitation. Chapter 11. Murder. In stark contrast to Tang Qi, who was a true newcomer, Sally was evidently well acquainted with the intricacies of the campus. With deftness, she led Tang Qi through the labyrinthine school grounds, skillfully avoiding a group of troublesome youths loitering on the central boulevard, thus sparing him from the fate of engaging in a brawl with a few hormone-driven adolescents. However, Tang Qi felt a twinge of helplessness as the paths they traversed were evidently those Sally had used to evade bullying. and reaching their destination signified that they had exited the campus entirely. The location was an inconspicuous side gate of St. Thorn High School, seldom frequented by students. The disheveled state of the area spoke volumes about its unpopularity. It appeared to be a secluded street, desolate and filled with the stench of rotting refuse in the corners. Graffiti adorning the walls, and the ground marred by cracked, dark stones. Newspapers danced in the breeze, while a greasy billboard loomed at the street corner. A flicker of realization crossed Tang Qi's face as he was taken aback by the existence of such a place near St. Thorn's campus. Messer City is divided into 5 districts: Bronx, Lopez, Newton, and Latch, which collectively encircle the Central District. The Central District, being the largest and most affluent, is home to a multitude of wealthy individuals and members of high society, enjoying the resources of the entire city, with St. Thorn High School situated within its bounds. The remaining 4 districts each have their own characteristics. Bronx is a haven for refugees and the impoverished. Lopez is favored by the middle class. Newton, steeped in history, has a notably low profile, while Latch is populated by the petite bourgeoisie and some less established affluent individuals. Tang Qi's original residence was in the Latch district. Now, the street where Tang Qi and Sally found themselves, if he was not mistaken, should be located within the Bronx district, adjacent to the Central District. They must have traversed the entirety of St. Thorn's campus to arrive here. This was evident in Tang Qi's branded clothing and his courteous demeanor, due to her earlier encounter. Sally, a girl who was often bullied, harbored a favorable impression of Tang Qi, which motivated her to risk further bullying by leading him to this secluded place. Unfortunately, her long-standing feelings of inferiority prevented her from daring to speak to the boy before her. Her expression dimmed slightly as she quietly informed Tang Qi, "There's a bus stop around the corner. The next bus will arrive in a few minutes. Goodbye." With that, Sally turned and hurried down the street, nearly stumbling due to her anxiousness or perhaps the oversized pants she wore. She managed to regain her balance, but her pallor deepened, and her eyes, obscured by black-rimmed glasses, shimmered with the threat of tears. She quickened her pace, soon vanishing at the end of the street. This sudden change caught Tang Qi off guard. Sally was exceedingly sensitive, resembling a frightened rabbit perpetually on edge, and he struggled to keep pace with her thoughts. Shaking his head, he turned towards the bus stop, intending to seek her out for an explanation the following day. Tang Qi had just taken a few steps when a couple emerged from a nearby bakery. As they exited, the young man hastily urged, "Peggy, hurry up. It's all your fault for wanting that special blueberry pie. It's so late, and here we are still lingering in the Bronx. We need to leave quickly. If we delay any longer, those vicious thugs will be out." The girl, with dark hair, felt guilty and did not retort, struggling to keep pace with her boyfriend in her high heels. Behind them, the last shop on the street, a bakery named White Truffle, creaked as it closed its doors. Tang Qi paused, glancing at the bus stop just a few steps away, the faint glow of the bus lights visible in the distance. A fleeting expression of helplessness crossed his face before he resolutely turned around and pursued the direction in which Sally had departed. Although they had only met twice, they were classmates, and more importantly, Tang Qi held a favorable impression of this girl. That reason was sufficient. Meanwhile, Sally was indeed in grave trouble. She found herself cornered in a dimly lit alleyway by 3 young Caucasian men with questionable appearances. One sported dyed blonde hair and a nose ring. Another was bare-chested and toying with a small knife, while the third appeared somewhat normal, albeit with a face that bore the marks of excessive indulgence. His arms riddled with needle scars, almost branding him as a ne'er-do-well. The drug addict, apparently the leader of the trio, stood in front, his pallid face tilted, a repulsive tongue licking the purplish ring around his mouth, his lewd gaze fixed on Sally. "Look, we struck gold today. We found a real gem," he jeered. Although the drug addict's words seemed implausible, they elicited a sense of fear in Sally, her breath quickening, the rising and falling of her chest drawing the attention of the other 2 thugs, who mirrored the same disgusting expressions. Sally refrained from screaming or making futile warnings. Instead, she pressed her lips together, her black-rimmed glasses concealing not only her profound despair and fear but also a subtle determination. One hand stealthily delved into her small bag, grasping an object. It was a small knife, too short and dull to serve as an effective means of defense. Her own strength was limited, rendering it difficult to wield for protection. However, for self-harm, it could be quite effective. Living in the Bronx necessitated traversing this perilous area. In the past, she had meticulously calculated her routes and the time required, skillfully avoiding all dangerous corners, which had kept her from encountering individuals like those before her. The Bronx was indeed perilous, teeming with gangs and assassins. Yet, for a student like her, even an encounter with such individuals was not a cause for alarm. The true threats lay with others, such as petty thugs, aimless drug addicts, and the rare, dangerous homeless individuals. She had managed to evade them before, but this time, due to the need to guide the unfamiliar Tang Qi and the emotional turmoil stemming from a misunderstanding with him, she had lost track of time and mistakenly wandered down one or two wrong streets, leading to her current predicament. As the three repugnant thugs approached, the determination in Sally's eyes intensified. Her palm tightened around the small blade, slowly drawing it out, not aimed at the three men before her, but rather at her own abdomen. After all, she was merely a female student. Even with a knife, she could not overpower three burly men, especially not a frenzied drug addict among them. However, she could render these three fiends empty-handed. Should they seize her, they would only find a lifeless body. Such a girl must be the least desired in school, right? No one would pursue you. Your first kiss and your first night must still be intact. Relax, leave everything to us. And soon you will understand what it means to be driven to ecstasy and despair. The drug addict inched closer, his words striking precisely at Sally's vulnerabilities. Her initial resolve transformed into seething anger, and the knife's direction shifted toward the young Caucasian man before her. It was evident that Sally had been seen through. Though a drug addict, he had a certain method when it came to targeting young girls. He was even bracing himself, feet slightly angled, ready to pounce the moment Sally made a move, intending to swiftly encircle her from behind and bring everything to a close. The dim alley, save for the flickering streetlights, was devoid of any specter. As Sally's small bag revealed a slight gap, the glint of the blade appeared as the three men had anticipated. The drug addict laughed heartily, poised to leap forward and eliminate Sally when, unexpectedly, it happened. A shadow surged silently into the alley. Like a wraith, it materialized behind the blonde and the knife-wielding man. A pair of pale hands shaped like blades swiftly striking the back of their necks. As two crisp sounds echoed, both men rolled their eyes back and collapsed to the ground. The shadow did not attempt to seize the knife from the fallen thug, but rather, when the drug addict heard the commotion and rushed to seize Sally, it accelerated with ferocity, wrapping its seemingly frail arms around the addict's neck. In the fleeting moment that the drug addict perceived the weakness of his assailant's grip, a surge of immense force followed. The fragile human neck stood no chance against such power, and with a resounding crack, his neck broke, his body instantly going limp. With the three men dispatched, the shadow staggered slightly, propping itself against the wall, gasping for breath, its chest and abdomen heaving like a bellows. The faint streetlight illuminated Tang Qi's face, flushed from the intense exertion. Sally, you bang. As Tang Qi exhaled, intending to comfort the presumably frightened girl before him, he was suddenly enveloped by a figure that dove into his embrace. Unable to suppress a cry, he screamed. Chapter 12. Chaga Combat Technique in a Dimly Lit Alley. Tang Qi clutched his abdomen, his pallid face betraying his labored breaths. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he cast a resigned glance at Sally, who had reverted to her frightened rabbit demeanor. Tang Qi was uninjured. The collision with the girl, fueled by her excitement, had merely left him winded after the vigorous exertion. Nonetheless, this interruption lightened the oppressive atmosphere of the alley, where three lifeless bodies lay sprawled on the filthy ground. Tang Qi had taken lives, not in the manner of his initial rebirth when he exploited the loopholes of sorcery to outsmart old Morgan, but through the direct act of killing. The abruptness of the event left little room for contemplation, even for Tang Qi. Upon chasing after Sally, he discovered her ensnared in a dire predicament. The conduct of the three thugs made it clear that without Tang Qi's intervention, Sally would face grave danger. However, stepping forward would not guarantee a favorable outcome for Tang Qi either. Confronting three adversaries was a perilous gamble, one he was ill-equipped to take. Even with his newly acquired skill, the Eye of the Furnace, he doubted its efficacy against such deranged and ruthless foes. As the impending tragedy loomed, he was compelled to employ the only combat technique he had gleaned from old Morgan's diary. This method, remarkably straightforward yet devastatingly effective, appeared to have originated from the martial practices of the barbaric tribes of the Sahara continent, forged in the crucible of war and hunting. Initially, Tang Qi had intended to learn it solely for self-defense, never anticipating that its first application would be to take lives. After executing the technique, Tang Qi was beset by a pervasive pain akin to being pricked by 1,000 needles, accompanied by a searing heat coursing through his veins, leading him to feel as though he had just completed an entire marathon. Yet, there was a silver lining. Amidst his labored breathing, a unique interface materialized in his vision. In the skills section, an additional entry appeared: skill, Golden Furnace Meditation, Eye of the Furnace, Chaga Combat Technique, Novice, Progress 001. Was this transformed into a skill? In that instant, a fragment of information emerged. Information fragment. This combat technique originates from the Chaga tribe of the Sahara continent. Born from the trials of war and hunting, disseminated among various tribes. It is easy to learn at the novice level, yet few achieve mastery. Initially, Tang Qi had dismissed the technique recorded in the diary, valuing it only for its potential to be practiced without the old witch's notice. However, it now seemed that its inclusion in old Morgan's precious notes indicated its significance. Exhaling deeply, Tang Qi finally regulated his breath, the needle-like agony gradually subsiding. "Let us go," he said tersely, turning away without a backward glance, with Sally hastening to keep pace beside him. As for the bodies of the thugs, Tang Qi had no intention of alerting the authorities or concealing the evidence of his actions. The surface of May City appears tranquil, yet the Bronx is widely acknowledged as a realm of chaos. Here, robbery and murder are as commonplace as eating and drinking. It is said that each dawn, the Bronx police dispatch a coroner's van to collect the bodies from the various shadowy alleys or gunfight scenes that claimed lives the previous night. Unless the deceased are well-dressed citizens, the police will allow the coroner to conduct an examination and investigate the circumstances. If the victim is evidently a thug or a member of a gang, they are unceremoniously transported to the crematorium. However, even if law enforcement were to follow up later, it would pose no concern for Tang Qi. Strictly speaking, he had acted in defense of others, incurring no repercussions. Amidst the dim, squalid streets, Tang Qi instructed Sally to lead the way, following closely beside her with a calm demeanor that belied the tumult of emotions roiling within him. Only he knew the intensity of the turmoil surging in his heart. He had taken 3 lives in hand-to-hand combat, though the encounter had not been particularly gory or intense. The brutal efficacy of Chaga fighting techniques had swiftly ended 3 vibrant lives, leaving them cold and dull in his grasp. In that moment of adrenaline, he had entered a state of chilling calm, but now, awakening from that trance, he felt a profound shock wash over him. Had it not been for the warm energy gradually flowing through his limbs, soothing his spirit, he feared he might have completely lost his composure. After a prolonged moment, Tang Qi, under the influence of the furnace of his mental fortitude, regained his composure. At this juncture, he noticed something peculiar. His ability to remain composed after taking lives stemmed from a combination of adult perspective, unique experiences, and the meditative practices occupying his mind. Yet, how was Sally able to maintain such poise? Perhaps she was not an ordinary girl. Faced with impending tragedy, her initial thoughts were not of screams or pleas for mercy, but rather of self-termination, a notion far beyond what one might expect from a typical high school girl. Despite these contemplations, Tang Qi maintained his calm exterior, refraining from inquiries or broaching the earlier events. They continued towards Sally's home, their shadows elongated by the moonlight along the street. The remainder of their journey unfolded smoothly, devoid of further dramatic incidents. Approximately 10 minutes later, they halted before a modest building. It was a cramped teal brick structure nestled between 2 larger edifices, with a gap scarcely 20 centimeters wide. Its weathered walls, aging iron gate, and rusted fire escape epitomized the impoverished architecture characteristic of the Bronx. "I'm home," Sally murmured, standing before the heavy iron gate, still resembling a startled little rabbit. Despite her commendable potential, her personality and circumstances had rendered her a somewhat awkward and frequently bullied figure. Her admission to St. Thorn's High School likely stemmed from a singular reason: she was exceptionally intelligent. Unlike Tang Qi, who had leveraged connections, she had presumably gained admission through rigorous examination. Tang Qi is currently striving to embrace the role of a high school student, adopting a laid-back attitude towards everything, including friendship. The girl before him can be considered his first friend at St. Thorn High. Typically, a boy of his age might not choose to befriend someone who is so unfashionable, eccentric, and shunned by the popular girls on campus. However, Tang Qi remains unconcerned. As soon as he spoke, the girl immediately looked up with delight, her exquisite features hidden beneath black-rimmed glasses breaking into a radiant smile. Her eyes, which had previously dulled with fear, now sparkled with a captivating brilliance. Chapter 13. The gun shop. Sally's astonishment was evidently sparked by the mere utterance of the word friend. Having grown up in solitude, perpetually bullied, and now enrolled in a prestigious institution like St. Thorn High, she was met with disdain from nearly all her peers, earning her the unfortunate nickname Unlucky Sally. The concept of friendship was a luxury beyond her reach. Who could have anticipated that she would forge a new friendship, her very first, on the very first day of school? Although this friend was, strictly speaking, her junior, the circumstances that had unfolded and the recent heart-stopping events rendered any distinction between senior and junior irrelevant. It was Sally who found herself under the protective embrace. The entirety of today's experiences was something Sally had never encountered in her past decade and more. Even now, she felt as though she were floating, unable to truly ground herself, her exhilaration and joy well concealed. If given the choice, she would wish for this moment to linger, as it represented the most vibrant highlight of her otherwise dreary and tragic existence. However, her reverie was abruptly shattered by a hoarse voice calling from the second floor. "Sally, is that you?" The distinctive voice was accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps on the wooden floor, conjuring an image of a stout woman with a stern expression making her way towards her. Startled, Sally quickly regained her composure and shouted, "Mom, it's me. I'll be right up." Afterward, she anxiously turned to Tang Qi, urging, "Cross this street, then proceed along Central Avenue. You'll find the bus stop. Don't linger here for long. It's fraught with danger." Her abrupt farewell prompted Tang Qi to shake his head in bemusement, yet he refrained from commenting, instead following her directions towards the bus stop. However, if he were to encounter those ruthless gangsters, it would spell disaster for him. Fearing for his life, he knew he must depart swiftly. Yet, just as he turned to leave, an inexplicable sensation washed over him, causing the hairs on his arms to stand on end. Was he being watched? He pivoted in surprise, casting his gaze toward the far end of the street, the path that led back to both him and Sally. But upon inspection, there was nothing amiss, save for the swaying streetlights and the desolate road swallowed by shadows, devoid of any other presence. Straining to focus on that peculiar atmosphere, he could discern no signs of threat, and the eerie feeling of being observed dissipated. Momentarily stunned, Tang Qi promptly turned and walked away without hesitation. After a few strides, he instinctively employed his combat skills, moving with the stealth and agility of a leopard, swiftly traversing several streets until he reached a bus stop situated along Central Avenue. The sight of multiple evening buses approaching brought a sense of relief to Tang Qi. After discerning the various bus routes corresponding to the many destinations at the stop, Tang Qi swiftly selected one. Upon boarding, without waiting for the fare collector to speak, he promptly produced 6 copper coins known as Weiler and handed them to the fare collector, stating, "Central Avenue. The copper coin is the most fundamental currency in the Eagle Federation, with 1 unit referred to as a Weiler. 100 Weilers equate to a silver coin called Nar, followed by the Eagle gold coin known as Shinin, a name evidently reflecting remnants of ecclesiastical influence. Naturally, the gold coin is not pure gold, but rather an alloy containing a modest amount of gold mixed with other metals. Tang Qi had sold his inheritance, acquiring a substantial sum of Shinin gold coins. Compared to his peers, Tang Qi could be considered quite affluent. Originally, Tang Qi had planned to visit several predetermined destinations over the weekend to purchase desired items. However, following his recent experience, he altered his plans. As night fell, the vehicle sped along, and within a few minutes, it had departed the Bronx district, coming to a halt with a screech as Tang Qi reached his destination. Stepping out, he was greeted by a wide boulevard. The streets, branching out in all directions, were illuminated by bright streetlights and vibrant signage, adorned with modern-style skyscrapers and lined with attractive avenues and an array of shops. After exhaling a long breath, regaining his composure, Tang Qi did not linger in the allure of this otherworldly splendor. Instead, he oriented himself and ventured into a street that appeared less prosperous. In contrast to other streets, the lighting here was rather cold, and the number of shops was limited. Nevertheless, the merchandise within each shop bore striking similarities. Weapons. More precisely, firearms. This was the gun street of Miser City. Although the gun control movement surged within the Eagle Federation, even in the more liberal states, progress remained arduous, let alone in conservative bastions like Mihuang State. The local culture was robust and unyielding, with steel and industry as the prevailing norms. Had it been otherwise, Tang Qi's parents would not have chosen to establish a steel company in Miser City. At this moment, Tang Qi resembled a curious high school student, wandering past various gun shops, captivated by the diverse array of firearms displayed within. Yet, he only observed from the outside, refraining from entering any store. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather an inability to do so. Although gun control was impractical in the Eagle Federation, all residents supported the regulation prohibiting firearm possession for those under 18. Thus, despite Tang Qi's keen interest and necessity for a firearm, his age constrained him. It was certain that firearms were included in his parents' inheritance. However, They had not surfaced in Tang Qi's memory, evidently confiscated by the Miser city government following the incident. Aware of this, Tang Qi still arrived at this location for a simple reason. While he could not directly oppose the regulation, alternative means existed to circumvent it. At this moment, Tang Qi's figure suddenly halted in front of a rather unique gun shop. The chime of the bell announced Tang Qi's entrance as he pushed the door open. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld the interior of the shop, where bulletproof glass cabinets adorned the center and flanks, housing an array of firearms ranging from handguns to submachine guns, an endless assortment. A few patrons meandered slowly, seemingly in the midst of selecting their desired pieces. The burly white store manager approached, ready to extend a warm welcome, but upon catching sight of Tang Qi, he swiftly altered his greeting. Among the patrons, one notably corpulent black man spotted Tang Qi and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Hey, Richie, don't be so stern. This young lad may just wish to experience the allure of firearms firsthand. Look at this exquisite design and the irresistible tactile sensation. Oh, it's far more captivating than my wife." As he fondled an exaggeratedly designed black handgun, his voice took on an unsettling tone. The remaining customers exchanged amused glances, and laughter erupted in the shop. The laughter resonated with the notion that others' discomfort brought joy to their hearts, despite being perceived as a thrill-seeking youth. Tang Qi felt no anger nor embarrassment. Instead, he offered a shy smile, deliberately avoiding the cold gaze of the firearms ensconced behind the glass. Instead, he pointed towards the walls adorned with various ancient and weathered weapons, stating earnestly, "You've misunderstood, sir. I am not here to purchase a firearm. I seek a birthday gift for my father. He has a fondness for such items." Chapter 14. A sudden surprise. Are you considering purchasing an antique firearm as a birthday gift for your father? The store manager was taken aback, as were the patrons in the shop. It is not surprising, given that visitors to Gun Street typically have a singular objective: to procure a weapon that suits their desires, whether it be a handgun or a rifle. While there are individuals who seek antique firearms, they are a very specific demographic. It is unlikely that a high school student would be among them. The rationale is straightforward. Most antique firearms have long lost their functionality and are exceedingly expensive. To some extent, they have become luxury items that an average high school student cannot afford. Those who can afford them often have access to better weaponry through other means. However, the justification provided by Tang Qi is not easily dismissed. Who could fault a seemingly affluent young heir for purchasing an antique firearm as a gift for a father with such interests? Naturally, Tang Qi would not disclose that his father has already passed away. The true motivation behind his acquisition of an antique firearm is to find a means of self-defense. In the presence of firearms, Tang Qi would not resort to wielding knives or clubs. Yet, due to his age, he is unable to purchase powerful modern weapons, which is why he has set his sights on antique firearms. He refrains from taking risks by seeking out dubious channels to acquire real firearms for two reasons. First, he is reluctant to expose the identity he is currently trying to assume, and second, he has not yet reached a point of desperation that would compel him to gamble everything. As long as he chooses antique firearms that retain some degree of functionality, that should suffice. While the original owner may have lacked knowledge of firearms, Tang Qi possesses considerable expertise. In his past life, he was an avid firearms enthusiast and even traveled to America to immerse himself in the experience. His passion for antique firearms is bolstered by the wealth of knowledge available through the internet. In this world, however, it is inconceivable that a high school student could be well-versed in the restoration of antique firearms, given the absence of the internet. With these thoughts in mind, the burly white store manager swiftly transformed from stern to warm-hearted. His gaze upon Tang Qi resembled that of someone looking at a cherished benefactor. The sale of even a single antique firearm could sustain the meager shop for half a month. The manager mused internally, while enthusiastically guiding Tang Qi deeper into the store. Before a cabinet at the back, a hefty illustrated guide was placed before Tang Qi with a resounding thud. The cover prominently featured an exceptionally ancient flintlock gun. The manager patted the guide proudly and declared, "I have a deep admiration for those with filial piety. Take your time to browse in the entirety of Gun Street. No one can rival my collection of antique firearms. If you find one you fancy, just let me know, and I'll give you a 10% discount." As the manager spoke, Tang Qi had already begun to peruse the guide. Upon glimpsing the price of the first antique firearm, he struggled to suppress an eye roll. It was exorbitantly expensive, far beyond reasonable. Though Tang Qi had only recently arrived in this world, he was already well acquainted with the cost of living. The prices listed in the guide for antique firearms were approximately 10 times that of modern weapons. The power is inferior, Yet the price has surged by dozens or even hundreds of times. It is no wonder that Tang Qi feels the urge to roll his eyes. Nor is it surprising that the shopkeeper is so generous. Alas, even a 10% discount cannot disguise the essence of exploitation. However, Tang Qi finds himself with little room for scrutiny and patiently begins to browse. After perusing just a few pages, he becomes somewhat engrossed. Much like antique swords, antique firearms possess an irresistible artistic allure, a fusion of time and valor, the clash of steel and gunpowder. Were it not for his specific purpose on this journey, Tang Qi would truly wish to savor the experience. Particularly, while the origin of Blue Star bears some resemblance to his past life on Earth, there are numerous divergences, especially evident in the firearms, which on Blue Star appear more extravagant and untamed. Various antique guns, steeped in the passage of time, exude an alluring aura. After earnestly admiring several pages, Tang Qi begins to flip through rapidly, feigning a superficial interest in the aesthetics for the sake of selecting a gift, thereby convincing the shopkeeper that a significant transaction is imminent. Soon, he selects approximately a dozen antique firearms. Most retain their functionality, while a few are merely for display, serving as art pieces. Shopkeeper, I would like to see the actual items. Not a problem. The burly white shopkeeper displays remarkable patience in the presence of a potential big spender. He signals to two attractive waitresses in the shop, and shortly, a number of boxes are placed before Tang Qi. As the first box opens, Tang Qi is immediately greeted by a dazzling handgun. Its ivory grip and golden-plated surface indicating that its original owner was undoubtedly someone of considerable wealth and status, with formidable power to match. The shopkeeper's introduction resonates. The Vicarian golden pistol, custom-made for the illustrious slave owner, Count William, intended as a gift for his progeny and subordinates. Fewer than 100 exist in the world. This is my prized possession. Listening to the description, Tang Qi does not even lift his eyelids. Directing his gaze towards the second box. A golden pistol? I am purchasing it for self-defense, not to attract thieves. The second box reveals a much more reliable find, a revolver steeped in Western charm, with a simple yet robust design, a wooden grip, and a light frame, clearly well-maintained. Young man, this was once favored by cowboys of the West, the Corona revolver, a perfect blend of simplicity and power. Any man would surely appreciate it. Tang Qi suppresses a flicker of desire and continues to the third box. This time, he finds two short-barreled pistols of considerable caliber, with their broadbores and silver bodies. One can almost envision the explosive gunpowder and the pungent scent of sulfur. You have discovered my prized possession. This is a pair of Silver Hunters, manufactured in a limited run of just 1,000 by the Silver Hunter Company. Unless you can meet my heart-stirring price, you shall not take them away. Clearly, these pistols are eye-catching, as Tang Qi notices several people around him swallowing audibly. To be honest, he too feels an overwhelming sense of allure. This pair of large-caliber, short-barreled pistols retains their functionality, and one can easily discern the immense power they unleash upon firing. However, driven by a desire to not miss out on anything remarkable, Tang Qi restrained his impatience and continued to explore further. One by one, boxes were opened, revealing an array of antique firearms, each with its unique design and era. The shopkeeper displayed no hint of impatience, providing thorough descriptions that showcased his expertise as a seasoned collector, much to Tang Qi's delight. Yet, as he approached the final box, he found nothing that could surpass the allure of the Silver Hunters. Just as Tang Qi was about to make a decision, the alluring waitress before him opened the last remaining box. With intentions to purchase the Silver Hunters already forming in his mind, Tang Qi suddenly halted in his tracks. A gasp of astonishment escaped his heart, and for a fleeting moment, his breath faltered ever so slightly. His eyelids swiftly closed, and he focused intently on the peculiar interface that emerged within his pupils. There, the words "extraordinary object" appeared suddenly, strikingly vivid, and brought forth a wave of exhilaration that nearly overwhelmed Tang Qi. Chapter 15. The brown dog-masked man Tang Qi endeavored to maintain a serene demeanor as he casually glanced at the final box. Inside lay a pistol of exceedingly extravagant design, its barrel menacingly wide, its body as dark as ink, and its grip equally shadowy, adorned with a crimson vein that slithered from the barrel to the base. A voice, laden with palpable regret, emanated from the shopkeeper nearby. The Monster Firearms Company disbanded a century ago, and the last production line yielded a mere 99 Blood Python No. 1 pistols, truly monstrous weapons, capable of rendering the hardest human skull as fragile as tofu. Its power was so immense that it could even fell a rhinoceros at close range. Each Blood Python No. 1 had claimed numerous lives in warfare, and this particular piece was rumored to have slain a real monster. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, it had lost its functional capabilities and could only be appreciated as a work of art. As the shopkeeper's voice reached his ears, a faint ethereal glow emanated from a special interface beneath Tang Qi's lowered eyelids. Curiosity, blood python number 1. Fragment of information 1. Once an ordinary weapon, it transformed into an extraordinary one due to the blood of the monsters it vanquished. However, the transformation process was interrupted, leaving it in a sealed state, awaiting decryption. Fragment of information 2. Decryption method. Apply extraordinary blood. Restoration occurs after 3 seconds. Extraordinary blood? Tang Qi murmured, a spark igniting in his eyes as he pondered the implications. Maintaining an outwardly bashful smile, he addressed the shopkeeper. My father has a fondness for weapons that have endured the trials of blood and fire. Do you have any similar items? If not, I shall purchase this one. As he spoke, Tang Qi gestured toward the blood python number 1. Upon seeing Tang Qi's selection, the shopkeeper, though reluctant to part with his extensive collection, decided to summon a waitress to retrieve a few more boxes from the back, considering the grace of divine favor. However, the selection that emerged consisted of only a handful of boxes. Upon opening them, they revealed an assortment of war-touched weapons, including a machine gun on the verge of disintegration. Unfortunately, none met Tang Qi's aspirations. Last month at the Miser auction house, a similar blood python number 1 fetched 1,000 divine coins. I'll give you a 10% discount. For 900 gold coins, this exquisite treasure is yours, and I shall also include 3 boxes of original ammunition. Swipe your card. Upon hearing the price, Tang Qi promptly presented his gold card. Moments later, with the shopkeeper beaming and several patrons casting envious glances, he departed the unique firearm shop, cradling a box. It was not until he boarded the bus and settled into a seat that a smile finally crept onto his lips. 900 divine eagle coins, though an extravagant sum, it nearly equated to the annual expenses of an ordinary family. Yet for Tang Qi, it bore little weight, especially as the coins had transformed an ordinary antique firearm into an extraordinary relic. The price seemed almost a bargain. He initially arrived with the intention of acquiring a weapon for self-defense. However, even if he managed to procure firearms, Tang Qi was uncertain whether they would inflict any damage upon the extraordinary creatures of the supernatural realm. Yet now, Tang Qi felt that his objectives had been far exceeded. While conventional firearms might raise such doubts, the outcome would undoubtedly differ with an extraordinary weapon. His current task was to discover a means to unlock its secrets. The bus merged into the flow of traffic and soon dispersed according to the road signs. Tang Qi's home was now a modest brick building at St. Thorn High School. Eliminating the need to travel to a suburban villa, he quickly arrived at the nearest bus stop to the school. With a creak, he descended the vehicle, cradling a box, and made his way towards the campus, which lay just 2 streets away. After traversing a well-lit street, he encountered another where the streetlights had failed, giving rise to a vast expanse of darkness. As he stepped into this shadowy domain, a familiar sensation surged forth, far more intense than before, enveloping him with a ferocity at least tenfold. The hairs on the back of his neck and the back of his hands stood on end. An overwhelming sense of impending danger compelled him to retreat, instinctively directing his gaze toward the depths of the darkness. A low, unsettling sound emerged, a grotesque, mottled wild dog slowly emerged. Its original form had perhaps been gaunt, merely skin stretched over bones. Yet now, it appeared as if inflated, gradually swelling under Tang Qi's gaze. As it moved, its limbs trembled and twisted grotesquely, repulsive drool dripped incessantly, and its yellowed fangs glimmered menacingly. Its eyes, a sickly mix of yellow and blood red, fixated unwaveringly upon Tang Qi. What is this? Tang Qi stepped back, his face betraying an uncontrollable astonishment. It was not merely a wild dog that astonished him. At that moment, he discerned a human face within the creature. More specifically, it was the visage of the drug addict he had slain not long ago. Yet now, it was grotesquely distorted, imbued with a sense of vengeful malice. As it advanced towards him, a palpable sense of danger escalated. With a sudden roar, the rabid dog lunged forth. Tang Qi barely caught sight of a shadow, almost too swift to comprehend, hurtling towards him. The stench of decay mingled with an overwhelming scent of blood that threatened to overwhelm his senses. In that instant, his eyes widened in alarm, and a peculiar interface materialized before him once more. Extraordinary creature, Bronx dog-faced man, status, growing. Information fragment 1, a famished wild dog, 3 enticing corpses, a vengeful soul. Combined in the wake of a surge in spiritual energy to form the Bronx dog-faced man. Information fragment 2, It is still in the process of growing. If allowed to continue devouring flesh and blood, it will gain even greater power. As these fragments of information registered in his mind, Tang Qi's pupils constricted sharply. His feet, akin to an antelope on the plains, reacted instinctively, retreating and pivoting to hide behind a lamppost. His movements were honed to near perfection through his mastery of Chaga combat techniques. Yet, he still heard a ripping sound as half of his sleeve was mercilessly torn apart. A chill coursing through him. A powerful gust of wind rushed towards him, and without even opening his eyes, Tang Qi could vividly envision a foul, withered, perhaps even bloodied maw of a rabid dog lunging for his neck. Thud. In an astonishing display, Tang Qi once again retreated, narrowly evading the snapping jaws while delivering a kick to the creature's flank as though wielding a whip. Much like wolves, the waist is the most vulnerable point. With all his might, this kick could fell even a true wolf. Escape. In just a fleeting moment, Tang Qi realized he was no match for this bizarre, frenzied dog. Suppressing the pain as though his toes were fractured, he turned without hesitation and sprinted away from the campus. Chapter 16. Blood of the Extraordinary, a burgeoning extraordinary creature. Birthed by none other than Tang Qi himself. When Tang Qi ruthlessly took lives, he evidently did not foresee the emergence of a monster. Now, this very creature has turned against him. At this moment, he still fails to comprehend that the prying gaze he had felt beneath Sally's residence could very well belong to this dog-faced entity, which at that time was likely preoccupied with devouring corpses, while the vengeful spirit of a drug addict had only just inhabited its canine form. As a creature born of malice, it would not cease its pursuit until it had vanquished its enemies. Its first adversary is Tang Qi, and the second, Sally. It is easy to envision that once it has dealt with Tang Qi, its next target will undoubtedly be Sally. Tang Qi's immediate objective is to preserve his own life. The diary mentions that the St. Bramble campus possesses a power to counter evil, though he has yet to uncover the source of this power. It is surely sufficient to confront a newly birthed extraordinary monster. With this thought in mind, Tang Qi darted into the campus like the wind. He did not enter through the main gate. Instead, despite the pain in his foot, he scaled the weathered brick wall with agile swiftness, displaying the prowess of someone far beyond an ordinary high school student. However, upon hearing a resounding thud behind him, Tang Qi knew the monstrous hound was hot on his heels. Though perilous, he could not resist stealing a quick glance over his shoulder. With a swift motion, he beheld the creature vaulting over the wall, landing with an unsettling grace. The wild dog had long abandoned its original form, its muscles grotesquely bulging, forming large, unsightly lumps, all while bearing a visage reminiscent of humanity. Saliva dripped from its maw, rendering it a hideous and terrifying sight. Yet, in that moment, as Tang Qi observed, his eyes sparkled with realization. The creature's speed had diminished. Not only its velocity, but the frenzied, bloodthirsty essence it exuded had also notably lessened. It works, Tang Qi thought with delight, as he continued to flee, nimble as a monkey, utilizing the various obstructions lining the shaded path to evade the creature's lethal claws and gaping jaws. However, due to his injuries, he could not match the monster's speed, and the gap between them was steadily closing. To make matters worse, the route he had chosen led him into the most secluded area of the campus, devoid of any shadows save for himself and the beast. With every ounce of strength, he sprinted deeper into the campus, but physical endurance is not limitless, and his pace began to wane. The distance between them narrowed once more, and he could even hear the foul breath emanating from the creature behind him. This cannot continue. I will perish. What should I do? A surge of inspiration suddenly flickered in Tang Qi's mind, swiftly captured by his awareness. His gaze fell upon the box he clutched tightly in his arms, his most unexpected treasure from this venture, even in the throes of flight. The vague notion he had once entertained in the gun shop now felt palpably real. At this moment, his body was utterly exhausted, the agility brought by the Chaga combat technique exacting a toll on his stamina. Crimson hues had already spread across his form, and sweat had thoroughly soaked his garments. Despite this, he could scarcely create even a minuscule distance from the monstrous creature pursuing him. He could feel the menacing fangs just inches away from his neck. In mere seconds, perhaps even just one, Tang Qi would be overtaken by the beast, its jaws poised to sever head from body. The following day, an explosive news headline would announce that a freshman had been slain by a wild dog, with the corpse devoured entirely. No, I shall not allow such a fate to befall me. I have been fortunate to attain a new beginning. How could I succumb to the maw of a monster? Tang Qi's heart roared defiantly as his body trembled, yet a warm current surged through his mind, calming every erratic impulse within him. He entered a wondrous state, one where he could perfectly command his physical form, although he could sense the creature's jaws behind him. His hands moved with a steadiness surpassing that of the most skilled sculptor. Swiftly, he opened the box, his hands seeming like phantoms as they loaded brass bullets into the exaggeratedly designed blood python number 1. Then, gripping the gun with one hand, he brought the other to his mouth, biting down fiercely, nearly tearing away a small piece of flesh from his index finger, causing blood to flow profusely. Not a single drop was wasted. He smeared the gushing blood onto the blood python number 1. What followed was a bizarre spectacle. As the dark gunmetal absorbed the blood, a peculiar beauty emerged, with flecks of golden light glimmering forth, intertwining to form golden threads that ultimately enveloped the entire weapon. As the hazy golden light shrouded blood python number 1, Tang Qi distinctly perceived a unique interface shifting before his eyes. However, he had no time to examine the intricate changes. Instead, an extraordinary sensation blossomed within him. At that moment, the gun seemed to possess a life of its own. Gripped in his hands, as a powerful impulse surged like a tidal wave, crashing against his spirit. Suddenly, Tang Qi halted, turning back. He was met by the grotesque visage of the monster, its foul stench emanating as its maw gaped wide. If he did not act, the next moment would see his head completely engulfed in the creature's jaws, followed by the sickening crunch of finality. In truth, there was little he could do. Having stopped, he forfeited his chance to evade. Thus, he resorted to an act of sheer madness. He thrust one arm forward, horizontally inserting it into the creature's mouth. He heard the sickening sound of fangs embedding into his flesh, quickly nearing his bone. Yet, alas, you shall not have this opportunity. Before the whispered thought could fully escape his lips, the icy muzzle of the gun was already pressed against the side of the monster's skull. The relentless gunfire echoed through the desolate corner like the furious roar of some monstrous beast. Instinctively, Tang Qi emptied the 6 rounds from his handgun, the sound of the last shot ringing out amidst the chaos. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he pulled the trigger, the brass bullet pierced through the creature's skull like a blinding ray of gold. The once formidable beast was instantaneously struck down, as if it had been rammed by a train. Its head tilted at an unnatural angle, its body quivered, yearning to emit a cry, yet its mouth was firmly obstructed by Tang Qi's arm. Then came the second, third, and fourth shots as the final bullet exited the chamber. The blinding gleam reached its zenith, and the creature's head burst apart in Tang Qi's embrace with a resounding crash, akin to a watermelon struck with great force. With its support shattered, Tang Qi instinctively continued to squeeze the trigger until, after a few more clicks, he finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. His chest heaved violently, like a bellows suddenly torn open. Chapter 17. The Truth in the Mist. Ha ha ha. Cough. I have triumphed. On the frigid ground, Tang Qi embraced the lifeless body of the dog he had slain, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Just moments ago, he had taken a gamble. With his ordinary human physique, facing a frenzied monster alone and unarmed would have been utterly impossible. However, with the acquisition of an extraordinary firearm, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Ultimately, he bore the cost of a bite on his arm but successfully unsealed blood python number 1, obliterating the creature's head at the critical juncture. Feeling the gradually cooling corpse in his embrace, Tang Qi struggled to rise, momentarily neglecting to inspect his injured arm. Instead, he focused on the formidable pistol still clasped in his other hand. Within his gaze, a transformed interface materialized. Artifact, blood python number 1. Status, restored. Fragment of information 1. This weapon has accompanied its original master through the ravages of war, having slain a cave dragon in a fateful encounter, and, tainted with the dragon's blood, it acquired the extraordinary power of dragon might pseudo. Fragment of information 2. Its fundamental attributes are explosive and armor-piercing, capable of modifying ammunition to enhance various temporary attributes. What a remarkable treasure! Although Tang Qi was merely a novice just stepping into the realm of the extraordinary, he possessed a basic discerning ability. Especially under the auspices of his omniscient golden finger, the information regarding this extraordinary firearm was laid bare before him. Undoubtedly a weapon that could exponentially elevate his combat prowess. This was evident from the lifeless bronc dogman that lay in his arms. As Tang Qi's thoughts shifted back to the monster's corpse, he was taken aback to witness its decaying form suddenly begin to rot. The once formidable body, riddled with grotesque tumors, deflated like a punctured balloon, revealing a vast, putrid patch. Flesh dissolved, giving way to bones that turned from pale white to pitch black. A gentle breeze swept by, causing the remnants to dissipate like dust. From the spot where the body vanished, a hazy, anguished soul began to rise. It was the drug addict whom Tang Qi had slain. Upon seeing Tang Qi, the entity recoiled in terror as if confronted by a formidable nemesis. Its already distorted visage twisted further in malice, and with a shriek, it attempted to flee. But alas, at that moment, a pale hand shot forth, grasping its throat with an iron grip. Before it could emit a sound, a sudden explosion echoed from Tang Qi's palm as a faint golden flame ignited. The moment the spectral figure encountered the flame, it melted away like snow under the scorching sun. It struggled desperately, but within a heartbeat, it was reduced to mere ashes. In Tang Qi's mind, an image flashed. A stream composed entirely of golden specks converged from his palm, surging swiftly into the enigmatic space shrouded in mist. Boom! Tang Qi felt his body tremble as a wave of warmth enveloped him, accompanied by an inexhaustible power coursing through his limbs and bones. A chase and counterattack that should have drained all of Tang Qi's stamina instead ignited an extraordinary vigor within him. However, at this moment, aside from a faint pain in his arm, Tang Qi felt utterly unexhausted, in a state of unprecedented vigor. This sensation, with a low hum, Tang Qi gradually rose, suddenly closed his eyes, and entered his mental realm, swiftly emerging once more to gaze upon himself. Indeed, the anticipated scene unfolded before him. The skill section had undergone yet another transformation. This time, it was the golden furnace meditation method that had changed. In the previously blank space, a parenthesis now appeared, inscribed with Beginner, Progress 001. The meditation method had also entered the novice stage. As Tang Qi sensed the abundant mental energy flowing within his mind, a smile graced his lips, and he remarked softly. At that moment, he suddenly grasped the essence of the golden furnace meditation method's deciphering formula. The sun is the golden furnace, and the soul fuel is the soul. Perhaps he had discovered the correct path to cultivating this meditation technique? Tang Qi had a vague understanding, yet a hint of doubt lingered. However, this place was not conducive to contemplation. He removed his coat to cover his severely injured arm and cast a glance at the ground that should have been in disarray. Due to the dissolution of the monster's corpse, apart from some black ash, there were only 6 yellow-orange shell casings and a few drops of his own blood. Although it was deep in the night and in a secluded area, and there were no bodies to concern himself with, should anyone appear, there would be no need to worry about explanations. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary troubles, Tang Qi took action. He collected the shell casings, placing them alongside blood python number 1 into a box, and kicked some dirt to wipe away the blood. Once satisfied, Tang Qi turned and made his way home. He had consumed half of his own soul and acquired some fragmented knowledge. After settling everything, rather than experimenting with the newly acquired extraordinary weapon, blood python number 1, he hastened to the first floor, entered the cramped storage room, and dragged out a bundle of old newspapers along with a stack of magazines and other publications, the topmost of which was dated yesterday. He transported these ink-scented periodicals to his study and began to peruse them quickly. His focus diverged from that of ordinary individuals. He did not delve into political news or commercial information, but rather sought out bizarre tales, unreliable urban legends published in small snippets, or accounts of gruesome tragedies that sounded particularly gory. On April 29th of the 102nd year of the Divine Eagle era, a snow monster was suspected to have appeared at the renowned tourist destination of Ghana Snow Mountain, where a giant covered in ice and snow reportedly emerged from deep within the mountain, seizing a child from a couple of tourists before fleeing. On April 30th, in the heart of the metropolis of St. Eagle's Nest, a street collapsed, and a creature resembling a mermaid was discovered in the sewer, officially explained as a certain marine animal that had wandered into the drainage system. On May 1st, along Federal Highway No. 5, a serial killer emerged, claiming the lives of over 10 individuals along the road, leaving behind sites of murder marked with symbols akin to those of a devil. As he continued to sift through the growing volume of this information, Tang Qi's brows furrowed more tightly, and the vague suspicions that had once lingered in his mind began to crystallize. As Tang Qi's dissatisfaction with the Eagle Federation grew, his search expanded across the entirety of Blue Star, inundating his mind with a deluge of related information. On April 30th, 2102, within the domestic confines of the Francie nation, a crimson mist erupted suddenly in an ancient countryside castle, dissipating only in the early hours of the following day. All life within the enveloped area had perished. On May 1st, in the southern Atlantic Ocean, a passing cruise ship was reportedly overturned by a colossal octopus-like sea creature, resulting in the majority of passengers succumbing to death, while the few survivors descended into a state of chaos and madness. On May 2nd, Deep within the waters off Eritrea, various eerie and terrifying roars were detected, suggesting a monstrous battle unfolding in the depths of the ocean. A day later, vast expanses of seawater at the ocean's center were stained a deep crimson. On April 28th, within the Siren Trench, a brilliant beam of light suddenly erupted, penetrating the ocean and briefly illuminating a significant portion of the trench. Within the beam, a faint silhouette of wings could be discerned, leading many to assert that it might indeed be a miracle. The source of this phenomenon was the long-lost wings of freedom, which had been missing for centuries from the Eagle Federation. Rumors circulated that the federal government had assembled scientists and theologians to investigate and recover the artifact. Chapter 18. A transformative world in a quaint two-story building. Seated behind his desk, Tang Qi's expression was clouded with uncertainty. Although the substantial pile of publications appeared overwhelming, his focused search allowed him to swiftly peruse each one. Upon setting aside a newspaper titled Purple Moon, a previously vague suspicion within him crystallized with unprecedented clarity. His gaze finally settled on the date emblazoned at the top of the paper, April 28th. This was not a recent publication, but rather an old one. Yet, this very date held profound significance in Tang Qi's conjectures. Prior to the 28th, reports of supernatural occurrences were sporadic and lacked both scale and frequency. However, following that day, a veritable eruption ensued. Strange entities, demons, and miraculous phenomena began to manifest en masse. Was this what they referred to as the spiritual tide? The two words Tang Qi mentioned were precisely the catalyst for his sudden investigation into these leads. During his harrowing encounter with the dog-faced man from the Bronx, he had caught a fragment of information suggesting that the existence of such beings stemmed from the spiritual tide. This revelation also illuminated Tang Qi's initial confusion upon witnessing the creature he had inadvertently created. After all, the presence of corpses, stray dogs, and so-called vengeful spirits was hardly remarkable in a place like the Bronx. If these elements could indeed coalesce to forge such a monstrous entity with aberrant strength and speed, then chaos would have long since engulfed the Bronx. The sole unexpected variable, the spiritual tide, was the true crux of the matter. Having absorbed these insights, Tang Qi felt an unsettling clarity regarding the terrifying transformations unfolding on this planet. Before the advent of the new calendar, this origin of Blue Star had once been an exceedingly perilous and enigmatic realm, plagued by demons and bizarre occurrences worldwide. Until a mysterious meteor streaked across the sky a century ago, leading to their sudden cessation. While Tang Qi could not traverse the entirety of Blue Star in search of evidence, the myriad signs surrounding him sufficed to substantiate his conclusions. The dog-faced man of the Bronx, having been aptly named after the district, was a creature known throughout the area a century prior, with numerous accounts and descriptions recorded in various texts, all strikingly authentic. Yet, after the onset of the new calendar, the dog-faced man vanished, only to re-emerge this very night at Tang Qi's own hands. Moreover, as noted in Old Morgan's diary, the date around the 28th marked the resurgence of his fearsome Mother-S powers, seemingly stronger than before. Undoubtedly, the most compelling evidence lay within Tang Qi himself. His abilities, meditative techniques, the Eye of the Forge, Chaga combat arts, and extraordinary blood affirmed that his arcane knowledge and capabilities were the gifts of his transdimensional journey. However, he did not consider himself unique in this regard. Despite having unearthed this monumental secret, Tang Qi's countenance bore no trace of elation. Enthusiasts of the arcane might revel in the revival of the mysterious, yet Tang Qi, who had already stepped half into the realm of the extraordinary, perceived the inherent dangers lurking within. In his mind, the already intense sense of urgency escalated to an entirely new level. The world was becoming exceedingly perilous. Although Tang Qi could discern that, in the face of the bizarre global upheaval, official forces had intervened promptly and attempted to conceal the truth. The origin Blue Star remained deceptively tranquil at this moment. Yet beneath the surface, tumultuous waves were already surging. Most crucially, Tang Qi did not believe that the authorities could maintain this veil of secrecy indefinitely. Sitting in a high-backed chair, Tang Qi pondered for a while before exhaling a deep sigh, deciding to set aside all publications. The mere knowledge that the world was undergoing significant change was sufficient. The deeper reasons behind it were beyond his current capacity to investigate. With just a handful of publications, one could uncover little. True power was the foundation of all. After murmuring this thought, he resolved to seize every moment to enhance his strength while the sanctity of St. Thorn High School remained undisturbed. A strong premonition gripped him. If the entire origin Blue Star were indeed in a state of upheaval, the tranquility of St. Thorn High would not endure for long. As the last stray thought was quelled, A faint beam of ethereal moonlight fell upon him, and he entered a state of meditation. He was unaware of how long it took others to achieve a meditative state using the golden furnace meditation technique, but after transforming it into a skill, he could attain it in merely a second. Particularly now, the meditation technique, akin to the combat arts, had become more accessible, allowing for smooth practice. Visualizing the golden sun in his mind, a warm aura circulated throughout his body, transforming him into a furnace that incinerated all the bizarre influences projected upon him into golden specks of light, swiftly merging them into the hazy mental realm. The night passed swiftly. When Tang Qi awakened from his meditation once more, the morning sunlight was already gracing him. He sensed the abundance of mental energy surging in his mind and glanced at his interface. Though he felt his overnight efforts were considerable, it paled in comparison to the mental energy gained from refining or consuming a soul. The golden furnace meditation technique remained at the entry level, with progress still at a mere 0.01. Without displaying any surprise, Tang Qi rose and descended to the first floor to retrieve a medicine box, administering a fresh dressing to his wounds. Perhaps it was an illusion, but despite the mere passage of a night, he felt his wounds had healed significantly, far less alarming than during his initial treatment. After changing the dressing, he took a stone pot and prepared a nourishing medicinal porridge for himself. Upon opening it, he found the formidable handgun that had saved his life the previous night lying within. Blood Python number 1. This was a distinctive handgun, its dark body rumored to be forged from a rare black iron. The blood-red pattern on it was the origin of its name. Although the same model was available from the Monster Firearms Company, it could only claim the title of Giant Python. In terms of reputation, it was far inferior to Blood Python number 1. It seemed that after being infused with the extraordinary power contained in the blood of Tang Qi last night, he meticulously wiped it with a cloth, feeling as though the bloodstain had become increasingly vivid. After consuming a large pot of steaming medicinal porridge, Tang Qi finally clutched his books and stepped out of his home. With his black-framed glasses perched on his nose, he appeared to be an unremarkable Asian youth, a diligent high school student. Even though one of his hands was nearly swathed like a rice dumpling, his current constitution rendered him largely unaffected, aside from a temporary hindrance to his practice of Chaga combat techniques. Nevertheless, he pondered that this appearance might lead to misunderstandings when attending class. As he locked the iron door, he muttered to himself. Just as he was about to turn towards the main campus, an uproar suddenly pierced his ears. Chapter 19. The Skinning Murder Case. In astonishment, Tang Qi raised his head and immediately beheld a throng of students, a mix of both genders interspersed with numerous faculty members, all hastily converging towards the side area of the main campus. Their faces bore a blend of excitement and fear. Something has happened. The thought flitted through Tang Qi's mind. And moments later, several boys rushing past him vociferously revealed the dreadful news. Hurry, hurry. There's been a murder in the dormitory area. It's true, several girls have died. Allegedly, all cheerleaders. It seems they met a gruesome fate. The killer skinned them alive. Tang Qi, initially intent on proceeding directly, came to an abrupt halt upon hearing the final words. His feet moved of their own accord, joining the tide of humanity heading towards the dormitory area. The layout of St. Thorn's High School, apart from the main campus, included a substantial area designated for dormitories. Being the finest high school in Miser City, it attracted a significant number of students, some of whom opted for on-campus living. The majority resided in shared quarters, while individuals like Tang Qi, who rented an entire small building, were exceedingly rare. After all, it was not every day that one could manage such a considerable fortune. Even those from well-off families seldom did so. Upon arriving at the dormitory area, Tang Qi instantly spotted a large crowd gathered around a red brick building. The scene of the crime was on the first floor, in the 6th room. Police had arrived earlier, establishing a perimeter with caution tape, while several burly officers formed a human barricade to prevent a few frenzied students from attempting to breach the scene. A pungent scent of blood wafted through the air. Even from behind the throng, Tang Qi could glimpse, through the gaps, the open doorway from which dark, congealed blood flowed. This horrifying sight did little to deter the youth, filled with an insatiable curiosity. The faculty members mingling among the crowd wore grim expressions. Yet, the students engaged in fervent discussions. And from their animated chatter and the occasional sob, Tang Qi deduced two things. First, the deceased likely had not been well liked. Second, the manner of their deaths was undoubtedly terrifying. After standing at the periphery for a brief moment, Tang Qi suddenly squeezed into the crowd, not employing brute force, but rather deftly maneuvering his way to the front. He found himself in the optimal position, directly in front of the open doorway. A sweeping glance allowed him to observe much of the grim scene within the room. There were 4 victims, all female. They lay unclothed upon their beds. An unimaginable amount of blood saturating the sheets, pooling onto the floor and forming small rivulets that flowed towards the doorway, ultimately coagulating at its threshold. The specifics of their demise, for now, they remained obscured, as the skin had been meticulously removed from their bodies. This was discernible due to the white cloth covering them, beneath which lay exposed arms, devoid of skin, revealing the raw, crimson flesh beneath. However, a white cloth had been draped over it. Otherwise, if it truly resembled Tang Qi's imagination, one could fear that the curious students, who were fervently discussing the matter, might retch until they had expelled every morsel of food consumed over the past 3 days. This was evidenced by several janitors in a corner of the cordoned-off area, who were on the verge of losing consciousness after having already succumbed to nausea. Shortly thereafter, Tang Qi seemed to have perceived something, his pupils narrowing slightly, and his expression darkened momentarily. Although he quickly regained his composure, a flicker of suspicion lingered in his eyes. After all, it was a heinous murder case, occurring in a place like St. Thorn High School. Once this incident spread, the repercussions within Miser City would surely be substantial. Consequently, both the police and the school administration were under immense pressure. They swiftly demonstrated remarkable efficiency. The police cordoned off the scene, experts arrived one after another, and the elderly principal, with his flowing white hair, approached the students to announce that classes would continue as usual. This decision, aside from temporarily concealing the news to buy more time for handling the situation, was likely made primarily to aid in the investigation of the perpetrator. The remaining students were then dispersed to attend their classes. Among them was Tang Qi, who, before departing, narrowed his eyes slightly but refrained from looking back at the crime scene. Instead, he scanned the crowd of onlookers, seemingly searching for something elusive. Unfortunately, he found nothing. A tinge of disappointment crossed his eyes as he turned to join the other students heading to the main campus. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Wait, you, hold on a moment." Abruptly halted, Tang Qi turned in confusion to see a tall female police officer approaching, flanked by several subordinates. Clad in a burgundy leather jacket and form-fitting jeans, her model-like physique was scarcely able to conceal her commanding presence. Beneath her flowing red hair was a strikingly beautiful face, and her eyes, mature and sharp, conveyed a keen intelligence. "Hello, I am Sheriff Stana. I have a few questions to ask you. If you don't mind, could we discuss this over there?" She produced her badge and gestured towards a temporary rest area within the hall, making her request clear. As a student receiving such attention, a hint of helplessness flashed across Tang Qi's face. He could easily surmise the reason for it. The attention was undoubtedly due to the tightly bandaged hand he bore. Any police officer discovering an injured individual at a crime scene would instinctively seek to question them. Tang Qi did not believe that his unremarkable student appearance would exempt him from such scrutiny. However, before he could speak, the principal approached, scrutinizing Tang Qi closely before affirming something to himself. He then turned to Sheriff Stana and stated, "Sheriff Stana, this student is without a guardian. If you wish to speak with him, it must be in the presence of a representative from the school's guardianship." This statement was made with the knowledge of Tang Qi's situation, likely stemming from Mr. Ronald's earlier involvement. However, the goodwill of intermediaries could only prompt the principal to utter such words. Tang Qi never imagined that such a trivial connection could compel the head of a prestigious high school to ardently defend him, especially in light of a homicide case with such dire implications. Securing a guardian representative to accompany him was already a considerable achievement. As for being excused from the interrogation, given the serious demeanor of the female police chief before him, that seemed utterly impossible. At this juncture, Tang Qi calmly halted the principal's attempt to summon a guardian representative and softly declared, "It is quite all right. I can represent myself and am willing to cooperate with the police, as the victim was also my classmate." With that, Tang Qi stepped into the hall. Behind him, Police Chief Stana, observing his actions, sharpened her gaze further. Chapter 20, The Kiss of Venus. After Tang Qi settled down, he waited for a while until Sheriff Stana approached him. By this time, the stern expression on her face had softened considerably. At least the sharpness in her gaze directed at Tang Qi had diminished. It was evident that she had taken the opportunity to inquire about Tang Qi's current situation from the principal. With his parents recently deceased and being a frail youth, how could he possibly be the perpetrator? "Forgive my earlier demeanor, Tang Qi. I hope I did not frighten you. You need not worry. I merely have a few questions to ask you, a routine inquiry without any ulterior motives." Everyone present at the school last night will undergo a similar investigation. Now, shall we begin? It must be noted that once she set aside her serious expression, Sheriff Stana revealed herself to be a remarkably approachable and mature woman, possessing striking beauty. Regardless of the aesthetic standards of this world or those of Earth in a previous life, she was undeniably a stunning figure, particularly with her tall stature, which made one lament that she should have pursued a career in modeling. Had the original owner of this body been here, confronted with such a gentle and mature older sister figure, he would undoubtedly have felt bashful and exhilarated, spilling everything like a bamboo tube emptied of its beans. However, now it was Tang Qi, observing the sheriff before him, who had opened a small notebook and was preparing to commence the routine inquiry. Tang Qi raised his tightly bound arm slowly, and with a casual tug, he loosened the bandage. Soon, the gruesomely horrific yet healing wound revealed itself before Sheriff Stana. Such a repulsive injury would hardly faze a seasoned sheriff. Stana glanced at Tang Qi's arm and immediately beckoned a passing forensic expert, whispering a few words to him. The forensic specialist promptly began examining Tang Qi's wound. Before long, the expert had redressed the injury and conveyed his findings and conclusions to Stana. Before departing, he kindly advised Tang Qi, "Young man, with such a severe dog bite, it would be wise to get a rabies vaccination as soon as possible, preferably within the next 24 hours, for safety's sake." The forensic expert's conclusion effectively exonerated Tang Qi. After all, a person with such severe arm injuries could not possibly have skinned 4 blossoming young girls in the early hours of the morning. While he appreciated the concern, if he were still an ordinary person, he might indeed worry about rabies. However, now, as long as he wished, he could observe his own condition at any moment. Moreover, the primitive herbs from the continent of Sahara appeared to be remarkably effective. Despite having been entirely cleared of suspicion, Tang Qi was still subject to the routine inquiry. Yet this time, Sheriff Stana's demeanor was entirely relaxed, occasionally gracing him with smiles that were nothing short of enchanting. As the questioning proceeded, a sudden commotion arose. Both turned toward the source, witnessing a girl anxiously breach the police cordon, hastening toward them, while several officers lagged behind. "Tang Qi, how are you? Are you all right?" Clearly, Sally had arrived somewhat late and in a state of urgency, still bewildered by the unfolding events. The unfortunate girl, witnessing such a powerful scene for the first time, might very well find herself haunted by nightmares this evening. However, her interruption has unexpectedly fostered a sense of fondness in Sheriff Stana towards both Tang Qi and Sally. They appear to be nothing more than 2 unassuming high school students. Given her professional integrity, it is quite reasonable for her attitude to soften after gaining a better understanding of the situation. Having recently ascended to the role of sheriff of the Miser City Police Department, she is now grappling with a particularly arduous and brutal case, leaving her in a state of considerable distress and vigilance. Aside from the terrifying nature of the case, the location itself bears profound significance. St. Thorns High School holds an extraordinary status within Miser City. While the 4 deceased cheerleaders hailed from affluent backgrounds, their families do not wield enough influence to intimidate the police. The other students, however, are a different matter entirely. Many are either wealthy or of noble lineage. A misstep in handling this situation could jeopardize her position before even determining the resolution of the case. This predicament arises from the fact that she, as a newcomer, has been assigned to manage such a heinous crime, while her more seasoned colleagues remain inactive. Yet, these external pressures are not the primary source of her frustration. It is the complexity of the case that truly weighs on her. The brutal act of skinning 4 blossoming young girls alive, without a single clue escaping the notice of neighboring students, speaks volumes of the killer's terrifying capabilities. Most astonishingly, not a shred of evidence remains at the scene. No fingerprints, hair, footprints, or even biological materials resembling sweat. In her extensive career spanning over a decade, Stana has never encountered a perpetrator of this caliber. Although she is an exceptional officer, she harbors a foreboding sense that this adversary may far exceed her expectations. At that moment, Tang Qi, having just stepped outside the cordoned area, paused briefly, turning back with a flicker of hesitation crossing his face before he spoke. "Sheriff Stana, have you heard of Venus's Kiss?" "Pardon?" "This is a sort of game, akin to Bloody Mary. Though it is not popular within the Eagle Federation, its origins and popularity lie within the Anglo nations of the European Union, where young girls delight in playing such a game concerning fear and beauty during the dull hours of the night. The rules are..." At this juncture, Tang Qi paused momentarily. Stana, seemingly struck by a thought, assumed a more serious demeanor. Indeed, as Tang Qi continued, the tension in Stana escalated. Her hair standing on end and her scalp prickling. Tang Qi, equally grave, cast a distant glance at the bustling room and continued. Venus symbolizes love and beauty. According to legend, one who receives her kiss will be granted eternal beauty and the most sincere love. This charmingly symbolic little game is governed by specific rules. The girl must be completely unclothed, lying on her side upon the bed, surrounded by scattered red rose petals. A crown of flowers adorns her head, and beside her lies a shell filled with azure seawater. Should the ritual succeed, it signifies that the summoner of the kisser shall receive the blessings bestowed by the goddess Venus, granting them beauty and sincere love. Conversely, if the ritual fails, the summoner will pay the price with their own beauty and lifespan, resulting in a more aged and unsightly appearance. Of course, this is merely a trivial game, and Venus may well be a figment of imagination. With each utterance from Tang Qi, Stana's heart raced with heightened intensity. There was no need for further elaboration, even Sally, standing nearby, wore an expression of both horror and admiration. The admiration can be set aside, the horror is easily comprehensible. For at that moment, within the gaping doorway of the room, a scene identical to Tang Qi's description unfolded before their eyes. Stana's emotions were a blend of astonishment and exhilaration. A case that had seemed quite formidable might very well receive a breakthrough due to Tang Qi's words. However, Stana's imagination was evidently insufficient. For the true monumental turning point lay in Tang Qi's subsequent revelation. As I understand it, the most critical prop required to complete this little game is that shell. The rules dictate that it must be one sourced from the Aegean Sea. While not particularly rare, the four girls could hardly procure an authentic one in such haste. Thus, the answer became apparent, and Tang Qi refrained from elaborating further. Just as Stana, her expression alight with excitement, prepared to turn away, he offered one final reminder. Sheriff Stana, one who is capable of committing such a heinous act must be truly terrifying. If possible, during the apprehension, it would be prudent to prevent him from having the opportunity to retaliate or flee. Chapter 21. Transforming bullets after reminding the mature and captivating Captain Stana. Tang Qi departed the crime scene with Sally. Upon turning away, he reverted to the seemingly ordinary Asian student. It was as if the calm, clue-revealing boy was not the same individual. Only Sally, with her exaggerated black-framed glasses, gazed at Tang Qi with sparkling eyes each time she looked his way. In response, Tang Qi could only smile wryly, realizing that his first friend might be somewhat naive. Tang Qi's benevolent assistance to Stana in solving the case was not motivated by a desire for recognition or a misguided sense of righteousness. Rather, it stemmed from his observation of extraordinary traces at the crime scene. More precisely, he had discerned 4 remarkable items. Although it was merely a fleeting glance, his unique ability allowed him to perceive certain details. Curious object, siren's shell, fragment of information. This is a shell from the Aegean Sea, bearing the mark of a siren, and it is also part of an evil ritual. The straightforward and blunt information explicitly informed Tang Qi that the perpetrator of this heinous crime was no ordinary individual. Moreover, any additional information he possessed was derived from the original owner's memories, although the original owner was an unremarkable Asian student. With academic performance inferior to that of his peers, he surprisingly excelled in various obscure fields of knowledge. Now, however, all that knowledge had merged with Tang Qi's consciousness. Nonetheless, this did not deter Tang Qi from his insatiable thirst for further wisdom. Regrettably, due to the horrifying crime, the entire St. Thorn High School, while still functioning, found both students and faculty somewhat disoriented. The students, in particular, became increasingly restless, at an age characterized by fervent curiosity. The unfolding case provoked animated discussions among the student body. In contrast, Tang Qi was among the few who remained diligently attentive in class. Even so, he managed to allocate a portion of his focus to the myriad conversations surrounding him. A plethora of irrelevant chatter was effortlessly filtered out, but by day's end, he had quietly retained several valuable insights. In a typical high school setting, students might receive warnings against disclosing such matters. However, at St. Thorn High, such restrictions were inconceivable. Tang Qi could almost foresee that before the night concluded, the entire city of Mace would be stirred by this significant case. As a city in a remote state, Mace had a minimal presence within the Federation. This incident might elevate its profile, though the city's leaders would likely not welcome such attention through such a grim avenue. Unlike the excited and agitated students, Tang Qi had no one to confide in, nor did he feel the need for such. After bidding farewell to Sally, he left the campus directly, boarded a bus, and made his way to the central avenue of downtown. As the neon lights flickered, the bustling, vibrant streets once again filled Tang Qi's vision. Although many residents of my city consider Central Avenue to be one of its iconic scenic spots for Tang Qi, who has witnessed countless vibrant night scenes in his previous life on Earth, it appears rather mundane. Nonetheless, there are numerous aspects that leave Tang Qi in awe, for this is a foreign realm, replete with unique characteristics. At this moment, after disembarking from the bus, Tang Qi diverged from the throngs of others who flocked to the food streets or clothing boutiques. Instead, he delved into the alleys that offered peculiar wares, purchasing various bizarre items that seemed utterly useless. An hour later, he found himself once again in the firearms district, departing with a toolbox in hand. As he boarded the bus once more, he was encumbered by an assortment of packages. Fortunately, due to his initiation into the chakra combat technique, Tang Qi's physical prowess had been enhanced. While he had not reached the extraordinary realm, he was undeniably a robust young man. However, as night fell, an inexplicable sacred aura began to wane. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, or perhaps influenced by the day's gruesome events. But the sprawling campus now appeared somewhat sinister to Tang Qi, as he made his way to his brick and stone cottage. The sharp wails of police sirens suddenly pierced the night sky. A flickering, dim light traversed the streets from another direction of Thorn High School, heading towards the campus amidst a cluster of buildings. These lights belonged to police vehicles. Tang Qi cast a distant glance, suppressing an ominous premonition. Furrowing his brow, he wondered if they had already apprehended the perpetrator. He hoped that nothing untoward would transpire and that she would remember his warning. The desire to become involved in the unfolding events lingered, particularly with the unknown assailant potentially being a supernatural entity. Offering the clues and his final admonition was the utmost he could do. After all, he was merely a high school student, not a police officer. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Tang Qi securely locked the door behind him and placed the bundle of items on the wooden table in the living room. He then proceeded directly to the kitchen. With a graceful flurry of movements, he emerged moments later holding a plate of golden fried rice that looked utterly delectable. The dish was crafted from the rare golden tooth rice, a notable ingredient throughout the Federation. Although most chefs typically prepared it as risotto or baked rice favored by the aristocracy. On a whim, Tang Qi opted for fried rice. As the first bite graced his palate, Tang Qi's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Subsequently, he devoured the entire plate with remarkable speed. Setting down his spoon, he mused aloud. How peculiar that the ingredients of this world do not shimmer in their culinary forms, it defies logic. After a moment of self-reflection, he swiftly tidied the table and brewed a pot of coffee. As the rich aroma began to waft through the air, Tang Qi finally settled at the wooden table and unwrapped the large bundle of items. Before him, apart from the arsenal toolbox, lay an array of peculiar and chaotic items. Pearl powder, acorns, silver shavings, garlic essence, and the seeds of blush flowers. After taking stock of the items, Tang Qi turned and retrieved several small wooden boxes, opening them to spill their contents onto the table. With a clattering sound, a plethora of golden bullets lay before him. This was the task Tang Qi had set for himself that night. The Blood Python No. 1, an extraordinary firearm, represented the pinnacle of his offensive capabilities. Following the hints from the fragmented information, Tang Qi intended to further augment its power. The first step was to modify the ammunition. An extraordinary firearm necessitates extraordinary bullets. While Tang Qi possessed the relevant technical knowledge, he was still a novice in this realm of the extraordinary. Exhaling a breath of stagnant air, he swiftly took a seat, his nimble hands suddenly opening the heavy toolbox with determination. Chapter 22. The psychopathic serial killer in the dead of night. The once orderly wooden table had descended into chaos. Illuminated by flickering bright lights, Tang Qi, with both hands gripping tools, was engrossed in meticulous work. Whether it was due to his transformation into an extraordinary being or the enhancement from the Chaga combat technique, the recovery speed of his arm was nothing short of astonishing. Although it could not yet match the dexterity of his other hand, it no longer hindered his ability to grasp objects. Beside him lay two books, one titled Firearm Repair Guide, Ammunition Edition, a complimentary gift with the purchase of his toolbox, and the other compendium of exorcism items. A personal collection of the previous homeowner, once a popular compendium of knowledge a century ago, now deemed a tome of superstition. Both were of significant utility to Tang Qi at this juncture. After unlocking the Blood Python No. 1, Tang Qi had encountered two fragments of information. One revealed the origins of the Blood Python No. 1, while the other informed him that this extraordinary handgun currently possessed only the basic attributes of explosive force and armor-piercing capabilities, which could be enhanced by modifying various extraordinary bullets. Tang Qi had toiled through the night to accomplish this. He had procured an array of peculiar exorcism items and was experimenting with various combinations, infusing them into the bright yellow bullets. Although devoid of immediate danger, the process was labor-intensive and mentally taxing. At this moment, he was experimenting with a particular combination. Using a pair of tweezers, he carefully lifted a red flower seed, slightly larger than a grain of rice, and placed it into a small bowl. Rolling it until it was coated with silver dust, he then gingerly deposited it into a bullet casing that had been soaked in holy water. Next came the second seed, followed by the third and fourth. After filling 6 seeds, Tang Qi paused. He reset the bullet casing, and with a satisfying click, a complete bullet lay before him. However, as he scanned the table, the glimmer of anticipation in Tang Qi's eyes vanished instantly. Despite the numerous additions, the holy water and silver were fundamentally different. The rosewood seed, aside from being a widely used spice, was also one of the most renowned exorcism materials of the ancient Maya civilization. Regrettably, this combination had also culminated in failure. This was the final combination, and it appeared that his methodology was flawed. Was he left with no choice but to resort to that? Frustrated, Tang Qi cast aside his tools and surveyed the fruitless endeavor that had consumed over an hour. His gaze landed on his own wrist. After a brief moment of hesitation, he rose decisively, retrieved a clean small knife, and with precision, made a swift incision on his wrist. The pale skin instantly revealed a crimson line, and fresh crimson blood flowed forth. Not a single drop was wasted, all dripping into the small bowl before him. Once the bowl was sufficiently filled, Tang Qi promptly attended to the wound, bandaging it hastily. He then grasped the tweezers once more, picked up a clean bullet, and without any combination, tossed it directly into the blood-filled bowl. Uncertain whether it was merely an illusion, in the briefest of moments, as the bullet became saturated with blood, a faint glimmer of golden light flickered. Tang Qi moved with remarkable swiftness. In the blink of an eye, the bullet was extracted. In the air, the blood that had coated the bullet should have dripped away, yet under Tang Qi's gaze, it appeared to gradually merge into the bullet itself, not a single drop falling. In the span of a breath, the bullet regained its vibrant yellow hue. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a subtle emblem at the tip of the bullet, reminiscent of the sun. The special interface finally materialized before Tang Qi's eyes. Artifact, forged bullet. Attributes, exorcism, ignition, information fragment. A bullet soaked in extraordinary blood. It has gained a trace of forged power, transforming from mundane to extraordinary, possessing properties of exorcism and ignition. Is this truly a success? Tang Qi found himself momentarily dazed as he beheld the extraordinary bullet. The intricate operations of the previous hour had yielded nothing. With a mere incision, he had immediately acquired the extraordinary bullet? Sensing a new realization, Tang Qi glanced back at the small bowl of blood. Indeed, another special interface emerged. Artifact, extraordinary blood. Information fragment. This is a bowl containing extraordinary blood infused with forged power, which can serve myriad purposes. Thus, the crux of bullet transformation lies in the necessity of using extraordinary materials to enable the mundane bullet's metamorphosis. Clink, clink, clink. As this thought crystallized, Tang Qi promptly cast 7 or 8 bullets into the small bowl, extracting each one with precision. Lined up on the table, there were 9 in total, all transformed into forged bullets. However, when he attempted to toss in the 10th, he was startled to find the bowl completely empty. Sacrificing a bowl of blood for 9 extraordinary bullets did not seem an exorbitant price to Tang Qi, though it left him somewhat speechless. Should other methods elude him, he feared he might remain in a state of anemia for the foreseeable future. Yet, it was a silver lining. At least he had grasped one rule: only extraordinary materials could forge extraordinary artifacts. There were no shortcuts. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Tang Qi was reflecting on this realization, a sudden, urgent knocking at the door pierced his thoughts. At this late hour, who could be seeking him? Instinctively alert, Tang Qi quickly pocketed the 9 forged bullets and draped a large piece of burlap over the items on the table. He then approached the door and peered through the peephole, revealing a familiar and beautiful face he had seen during the day. Sheriff Stana, what brings you here at such a late hour? Tang Qi inquired, opening the door while feigning weariness, rubbing his eyes, and adopting a look of confusion. Fortunately, he had been attired in his pajamas while working, rendering his performance flawless. However, Stana seemed entirely preoccupied, her demeanor markedly different from that of the day. Her body was smeared with blood of unknown origin, suggesting she had recently engaged in a fierce battle with a terrifying adversary, having endured an unimaginable ordeal. The shock and incredulity were still etched upon her visage, a testament to the profound impact on her psyche. Were it not for the piercing intensity lingering in her gaze, Tang Qi might have doubted whether the strikingly gallant police captain had been replaced by an impostor, invited into his abode. Stana did not take a seat nor indulge in the rich coffee Tang Qi had offered. Instead, she exhaled deeply, her unwavering gaze fixed upon him as she pronounced, "Young man, did you already know that it was a monster? I require you to divulge everything." Taken aback by her words, Tang Qi barely had time to inquire about the events that had transpired. Stana, however, hastily interjected, her tone a mixture of urgency and speed. "Your prior warning was indeed prescient. The monster behind the murders, its true nature eludes me. Nevertheless, we followed your clues and examined the 4 shells, which undeniably originated from the Aegean Sea. Yet, we found no means to procure them within Mysore City, unless some affluent aristocrat arranged for their transport from the Aegean, which our investigations have shown no one did. Thus, we swiftly identified the sole possible avenue. A student exchange program between the Euro-Balkan Alliance and the Federation included a group of students from the Anglo nation, who happened to be residing at the International Dormitory near St. Thistle High. One suspect, a mere high school student, confessed to being a deranged serial killer, with a penchant for flaying young maidens. This individual transformed into a monster, his body sprouting scales, his lower half morphing into a tail, while his head appeared as if it had been submerged in water for an eternity, swollen, rotten, grotesque. Most unfathomable of all, he adorned himself with the skins of 4 young girls, the very victims. My subordinates, stricken with terror, opened fire upon shattering the first layer of skin. The creature let out a furious wail, and several officers who had drawn too close met a grisly fate as their heads exploded. Before we could react, the monster escaped. I am resolute in my intent to slay this beast. I must annihilate it. Now, reveal to me everything you know, every detail, all of it." As she uttered her final words, Stana regained the mature and sharp demeanor she had displayed earlier in the day. Had Tang Qi not sensed a hint of impending danger? Fearing that this formidable police captain might unleash her wrath upon him if he failed to provide a satisfactory answer, he might have taken the time to admire her presence. "Captain Stana, but before he could finish his sentence, a surge of acute peril engulfed him, as if his exposed skin were being pricked by 1,000 needles. In that moment of transformation, Tang Qi's countenance changed dramatically. He lunged forward with the agility of a leopard, seizing Stana and rolling beneath a nearby wooden table just in time. The moment he departed from his original position, a terrifying howl erupted, and a force akin to a tornado of malevolent spirits crashed through a wall of Tang Qi's abode. With a resounding boom, it left a gaping pit where Tang Qi had once stood. Had even half a breath passed in the night, he might have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Chapter 23, The Siren of the Manatee. The crisp sound of applause resonated within Tang Qi's abode, as amidst the swirling dust, a seemingly frail figure emerged. This was a remarkably handsome youth, his features so delicate they bordered on femininity, adorned with heavy makeup. Clad in an international exchange student uniform, his strikingly beautiful, yet frenzied eyes fixated intently on the 2 individuals emerging from beneath the table. More precisely, Tang Qi was nearly overlooked, relegated to the role of an inconsequential addition. The true object of the youth's gaze was the police captain, Stana, standing nearby. His eyes regarded Stana as one might admire a masterpiece, a blend of obsession and fierce possessiveness illuminating his expression. "How exquisite you are, my dear, truly breathtaking. The reason I have not withdrawn, despite revealing myself, is solely for you. I yearn to peel away your skin and drape it over myself, thus becoming you. A perfect woman." Only after uttering these words did his attention finally shift to Tang Qi. A sultry smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and his voice, laced with a magnetic allure, penetrated Tang Qi's ears. "So, you have discovered the clue to the shell, have you? I have a question for you. How is it that you know that shell hails from the Aegean Sea without ever having touched it? Or perhaps, you are not merely a..." The youth's words were abruptly cut short as he flashed a menacing grin, unleashing a terrifying sonic wave. Despite having braced himself, Tang Qi was instantly overwhelmed by the invisible sound, leaving him dizzy, with warmth trickling from his ears and nose, a clear indication of injury. Yet, this was not the true peril he faced. What truly incited his alarm was the sudden descent of a massive, thick black tail from above, a force capable of obliterating him in an instant. There was no need for confirmation. Tang Qi had no time to assess the peculiar interface before him. This was undoubtedly a fearsome supernatural creature. At that moment, the creature, despite its evident strength, launched a surprise attack on Tang Qi. However, This turn of events was not beyond his expectations. Once it was established that the being was an adversary, he knew that he must retaliate with all his might. As he pushed Stana out of harm's way, a thought flashed through Tang Qi's mind. This foul creature was dangerous, but so was he. With a swift and agile motion, he evaded the swinging tail, propelling himself forward like a cheetah in full sprint, his muscles igniting with explosive speed and generating a tempest within the confines of the room. The sudden burst of energy brought with it a sharp pain from the strain on his muscles, yet there was no time for hesitation. His gaze locked onto the now grotesquely transformed guest, his murderous intent unmistakable. A familiar yet unique interface materialized before his eyes. Supernatural being, Siren of the Manatee. Status, merging. Fragment of information 1. A deranged human encounters an unsightly sea demon. The former offers the latter a human form, while the latter bestows upon the former extraordinary powers. Their amalgamation will give rise to a unique creature. Fragment of information 2. The fusion of different races poses no challenge to the physical realm. The true dilemma lies within the mental domain. They may achieve success, yet the greater probability leans towards self-destruction. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Qi beheld the youth before him. He, or rather it, had lost most of its human characteristics. Standing in the living room of Tang Qi's home was a grotesque, swollen hybrid of man and fish, resembling the description given by Sheriff Stana, a lower half adorned with a corpulent fish tail, and an upper half, bare and covered in scales, with a head that appeared to be rotting. 3 human skins were draped upon its form, which should have been beautiful, yet continuously oozed repulsive pus and fetid blood, gradually mingling with the disfigured faces beneath. In the face of such a hideous creature, it is indeed challenging for an ordinary person to maintain composure. Especially after its emergence into the room, the overpowering stench of fish became impossible to ignore, disrupting the senses to an intolerable degree. Alas, Tang Qi was no ordinary individual. Completely unfazed by the shock of the creature's appearance, he surged forward like a tempest, unleashing a premeditated skill in an instant. Chaga combat technique. Swoosh, swoosh. The art of combat typically involves only fists and feet. Yet, this technique from the Sahara continent, now transformed into skill by Tang Qi, encompassed dagger attacks as well. At this moment, the creature known as the Dugong Sea Demon faced a flurry of swift, almost illusory dagger strikes. The sharp blades effortlessly sliced through the 3 layers of human skin that cloaked its body, but upon reaching the inner layer of black scales, Tang Qi immediately felt a slippery, resilient texture. Much of his force dissipated, leaving only a cascade of sparks as his strikes collided with the scaly defense. The inability to breach the protective scales did not incite the sea demon's fury, but the shredded human skin instigated an immediate rage within it. Hiss. A terrifying sonic wave erupted at close range, causing blood to pour from Tang Qi's ears, eyes, and nose. Boom. In the tumultuous rush of wind, the fearsome fishtail lashed out once more. Tang Qi deftly evaded, slipping behind the sea demon, while a chilling dagger glimmer instantly circled back to the front, plunging into its eye. While other areas were shielded by scales, the eyes remained vulnerable. The moment the dagger struck, blood and pus erupted forth, splattering onto Tang Qi's hand and immediately beginning to corrode his flesh. Enduring the excruciating pain, he attempted to withdraw the dagger for another strike, only to discover that the steel blade had been rendered riddled with holes, utterly unusable. A profound sense of imminent danger washed over him, and without a moment's hesitation, Tang Qi discarded the dagger and launched himself away from the spot. A mournful wail echoed through the air, but this time, it was different. Calamity had befallen Tang Qi's abode. The sonic waves swept through, shattering fragile objects and forcefully pushing aside the more resilient ones, creating an expansive void. Despite Tang Qi's frantic attempt to escape, propelled by sheer desperation, he could not evade his fate. With a sudden gasp, he found himself suspended in midair, blood spurting forth as his momentum faltered, crashing to the ground like a lifeless creature. With a swift motion, a grotesque and formidable hand seized him by the throat, lifting him with brutal force. The room, now chaotic, was entirely coated in viscous slime and pus, with the stench of rotting blood saturating the air, reminiscent of the most raucous seafood market. Struggling to cough up blood, Tang Qi glanced down to meet the gaze of a monstrous sea creature, its eye injured and its visage a portrait of malice. Their eyes locked, and a malevolent grin spread across the creature's hideous face. "Delicate little mouse, I shall devour you." With a thunderous proclamation, the sea monster threw its head back, its cavernous maw expanding ominously, surpassing even Tang Qi's head in size, revealing rows of serrated teeth akin to those of a shark, poised to feast upon him. It seemed intent on consuming his very head, all the while fixating on him with its lifeless, fish-like eyes, relishing the anticipation of his impending terror and despair. Yet, to its surprise, it was met with a gaze filled with mockery. Suddenly, an alarm bell rang in the creature's mind. A sound echoed from a corner of the room. "Ha ha, this will not harm me." But before it could finish its taunt, a blinding light surged into its remaining eye. It was swift, yet not swift enough to evade the bullet. Stana's marksmanship was impeccable, befitting her title as sheriff. In the next moment, a harrowing scream reverberated through the room once more. But this time, it was even more agonizing, albeit its sonic impact diminished. The manatee-like sea creature had lost half of its head. Its decayed mass had once possessed formidable defense, yet under the onslaught of the radiant bullet, its three human-like visages and the billowing gray mist appeared utterly fragile. Break the evil. Ignite. With both attributes unleashed in tandem, a burst of golden flames erupted, leaving the manatee creature severely wounded. This time, it truly descended into a frenzy. Wielding an abominable kind of superhuman power, "I shall feast upon you alive." In the midst of its howl, an astonishing scene unfolded. From the gaping wound of its shattered head, gray mist surged forth, and the torn flesh began to visibly regenerate under the mist's nurturing touch. Simultaneously, two grotesque and robust arms burst forth from its sides, splattering blood and flesh. The creature, which had begun to weaken, now surged with renewed vigor. If at that moment Tang Qi were to gaze upon the peculiar interface once more, he would discover that the status, previously marked as merging, had transformed into merging progress 99.9. In that fleeting moment, the image of the siren, once grotesque, now bore an unexpected allure, despite its disheveled appearance. The obsidian scales, immense fish tail, glistening head, and four robust arms, complemented by its malevolent yellow eyes, rendered it less a mutated monster and more a manifestation of some ancient evil. It was evident that the creature sensed this transformation, erupting into maniacal laughter. The vestiges of humanity in its voice swiftly dissipated, yielding dominance to the beast within. Yet, even in this state, it did not forget Tang Qi and Stana. With a powerful flick of its tail, it yanked Tang Qi towards its maw, seemingly intent on devouring him first before confronting the evidently greater threat posed by the female sheriff. The bullets that could transform into golden light instilled a deep-seated fear within it. However, at that precise moment, a genuine twist of fate unfolded. A pair of frail yet powerful hands abruptly halted its advance, as it instinctively swung its remaining three arms to rend Tang Qi asunder. A chilling voice pierced the air. "Behold, my eyes." Perhaps driven by rage, or perhaps due to its inherently unstable psyche, the siren instinctively turned its gaze, locking eyes with Tang Qi. The eye of the furnace. When the siren beheld the golden sun, it fell into a stupor. The immense power it possessed was rendered moot. Unable to prevent Tang Qi from gently raising the muzzle of blood python number 1, aiming it at its gaping maw. Unlike the ordinary handgun in Stana's possession, as Tang Qi's fingers slowly squeezed the trigger of blood python number 1, a low hum resonated, a faint blood-red light illuminating the surroundings, reminiscent of a dragon's ethereal roar. Subsequently, a torrent of brilliance surged forth, surpassing all that had come before it. Chapter 24. Human Skin Ointment. Bang. Bang. The sounds reverberated incessantly. The first bullet shattered the repaired half of the sea demon's skull. The second bullet obliterated the other half. The third and fourth targeted the torso, while the fifth struck the limbs. The sixth bullet annihilated the corpulent fish tail, as the final bullet transformed into a golden flame. Disintegrating the tail into a cloud of flesh, Tang Qi's eyes finally beheld a peculiar shadow, wreathed in gray mist, soaring out from the scattered remnants of the demon's body. This apparition bore an uncanny resemblance to the manatee sea demon, save for its face, a grotesque amalgamation of human and sea creature, incessantly tearing and merging, all the while shrieking as it fled towards the house. Just then, a shimmering golden hand darted forth, seizing its tail. Boom. The tragic fate that had befallen the dog-faced man in the Bronx was now visited upon the manatee sea demon. Though it had managed to scream when struck by the furnace bullets, upon the ignition of Tang Qi's golden flames, it could merely feign a struggle before being reduced to ash. In that moment, despite being prepared, Tang Qi was still jolted by the commotion within his mind. He felt a tremendous rumble, causing his head to tremble violently. When he had devoured the soul of the dog-faced man, it had yielded but a trickle. Yet now, he sensed a tide composed entirely of golden specks surging into his consciousness, flooding the gray misty expanse. There, Tang Qi witnessed a small region of golden light swell, expanding dramatically. Accompanying this was a torrent of warm, fiery breath surging forth, coursing through his limbs and bones. He felt as though he were ensconced within a furnace, each breath erupting like flames. The wounds inflicted by the manatee sea demon began to heal rapidly under this searing energy. Even the old injuries on his arms accelerated in their recovery, as the prickling sensation of fresh tissue growth was swiftly overwhelmed by waves of heat. A steady stream of scorching vapor erupted from within Tang Qi, evaporating all the foul, viscous pus in the room, though the odor was so unpleasant it nearly incapacitated Stana. At that moment, Tang Qi paid no mind to these trivialities. The mingling of pain and relief nearly compelled him to moan aloud. Suppressing these sensations, he turned his gaze inward. A special interface emerged, revealing that the skills section had, as he had anticipated, undergone transformation, and not just once. As he watched, the progress of the meditation technique, previously at 0.01, twisted in golden light and abruptly surged to 0.2. The 20-fold increase nearly propelled him into joyous exultation. Even more delightful was the emergence of the word's entry level for the Eye of the Furnace, with progress leaping directly to 0.1. The third skill, the Chaga combat technique, similarly rose swiftly, ultimately stabilizing at 0.15. As everything settled, Tang Qi not only fully recovered from his injuries but also experienced a remarkable enhancement in his 3 skills. The rise in his progress was not merely superficial. He could genuinely sense his newfound strength. If he were to confront the siren once more, he would undoubtedly fare far better than before. His ability to slay the siren this time was, in truth, a stroke of fortune. Despite both being entities of the extraordinary realm, the disparity in their powers was immense. Tang Qi possessed the Chaga combat technique and the meditation method, along with a formidable extraordinary firearm. Yet, he remained fundamentally human, with physical attributes only slightly surpassing those of his peers, incapable of standing against seasoned fighters. In stark contrast, the siren wielded inhuman strength and speed, complemented by the skill known as Siren's Wail. Tang Qi's victory over it was attributed to his meticulous strategy. He concealed the blood python number 1, acting as bait in hand-to-hand combat, enduring severe injuries to divert the siren's attention, thus allowing Stana to deliver a pivotal shot. Although the blood python no. 1 was not used to fire the shot, the forged bullet was indeed a weapon of extraordinary might, shattering half of the siren's skull. Despite catalyzing its evolution, it provided a crucial opening. The Eye of the Forge. The stunning effect. In the course of battle, a single second could determine life or death. The siren afforded Tang Qi the opportunity to unveil the blood python number 1, exposing its head without reservation, almost offering its life to him. The forged bullets fired from the blood python number 1 each possessed power that had skyrocketed compared to before. Thus, by that moment, the siren had already undergone significant evolution, rendering it ineffective. Cough, 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 allow me to assist you. Just as Tang Qi was acutely aware of the changes within himself, the searing steam dissipated, and a tall figure rushed over, lifting him without hesitation, clearly perceiving the gravity of his injuries. Although Stana's embrace was warm and fragrant, providing a comforting sensation, Tang Qi soon extricated himself, asserting that he was unharmed, and proceeded directly to the gruesome remains of the siren. The spoils. Tang Qi's eagerness stemmed from the sight of numerous treasures. Amidst the repugnant remnants, 3 items emitted a faint, otherworldly glow visible only to him. These were curiosities, 3 in total. His heart raced with excitement as he disregarded the grotesque blood and flesh, hastily collecting each item. The first was a shell-shaped box. Upon opening it, he discovered it filled with a pale yellow, unknown ointment, releasing an alluring fragrance that permeated the air. What is this? Stana's voice, laced with curiosity, broke the silence. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the box of ointment in Tang Qi's hands, her nostrils slightly twitching, as an intrinsic desire blossomed within her. She sensed that this ointment was something exceptional. Tang Qi, attuned to the nuances of emotion, keenly perceived Stana's unspoken thoughts. Glancing at the peculiar interface that emerged from the ointment, Tang Qi's lips curled into a subtle smile. He casually presented the ointment to Stana, then remarked, "This is an extraordinary item. Its purpose is to maintain a woman's skin in its finest condition for a duration of 30 years. Really? Upon hearing Tang Qi's words, Stana's eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. Women, it seems, are often unable to resist such a lure. Almost instinctively, she quickened her pace to take the ointment, her mind racing with thoughts of whether she might secretly keep this splendid item for herself. Yet, Tang Qi's voice echoed softly once more. Its name is human skin ointment. At the moment Tang Qi's words fell, Stana, After a brief moment of realization regarding the implications of those 3 words, almost immediately tossed the ointment away. Fortunately, Tang Qi was quick enough. Otherwise, it would have been the floor of his home that would have reveled in this extraordinary beauty treatment. Chapter 25. The treasure of the penitent. The name human skin balm alone is enough to evoke a sense of revulsion. The truth, however, is equally unsettling. Tang Qi retrieved the ointment, casting a silent glance at it, as a peculiar interface materialized before him. Curio, human skin balm. Information Fragment 1. Norman has long yearned to become a woman, desiring beautiful human skin. In pursuit of this, he has murdered 13 young maidens. The mermaid employed extraordinary powers to extract the skins of these 13 girls into a box of balm. Information Fragment 2. Applying it creates a control effect over creatures with weak will in areas filled with its fragrance. Information Fragment 3. Diluting it with fresh water transforms it into perfume, maintaining a woman's skin in optimal condition for 30 years. This box of fragrant balm, emanating an unusual scent, was accompanied by 3 pieces of information. Tang Qi could not help but raise an eyebrow. After perusing the details, he fell into silence. It was indeed a remarkable artifact, perhaps fraught with ethical dilemmas. However, Tang Qi was not overly fastidious. After a moment's contemplation, he could not devise many uses for it, and thus decided to stow the balm away for the time being. At this moment, the female police chief remained in a state of shock, grappling with the revelations of another world, her mind teeming with questions awaiting the insights of this knowledgeable individual. Aware of her curiosity, Tang Qi turned his attention to the second piece of evidence. It was a small cloth pouch, curiously untouched by the surrounding gruesome remnants of flesh. Upon opening it, he discovered grains resembling diamonds, sea salt. In his line of sight, the interface reappeared. Curio, Tears of the Mermaid. Information Fragment 1. The mermaid imprisoned a rival female sea creature, forcing her to weep daily until her demise. The blue sea salt possesses the power to break curses and purify evil, while the red sea salt can temporarily unleash the mermaid's wails, plunging the target into chaos or death. Information Fragment 2. Returning these to the merfolk will earn their friendship. In stark contrast to his earlier indifference towards the human skin balm, Tang Qi could scarcely conceal the delight that flickered across his face this time. A splendid find. An instinctual thought coursed through his mind. After perusing the 2 fragments of information, he grasped the pouch and gave it a gentle shake. As anticipated, several azure grains of sea salt scattered, revealing 2 larger red grains beneath. The blue signified purification of evil, while the red offered a fleeting transformation into a mermaid. Despite being a person of extraordinary caliber, Tang Qi could not help but feel a wave of astonishment. With the experience of his first discovery, he deftly tucked the pouch of sea salt into his bosom. Then, he reached for the final item. This time, he grasped a soft fabric. It evoked the same sensation he felt upon receiving the parchment containing the meditation technique of the golden furnace. Regrettably, upon unfolding it, he found not a profound method but a treasure map. This map was rather rudimentary, sketched on an unknown hide, encompassing the entire Eagle Federation's terrain, with numerous locations marked in red ink. Unlike Tang Qi, Stana was evidently more exhilarated by the sight of the treasure map. A treasure map? These locations seemed to belong to monasteries. Could it be the distribution map of the federal monasteries? Take a closer look. Suddenly, Tang Qi handed the treasure map directly to Stana, the female sheriff, who instinctively accepted it and scrutinized it carefully. She first furrowed her brow in contemplation, and then her expression changed abruptly, hesitatingly uttering, "Is this the path of penitence?" At the inception of the Eagle Federation, 12 formidable individuals made significant sacrifices, collectively known as the 12 Apostles. Among them was Martin Sims, referred to as the Penitent. Embarking from the Eastern Federation's East Town as an ascetic, he vanquished demons and traitors, enduring countless hardships until he reached the northernmost city of Barlow. Along the way, he established numerous monasteries and churches. The original form of St. Thorn High School, Thorn Chapel, is one of them. While speaking, Tang Qi pointed to a specific location on the map, which, compared to the other vividly marked spots, made Thorn High School appear rather inconspicuous. Thus, is it in search of the penitent's treasure? Perhaps the act of murder is an outcome of unrestrained desire? Stana glanced at the numerous chunks of flesh on the ground and inquired. Not treasure, but heritage. Many rumors assert that Martin Sims left behind his insights on asceticism within one of the monasteries along the path of penitence. Perhaps that is what they seek. After this explanation, Tang Qi abruptly shifted topics, gesturing towards his house, which seemed to have been ravaged by a hurricane, and asked, "Sheriff, Will your department compensate for this? Though caught off guard by Tang Qi's sudden change of subject, Stana quickly responded, yes. After all, the murderer came here tracking me. I will contact the department to send someone over immediately. They should be on their way shortly, considering the commotion was so great that the school must have reported it. By the way, since you shot the murderer, you will receive a substantial reward after I file my report. No, Sheriff Stana. Just as Stana finished her sentence, she noticed Tang Qi gazing at her earnestly, his tone remarkably sincere as he articulated, this murderer was shot by you. Taking credit? Those two words would never exist in Stana's police career. Yet, at that moment, as she gazed into Tang Qi's shining eyes, she found herself unable to utter a refusal. Especially in the next instant, when Tang Qi added, I am merely a student. I need to protect myself. Stana felt compelled to betray her principles for the first time, reluctantly nodding to accept this significant credit. However, being at a disadvantage is not in Stana's nature, even if she were somewhat slow on the uptake. She should recognize that she had touched upon another dimension of existence. Moreover, she, Stana, is celebrated as the brightest star in the police force of Maith City. Resolute and determined, she lacked not in conviction. Young wizard, do you not think you should elucidate some matters for me? As she spoke, Stana extended the third piece of evidence towards Tang Qi. As for the explanation you seek, I must, with both cruelty and kindness, inform you. Sheriff Stana, you are not a being of that world. Perhaps you wield significant intimidation over ordinary individuals, but once you step into that realm, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. This case has come to a close. Dismiss those scientific violations as mere accidents. Having been swiftly rebuffed by Tang Qi, Sheriff Stana was clearly displeased. Were it not for her concerns regarding Tang Qi's extraordinary powers, she would have already struck him down for his blatant defiance. Beyond being a rising star in law enforcement, she also bore the title of a fierce beauty. Nonetheless, she did not relent, pointing at the grotesque chunks of sea monster flesh on the ground. Her expression a portrait of despair as she half shouted, look at these grotesque remnants. How am I dumb? Before she could finish her outburst, Stana suddenly noticed that the unmistakably monstrous flesh was gradually transforming into ash, leaving behind only the lifeless body of a deranged serial killer. A high school student named Norman from the Anglophone nation. Had the day's events not felt so palpably real, especially the recent battle and the irreparably damaged house, Stana might have dismissed it all as mere illusion. At that moment, the wailing sirens of approaching police vehicles pierced the air. When she lifted her gaze once more, she could only see Tang Qi's retreating figure ascending the stairs. She longed to utter some threat, yet she realized that she could not intimidate him. A wealthy youth, orphaned and endowed with extraordinary abilities, concealed within a prestigious academy, rendered her options futile. After a moment of contemplation, Stana began to devise methods that would bend the rules. After all, an extraordinary world lay before her, and the frustration and impulse of having traversed it, yet being unable to truly enter, had far surpassed her youthful ambition to conquer numerous muscular adversaries to claim the top spot in the police academy. It was then that her eyes caught a glimmer of several yellow bullet casings on the ground. Her expression brightened with satisfaction as she cast a triumphant glance at Tang Qi's back before turning to depart, entirely unencumbered by previous attachments. However, just as she stepped out the door, Tang Qi's voice reached her ears, soft yet resonant. Madam, those bullets are called furnace. Each one embodies my dedication. It would be wise not to waste them until the final moment. Startled by the sudden words, Stana almost stumbled. Yet, as she departed, Tang Qi, with his heightened perception, distinctly observed the corners of the sheriff's mouth curve into a faint smile. Chapter 26. The tumultuous oddities in a room on the second floor, near the window. Tang Qi observed Stana's departure. The tall and exquisite police chief had surreptitiously concealed 2 furnace bullets, a fact that Tang Qi had discerned from the very beginning. During the inaugural ambush by the manatee siren, Tang Qi had sheltered the chief beneath the table, swiftly orchestrating his strategy. He had just crafted 9 furnace bullets, 6 of which he had inserted into blood python number 1, while the remaining 3 were entrusted to Stana. 1 bullet was expended to gain time, leaving 2 more for Stana. Although these furnace bullets were indeed precious, forged from his own blood, utilizing them to cultivate a favor and prepare for subsequent plans was undeniably worthwhile. What truly captivated Tang Qi's attention was the treasure map he had discreetly dispatched through Stana's hands. Artifact, the Confessor's treasure map. Information fragment. This is a map depicting all the monasteries and churches established by one of the 12 apostles, Saint Confessor Martin Sims. It is rumored that within one of these monasteries lies Sims' legacy. by employing this treasure map, which has been immersed in holy water from the Church of Light. There may be a chance to trigger the inheritance. Even from the fragment of information alone, it was evident that this was a rare treasure map. Yet, Tang Qi had resolutely relinquished it, and the reason was simple. In addition to the first fragment of information, there was a second. Information Fragment 2. This map is numbered 42 and can be sensed. This is precisely why Tang Qi, despite knowing the authenticity of the map, still chose to part with it. A treasure map with a number? Even the most Navi individual could perceive something amiss. Moreover, Tang Qi immediately caught a whiff of conspiracy. At this moment, he began to harbor a vague suspicion. Perhaps the legacy of some esteemed confessor lay hidden within Thornbush High School. Beyond the treasure map, a more significant corroboration was found in a diary. Old Morgan's diary meticulously chronicled the fact that his mother, a formidable sorceress of considerable prowess, had nearly met her demise while exploring Thornbush High. Regrettably, Tang Qi understood that this knowledge bore little utility. In fact, on the very first day of his enrollment, he had accompanied that Reverend Simbani under the pretense of seeking accommodation, traversing the campus, including areas most likely to harbor the church or historical exhibition rooms of the school. Unfortunately, he had come up empty-handed. This was entirely expected. Tang Qi did not believe that such legendary power would be easily uncovered. After all, according to various legends, the combat prowess of His Excellency Saint Confessor was, in Tang Qi's understanding, akin to that of a deity. Now, upon seeing the numbered map, Tang Qi felt even more assured. The individuals or factions in pursuit of the Confessor's legacy were certainly not limited to him alone. Perhaps, behind this, a vast web of conspiracy was slowly unfurling, ensnaring all those subjugated by greed, rendering them incapable of escape. However, he would not be among them, Tang Qi silently vowed. After Stana's departure, Tang Qi relinquished the first floor entirely to the police, who were busy tidying up the aftermath. And he moved some urgent belongings along with his workbench to the study on the second floor. Before tonight, Tang Qi's primary focus was on his daily cultivation, along with the creation of ammunition. However, the present circumstances were markedly different. In addition to the two extraordinary spoils, he now needed to thoroughly digest the gains obtained from devouring the Siren of the Sea. After securing his belongings, Tang Qi set up a minor defense at the stairway of the second floor, locked the door, and entered a state of cultivation. The sequence of Tang Qi's practice began, as always, with the Golden Furnace meditation technique. Prior to acquiring any other cultivation methods, this remained his sole practice. His immense mental power bestowed upon him a clarity of mind and the ever-strengthening eye of the furnace. The second technique involved the Chaga combat technique, which primarily required actual combat experience to expedite its progress. As was customary, once he immersed himself in the meditative state, Tang Qi was enveloped by the transformative essence of the technique with merely a thought. The humming of the golden sun, conjured by his intent, hung in the void of darkness. Strange and bizarre entities surged toward it like moss to a flame, only to be incinerated by golden flames, their remnants dissolving into the misty gray expanse within Tang Qi's mind. Initially, this experience mirrored his previous sessions of cultivation. Habitually, after an hour, he would feel a searing pain in his mind, signaling the need to halt his practice. However, this time was unlike any other. As the hour elapsed, Tang Qi not only felt no pain, unexpectedly, a profound change manifested within his consciousness. While engaged in the meditation, he beheld a myriad of peculiar visions, black fog, shadowy beasts, and surreal fields of flowers. Though each experience varied, their quantity remained consistent. Yet, on this occasion, that quantity surged dramatically. His prior meditative encounters could be described as Tang Qi embodying the sun within a confined space, with only a narrow fissure leading to an uncanny cosmos through which strange beings would pour. Now, that fissure had expanded, an unprecedented influx of anomalies, at least double in number compared to before, surged forth. In an instant, it felt as though he had plunged into a temporal black hole, witnessing not only the familiar oddities but also an array of even more terrifying manifestations, twisted auroras, blood-red maws, writhing tentacles, and seductive whispers. Each one had the potential to drive an ordinary person into a frenzy of terror. Despite the sudden upheaval, Tang Qi understood that he must not scream or succumb to fear, for the consequences could be dire. He endeavored to maintain his composure, envisioning himself as a primitive youth from an ancient era, clutching a stone, his fingers smeared with golden mud, crafting intricate patterns while occasionally tilting his head to bask in the warmth, the intensity of that heat. As he continued his depiction, The golden sun within the dark void unexpectedly unleashed a greater radiance, emanating a pure and distorted essence, primal and natural, incinerating all the encroaching monstrosities into nothingness, leaving only particles of golden dust to descend like remnants of a forgotten dream. With a series of rhythmic knocks, Tang Qi remained oblivious as the mental realm within his mind began to expand once more. The quantity of golden specks, reminiscent of fireflies, dancing amidst the gray mist, had unknowingly multiplied by a significant margin. Upon awakening, he felt a sharp pang, only to discover that a ray of sunlight had graced his form. Had another night passed? Tang Qi was astonished, and he immediately turned his gaze towards his sea of consciousness. The expansive area filled with golden light met his eyes. A testament to last night's fierce battle, which had not only left him unscathed but had also augmented his strength. At this moment, he felt a profound vitality surging within him. Even without a mirror, he could sense that his eyes were indeed gleaming with brilliance. His gaze swept over himself, revealing a special interface akin to personal attributes. The skill section exhibited yet another transformation. The skills, meditation method, eye of the furnace, and chaga combat technique remained unchanged. However, as Tang Qi shifted his focus, detailed information promptly emerged. Eye of the furnace, derivative skill, activated through the eyes, possesses the effects of intimidation and tranquility. Can be further enhanced, realm, beginner, progress, 0, 1. Chaga combat technique, an ancient and primal fighting art, realm, beginner, progress, 0, 15. These two skills showed no alterations. What truly astonished Tang Qi was the meditation method he had mastered. As his gaze traversed, the revelation was striking. Golden Furnace Meditation Method, an exceedingly ancient technique. It bestows unimaginable strength, realm, beginner, progress, 0, 3. The progress had surged by a remarkable 0, 1. This was merely the fruit of a single night's cultivation. It is noteworthy that prior to consuming the soul of the siren, Tang Qi had worked diligently, even devouring a Broncog dog-faced spirit, yet his progress had only reached 0, 0, 1. It was only after consuming the siren's essence that his advancement had amplified 20-fold. Thus, to witness such a leap in progress overnight was indeed astonishing to Tang Qi. In this moment, he felt an impulsive urge to abandon his studies and devote himself entirely to cultivation. Fortunately, his rationality quelled that thought. This meditation method, the deeper one delves, the greater the rewards, yet the perils also intensify. Was it the cataclysmic changes in this world that had rendered it so? What horrors would I encounter had I succumbed to fear back then? Tang Qi refrained from speculating. Yet he understood that succumbing to fear and chaos during meditation would undoubtedly lead to unspeakable terrors. Chapter 27. The disbandment of the ascetic order. The issue with the meditation technique remains unresolved due to insufficient information, yet Tang Qi, as the sole practitioner of this art, refuses to abandon it. Each day, his strength burgeons, and encountering risks is but a natural occurrence. After tidying up, he proceeded to the ground floor, a site previously marred by confrontation with the assailant. However, thanks to Stana's negotiations, the remains had been swiftly removed overnight, and the losses incurred by Tang Qi, or rather the homeowner, would be compensated by the police department. Gazing at the nearly obliterated wall, Tang Qi casually prepared himself a modest breakfast. After satisfying his hunger, he made his way to class. A night had passed, and the atmosphere at St. Thorn High School was markedly different from the previous day. The shocking crime, which had the potential to create significant turmoil, was quelled almost before it could begin, thanks to Tang Qi's intervention. With the official forces now involved, public opinion swiftly shifted to commend the efficiency of the Miser City Police Department. Nevertheless, within the confines of Thorn High, many continued to discuss the incident. Students buzzed with excitement, while the faculty, visibly relieved, wore expressions of ease and joy. Adults tend to ponder matters far more deeply than these youthful minds. The presence of a remorseless serial killer, capable of skinning for blossoming young women alive, lurking within a campus teeming with adolescents, would have surely instilled fear in the hearts of the teachers had the situation persisted. As it stands, this outcome is the most favorable. Of course, this fervent atmosphere was typically unrelated to Tang Qi and Sally. The primary reason lay with Sally, initially. Tang Qi presumed that her near-total isolation by her peers stemmed from bullying by influential figures within the sororities and fraternities. However, after several days of observation, he discerned that this was not the principal cause. Sally's condition at St. Thorn High was peculiar. She was not entirely a victim of harassment. Instead, most students seemed to avoid her, as if fearing the contagion of misfortune, perhaps luck. These insights came to Tang Qi after a day of classes, during which numerous students, both overtly and subtly, cautioned him. In contrast to Sally, Tang Qi presented a commendable exterior. After all, this physique was pleasingly handsome. His family background was respectable, and his demeanor was refined. He had even triumphed in a competition against a notable senior. Had he not been associated with Sally, he might have smoothly ascended into the ranks of popular boys. Many students, perhaps out of goodwill or sympathy, offered their warnings. This brought to mind the nickname he had overheard upon their first meeting, Unlucky Sally. With a vague understanding beginning to form, Tang Qi nonetheless declined their well-meaning advice. His purpose at St. Thorn High was twofold. Firstly, to harness the mysterious powers within to temporarily evade the Samra family. Secondly, to masquerade as an ordinary high school student, thereby concealing his identity while exploring this new world. Since he was to play a role, his current state was indeed the most advantageous. There is no need to become a popular student, nor is it essential to forge numerous friendships. A quietly diligent individual, accompanied only by the unfortunate Sally, is perfectly adequate. This is how Tang Qi perceives the situation and conducts himself. For him, it is merely an ordinary matter, unremarkable in nature. However, for Sally, it bears a different significance. She has indeed noticed the hints from her peers regarding Tang Qi, and thus, after school, she realizes that she has not lost her soul friend. Her charming face, concealed behind exaggerated black-rimmed glasses, instantly brightens with a radiant smile. Yet, it quickly subsides, her expression turning anxious as she quietly cautions Tang Qi. I truly am quite unfortunate. Those who befriend me tend to share in my misfortunes. In response to the girl's well-meaning warning, Tang Qi offers a gentle smile and replies, it's all right. I am curious to see just how unfortunate things may become. If such a phenomenon truly exists, who knows, I might even embrace it with greater joy. However, he quickly suppresses this thought, offering a comforting remark to alleviate her concerns. He mentions his intention to visit the library in Miser City to gather some materials, admitting his unfamiliarity with the route and requesting her guidance. Sally, indeed distracted by this change of topic, cheerfully agrees to assist him. As the two step out of the main hall of the teaching building, they are startled by the lively atmosphere outside. The tree-lined area, enclosed by 4 teaching buildings, is filled with numerous tables and booths, some adorned with tents. Students of various genders bustle about, with long queues forming at several tables, while others remain largely unattended. Many students are seen distributing flyers and similar materials throughout the area. It dawns on them. Today is the day for club recruitment. One of the traditions at St. Thornbush High School is the centralized recruitment of all school clubs, primarily targeting the newly enrolled 9th graders. Noticing Tang Qi's confusion, Sally promptly explains. A glance around confirms Tang Qi's observations as he sees prominent signs hanging from the tables and tents, each displaying the names of the clubs. Among them, the dance and boxing clubs are undoubtedly the most popular, attracting the attention of many students, while the lesser-known clubs, such as the Clown Club, Ancient Attire Club, and the Cold Joke Club, seem to garner little interest. Tang Qi, however, does not focus on the popular clubs. His gaze is drawn to those obscure groups nestled in the corners. After a brief survey, he fails to discover his target. Sally, I heard there is a club at St. Thornbush High called the Ascetic Society? He inquires casually. Upon hearing the question, Sally furrows her brow. And just as she begins to ponder, as if struck by a sudden realization, she exclaims, the Ascetic Society. I remember now. It was disbanded just yesterday. Disbanded? I see. I was curious to witness the ascetics in action. Tang Qi muses, narrowing his eyes as memories of his first day at St. Thornbush High resurface, the moment he rented that small building and observed the area designated for the activities of the Ascetic Society, centered around a clock tower in a secluded spot. Sally's words have elucidated why Tang Qi has not witnessed the peculiar phenomena described by Pastor Simbani during the rigorous training sessions of the Ascetic Society in recent days. It turns out that this society has abruptly been disbanded. Such an inconspicuous clue has only deepened Tang Qi's perplexity, especially when coupled with the confessioner's treasure map discreetly delivered through Stana's assistants last night. A particular number and a hint of conspiracy have become increasingly palpable. Furthermore, there remains an unexplored area within the entire campus, a location of significant intrigue. While myriad thoughts swirl in his mind, his demeanor remains composed. Yet, the subtle urgency in his heart is becoming ever more insistent. Let us depart. Before the Miser library closes, Tang Qi remarked softly, lowering his gaze. Chapter 28. The corpse-eating nightingale Tang Qi traversed the bustling campus with Sally. Despite Tang Qi's appealing exterior and amiable demeanor, his companion, the unfortunate Sally, cast a shadow over his social prospects. To mitigate the risk of her misfortune tainting his own, he received only a scant few invitations, merely a handful of promotional brochures, lacking any fervor. This, in turn, made Sally feel even more self-conscious, but fortunately, they soon departed from Thorn High School. Upon boarding the bus, Sally visibly exhaled in relief. Yet her anxiety swiftly returned as she anxiously scanned her surroundings, fearing that misfortune might manifest at any moment, reaffirming her troubled fate. Having endured a solitary existence devoid of friends, she longed for companionship. Some individuals might relish solitude, but she was not one of those girls. Most importantly, she had finally encountered a genuine friend. Indeed, Sally could perceive with striking clarity that she had perhaps found a true companion. As a girl long beset by so-called bad luck, her life had been fraught with hardship, having experienced malice both from her environment and from others. These trials not only shaped her current character but also bestowed upon her a keen sense of perception. At least in discerning the sincerity of others, she felt assured. Had she lacked such discernment, she might have fallen prey to the whims of unruly students, ignorant of right and wrong, long ago. Thus, she cherished her newfound friendship with Tang Qi all the more. The tension evident in her demeanor alleviated a flicker of urgency within him. He was acutely aware of the profound changes unfolding in the world and knew that a formidable adversary awaited him. Furthermore, he understood that the sanctuary he currently inhabited was, in reality, a trap meticulously laid by a powerful faction. The situation was far from what it seemed, and he did not possess the idyllic existence of a wealthy heir, free to bask in a life of leisure. Nevertheless, the circumstances were not dire enough to compel Tang Qi to remain in a constant state of vigilance. Naturally, the dialogue between them flowed with Tang Qi posing questions and Sally providing answers. There exists an unspoken norm in many schools. The reticent, introverted girl often excels academically. Sally was not only a scholar but a polymath at that. Whether it be conventional subjects or peculiar inquiries, she could provide answers. Tang Qi was able to ask targeted questions and receive precise, detailed responses, rapidly enhancing his understanding of this new world without the need to sift through extensive materials. Time flew by amidst their delightful conversation, and the journey remained remarkably tranquil. Upon alighting from the bus, they arrived at a magnificent, ancient edifice, the Venerable Mise Library. Steeped in cultural ambience, established nearly concurrently with the city of Mise, its history was remarkably rich, housing one of the most extensive collections in the region, rivaled only by a few libraries in the state capital, Meihuang City. Just in time before closing, Tang Qi successfully borrowed several weighty tomes that beckoned with promise. Sally cast a glance at the few books borrowed by Tang Qi, which were evidently unrelated to her course of study, such as the examination of the Acts of the 12 Apostles, the Federal Century, Oddities, Absurdities, and Realities, 100 Speculations on the Mysterious Meteor, and a detailed study of FBI cold cases. The only book that could possibly connect was Monster Files, although it struck her as peculiar. Sally had no intention of inquiring further. The astute girl was never one to deliberately overstep boundaries. What brought joy to this perceptive young lady was that, until the moment they parted ways at the central stop in the Bronx, nothing unexpected occurred. All the unfortunate scenarios she had envisioned did not materialize. The girl felt exhilarated yet puzzled. As she waved goodbye to Tang Qi, she couldn't help but murmur to herself. Little did she know that, with his ever-increasing strength, Tang Qi's physical attributes had also surged, allowing him to catch every whisper of Sally's thoughts as she departed. How strange today has been. Why didn't Tang Qi stumble? He wasn't struck by a basketball, lost any money, nor did he collide with anyone while walking. It's utterly bizarre. Has my bad luck dissipated? Am I no longer the unfortunate Sally? How wonderful. Today may be the most serene day of my life. But no, I mustn't relax too much. Today might just be an anomaly, and tomorrow could return to the familiar mishaps. I hope Tang Qi remains strong. He should be fine, after all. He was heroic the other night. Oh dear, the beauty he saved seems to be me. How nerve-wracking. However, upon hearing her murmurs, a subtle twitch appeared at the corner of Tang Qi's mouth. With a wry smile, he shook his head and clutched the books as he made his way home. Though he had to traverse the chaotic Bronx, the advantage was its proximity. Yet, scarcely a minute passed when, as Tang Qi turned down a street, he abruptly halted. His footstep frozen. Creak. He paused, slightly turning his head to glance at a dimly lit alley beside him. Strange sounds emanated from within, Muffled moans and suppressed gasps of pleasure intertwined with hints of pain. Given the surroundings, it was not hard to imagine what was taking place inside. It was merely the inevitable encounter between a desperate patron and a nightingale. As a high school student, Tang Qi should have fled at this moment. Yet, an unusual expression crossed his face, and he began to place the books into the canvas bag provided by the library, gripping it in one hand before stepping cautiously into the alley. The sounds within the alley were already plentiful, but the late-night breeze in the Bronx, carrying a faint whiff of sewage, conveyed the sound of Tang Qi's footsteps to the ears of the three individuals entwined within. To be precise, it was two individuals. With the faint glow of the streetlight above, Tang Qi beheld a horrifying spectacle in the alley. The scene was exhilarating yet markedly different from what most would envision. Entangled were three figures. One was a middle-aged man, his face etched with deep sorrow, clad in a clean yet inexpensive suit, his bald head suggesting a life of toil, fitting the archetype of a weary office worker seeking solace in this darkened place. The other two figures were provocatively dressed, one in black and the other in white stockings, their heavy makeup conforming to the nightingale persona. However, their entanglement was anything but conventional. At that moment, two nightingales were not merely entwining with the man. They were viciously gnawing at his flesh with their alabaster teeth, his neck brutally bitten, his head drooping, while one beautiful visage savored the crimson nectar that flowed forth. The other nightingale, positioned over the man's abdomen, feasted with unrestrained delight, her hands greedily extracting glistening entrails to stuff into her mouth. Had Tang Qi not interrupted, these two nightingales would have likely reveled in their midnight banquet, for few could share such a sumptuous repast with a dear companion. Yet, as their emerald eyes reflected Tang Qi's silhouette, their spirits soared even higher. Look what we've stumbled upon, a tender little rabbit, they seemed to exclaim, a thrill of long-forgotten excitement washing over them. The two sisters, momentarily disturbed from their meal, cast aside the unfortunate middle-aged man with delight, rising gracefully, utterly indifferent to the remnants of his vitality spilling beneath them. At this juncture, Tang Qi had little interest in the macabre feast. He cautiously placed the small cloth bag he held in the clean corner of the alley and, illuminated by the streetlight, approached the two grinning beauties. With enhanced vision, he could distinctly see the fresh, crimson strands of flesh caught between their teeth and the viscous blood that dripped from their mouths. "I've encountered a dog-faced man," he uttered. Almost instantaneously, as the words left his lips, the two enchanting figures shattered the pavement beneath them, surging forth like malevolent spirits, propelled by an unseen force towards the seemingly succulent high school youth. Chapter 29. The new extraordinary bullet before Tang Qi, two dark figures lunged with ferocity. Although they appeared as beautiful women on the outside, a foul stench wafted towards him, an unpleasant amalgamation of decay and blood, evoking a visceral sense of revulsion. Their clawed hands reached for his head and chest. Thanks to his keen eyesight, Tang Qi could discern the chipped and poorly applied red and black nail polish on their claws, a testament to their lack of taste, as described in his readings. In a swift motion, Tang Qi took a half-step back and sidestepped, evading the assault of the two ghastly nightingales. His pale hand slowly formed a fist, and as the creatures shrieked, one of his punches connected squarely with the face of one nightingale, while the other met the full force of his whip-like kick. The impact was thunderous. Had they possessed any semblance of intelligence, they would have recognized that Tang Qi was no ordinary human youth. In close combat, they were clearly outmatched. Yet, instead of retreating, their rage fueled another charge at him, driven by primal instinct. Tang Qi shook his head and charged deeper into the alley. A few steps ahead lay the corpse of a hapless middle-aged office worker. With a swift motion, he grasped the head of the first approaching nightingale, slamming it against the adjacent wall with a resounding crash. With another kick, the explosive force connected with the jaw of the second nightingale. A distinct crack echoed as half of its skull, along with its jaw, shattered under Tang Qi's strike. 3 seconds? No, it was less than 3 seconds. What should have been a brutal confrontation concluded swiftly, revealing a staggering disparity in power. Tang Qi's gaze settled on the two dying nightingales, and the familiar interface emerged. Extraordinary creature, devouring nightingale. Status, mortally wounded. Information fragment 1. Once thriving, the ghoulish species left behind several potent viruses after their extermination across the globe. While they may not resurrect the ghoul lineage, they have spawned some repugnant creatures with little effort. Information fragment 2. The devouring nightingale is one such creation. As always, Tang Qi observed the information fragments. However, this time, the insights provided by his unique ability were not significantly greater than those gleaned from his readings. Disregarding the uncertain tales, it could be succinctly summarized. These were extraordinary beings resulting from prostitutes infected by ghoul viruses. Before their transformation, they appeared as normal women. But once they entered a ghoul state, they became monstrous predators with greatly enhanced physical capabilities, making it quite difficult for them to prey upon their clients otherwise. Yet, it was regrettable. No matter how enhanced they became, they were still no match for Tang Qi. The introductory exploration of Chaga combat techniques reveals that each day, the various attributes of Tang Qi continue to enhance. With a mere flick of her hand, her destructive power rivals that of elite fighters. The entities she faces are merely primal beasts driven by instinct. Upon regaining consciousness, Tang Qi gazes upon the lifeless bodies of office workers. Observing the two ghoulish nightingales still struggling and slowly regaining their strength. Clenching her fists, a surge of warmth and power courses through her palms, which is subsequently unleashed with a series of resounding thuds. Simultaneously, cracks reverberate through the walls and floor. The skulls of the ghouls disintegrate into fragments, leaving them unable to survive. Upon their demise, two ashen souls emerge, but before they can flee, golden-hued hands clasp around them. A gentle breeze sweeps through the alley, restoring tranquility. Within the foggy recesses of her mind, two small specks of golden light manifest. She turns her attention to her interface, which reveals changes in her skills section. The progress of her meditation and furnace eye techniques has increased by 0.02, while Chaga combat techniques have only seen a 0.01 rise. It appears that devouring the souls of extraordinary beings primarily enhances her meditation and derived skills, whereas the combat technique, despite being the sole contributor to her recent kills, has seen the least growth. Nevertheless, this path proves to be significantly faster than arduous training. Perhaps further exploration is warranted. It does not seem overly challenging. A bait? No. Perhaps it should be regarded as a certain inducement. Yet, certainty eludes her, perhaps validation awaits on the morrow. Behind her, three corpses begin to stiffen. Remarkably, the chaos within the Bronx is indeed palpable. Were it otherwise, there would be no such thing as corpse retrieval vehicles or the profession of corpse collectors. As the upheaval intensifies, Tang Qi can almost foresee that areas like the Bronx could transform into genuine no-go zones. Until that day arrives, she intends to bolster her strength to the utmost. Particularly after discovering that shortcut, Tang Qi is resolved to alter her strategy. Returning to the brick building, she finds the first floor impeccably restored, showing no signs of damage. It is evident that the efficiency of the official police department is a testament to the direct intervention of Sheriff Stana. After acknowledging the distinct advantages of official assistance, Tang Qi diligently prepares her dinner. Satisfied, she brews a pot of volcanic rock coffee and places the hefty tomes borrowed from the Mather Library on her desk. Finally, she approaches her workstation. Before her nightly training, Tang Qi has one more task to accomplish. She had intended to attempt it last night, but the breakthrough in her meditation had delayed her. Now, she officially embarks on yet another endeavor, the creation of ammunition. With the knowledge of how to forge furnace bullets, Tang Qi understands that to produce extraordinary ammunition, one fundamental principle must be upheld. The materials must also possess extraordinary qualities. Furthermore, they must be authenticated by her unique ability to comprehend all things. On that day, the sacred water, the flower seeds, and similar items purchased were utterly useless. Had it not been for the battle against the mermaid, Tang Qi would have had to prepare ammunition for his most formidable weapon, Blood Python No. 1. Using his own extraordinary blood, to avoid anemia, he resolved to create another type of extraordinary bullet. With a swift motion, he extracted the soul material and placed it upon the workbench. As he opened a small cloth bag, a collection of diamond-like objects gleamed with a brilliant azure light. Drawing on his experience from the previous creation of furnace bullets, Tang Qi moved with remarkable alacrity, showing no signs of hesitation. He first ignited an alcohol lamp, and as the flame flickered to life, he positioned a crucible above it. When the bottom of the crucible began to glow faintly red, he deftly grasped a pair of tweezers, plunged them into the bag, and emerged with a resplendent piece of blue sea salt. With a sharp clink, the sea salt fell into the crucible. This mesmerizing crystal, upon contact with the red-hot area of the crucible, emitted a hissing sound and a wisp of blue smoke, tinged with a hint of saltiness, wafted into the air. In a moment of reverie, Tang Qi seemed to glimpse the sounds of crashing waves, the vibrant scenes beneath the sea, and the ethereal echoes of sacred hymns. Regrettably, this enchanting vision dissipated as swiftly as the smoke itself. When he looked again, all that remained was the blue liquid in the crucible, bubbling and frothing like seawater, which initially filled half the crucible but began to diminish rapidly with the rising temperature. However, Tang Tang Qi could not remove the alcohol lamp. Fragments of information captured by his unique interface indicated that if he were to extinguish the flame, the liquid would instantly solidify, reverting to its solid form of sea salt. In that moment, Tang Qi exhibited his terrifying speed once more. With one hand, he seized a glass rod, stirring the blue liquid with urgency, while the other hand deftly picked up a brass bullet and placed it into the crucible. The vortex he had conjured seemed imbued with a peculiar magic. As the bullet was submerged, a radiant blue light merged with the swirling liquid. With a resonating hum, he swiftly inserted and then extracted the bullet, barely affording a glance at the transformed projectile before hastily grasping a second, then a third, fourth, fifth. One hand continued to stir steadily, while the other became a blur of motion, to ensure not a single morsel of the mermaid's magic would go to waste. Tang Qi even employed techniques from the Chaga fighting style. Within the crucible, the azure liquid rapidly diminished, while the wooden box on the workbench filled increasingly with bullets, each one distinctly different from the ordinary. Chapter 30, The Gift in the Depths of Night, at St. Thorn High School, within a quaint stone building. Tang Qi stood before his workbench, a light sheen of perspiration gracing his forehead, his hands trembling slightly. Beside him, the coffee had long since cooled. Yet his countenance radiated excitement, his gaze fixated on the wooden box before him. Each bullet within gleamed a rich golden hue, but upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint azure luminescence swirling within. Before Tang Qi's eyes, a unique interface materialized. Artifact, Siren's Bullet. Attributes, curse-breaking, evil-dispelling. Information Fragment 1. Bullets imbued with the tears of a siren, they have acquired a trace of the siren's magical essence, transforming from mere objects into the extraordinary. Endowed with the capacity to break curses and dispel malevolence. Information Fragment 2. Due to the peculiar nature of the siren's magic, these bullets possess a hidden attribute. Should their owner aim the barrel at themselves, there exists a chance to trigger effects that heal wounds and escape from special conditions. Tang Qi's breath quickened in response. The freshly forged siren's bullets did not surprise him in terms of their attributes. They seemed somewhat reminiscent of the furnace bullets, with the evil-dispelling property bearing a striking similarity to the furnace's curse-breaking ability. Yet, there were distinctions, such as the curse-breaking attribute, which was easily comprehensible, likely signifying the ability to negate evil curses. Although Tang Qi had yet to encounter anyone capable of casting curses, he was certain that such an encounter was inevitable, particularly with the Samra family looming in the background. This witching clan, having migrated from the Sahara continent, remained an ever-present sword of Damocles over his head. Though they had not yet come seeking vengeance, Tang Qi was acutely aware that their apparent absence was not due to a relinquishment of their intent. Rather, it was because he was doing his utmost to delay matters. The old witch, known as the Black Serpent Witch, was currently traveling, while the remaining members of the family had yet to realize that their temporary patriarch, Old Morgan, had been reduced to ashes and cast into the sea. The scattering of ashes into the ocean was certainly not a tradition of the Samra family. In fact, it was a profound insult. Their customs dictated that deceased family members must be buried beneath a tree known as the baobab, lest their souls find no peace. Should the Samra family discover what Tang Qi had done, they would surely descend upon him in a frenzy of vengeance. Moreover, if they were to learn that Old Morgan had been tricked into becoming a judgment demon, enduring torment day and night on the soul weighing scale in its stead, the family would stop at nothing to eliminate him. Not even the mysterious powers of St. Thorn High School could protect him from their wrath. From Old Morgan's diary, Tang Qi gleaned insights into the family's twisted nature and unyielding solidarity. It was for this reason that he had never contemplated reconciliation. The two sides were doomed to an endless cycle of conflict. Had it been otherwise, he would not be so fervently striving to enhance his strength, possessing immense wealth yet showing no inclination to pause and savor life. With these bullets in hand, the first step of my plan has gained a greater likelihood of success. Next, I must continue to fortify my core abilities. A shortcut has appeared before me, thus each step must be taken with greater steadiness. Power cannot lead one astray. Only self-relaxation can do so. Tang Qi held a mermaid bullet, feeling the faint magic flowing within it, contemplating in his heart. After finishing the chilled coffee in one gulp and tidying the workstation, ensuring each mermaid bullet was carefully placed, Tang Qi proceeded to his bedroom, ready to commence his daily rigorous training. Since embracing the golden furnace meditation technique, sleep had completely departed from Tang Qi's life. Although this was peculiar, the advantages of meditating through the night evidently far outweighed the benefits of ordinary sleep, prompting Tang Qi to unhesitatingly abandon the rest that is customary for mere mortals. Seated cross-legged upon the soft carpet, with a mere thought, Tang Qi entered a meditative state. As his consciousness outlined the golden sun, he once again transcended into that dark, void space, experiencing the warmth and heat emanating from within himself, while simultaneously confronting the ceaseless tide of the bizarre surging from the unknown crevice, ever more tumultuous. On the following morning, Tang Qi awoke, no longer feeling the need to check that unique interface immediately. He could sense his strength had increased somewhat. His gaze fell upon himself, confirming his intuition. The skill bar remained, with the progress of the meditation technique having surged from 0.32 to 0.33, while the eye of the furnace also experienced a modest increase of 0.01. Conversely, the chaga boxing technique showed no changes, indicating that Tang Qi would need to seek alternative methods. Securing the iron door, he made his way to the campus. However, just before turning, something seemed to strike him, and he cast his eyes toward a tranquil area not far from his temporary abode. There, the most prominent structure was an ancient clock tower. According to Reverend Simbani, it was the headquarters of a society known as the Order of Austerity. Yet now, the order had been disbanded, leaving the premises vacant. Based on the treasure map, corroborated by Old Morgan's diary and Tang Qi's initial exploration of the campus, it could be reasonably surmised that the legendary legacy of the penitent might lie within that clock tower area. Had he discovered this on the first day, Tang Qi might have dared to investigate. However, now, having sensed a hint of conspiracy, he would not act recklessly. Feigning a casual glance, Tang Qi turned and resumed the guise of an ordinary Asian youth, blending harmoniously into the throng of students. St. Thorn's High School, although renowned as an elite institution, did not lack diligent students. In fact, the proportion of dedicated scholars was remarkably high. Even those from affluent backgrounds had excelled in their studies, embodying the ideals of academic excellence and well-rounded development as envisioned by their parents. Naturally, there were also underachievers, such as the few prominent upper-class women he encountered on the first day, who were undoubtedly among the latter. However, the exceptional background of these individuals, coupled with their roles as cheerleading captains and boxing club presidents, allows them to dismiss the significance of academic performance. They can even audaciously proclaim that the most brilliant students will ultimately work for their families. Besides them, Tang Qi is also academically challenged. This is precisely why it was said that his parents had to leverage connections just to secure his admission here. Had he been academically proficient, he could have easily followed in Sally's footsteps, gaining entry through merit, thus not only securing his place but also being exempt from tuition fees and receiving scholarships. On the first day, Tang, displaying an unexpected dedication to his studies, soon realized that he had grasped most of the fundamental knowledge and felt no need to continue in such earnestness. He reverted to his inherent lackadaisical nature. Unabashedly, he began perusing peculiar books during class, his engrossment so profound that Sally had to shield him from the teacher's scrutiny. After school, adhering to the principle of looking out for her first friend, Sally intended to remind Tang that every grade at Thorny High undergoes assessments at the year's end, and failure could result in expulsion. Yet, she hesitated, fearing that such words might displease her dear friend. Just as she was about to speak, Tang, with a faint smile, suddenly took her hand and led her outside the school, declaring, "To express my gratitude for your guidance last night, I plan to present you with a mysterious gift today. Trust me, you shall adore it. Someone wishes to bestow a gift upon me." Chapter 31. The Enchanting Girl on Central Avenue. There lies a ready-to-wear boutique known as the Enchanting Girl. It is the finest establishment of its kind in May City, dedicated to crafting the most exquisite appearances for all young ladies. From the hues of every strand of hair to the selection of ankle bracelets, we offer services tailored to your unique attributes. Upon entering number 5, Champs, Liss ES Street, you shall witness the transformation that is the Enchanting Girl. As Sally stood behind holding an elegant card and reading aloud, Tang Qi had already taken the initiative to push open the boutique's glass door, beautifully crafted from fine wood. The chime of bells rang out melodiously as they both beheld the layout within. Beyond the dazzling array of garments and accessories, the most striking features were undoubtedly the exquisite mirrors and the charmingly classical fitting rooms. A mere glance evoked a silent admiration from Tang Qi. Having experienced the fashion explosion of a past life on Earth, his aesthetic sense, while not overwhelmingly powerful, certainly surpassed that of an average individual from Blue Star. However, as he surveyed the boutique, Tang Qi found himself at a loss for words. This establishment exquisitely fuses classical elegance with youthful glamour. He silently appraised it. It was no wonder that this boutique had garnered a notable reputation among the upper echelons of May City. Naturally, had it been otherwise, he would not have brought Sally here. The gift he intended to present to this sweet, naive girl was a transformative service. With his keen eye, he could easily discern that Sally possessed commendable qualities. The reasons she often fell victim to the cruelty of the mean girls were not solely due to her unfortunate reputation as unlucky Sally, but also because of her rather unsophisticated and timid demeanor. Boys hesitated to approach her, while the cruel girls found her a target for their bullying. She was, in essence, a born scapegoat. Though Tang Qi was confident in his aesthetic judgment, it would be inappropriate for him to personally craft a new image for a young lady. Thus, coming here was indeed the most fitting choice. Although Sally was not from the upper class and rarely engaged in discussions of fashion with her peers, she had, by chance, heard of the enchanting girl's name, and, coupled with the elegant introduction on the card she held, she pondered about the excellent services offered here, albeit at a daunting price. Deep within, Sally contemplated, perhaps we should reconsider, Tang Qi. She tugged at his sleeve, summoning her courage to speak. However, having brought her to this place, Tang Qi was resolute in his decision. Turning back was not an option. He offered the girl a gentle smile, his warm gaze helping to ease her nerves. As a boutique favored by the noble young ladies of the upper class, it naturally attracted many beautiful girls, each radiating style and vitality, the essence of youth enveloping the atmosphere. By contrast, Sally resembled a clumsy duckling. Were it not for Tang Qi standing in front of her, she might have fled in embarrassment. At that moment, a sales associate approached them. To their surprise, the person welcoming them was not a young and charming girl, but rather a kindly-looking elderly lady. This lady, well-preserved despite her uniform, exuded an air of elegance, though her face bore many wrinkles. The rosy hue of her complexion and the enduring grace of her features suggested that in her youth, she must have been a true beauty. Approaching Tang Qi and Sally with a warm smile, she asked, "My dear young guests, how may I assist you?" As Tang Qi spoke, Mrs. Hudson's gaze was fixed keenly on Sally, her perceptiveness surpassing that of Tang Qi. Almost instantly, a spark of delight illuminated her eyes as she grasped Sally's hand gently, her soothing voice enveloping Sally's ears. "What a lovely young girl you are! Seeing you reminds me of my own youth, so innocent and endearing." Alas, poor Miss Hudson in those days did not possess the good fortune of having such a young gentleman to protect her as you do now. Come now, fortunate young lady. Relax a bit. You are my magical girl. When it came to charming young girls, Mrs. Hudson clearly outshone Tang Qi by a wide margin. Just a moment ago, Sally had been quite nervous, but she soon followed the elderly lady into one of the private fitting rooms. Tang Qi, smiling faintly, accompanied them. One of the shop's distinctive features was its surprisingly spacious layout, where each customer enjoyed their own private fitting room, resembling a small parlor complete with genuine fitting spaces and cozy areas for friends to chat and enjoy snacks, all furnished with comfortable seating. Drawing from his previous experiences on Earth, Tang Qi was not foolish enough to wait idly for the new Sally to emerge. Instead, he chose a small sofa to sit down and began to leaf through the tome titled Monster Archives. While others might perceive it as an absurdly large volume, for Tang Qi, it held immense allure. Much of the content pertained to the 12 saints and the various monsters they had vanquished, which was precisely what fascinated him. He soon became engrossed in the text. Time slipped away unnoticed, and just as Tang Qi finished reading a page about one of the 12 saints, the penitent Lord Martin Sims, who had slain a two-headed demon eagle atop the Black Sand Mountains. The intricately designed door that had remained shut since his arrival suddenly creaked open. As Tang Qi instinctively looked up, an astonishing figure appeared before him. It was Sally, cautiously navigating in a pair of high heels. Her head was slightly bowed, seemingly unaware of the remarkable transformation she had undergone. Her once tousled hair, resembling a bird's nest, had been tamed by Mrs. Hudson into soft, cascading strands adorned with a floral crown, revealing her nearly perfect youthful visage in its entirety. The oversized trousers and loose sweater have vanished, replaced by a gown woven of gold and white, reminiscent of ethereal fairy attire. Beneath the delicate, soft chiffon, her porcelain skin glimmers faintly, almost luminescent. Perhaps overwhelmed by shyness, a subtle flush creeps up, painting her cheeks a delicate rose, accompanied by a pair of glistening earlobes. Even the fastidious Tang Qi can only express astonishment at this sight. He is certain that if Sally were to step into St. Thorn High School at this moment, the entire institution would erupt in fervor, and Angela, the cheerleading captain who shares her golden locks, would likely be consumed by envy. Hudson, who escorts Sally, shares in the satisfaction of the transformation, Yet her inherently critical professional demeanor prevents her from concluding her task immediately. Instead, she gently guides Sally to the grand floor-to-ceiling mirror, waiting for her to muster the courage to behold her new self. As Sally lifts her gaze, eager to appreciate her metamorphosis, Mrs. Hudson reaches toward the exaggerated black-framed glasses perched upon Sally's face, seemingly intent on removing them to complete the final stage of her transformation. Those black frames indeed stand as the last barrier. Once removed, Tang Qi envisions a nearly ethereal maiden standing before him. However, inexplicably, as he observes Mrs. Hudson's movements, a sudden surge of alarm explodes within his mind, sending shivers down his spine and raising the hairs on his neck, as an unprecedented sense of impending danger washes over him. Wait. Tang Qi's plea barely escapes his lips when Mrs. Hudson has already taken off the black-framed glasses. In an instant, a startling transformation unfolds. Tang Qi finds himself locking eyes with Sally, or more accurately, with the reflection of Sally in the mirror. Chapter 32. The Cursed Sorceress Panic. An unanticipated and profound panic completely engulfed Tang Qi's mind in that moment. It arose without reason, a primal instinct akin to that of a frail existence confronted by a superior being. Reborn on the origin planet, Blue Star, Tang Qi awakened to face a demonic version of himself in the sinister soul-swapping ritual orchestrated by an adept sorcerer of the dark arts. He had since taken lives and vanquished extraordinary monstrosities, including beings of the caliber of the merfolk. Yet, at no prior moment had he ever experienced such a sensation. As he locked eyes with Sally in the mirror, the surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation, akin to a reversed reflection. The humble fitting room morphed into a myriad of swiftly shifting glass shards that recombined, ultimately restoring the semblance of a tangible chamber. The surreal aspect remained, as Mrs. Hudson seemed frozen in time at the instant she removed her spectacles. Her form stood motionless, adorned with a faint smile, seemingly satisfied with her latest creation. Yet Tang Qi could not perceive the rhythm of her heartbeat. Had she perished? Or had she transcended this realm? Before the immense floor-to-ceiling mirror, they continued to gaze at one another. However, Tang Qi could no longer discern a trace of the original Sally within those eyes, as if she had entirely transformed into another being. Who are you? Tang Qi gently placed the book down, a bittersweet tone escaping his lips. Blood Python number 1 rested at his lower back. In the left pocket of his shirt, a box of furnace bullets lay concealed. The right pocket contained a box of merfolk ammunition, and within the lining of his chest, a singular red tear from a sea demon was secured. Even if faced once more with the merfolk, Tang Qi possessed the confidence to eliminate it with utmost swiftness. Yet now, he remained immobile, not from cowardice, but from an inability to act. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, rendering the act of releasing the book nearly exhausting all his strength. At this juncture, the sole recourse for Tang Qi was to keep his eyes wide open, allowing the dreadful weight to relentlessly sap his inner vigor, with no intention of capitulation. As he uttered that question, his eyes beheld a vision starkly divergent from reality. Two distinct interfaces emerging within his sight. Sally had changed. She retained her corporeal form, yet the once timid and bashful demeanor had vanished without a trace. In meeting Tang Qi's gaze, her eyes radiated an audacious defiance, an arrogant disdain for all, and an enchanting allure that compelled any man to kneel. Wisps of invisible ashen black mist continuously emanated from Sally's being, transforming the modest-fitting room into a realm of otherworldly essence. The gown she wore, reminiscent of ethereal elven fabric, intertwined in gold and white, gradually darkened. The floral crown atop her head had not withered. Instead, it blossomed with extraordinary allure, sprouting dark flowers that captivated the gaze. If the former Sally had embodied the breathtaking essence of an enchanting elven maiden, now Sally has transformed into an enchanting sorceress, a figure to whom one cannot help but submit. Tang Qi's extraordinary ability validated his foreboding. The first peculiar interface that emerged was linked to a pair of exaggerated black-framed glasses. Curious subject. Glasses that seal misfortune. Information Fragment 1. These glasses, imbued with extraordinary power after being blessed by the Gypsy Witch leader, can block the forces of misfortune, allowing that unfortunate girl to return to a state of normalcy. Information Fragment 2. While the girl wears them, she will remain undetectable to extraordinary senses. The information fragments contained within the black-framed glasses were blunt and alarming, leaving Tang Qi utterly astonished. The interface he observed from Sally evoked both admiration and regret. He never anticipated that one day his good intentions could lead to disastrous consequences. Previously, the opponents he faced were marked by the term extraordinary beings in the interface. However, this time was different. The first line of small text he encountered boldly proclaimed, Deity. Exotic deity, the Witch of Misfortune. Status, secondary personality. Information fragment 1. The Witch of Misfortune from an alternate dimension. In a bid to transcend her limits, dispersed her magical essence into unknown fractions across various worlds, with the infant Sally receiving a fragment from the origin blue star. Information fragment 2. Sally's relatives perished due to the potency of the misfortune magic. In her final moments, the passing gypsy witch leader infused her powers into the black-framed glasses left by Sally's father, which conceal the misfortune magic for at least a century. Information fragment 3. As the tide of spiritual energy approaches, cracks appear in the glasses seal. Removing them provides an opportunity for the magical secondary personality, born from that fragment of power, to escape. As the fourth information fragment entered Tang Qi's awareness, a glimmer of hope nearly overflowed from his eyes. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, he bowed his head at that moment, concealing his emotions from the secondary personality of the witch that currently governed Sally's body. Tang Qi now comprehended the gravity of his actions. His intention to bestow a gift upon Sally inadvertently unveiled the most significant and terrifying secret residing within her. The Witch of Misfortune. These 4 words perfectly encapsulated Sally's lifelong string of misfortunes and the ill fate that befell those around her. Though the power of misfortune was largely sealed by the glasses, even the slightest leakage was sufficient to establish the reputation of unlucky Sally. What monumental events might unfold, Tang Qi could not foresee. Nor was there a need for foresight, as everything was unexpectedly interrupted by Tang Qi. With the glasses removed, he now confronted the burgeoning yet inadvertently released secondary personality, the Witch of Misfortune. Bowing his head, concealing the unusual hue in his eyes, he channeled all his strength to resist the magical aura that permeated the small fitting room. Though ultimately futile, he could sense that should this Witch of Misfortune harbor even a fleeting thought, his fragile body would be utterly disassembled, leaving no trace behind. Once, Sally struggled immensely to walk in her high heels. However, at that moment, Tang Qi caught a glimpse of an enchanting figure, exuding an irresistible allure. Akin to a dark enchantress, gracefully approaching him step by step. A delicate, porcelain finger gently lifted Tang Qi's chin. It was then that he beheld once more that flawless visage, complemented by a pair of azure eyes that gradually deepened into shadows. Enveloped in an enigmatic aura of gray and black, Tang Qi felt as though his very soul was on the brink of slipping into an extraordinary realm. Chapter 33. Negotiation. Tang Qi beheld wisps of grayish-black, akin to mist, emanating from the exquisite figure before him, entwining around his very soul, drawing him toward a nightmarish realm. This was a land steeped in foreboding, devoid of light and vibrant hues, shrouded in an oppressive gloom, where swirling vortices distorted the landscape, rendering it even more sinister. Reminiscent of the most terrifying of nightmares. To succumb to its grasp meant eternal entrapment. The only recourse lay in submission. Submit to me, and you shall become the scion of misfortune, endowed with its formidable power. A potent compulsion surged within him, akin to venomous tendrils ensnaring his heart. Igniting a desire to yield, to kneel and offer unwavering loyalty, to kiss the delicate toes of this enchanting lady, becoming her most abject servant. In truth, Tang Qi's form was already bending under the oppressive weight of the grayish-black magic. The transformed Sally, her flawless visage now adorned with a smile radiating both scorn and allure, was capable of driving countless men to madness, willing to sacrifice everything for her. It seemed she could foresee the moment Tang Qi would kiss her feet. Yet, from her unseen perspective, he slowly closed his eyes, and as fragments of information flowed before him, he activated his skill. He ignited a sun, encountering the power of misfortune, initiating transformation into a slave of misfortune. Target, extraordinary human. Conducting power level assessment. Unique power, furnace's might, overflowing. Assessment passed. Transformation failed. Boom. Like a searing iron cast into thick snow, the snow did not completely melt, but around Tang Qi, who had transformed into a golden sun, the tendrils of gray-black misfortune dissipated at an alarming rate. The dark elf-like maiden, her earlier derision frozen in place, erupted into a scream. The once gentle mist transformed into horrifying whips that lashed out at Tang Qi's form with a frequency that threatened to rupture eardrums, her shrieks laden with ominous portent. Son of the furnace, cursed legacy of the furnace lord, you wretched beings should have perished in the cataclysm of the last age. Why? Why do you persist like vermin on the origin star, lurking so close to me, seeking to obliterate a fragment of my essence? I shall not allow your schemes to succeed. Die. All of you perish. This sudden turn of events rendered Tang Qi, the instigator, momentarily bewildered. Yet, It was not difficult to extract astonishing revelations from the fervent words of the witch's frenzied alter ego. The origins of the golden furnace meditation were illustrious. There existed enmity with witches from foreign lands. The witch mistook his approach for ulterior motives. Ultimately, she was gripped by fear. Like a beast threatened, she would unleash her full power. The witch's alter ego could not be counted as human. At this moment, Tang Qi could still sense her emotions, yet regrettably, he found himself powerless to act. He was required to embody the golden furnace, maintaining a meditative state. Tang Qi could not ascertain whether he could triumph over the Fate Witch's secondary persona using only the furnace's power, should he abandon his meditation. He had not tested this, but he was aware that the odds of success were slim. Perhaps the furnace's power and the magic of misfortune belonged to the same echelon of the extraordinary. However, Tang Qi was not truly the so-called child of the furnace. He merely possessed the meditative technique, lacking the accompanying legacies. And his practice of this technique had only been brief. In contrast, his adversary was a pure embodiment of the Fate Witch, a manifestation of divine power cleaved from an otherworldly deity, residing within Sally's form for over a decade. It had birthed a secondary persona capable of wielding that very magic of misfortune with perfection. He doubted that should he exit the golden furnace state, he would not be instantaneously dismembered. Incredibly, the two remained locked in a stalemate. More astonishingly, Tang Qi understood that if this impasse persisted, he would eventually regain the upper hand. Prior to entering meditation, fragments of information revealed by his unique abilities indicated that before the time limit expired, the witch would face two choices if she failed to capture a suitable servant of misfortune: to be compelled to merge with her dominant persona, thereby shattering the seal, which would yield unpredictable consequences, or to be re-imprisoned, awaiting the next opportune moment. The countdown, 3 minutes. The fragment of information disclosed that after years of confinement, the true essence of the sealed misfortune magic was no longer that pair of glasses, but rather Sally herself as the vessel. As a secondary persona, the Fate Witch had only two options: to break the vessel or to merge with it, as an entity from another realm. She would undoubtedly refuse to allow herself to be assimilated by a mere human girl, thus rendering her choice self-evident. Indeed, Tang Qi's prophecy materialized. The frenzied witch soon regained her composure, fixating her gaze on Tang Qi, whose eyes were tightly shut, emanating a golden radiance. Her brow furrowed slightly, and the floral crown atop her head blossomed with increasingly sinister black flowers, evoking a sense of foreboding. What Tang Qi knew, she understood all too well. Yet, unbeknownst to him, she had a third option: to transform the nearby Mrs. Hudson into a servant of misfortune. However, this too bore risks, as Mrs. Hudson was merely an ordinary elderly woman, and she could very well perish during the transformation process. Presently, the Fate Witch found herself at a disadvantage. The first choice, merging with Sally, was one she would never entertain, for as a secondary persona, it was her first time commandeering this body. Should she merge, she would likely be devoured by the dominant persona, Sally. At that juncture, she would cease to be the Fate Witch and become a sorceress wielding formidable and ominous powers. A powerful secondary persona, born from the magic of an otherworldly deity, found herself at odds with a youth who had only recently embarked upon the path of the extraordinary. This was indeed astonishing, yet it had become a reality. Fate wanders along the same path, occasionally descending upon one individual, then upon another, yet it ever favors me. Only when the supreme embodiment of destiny reappears can I liberate myself from its repercussions and ascend as the singular goddess of fate. Before achieving this liberation, since resistance is futile, I shall acquiesce. My essence can scarcely fathom that I would opt to negotiate with the son of the furnace. A swirling mist dissipates, and an ominous, enchanting melody resonates within Tang Qi's mind. Chapter 34. The Pact of Destiny in the Abyss of Darkness. Tang Qi transformed into a golden sun, emanating what seemed like boundless light and warmth, incinerating all the peculiarities that seeped in through the crevices. In the past, he had indeed burned away oddities. However, upon entering meditation before the Witch of Misfortune, he found himself engulfing tendrils of ash and black whips instead. More precisely, it was the tips of those whips. Their extraordinary nature appeared to be on par with his own. Nevertheless, Tang Qi remained unfazed, meticulously outlining the contours of the golden sun with his thoughts. He was confident that once the 3 minutes elapsed, the so-called witch's alter ego would have no choice but to yield. His instincts had always proven correct, albeit this time slightly askew. Suddenly, in the darkened expanse, the tendrils of ash and black vanished without a trace, replaced by a familiar silhouette emerging from the seemingly close, yet infinitely distant crevice. Sally? No, it was undoubtedly the Witch of Misfortune. Compared to the corporeal form of Sally in the outside world, this apparition bore a closer resemblance to the Witch of Misfortune, clad in a gown reminiscent of Gothic style. Her excessively pale skin radiated both mystery and allure. Black blossoms atop her head unfurled and withered repeatedly, breathtakingly beautiful yet suffused with an ominous aura. She stood at the crevice, her gray-black magical essence unfurling into a sea of mist, enveloping the surroundings. Their positioning thwarted any chance of a surprise attack from Tang Qi. The witch's alter ego, which had infiltrated Tang Qi's mind through some arcane means, bore no resemblance to the frenzied girl from before. It was as if that was merely an illusion. The witch now appeared as a mysterious and classical lady, directly extending a contract invitation to Tang Qi. Young son of the furnace, I shall not apologize for my previous affront, but as compensation, I am willing to forge a fair pact with you, enabling your early growth. This will grant you sufficient power when the tide of spirit reaches its zenith, preventing you from becoming a mere pawn, easily manipulated and discarded, or worse, extinguished. Having uttered these words, the witch seemed to recall something, showing no intention of granting Tang Qi even a moment's delay. She continued, "This is your sole opportunity. Should you refuse me, I will expend the majority of my dark magical power to extinguish your newly ignited furnace in this realm of shadows. Perhaps I may be sealed once more, but you shall face utter demise. You have 3 seconds to contemplate. That should suffice." 3, 2. Before the final count could resonate, a voice emerged from the seemingly eternal sun. The terms of the contract. I require clarity on the price I must pay and the benefits I stand to gain. I seek fairness. Upon hearing this declaration, a breathtaking smile reappeared on the witch's visage. Simultaneously, the dark void between them shimmered, and a spectral glow materialized, akin to the emergence of a parchment. On a blank page, under the watchful gaze of the witch, an ethereal quill seemingly manifested from thin air, inscribing line after line of delicate script. Beneath the omnipotent gaze of fate, I shall forge a pact with the human before me. The terms of this covenant are as follows. The human must provide sanctuary for my corporeal form when I fall into a seal, even at the cost of their own life in times of peril. They must assist in the transformation of this body, concocting potions of misfortune, and aid her in mastering the sorcery of calamity, rendering her more suited for the complete embodiment of misfortune's essence. While I slumber, they shall serve as my eyes and ears, gathering information from the realm of the origin star. They will establish a church of misfortune for me and seek out 3 suitable disciples. Until I fully seize control of this body, the human must regularly remove those spectacles, allowing me to manifest in the world. The human must not take away the virginity of this body, nor defile or toy with her form. As the demands continued to materialize, Tang Qi believed that, were he to possess a human visage, he would undoubtedly wear a look of exasperation. Did this witch truly consider him a mere caretaker? When the final line faded, what followed were the benefits that Tang Qi could expect to receive. Laid out plainly in 2 succinct lines, I promise that I shall not take the life of this human in the future. I shall bestow upon the human a mark of misfortune. That is all. Tang Qi deliberately waited a moment, yet the parchment showed no signs of further change. This was indeed the final content. Though unable to convey his emotions through expression, Tang Qi, now transformed into a radiant sun, found it simpler to express his feelings. The once stable golden flame suddenly surged, fueled by a tide of anger. It was evident that the witch understood the inequity inherent in such a contract. To this end, she paused, her proud head bowing slightly as she offered a rare explanation. You were fortunate to preserve your life even after offending me. This alone shall grant you considerable renown in the extraordinary realm. As for the mark of misfortune, your instinctive or perhaps deliberate approach to my body is merely a means to harness the power of calamity, attracting those inferior aberrations to fuel your furnace, is it not? By granting you this mark, I will facilitate a more straightforward process. Merely activate the mark, and those lesser creatures will be drawn to you. As her words faded, Tang Qi's voice, still laced with fury, resonated from the sun. In comparison to the price I must pay, these benefits are woefully inadequate. I find myself yearning for more extraordinary methods, and I implore you to act as my temporary mentor. I wish to delve deeper into the realm of the extraordinary and seek to complete the legacy of the furnace's child. Given that your essence is rooted in the adversary of the Lord of the Furnace, you must possess considerable knowledge on the subject. However, I must clarify that I am unable to provide you with such information. It is not a matter of unwillingness, but rather an impossibility. I am merely a subordinate personality birthed from the essence of misfortune within a human vessel. There may exist tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of beings akin to my nature. In order to accommodate magical power, my essence has bestowed only scan information upon me, and I lack the specifics you seek. As for the complete legacy of the Lord of the Furnace, not even my primary entity possesses it. Hence, this is the most favorable condition I can offer you. You must declare your choice immediately. Upon uttering these final words, the witch's subordinate personality granted Tang Qi no time for contemplation, delivering an ultimatum instead. The 3-minute countdown was drawing to a close. Boom. Tang Qi instantly sensed a surge of magical power far more formidable than before, beginning to engulf him. Should he express a refusal, the witch's subordinate would promptly expend a significant portion of her magical energy to eliminate him on the spot. In this moment of life and death, the inevitable approached. Though he had transformed into the sun, Tang Qi felt an agonizing chill enveloping him. A foreboding magical aura that gnawed ravenously at his spirit like a venomous serpent. Buzz. Before him floated a parchment, its contents mirroring exactly what had manifested in the dark void. Each end bore a blank line, with one line adorned by an additional mark. This was not a name but a sigil, which is easily comprehensible. The entity before him was not the true witch of misfortune, but a subordinate personality birthed from magical energy, lacking the authority to inscribe a divine name on the contract. A mere mark sufficed. Beneath that sigil, a gray thread began to extend slowly. Under the blank line on the opposite end, another thread emerged. Should Tang Qi inscribe his name, the two threads would converge, collectively outlining the tapestry of fate, thus establishing this contract. The violator would endure unimaginable punishment. Sign it. Otherwise, death awaits you. A chilling proclamation laced with murderous intent escaped from Sally's lips. In this final moment, Tang Qi swiftly raised his gaze and met the witch's eyes before concentrating entirely on the parchment. With a deep breath, perhaps spurred by humiliation, he lowered his head and murmured, "I sign." As the words left his mouth, he suddenly extended a finger, the power of the furnace surging forth. Golden lines tracing the formation of his name. Buzz. At that instant, Tang Qi abruptly lifted his head once more, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Then he moved. Chapter 35. The mark of misfortune. Tang Qi's extraordinary ability, which he has aptly named the omniscience of all things, allows him to gaze upon entities within the realm of the extraordinary, be they living beings or inanimate objects, and directly perceive their essence, as well as the fragments of information that cling to them. The parchment scroll before him is no exception. Without such capability, he would not have chosen to inscribe his name upon it. The secret to the success of every deception lies in the asymmetry of information. In this instance is no different. Curiosity, the scroll of fate. Status, not activated. Fragment of information 1. This is a special parchment scroll that records a contract of nearly the highest binding level. The parties involved represent the forces of misfortune and the power of the forge, bound by fate to adhere to the contract. Otherwise, both shall face unimaginable consequences. Fragment of information 2. The method of the contract's activation involves capturing the essence of both souls. Once the threads of their souls converge to depict fate, the contract shall become effective. Fragment of information 3. Prior to the contract's activation, both parties retain the right to amend its contents. This is what Tang Qi beheld. The fragments of information were also known to the witch's alter ego, yet unbeknownst to her. There was a flaw in Tang Qi's soul essence. Within the scroll, the two gray lines finally converged. However, curiously, they did not collaboratively delineate fate. The line representing Tang Qi swiftly began to dissipate, reminiscent of a lit fuse severed before reaching its conclusion. What is happening? Boom. She realized she had been deceived. The force of misfortune surged violently, and the restored fitting room seemed on the brink of obliteration. The witch's alter ego vowed to tear Tang Qi apart, leaving him no chance for redemption. Before her struggles could bear fruit, Tang Qi swiftly seized the black-framed glasses from Mrs. Hudson's hand, placing them delicately upon Sally's nose. In the same motion, his other hand erupted with a resounding force, the last remnants of the forge's power manifesting as a golden flame enveloping his palm. Under the watchful gaze of the witch's alter ego, Tang Qi abruptly pressed his palm against the parchment scroll. Below, the blank space was reignited, and the two gray lines surged forth once more. In Tang Qi's eyes, new fragments of information emerged. Soul information invalidated. Recapturing. Capture complete. Fate is being drawn. The contract is on the verge of activation. As these revelations flowed through him, Tang Qi's palm, akin to a golden eraser, forcefully covered the area of obligation he was to fulfill. With a decisive motion, the words etched by the power of misfortune collided with the forge's essence. In an instant, the lines of text vanished without a trace. upon the parchment scroll. Only 2 brief lines of text remained. Below, the 2 gray lines conspicuously outlined a symbol that was entirely indecipherable to Tang Qi. The scroll ignited immediately, transforming into 2 streams of gray light, one merging into Tang Qi's palm, and the other flowing into Sally's body. No. Sally let out a piercing wail. A palpable terror surging from her, as an unprecedented magical force threatened to erupt. Just then, a slender, pale finger pushed her exaggerated black-framed glasses up, completely obscuring her eyes, which were on the verge of being stained by ink. With a sigh, tranquility returned, as if a lid had been placed upon Pandora's box. The sensation was rather pleasant. One might think that this unromantic boy possessed no sense of style, or perhaps he was merely stingy, unwilling to allow his little girlfriend to showcase her beauty in public, perhaps wishing to keep her allure hidden for his own enjoyment. The latter reasoning caused Sally to blush, prompting her to explain to Mrs. Hudson, "Mrs. Hudson, these glasses are my father's legacy. His dying wish was for me to wear them until I come of age. At that time, a distant aunt will arrive to preside over my coming-of-age ceremony, and I shall be permitted to remove them." Her explanation was somewhat excessive, eliciting a knowing smile from Mrs. Hudson. The elderly lady could certainly discern that the young girl was attempting to clarify to her beloved that after the ceremony, she would reveal her most beautiful self. The perceptive Tang Qi understood everything as well, recognizing Mrs. Hudson's misunderstanding, yet he felt no desire to correct it. He attributed the girl's sentiments to gratitude and shyness towards her only close friend. At that moment, his attention was entirely captured by the mention of the distant aunt. It was evident that his father's wish was genuine. However, the so-called distant aunt was undoubtedly the very gypsy witch leader who had once assisted Sally in sealing the curse's magic. No one would offer help without a motive, unless there was something to gain by aiding the infant Sally in sealing her powers. Perhaps she anticipated reaping the rewards of a witch endowed with formidable magic upon her coming of age. This was a shrewd investment, and the witch had no grounds to decline. Alas, this investment had encountered an unforeseen complication. Tang Qi mused silently, simultaneously pondering whether he had gained or lost in this venture. Originally, he merely sought to leverage Sally's misfortune to amplify his own chances of encountering the bizarre, as the witch's alter ego had suggested, adding fuel to the fire, hastening his ascent in power. Yet he had not anticipated encountering the embodiment of cursed magic in the origin world of Blue Star. This experience was akin to casting a line for a small fish, only to reel in a prehistoric leviathan. Fortunately, fate had favored the other party, while Tang Qi, utilizing his unique abilities, managed to turn the tables once more. Now, the bounty was at hand. As he contemplated this in his heart, a peculiar transformation began to unfold between him and Sally, reflected in the slight lowering of his eyelids. Thick, gray-black tendrils of magic struggled to seep from Sally's being, as if their source was reluctant to part with them, yet compelled by some irresistible force, they surrendered. Gradually, they climbed onto Tang Qi, ultimately converging upon the back of his left hand, slowly delineating a distinctive sigil. Against a blood-red backdrop, a pair of twisted gray-black antlers emerged. The power activated, and an interface materialized. Artifact, curse mark. Status, complete. Fragment of information 1. This is the mark of the foreign deity, the Witch of Misfortune. To possess it signifies the favor of the witch. Extraordinary beings aligned with her will inherently develop a basic fondness for the bearer of the mark. Fragment of information 2. By invoking it, one can attract extraordinary beings belonging to the ominous, negative, and malevolent factions within a certain radius. Fragment of information 3. It may subject the bearer to a series of unfortunate events. However, it could also bestow greater fortune. The power of destiny is inscrutable. Without incurring any cost, yet still reaping the benefits, this sensation is truly delightful. Tang Qi gazed at the mark on the back of his hand. A slight smile gracing his lips, his spirits lifted. Chapter 36. The Neo-Dun District. As the proprietor of the enchanting boutique, Mrs. Hudson's discerning eye is truly astonishing. Despite her exaggerated spectacles, Sally, emerging from the fitting room, remains the center of attention within the ready-to-wear shop. The young ladies of high society and affluent debutantes, in comparison to Sally's beauty, appear somewhat overshadowed. Yet, Sally remains the same. The girl, overwhelmed by the scrutinizing and admiring gazes, feels a surge of trepidation. However, in her haste to depart with Tang Qi, she fails to notice the astonishing figures on the bill in his hands. The boutique, catering primarily to young women and affluent matrons, has garnered the admiration of the elite in my city, not only due to Mrs. Hudson's remarkable taste but also because of its exorbitant services. Yet, for Tang Qi, The precious eagle gold coins hold little value. Instead, the ominous mark on his hand is what he truly requires. His yearning for strength ignites an urgent desire to utilize it, but fortunately, reason prevails, curbing the impulse. Tang Qi's exterior shows no sign of change, yet within, he is profoundly fatigued. His battle with the avatar of the fate which transpires within a unique realm crafted by the witch herself, though physical strength is not depleted. The reservoir of his furnace power, accumulated over days, has been entirely exhausted. The process of turning the tide seemed to align with Tang Qi's expectations, but the unfortunate avatar, upon emerging, encountered the cunning and deceitful Tang Qi, a novice who had only recently stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. Despite possessing formidable magical power, the avatar found itself ensnared by Tang Qi's stratagem. Yet, amidst this ordeal, fortune favored Tang Qi. Ultimately, he emerged victorious. A singular mark of misfortune almost unveiled a shortcut before his eyes. Through his dialogue with the Fate Witch's avatar, Tang Qi learned that the Golden Furnace meditation method he had been cultivating possesses a distinguished lineage. Moreover, he had independently devised a way to augment the furnace's fuel by incinerating those negative and malevolent souls. The avatar acknowledged this method as well. In the small lounge on the first floor, Tang Qi ventured into the kitchen, meticulously preparing himself a modest meal of 2 dishes and a soup. After dining, he felt a modicum of rejuvenation, yet he refrained from resuming his cultivation or going outside. Instead, he approached his workstation and repeated his prior actions, once again melting a piece of blue sea salt. The result yielded an additional 30 mermaid bullets. Boom. The golden sun appeared, perhaps weakened by Tang Qi's depleting mental energy. Compared to previous days, the sun's radiance seemed slightly diminished. However, as the bizarre entities streaming in through the crevice were incinerated, the sun's brilliance intensified once more. After a night had passed, as Tang Qi entered the main academic building with a book in his arms, the sparkle in his eyes signified that his mental energy had been replenished, even more so than before. This aligns with the notion of progress following a fierce battle. Initially, Tang Qi anticipated a vibrant and bustling scene today. After all, last night, Sally's appearance at the magical girl shop astonished even him, who had endured the relentless bombardment of digital beauties from Earth in his past life. It is reasonable to assume that the visually stimulated creatures at St. Thorn's High School would also struggle to maintain their composure. However, much to his dismay, Sally arrived merely as the same unfortunate Sally, with her tousled golden locks, baggy trousers, oversized sweater, and an outdated knitted hat. She epitomized the ordinary and the unfashionable. Approaching Tang Qi, she expressed her regret and apologized, explaining, "It's my mother. She insists that I must maintain this appearance until my coming-of-age ceremony. But I managed to keep that dress. Let us return it after school. There's no need to worry. Sally, I understand your mother. However, you must hold on to that dress. It will not affect our relationship." Tang Qi quickly grasped the situation and turned to comfort her. It was evident that Sally's mother sought to preserve the semblance of safety by keeping her daughter from attracting undue attention, perhaps to shield her from misfortune or simply out of concern for her well-being. "If you feel sorry, perhaps you could help me with the class notes. You know I have other matters to attend to." Tang Qi offered a kind remark, raising the monster files in his hand to successfully divert Sally's attention. After school, he bid Sally farewell and made his way to the bus stop outside St. Thorn's High School. After a moment of contemplation before the signpost, he finally chose a newly arrived red bus. Seated on the bus, Tang Qi gazed through the glass, silently observing the sights of this strange yet familiar city. This bus seemed to traverse a longer route, swiftly passing through the damp and grimy Bronx, en route to the next district. Eventually, the red bus halted at a rather dilapidated stop. As the bus departed, a youthful figure emerged from the stop. Tang Qi stepped out slowly, hands empty, seemingly carrying nothing. His face adorned with curiosity as he surveyed the surroundings. This place appeared to have once basked in glory. The aged buildings, though now worn and weathered, radiated the exuberance of the city's early prosperity, transformed into a captivating art piece under the weight of time and decay. Tang Qi recognized this location. It was the Newton district, the birthplace of its former splendor. Yet now, it had become a scarcely populated area, frequented only by nostalgic residents and artists who found solace in its remnants. Despite its decline, the rents here remained surprisingly high, a testament to its past glory. Thus, the space felt vast and substantial, with far fewer inhabitants than the densely crowded Bronx. This was one of the reasons Tang Qi chose this place tonight. He intended to use the mark of misfortune here, For his first attempt, he deliberately avoided the Bronx, a place known for its conspicuous concentration of anomalies. To prevent any terrifying occurrences, hope shall not let me down. Tang Qi silently gazed at the mark that began to subtly appear on the back of his hand, silently speaking to himself. Chapter 37. The exceedingly spicy hot dog miser city holds little renown within the Federation, yet it boasts a commendable reputation in the state of Mifang. This distinction can be attributed not only to its rich historical tapestry but also to the unique characteristics of its various districts. The bustling downtown area, for instance, is home to the most esteemed banks and corporations in southern Mifang, with Zhongqing Avenue revered as a shopping paradise that beckons visitors. Consequently, it has become a favored filming location for many movie companies producing dark-themed films. However, for the underprivileged residents of the Bronx district, the so-called aesthetic allure often reflects a stark and brutal reality. Mere survival is a struggle, and any misstep could plunge them into despair. Fortunately, the current political and economic climate remains stable, allowing families like Sally's to attain a semblance of sustenance, provided no major upheavals occur. Beyond that lies the Newton district, which captivates various artists. While its fame may be modest, it wields significant influence in the realm of art, often overshadowed by the mainstream. As Tang Qi strolled along the streets, he observed the old buildings adorned with vibrant graffiti, some of which exhibited a level of artistry that was genuinely commendable. The establishments lining the street were also tastefully decorated. As night fell, however, the atmosphere here diverged sharply from the bright, bustling Zhongqing Avenue. With shops shuttering and darkness swiftly enveloping the area, Tang Qi exhibited no signs of impatience. He ambled about like an inquisitive high school student, absorbing the essence of the Newton district. In the process, he rapidly accumulated a mental map, noting the layout of the streets, which gradually took form in his mind. Unlike a mere paper map, this mental cartography was born of personal exploration, enabling him to navigate any unexpected occurrences with greater ease. This was not a game. In the real world, a hunter could swiftly become the hunted. This understanding was a lesson Tang Qi learned from his encounter with the misfortune witch. As a novice newly introduced to the extraordinary, he understood that caution was paramount. Soon, before the Newton district succumbed to the depths of night, Tang Qi passed through a small square where the ebbing crowd lingered. Skateboarding youths, each bearing a backpack, departed with laughter and camaraderie, while couples embraced and whispered sweet nothings to one another. Elderly men, having concluded their chess games, gathered their teapots and boards, swaying homeward. Among those still present were a scruffy street artist finishing a portrait for his last customer, an elderly woman packing up her collection of trinkets, and a young girl playing the violin, captivating a couple with her magic tricks in hopes of earning a few wheeler coins. The atmosphere was undeniably harmonious. With quickened steps, Tang Qi approached a red food truck named Mexican Fire Dragon, where he purchased an exceedingly spicy Black Forest hot dog. As steam rose from the delectable treat, he made his way into the alley across from the square, eagerly taking a bite. The terrifying spiciness, entwined with the savory essence of Black Forest ham. The soft warmth of a poached egg, coupled with caramel, onions, and sage, melds into an aromatic symphony. It erupts like a surging lava, bombarding Tang Qi's palate, dispersing the chill of the night that had yet to settle upon him. Refreshing. It had long been whispered that the hot dogs in Nyoduan district were delectable, and they truly lived up to their reputation. The 99 Vela was indeed a worthy indulgence. Yet here, it seemed, no one paid heed. As he stepped into the alley, swallowing the last bite of his hot dog, Tang Qi let out a burp or perhaps a soft sigh. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he finally reached out with his consciousness. Suddenly, a sensation akin to burning skin raced across the back of his hand, only to vanish as quickly as it appeared. However, upon glancing down, he noticed an eerie mark slowly materializing on what should have been his fair skin, grayish-black lines tracing beneath the surface like blood against a backdrop, culminating in a pair of twisted antlers. An ominous aura enveloped him. A chilling gust of wind swept through from all directions, the abrupt change in weather hastening the desolation of the small square. The food truck zipped away, having capitalized on the urgency of couples to earn a quick 50 Vela. While the young violinist maintained her elegance, though her pace quickened as she lent a hand to an elderly woman selling trinkets. The painter swiftly tore a sketch from his easel and handed it to a brunette beauty before hurrying off after collecting his payment. The sketch was exquisite, showcasing the painter's skill, yet the brunette felt a pang of disappointment as she watched him depart, wondering if he had missed her hints, despite having given him her phone number. Oh, how captivating he was, an ideal companion for a night of passion. The painter sensed the brunette's lingering regret, But he felt no such attachment. Instead, he was increasingly drawn to the fleeting figure that had vanished from sight, his heart nearly screaming, "That aura is so enticing. I must possess it. I can become stronger." With his handsome visage and artistically inclined attire, it was no wonder he held such a lure for women. Yet at this moment, his stride became erratic, his eagerness distorting his otherwise attractive features. Clang! As he hastened into the alley, a small knife glinting with silver appeared in the painter's hand. Its hilt stained with dried blood, hinting that it had tasted blood before. Clutching the knife, he rushed into the alley, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He envisioned plunging the blade into the back of a high school student, blood splattering as he seized the tantalizing treasure that would lead him to greater power. Typically, you would not be my target, but by eliminating you, I shall grow stronger and indulge in more exquisite bodies, no longer needing to evade those who hunt down the uniformed rats. Come now, surrender the treasure to me. Ah, bang. The artist beheld the visage of the high school student, albeit in a manner that deviated from his imagination. It was certainly not as he had envisioned. In an instant, his hands were ensnared by another's grip, while a formidable knee struck mercilessly against his abdomen. The immense force of the impact sent a jolt through him, causing his stomach to convulse, accompanied by a sickening crack that heralded the fracturing of his bones. What rendered him even more wide-eyed with terror and disbelief was the powerful hands that seized his own, deftly gliding a small blade across his neck. With a sharp snap, his body was cast to the ground, blood gushing forth from his severed throat, bubbling forth with each breath, quickly forming a large pool of crimson on the ground amidst the chaos. The artist clutched his throat with both hands, resembling a fish thrashing helplessly on the shore. So weak? Tang Qi furrowed his brow, gazing at the artist, who was on the brink of death, filled with confusion. Had it not been for the peculiar interface that materialized before his eyes in the next moment, he might have doubted whether he had taken a life, rather than merely achieving the grotesque outcome he had sought. Chapter 38. The Lure of the Moth to the Flame. Extraordinary beings, slaves of desire, status, on the brink of death. Fragment of information 1. There exist many feeble-willed humans who, upon encountering the malevolent artifacts of the evil faction, succumb to an overwhelming desire, ultimately becoming slaves to these objects. Gradually, they are eroded and distorted by sinister forces, driven solely to sustain their extraordinary possessions to satiate their cravings. Collectively, they are known as slaves of desire. Fragment of information 2. His desire is lust, through the sustenance of the extraordinary artifact. He has acquired an abnormally potent reproductive organ and enjoys a high level of appeal among the opposite sex. Fragment of information 3. To sustain that extraordinary object, he has lured and murdered over 7 women, consuming the essence within their bodies. He is the notorious serial killer, the Withered Flower, who has recently troubled the women of the neighboring city of Blue Deer. The fragments of information flowed through the eyes of Tang Qi, still a child in this world, leaving him somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, he grasped why the artist possessed such feeble combat prowess. Not to mention Tang Qi, who had mastered the Chaga fighting technique. Even a sturdier man could easily dispatch him. It seemed this individual had misguidedly allocated his attributes to unworthy pursuits. The Withered Flower, as mentioned in the interface, lingered in Tang Qi's memory. The title was quite poetic. However, regrettably, the individual himself was merely a repulsive character. Yet, Tang Qi had no intention of claiming the bounty. Cough, cough, cough. The area was far more orderly compared to the Bronx district, yet chaos reigned amidst the bloodstains. The artist struggled. He attempted to cover his severed throat with his palms, but his fractured hands were clearly incapable of such a feat. His once presentable attire was now rendered filthy beyond recognition. Realizing his imminent demise, he suddenly recalled something, abandoning his struggle to crawl desperately towards a nearby pile of fallen belongings. The artist's target appeared to be a particular sketch among the scattered papers. With twisted, blood-stained hands, he reached out tremblingly, seemingly on the verge of grasping it. Suddenly, a flash of silvery blade surged forth. With a sickening sound, the sharp edge pierced his palm, pinning it in place. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him. But as his throat gaped open, his attempt to scream emerged as a mere gasping sound, akin to the wheezing of a bellows. While blood gushed forth at an alarming rate, Tang Qi made no further movements. He simply collected the stack of sketches, not bothering to extract the one that seemed to depict an extraordinary artifact, shoving them all into the artist's bag. By the time he finished, the artist had breathed his last, his life extinguished amid suffering. Without mockery or indignation, Tang Qi merely let out a cold snort, enveloped in a fiery glow. His hand seized the head of the vengeful spirit, With a hissing sound, the spirit dissipated into the ether, sensing a stream of golden light flowing into his mind. A smile finally graced Tang Qi's lips. Once again, he had added fuel to the fire. Silently acknowledging this, he turned his back on the corpse, bag in hand, and departed. The artist is a fool twisted by desire. Just as he struggled, Tang Qi caught sight of some intimate women's garments peeking from his pocket. Undoubtedly, after committing the crime, this individual not only left behind withered flowers but likely took away some keepsakes as well. The first person to discover the body seemed to have struck a minor lottery. Tang Qi muttered to himself, 1 foot already stepping out of the alley. Yet at that moment, a surge of golden light points erupted within his mental space, and a strong sense of impending danger inflicted a sharp, needle-like pain upon him. Almost instinctively, before his heel could touch the ground, Tang Qi adhered to the principles of combat, like a hunting cheetah. He swiftly pivoted, propelling himself back into the alley. In that instant, he caught sight of the assailant's shadow. It was a figure resembling a wolf dog, darting toward him with a speed that transcended human capabilities. It narrowly missed biting Tang Qi's foot as it leapt into the alley, then pushed off the wall, lunging directly at his neck. The stench of blood assaulted his senses, and he could see the creature's massive jaws filled with unnaturally intertwined, bone-white teeth, fresh strands of flesh caught between them, along with a couple of black hairs. Human flesh. A tightness gripped Tang Qi's heart, and a surge of murderous intent surged within him as he prepared to strike the beast midair. At that moment, however, a series of howls echoed from outside the alley. Following this were shadowy figures of wolves illuminated by the streetlight, rapidly approaching. Tang Qi then beheld 7 or 8 colossal wolf dogs, identical to the one lunging at him, baring their teeth, their fur stained with blood, and their ghastly green eyes shimmering with a terrifying glow. These monstrous beings all charged toward him simultaneously. Have I disturbed a wolf's den? As this thought flashed through Tang Qi's mind, an exaggerated handgun, resembling a hand cannon, found its way into his grip. The first to taste its wrath was the lead wolf, nearly sinking its teeth into Tang Qi's neck. A muffled bang resonated, the scent of gunpowder wafting through the air, as the head of the most ferocious wolf was crushed as if struck by a heavy blow. Its skull, hard enough to withstand a close-range rifle shot, could not endure the golden-flamed bullet. It burst apart like a rotten watermelon. The remaining wolves were similarly doomed to meet a fate of shattered skulls. Though Tang Qi had not received special training in marksmanship and could not shoot with the precision of a sharpshooter, when he pulled the trigger of the blood python No. 1, the extraordinary firearm automatically adjusted its aim. The pressure it exerted, reminiscent of a dragon's roar, would leave the monsters momentarily stunned. Even a fraction of a second was sufficient to transform them into lifeless corpses. In the alley, Tang Qi, gripping the blood python No. 1, felt his breath quicken as he gazed at the ground strewn with the bodies of colossal wolves resembling a breed called saurus, yet larger and more monstrous in appearance. His expression grew serious, not due to the weight of his slaughter, but because at that moment, Tang Qi finally realized he had committed a considerable error. Buzzing. Tang Qi's gaze fell upon the back of his hand, where the ominous mark emanated a chilling aura, nearly freezing one of his hands. An unimaginable sense of impending crisis surged forth, akin to a torrent unleashed from a mountain, sweeping over him. In this moment, he sensed malevolence, reminiscent of the hostility he had encountered before with the painter and those monstrous wolves. Yet, this malevolence was even more intense, more perilous. And the sheer number of threats was beyond imagination. It was as if he had ignited a flame that attracted moths, only to realize he had failed to extinguish it. Or perhaps, had he underestimated the power of misfortune? In whispered contemplation, Tang Qi's thoughts ignited like a fiercely burning flame, fiercely enveloping the mark on the back of his hand. With a hissing sound, gray-black and cold smoke billowed forth, and the radiance of the mark quickly dimmed. It was finally extinguished. However, at this moment, as Tang Qi gazed at the blood-stained entrance of the alley, his expression grew even more solemn. Chapter 39. The Devil Dog and the Tall Figure in the Stillness of the Street, at the dimly lit entrance of an alley flowing with dark crimson liquid. An object resembling a bowling ball was slowly rolling forth from the shadows, eventually coming to rest at Tang Qi's feet. He did not move nor did he kick it away. He merely cast a silent glance at it before following the meandering trail of blood to the obscurity beyond. There stood a tall silhouette, beside which lay a headless corpse. Undoubtedly, its head was right at Tang Qi's feet. The severed head belonged to a rugged man, crowned with wild, mane-like hair and a thick beard, exuding an air of primal ferocity. Yet, the grotesque visage bore a mingling of terror and defiance. Perhaps a reflection of the moment he witnessed his beloved pet being slain or the sight of his own demise. At this moment, Tang Qi found no time to reclaim the head and return it to its owner. In his vision, several peculiar interfaces flickered into existence. The first to catch his attention was the presence of 7 colossal wolfhounds. Extraordinary creature, hybrid devil dog. Status, deceased. Information fragment 2. These hybrid wolfhounds possess extraordinary strength, speed, and a bloodthirsty nature. To satiate them, Mr. Scanna ultimately transformed into a devilish figure, emerging at night to hunt, sacrificing innocent passersby or vagrants. True to their first impression, these immense wolfhounds were indeed extraordinary beings. Regrettably, their exceptional power and speed could not shield them from the carnage wrought by firearms. Their master, the burly man known as Mr. Scanna, now lay dismembered, his torso on one side, his head on the other. As for the peculiar interface, it was absent. Perhaps due to the fact that Scanna had merely become a fiendish villain without achieving any form of extraordinary recognition. However, these details mattered little. For what rendered Tang Qi tense and on edge, with hairs standing on end, was the tall figure emerging from the shadowy depths. This individual was lanky, with disproportionate limbs, clad in filthy, odorous garb reminiscent of a janitor. Most striking were the hands, which hung below the knees, wielding 2 gleaming silver kitchen knives. Malice enveloped Tang Qi, a palpable malevolence that threatened to provoke his fury. Among the various shades of hostility he sensed before sealing the mark of doom, this one was the most intense. The answer thus became evident. Amidst the vast savanna, numerous predators had set their sights on the same plump prey. Yet only the strongest could rise to deliver the first strike. Were you the mightiest among these grotesqueries? As Tang Qi spoke, his hands moved in synchrony, one delving into his pocket to swiftly retrieve an item, while the other deftly flicked open the chamber of bloodline number 1, seamlessly replacing the magazine in the span of a breath. Meanwhile, the towering figure remained motionless, tilting its grimy, indistinct face. Observing Tang Qi with an expression that betrayed a curious intrigue, it was as though one stood in a cramped restroom, with a cockroach slowly crawling beneath one's feet. There was no intention to spare it, only contemplation of the angle and force with which to crush it underfoot. Yet, amidst the encroaching darkness, the prying eyes watching were utterly inconsequential to him. In this realm, he was not the sovereign ruler but could feel the inexorable growth of his power with each passing day, his speed eclipsing that of all his dark kin. Perhaps one day, I could emerge by daylight, severing the heads of those humans and stacking them up, forming a mountain or perhaps a castle. Ah! The thought was indeed enticing. Suddenly, as he mused, the air before him erupted. With a sulphurous blast, a brass bullet, ensconced in a faint golden glow, hurtled toward his skull. Followed by a series of muffled thuds, 5 consecutive explosions of golden light erupted forth. The bullets, designed to effortlessly slay hybrid hellhounds, had calibrated their speed and angle with precision, completely sealing off any escape routes for the grotesquely tall figure. Being an anomaly, it was certain that any contact with the power of the furnace would inflict severe damage. This had already been validated in his encounter with the doomed sorceress. If the furnace's power rivaled that of the doom magic, then surely this aberration birthed within the city could not withstand it. After expending all his ammunition, Tang Qi's hands remained unyielding as he deftly employed the techniques of Chaga combat to reload. This time, he loaded blood python number 1 with siren bullets. Sweat poured down his forehead, the nape of his neck, and his armpits. Thanks to his meditative practices, Tang Qi was not only acutely attuned to human emotions, but also distinctly aware of impending danger. He had felt no anxiety when dispatching the painter and the hellhound. But now it was different. He sensed a dreadful malice encircling him, as though needles were piercing his back. Though the lights had dimmed, the moths refused to depart. Perhaps slaying the largest among them would instill fear in the rest. Thought surged through Tang Qi's mind as he prepared to raise blood python number 1 once more, ready to unleash flames. Clang, 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 boom. The flesh collided with the wall at an alarming speed, bricks and debris scattering. And the recoil sent a jolt of pain through Tang Qi's back, his insides roiling as though caught in a tempest. He spat blood, acutely aware that this opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations. Struggling to lift his head, he beheld the tall figure advancing toward him, now transformed from its initial appearance. From behind, a sound echoed, and he beheld 2 pairs of excessively elongated arms breaking through flesh, each hand gripping a knife of the same design, wondrous and eerie. Blood dripped down as its head rotated counterclockwise with a chilling crackle. A once ordinary face twisted into a grotesque grin, and its mouth slowly began to split open, stretching unnaturally to the edges of its ears, revealing serrated teeth and a shadowy throat within. As it advanced step by step towards Tang Qi, The body of a decapitated demon dog it passed by suddenly tore apart like fabric sliced by a sharp blade. The sound of ripping echoed, and blood gushed forth furiously, transforming the dim alley into a scene reminiscent of hell. Was this an obsession, or merely a perverse passion for desecration? Tang Qi squinted slightly, observing the towering humanoid monstrosity approaching him, and within his gaze, a familiar special interface finally materialized. Chapter 40. The Assassination, Extraordinary Being, Serland, the Dual-Bladed Man. Status: Evolving. Information Fragment 1. A chilling urban legend pervades the territory of the Eagle Federation. A young man named Serland, endowed with extraordinarily long arms, became an exceptional sewer repairman. However, the foul nature of his work repulsed his wife, and his children distanced themselves from him. Ultimately, driven by his wife's infidelity, he brutally slayed her and his offspring with a pair of kitchen knives. The enraged populace executed him by hanging and mutilated his mouth in a fit of rage. Information Fragment 2. While this legend is undoubtedly fictitious, it serves as one of the horrors disseminated by the Federation. Born from the collective fears of people around the globe, giving rise to a monstrous being of extraordinary prowess, whose sole obsession lies in the act of murder. Information Fragment 3. It possesses terrifying speed, immense strength, and ghostly knife skills. Its only vulnerability is, as the fragments of information flowed through his mind, Tang Qi swiftly lifted his head, a warm aura enveloping him, alleviating the pain within his body as residual strength rapidly coalesced. Once more, Tang Qi raised his arms without hesitation and pulled the trigger. Bang! Roar! The tall dual-bladed man, who had just traversed a field of corpses, revealed a sinister grin as he prepared for the encounter, only to be met by the exaggerated firearm once again. This time, the light that erupted from the barrel was no longer a golden hue, but a shimmering azure, reminiscent of rippling water. Simultaneously, a voice akin to a dragon's roar resonated in the dual-bladed man's ears. Extraordinary power. Dragon's might. Buzz. Even if it were merely a semblance of dragon's might, it possessed the requisite potency. For a fleeting moment, his form momentarily stilled. Though this pause was exceedingly brief, it sufficed. By the time he regained consciousness from the first bullet embedding itself in his forehead, his ghostly speed had been significantly hindered, although his 6 arms swung in unison, effortlessly shattering the remaining sea demon bullets. The singular bullet that lodged itself in his brow unleashed its inherent attributes. Curse-breaking, evil-dispelling, a vast expanse of azure waves erupted, and the sacred power surged forth, initiating the dissolution of the curse and the banishment of malevolence. No. Screech. The dual-bladed man howled in agony as his head was visibly corroded, devoid of any blood, his flesh deteriorating and rotting. What was once an already grotesque visage now resembled a putrid avocado. The effects of a single bullet were fleeting. He broke free from his torment, his eyes now devoid of the sadistic pleasure previously derived from tormenting insects, entirely consumed by a murderous intent. In the next moment, it seemed as though his 6 arms would strike simultaneously, with his eerie speed coupled with terrifying strength. The lurking monsters in the shadows had no doubt that he would reduce the unfortunate human to mere pulp. Until the next instant, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. Crack! What was crushed? Without delving deeply into contemplation, a remarkably beautiful figure materialized behind Tang Qi. This was the silhouette of a female being, possessing the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish, adorned with azure hair and gem-like eyes. This visage bore a striking resemblance to the legendary sirens, known for their enchanting melodies. However, at this moment, she brought forth not a melodious song. As the instigator, Tang Qi remained immune to the siren's wail. Yet, the other souls within the alley found themselves unable to escape its grasp. The dual-bladed man's expression of rage lasted but a fleeting moment, before he was compelled to crouch in agony, attempting to cover his ears. Finding this futile, he flailed about like a headless fly, his terrifying strength and speed wreaking havoc upon the alley. Fortunately, Tang Qi, being the source of the sound, instinctively evaded him. Alas, others were not so fortunate, such as the throat-slit painter, whose lifeless body was reduced to a gruesome pulp. The dual-bladed man's extraordinary prowess was evidently formidable. As the siren's wail induced chaos or death, he succumbed to confusion but was not destined to perish. As the sound waves began to dissipate, he gradually regained his senses. Thus, in that moment, Tang Qi rendered him assistance. He did not employ Blood Python No. 1, perhaps due to the unique attributes. The dual-bladed man exhibited an excessive resistance to extraordinary firearms. A peculiar excitement flickered across Tang Qi's face, a flush creeping up as he leapt forth like an enraged lion, pouncing upon the tall, dual-bladed man. Yet, as he drew near, Tang Qi transformed into a cunning hyena, adopting an unseemly yet practical stance to evade the 6 flailing arms wielding cleavers. In a heartbeat, they were in close quarters. With a swift strike, blood splattered, staining Tang Qi's visage, yet he did not so much as blink, his gaze fixed fiercely as he roared once more. "Look into my eyes." The dual-bladed man, still submerged in torment, struggled to comprehend, but when he glanced again, he beheld a realm engulfed in boundless golden flames. The eye of the furnace. The intimidation effect triggered. Then, with a resounding explosion, another head burst apart before Tang Qi. Brain matter and blood mingled and splattered. The tall, slender form collapsed, its 6 monstrous arms falling limply, cleavers clattering to the ground. In the dark realms of the Nuadun district, had the most formidable aberration recently met its demise? Indeed, it had perished. At the moment the head exploded, Tang Qi's interface reflected a change to death. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the lurking aberrations beheld the corpse of the Sairland dual-bladed man, from which a hazy, vengeful spirit slowly ascended. This was the silhouette of a tall, slender youth, markedly different from the grotesque flesh, save for the madness mirrored in his eyes. This was his vengeful spirit, the source of his extraordinary power, capable of harnessing terrifying might. Within the depths of darkness, the monstrous entities gazed in sheer horror at the unfolding scene. Despite the nascent and imperfect order of predation, the dual-wielding Sairland had momentarily ascended to the pinnacle of power through sheer terror. Typically, when it set its sights on prey, other creatures would wisely retreat. Drawn by the allure of misfortune, the monsters could scarcely fathom their imminent demise in this very place. Following their shock, an overwhelming exhilaration surged forth. With the death of the mightiest moth, the deterrent and restraint it imposed vanished, prompting the remaining moths to disregard all else. They would converge upon their prey in a frenzied assault, dividing the spoils among themselves. Tang Qi sensed the source of malevolence, comprehending the sinister intentions of the creatures. In that moment, he emitted a cold snort. A pair of hands, smeared with brain matter and blood, suddenly withdrew from the head of the dual-wielding warrior with a wet sound, and then, under the astonished gaze of all the monsters, seized the dissipating wraith with formidable force. In that instant, as golden flames ignited, the moths lurking in the shadows lost their impulse to flock towards the fire, scattering in terror instead. Chapter 41. The growth of power. Thus far, Tang Qi has encountered an array of bizarre entities. From the frenzy-browed dog-faced man and the corpse-eating nightingale to the more contemplative beings such as the manatee mermaid and the painter of desires, demonstrating that the uncanny need not be devoid of communication. Naturally, these creatures also experience fear. Were it otherwise, the dual-blade man could not have dominated the apex of the predatory hierarchy. At this moment, however, the terror that Tang Qi instilled in them transcended that of the Sairland dual-blade man, not due to Tang Qi's triumphant reversal in vanquishing him, but rather because of the pair of hands emanating golden flames that he extended in the final moments. An instinctual dread surged within their very souls, and Tang Qi distinctly heard the piercing shrieks emanating from the shadows around him. If the doom mark had still exuded its alluring magic, perhaps some of the more deranged entities might have lingered. However, at this juncture, the mark had been extinguished. The enticing light had vanished, yet the searing terror rushed forth. The aberrations scattered in all directions. Fortunately, Tang Qi had no time to dwell on them. He was being inundated by a torrent of golden specks flooding into the gray expanse of his mind. In the realm of his consciousness, these golden points surged like a torrential flood, violently inundating the dim space within his skull. With a thunderous roar reminiscent of a slowly smoldering furnace suddenly doused with a deluge of gasoline, the explosive sound reverberated. In that instant, Tang Qi felt as though his head might burst apart. Was this a significant addition of fuel to the furnace within himself? What a delightful surprise! As he observed the vengeful spirit of the dual-blade man dissipate into ethereal smoke, Tang Qi murmured softly. Simultaneously, he stifled the throbbing pain in his head, his eyes shimmering with golden light as they swept across the surrounding shadows. The aberrations drawn by the allure of doom had all fled. The crisis had passed, both unfortunate and fortunate. Had Tang Qi failed to extinguish the doom mark in time, even had he successfully slain the Sairland dual-blade man, it is unlikely he would have been able to intimidate the remaining entities. If he was not mistaken, those monsters that had just concealed themselves in the shadows were likely lurking within the Newton district, and they did not represent the entirety of the anomalies within the area. Given a bit more time, those entities atop the pyramid of order would emerge one after another. Following that, the neighboring Bronx district, and subsequently the entirety of Miser City would follow suit. As for whether the scope could be further expanded, it would depend on Tang Qi's mastery over the mark. The perilous bait must be employed with greater caution in the future. With that thought, Tang Qi cast a glance at the alleyway that was now impossible to behold directly. In a district as artistically infused as Newton, even a mere alley should adhere to standards of cleanliness and order. Yet, the scene before him was unparalleled even throughout the entire Bronx district. Almost no clean tiles remained, and the walls were smeared with blood and remnants of flesh. Tang Qi felt neither the desire nor obligation to clean, yet he did not depart immediately. The spoils awaited his collection. With nimble hands and feet, Tang Qi disregarded the blood-soaked mud beneath him, rummaging through the shattered corpses in search of anything of value. Possessing a unique ability, he needed no meticulous discernment. He simply collected and departed. Mere seconds later, he darted out of the alley. His coat, worn inside out, concealed the bloodstains effectively, allowing him to blend swiftly into the shadows of the street and flee the crime scene at breakneck speed. The first discoverer of that alley would likely endure a series of nightmares for months to come. The lottery prize that was rightfully theirs might now be lost. After all, the depraved painter responsible for the heinous crime had been utterly reduced to a grotesque form. Even the most skilled forensic experts would find it impossible to reconstruct him. Inside, it was a veritable hell of blood and viscera. Bam! Upon returning to the small building, Tang Qi immediately secured the door. Without any delay, he ascended to the second floor, scarcely pausing to stow away his spoils before collapsing onto the moon-patterned carpet. With a hum, he entered a meditative state. At that moment, his body felt like a furnace, golden flames threatening to erupt from within. His once clear mind throbbed with a painful intensity. Besieged by a torrent of chaotic thoughts and negative impulses, akin to venomous serpents and creeping vines striving to dominate his spirit, an ominous sign of impending madness. Fortunately, at that moment, he activated his skill. While others practicing the golden furnace meditation might require considerable time to enter a meditative state, Tang Qi needed none of that. With a mere flicker of thought, the golden sun appeared swiftly, aiding him in taming the golden specks of resentment that flooded his mind. Time flowed swiftly. As the light and warmth gradually became gentle, all chaos and negativity within his mind dissipated completely. He exhaled, reopening his eyes and instinctively glancing at the wall clock. 3 hours had passed. A notably rare meditation session had elapsed without him making a single adjustment. At this moment, he felt unprecedentedly well. Surveying his bedroom, he immediately sensed a marked difference. His vision appeared sharper and more acute. Things that had previously seemed vague were now strikingly clear. He could perceive the minute dust particles in the air, the intricate patterns on his desk, the minuscule numbers in the corners of book covers, and even the distortion of the pale purple moonlight as it filtered through the curtains, all rendered in exquisite clarity. Yet, these images resembled fleeting illusions, vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, Tang Qi turned his gaze inward. The interface, visible only through his unique abilities, revealed noticeable changes once more. His first instinct was to examine the skill panel. There, it still displayed only 3 subcategories, yet each had undergone transformation. Golden Furnace Meditation, an ancient and profound meditation technique. Level, Novice, Progress, 1. Just from the first entry, Tang Qi could not help but raise an eyebrow. If his memory served him well, the progress of his meditation technique had previously been a mere 0. 33. Yet now, it had astonishingly surged to 3 times that, crossing the threshold into a full 1 progress. This remarkable leap in advancement resulted in a significant amplification of the mental fortitude that resided within Tang Qi's mind, swelling to several times its previous capacity. Were he to rely on conventional meditation to achieve such a feat, Tang Qi could only speculate on the time it would necessitate, perhaps a month, or even a year. The latter 2 techniques, though their increments were not as astonishing as that of the meditation method, still brought a smile of delight to Tang Qi's countenance. Eye of the Forge, a derived skill, activated through the eyes, possessing effects of intimidation and tranquility, with potential for further enhancement. Realm, Novice, Progress, 0. 3. Chakra Combat Technique, an ancient and primal form of martial arts. Realm, Novice, Progress, 0. 2. He mentally revisited the dark, perilous alley, the terrifying adversaries, and continuously simulated the scene in his mind. After a brief moment, Tang Qi reopened his eyes and rose to his feet. At that moment, the fierce and intense aura that had enveloped him dissipated, restoring him to a state of normalcy. Chapter 42. The Eerie Manuscript. As night fell, Tang Qi followed his usual practice, first crafting ammunition, then dedicating about an hour to honing his combat skills, and finally engaging in a night of meditation. However, tonight was evidently different. Having absorbed the spiritual energy from the vengeful spirit of the dual-bladed man, he felt a saturation within his mind, indicating that further meditation would serve no purpose and might even invite peril. Fortunately, aside from meditation and combat training, Tang Qi had other pursuits to occupy his time. After adjusting his state of mind, he approached his workbench and replenished the 2 types of ammunition he had consumed that evening. Once organized, he descended to the first floor, now holding a sizable parcel in his hands. Inside lay the spoils of his endeavors from the night. As he gently unwrapped the simple, yet sturdy package, its contents were revealed: a disarray of sketches, a dozen pristine canine teeth, an antiquated notebook, and 2 rusted kitchen knives. Each item emanated a faint luminescence. Tang Qi understood the significance of this glow, indicators of the extraordinary. Only items of a transcendent nature could emit such a delicate radiance under his gaze. Instead of immediately examining the fragments of information pertaining to these extraordinary items, he first retrieved the notebook, which belonged to Mr. Skarner, the dog keeper slain by the dual-bladed man. Curio, Skarner's manuscript. Condition: intact. Fragment of information 1. This manuscript represents the culmination of Mr. Skarner's life's work, detailing the methods for breeding a hybrid demon hound. While the experiments of the past may have been cruel and unforgivable, they indeed hold the potential to cultivate a fearsome wolf dog imbued with a trace of demon hound lineage. Fragment of information 2. If entrusted to a high-ranking beast tamer, there exists a possibility of refining the manuscript to breed a true demon hound. Glimpsing through the swift fragments of information, Tang Qi leafed through the manuscript, skimming over a few pages before setting it aside. As the fragment suggested, the experimental processes were indeed brutal. A person with even a slight sense of moral rectitude would likely incinerate it upon reading. Tang Qi refrained from such an action. Yet he lacked the interest for in-depth study, not out of moral scruples, but rather due to its futility. A beast tamer? The breeding of a hybrid demon hound. Yet still unable to ascend to the ranks of professionals, this path appeared exceedingly arduous, and the combat style did not align with his own. Tang Qi murmured, revealing a small secret of the extraordinary realm. Although the mysterious meteor had silenced the enigmatic side for a century, the future order of the extraordinary would inevitably witness the resurgence of various professionals who once shone brilliantly in ancient times. The term professional refers to those who have mastered transcendent power and can continuously evolve. For instance, the old witch Morgan's mother, the serpentine witch Samra, whom Tang Qi had yet to encounter, is one such professional. Tang Qi was uncertain of her rank, yet it was evident that she was a witch, a practitioner well-versed in the dark arts. Others who ventured into the realm of the extraordinary could only passively pursue her, with little hope of catching up. For instance, a young lad who serendipitously acquired the Scanna manuscript possessed the potential to become a beast tamer. However, truly ascending to that echelon would prove exceedingly arduous. Perhaps it was not entirely precise. Perhaps within the realm of the arcane, there existed other designations, but within the confines of the old order, the accuracy held some merit. Consequently, Tang Qi had already devised plans for her future path, excluding the Scanna manuscript. Setting the manuscript aside, she cast another glance at the canine teeth. Curio, teeth of the devil dog, status, intact. Information fragment, originating from a hybrid devil dog. These teeth possess remarkable durability, sharpness, and other mysterious attributes. They can be utilized to concoct potions or forge other extraordinary items, such as weapons. As anticipated, the teeth were extraordinary materials with numerous applications. However, to actualize their potential would require considerable exploration. This was unlike the subsequent 2 kitchen knives, which were unequivocally extraordinary weapons. Curio, Cerulean twin knives. Status, intact. Information fragment 1. These are the 2 knives Cerulean used to slay his wife and daughter, imbued with the power of frenzied resentment. They have successfully transformed into extraordinary weapons. They require no deciphering. Once wielded, the user automatically masters the art of chaotic knife techniques, albeit at the risk of succumbing to madness. Information fragment 2. Those of weak will who wield them will swiftly meet their demise. A perilous weapon. Silently offering this description, Tang Qi set the twin knives aside as well. Only one piece of loot remained. Nestled among a pile of sketches was an extraordinary item capable of turning an artist into a slave. Upon obtaining it, that artist would transform from a human into a creature of desire. This implied that it was a dangerous artifact. Within Thorn High School, an enigmatic and sacred force perpetually lingered. Even now, Tang Qi had yet to uncover the source of that power. However, this did not impede her from momentarily harnessing it. Even the black witchcraft artifact, the soul exchange scale, was rapidly diminished. The unknown sketch would likewise be affected. Yet, even so, as she prepared to peruse it, the furnace power within Tang Qi, having swelled severalfold, began to flow forth, gathering strength in her palm. Simultaneously, she procured a cup of azure saltwater. The blue sea salt, to prevent any unforeseen events, was specially melted down, not to craft bullets, but at that moment, directly held in her mouth. Break the curse. Purify the malevolent. Although it may sound less potent than the red sea salt that Tang Qi had already consumed, the blue sea salt was evidently more suitable for confronting such bizarre and evil entities. Of course, this was also due to the fact that only one piece of red sea salt remained, while the blue sea salt was comparatively abundant. Holding the brine in his mouth and enduring its saline flavor, Tang Qi finally began to sift through the numerous sketches left behind by the infamous painter responsible for countless bloodshed. The sound of rustling paper filled the air. The first sketch depicted a guest with a disheveled appearance. The second was an apple, presumably a practice piece. The third illustrated a voluptuous woman, provocatively posed and devoid of clothing. The fourth showcased a pair of entwined lovers, one of whom was astonishingly the painter himself. In the serene room, all other sounds faded away, leaving only the rustling of the sketches. However, as he perused the majority of the sketches, no extraordinary interface emerged before his eyes, nor did any sensations arise in his mind. The blue sea salt dissolved in the brine, though possessing the power to dispel evil, was indeed just salt water. Tang Qi felt as though his tongue was on the verge of losing all taste. Suddenly, with an instinctive motion, he flipped open another sketch. Just as he was about to proceed to the next one, an explosive force erupted without warning. Dark, sinuous tendrils shot forth from the sketch, swiftly coiling around Tang Qi's body, dragging him inexorably into the world depicted within the drawing. Chapter 43, The Enigmatic Portrait, a hastily drawn, inexpensive sketch. Who could have imagined it could be so perilous? The inky black tendrils possessed astonishing speed and inhuman strength, capable of overwhelming even a robust adult. Alas, it encountered the well-prepared Tang Qi. As the sketch materialized, and he glimpsed its faint luminescence, Tang Qi instinctively expelled the salt water he had been holding in his mouth, simultaneously unleashing a pair of pale hands that erupted with a resplendent golden flame. The power of the furnace inflicts no damage upon ordinary paper. Yet if it belongs to an extraordinary order of the malevolent realm, then regrettably, it meets a different fate. Hiss, 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 like paper drawn near to flame. The intense heat scorched it to a yellowed hue, causing it to curl and eventually blacken. The next step might be its total incineration to ashes. In this critical moment, a scream emanated from the sketch. A voice, rich with magnetism, emerged as a pink, lascivious glow surged around the artwork, desperately resisting the consuming golden flames. At this moment, Tang Qi finally discerned the true form of the portrait. It depicted a middle-aged man clad in a fitting yet bizarre black robe, his pallid visage framed by long hair tied at the back, a disheveled beard adorning his chin, and eyes tinged with red, exuding an extraordinary allure. Now, it was this man who pleaded for mercy. With a contorted expression, he extended his hands toward Tang Qi, imploring, "Young warlock, please do not harm me. I am willing to offer all my knowledge and become one of your prized possessions. Spare me, will you?" What a masterful performance. Tang Qi silently marveled. Yet the flames pouring from his hands did not diminish. Rather, they intensified. Behind his slightly lowered eyelids, a peculiar interface emerged. Curiosity, Gregory's self-portrait. Status, in the process of damage. Information Fragment 1. A self-portrait of Gregory, a legendary monk from the Slavic nation, imbued with the essence of its magical power, endowing it with extraordinary capabilities, such as granting slaves unimaginable virility or manipulating human hearts. Gregory? Upon seeing that name, Tang Qi furrowed his brow, recalling a legend he had encountered. Before the Slavic nation merged into the Europa Alliance, a legendary monk had emerged, wielding formidable sorcery and captivating women with unparalleled sexual prowess, leading to the moral decay of the entire court. Ultimately, he was lured to his demise by a prince using his own wife as bait. From Tang Qi's deductions, this Gregory must have been a practitioner of the monastic vocation, possessing a remarkably high level of extraordinary ability. The diminutive self-portrait before him corroborated this notion. Moreover, in accordance with the information fragment, it excelled at manipulating human hearts. After it begged for mercy, a cacophony of whispers flooded Tang Qi's mind, as if a multitude of voices surrounded him, some threatening, some tempting, and others attempting to persuade him. Within him, An urge to release the portrait began to take root. Humph. A cold huff escaped Tang Qi's thoughts as a golden stream flowed from his mind. The golden flames, now several times more intense than before, completely engulfed the artwork. Tang Qi indeed released the drawing, but at that moment, it had already transformed into a mass of pitch-black ashes, drifting towards the ground, disintegrating midair and scattering black dust everywhere. An extraordinary item had been destroyed by Tang Qi. However, he felt no sorrow. Had he not opened the artwork, it might have been worthy of collection. Alas, he had opened it. It was a perilous object. And if he had not destroyed it, he would have had to contend with it, risking being controlled, which did not align with Tang Qi's psychological expectations. Obliteration was the best course. He shook his head and fetched a broom to tidy up the ashes. At that moment, Tang Qi emitted a soft gasp and reached into the black ash, retrieving a tangled clump of something. Hair. Indeed, it was a bundle of dozens of intertwined strands. A gentle shake sent the black ash cascading away, revealing the true nature of the hair. Not every strand was black, but rather a mlang of colors, black, red, green, and purple, forming a complex knot. Strangely, these strands did not evoke the disgust one might associate with the clumps of hair found in sewers. Instead, they imparted a sense of purity to Tang Qi. A faint ethereal glow flickered, and an interface appeared in his mind. Curious object. Enigmatic hair knot. Condition. Pristine. Information Fragment 1. Gregory's self-portrait had once possessed numerous slaves, each of whom had slain a pure maiden. Offering the vengeful spirits of these maidens as sacrifices to be ravaged, their souls became entwined, ultimately transforming into this marvelous hair knot. Information Fragment 2. Unraveling each hair knot may grant you the gratitude of the maiden's souls, or perhaps impart some special knowledge. Information Fragment 3. Decoding Method. Patiently channel magical energy to untangle. Breaking one strand will cause the entire knot to vanish. How intriguing. Tang Qi, holding the vibrant hair knot in his hand, felt a surge of interest. He could vaguely surmise the origins of the hair knot. In the texts he had perused, there were mentions of the legendary monk's penchant for collecting the hair of maidens as trophies. Clearly, Gregory's self-portrait had absorbed this trait, inadvertently resulting in the creation of another extraordinary item. At this moment, he was unable to practice, and he had not yet conceived the best method for dealing with other extraordinary items. He placed tonight's acquisitions, 14 canine teeth, the Scanna manuscript, and the Saarland twin daggers, into his safe. Violence was not an option. He must employ magic and approach the task with patience. Tang Qi gently channeled the power of the furnace, infusing it with the magic that had ignited Gregory's drawing, ensuring it did not harm the hair but instead rendered it more delicate, almost as if it were coming to life. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of young maidens frolicking in his mind. In reality, as Tang Qi attempted to untangle the first hair knot, the other intertwined strands began to twist mischievously, akin to a group of playful girls. Tang Qi exhibited remarkable patience, with his fair, slender fingers deftly guiding the magic. He carefully separated the strands until he successfully unraveled the first hair knot. As the hair tie was untied, 2 strands of hair simultaneously ignited, vanishing into the mass of hair, and before Tang Qi appeared 2 ethereal figures of young maidens. One was adorned in a courtly lady's gown, her red hair framing a face marked by a distinctive beauty spot on her nose, smiling gratefully at Tang Qi. The other was a rustic maiden, with flowing black hair, a voluptuous figure and fair skin, also beaming with joy. Upon noticing Tang Qi's gaze, they both curtsied in unison, their forms gradually dissipating within the confines of the bedroom. A long breath escaped Tang Qi's lips as he rose, a faint smile gracing his features as he performed a gentlemanly bow in homage to the vanishing figures. Clearly, with the unbinding of the first hair tie, Tang Qi had not gained knowledge, but rather the gratitude of 2 youthful souls. Nevertheless, he was quite content with this unexpected reward. Just then, a noise echoed from the first floor. Ding ding ding. The doorbell chimed, prompting Tang Qi to instinctively glance out the window. It was still the dead of night. At such an hour, who could possibly be seeking him? Chapter 44. The appointment from the Miser Police Department. There was no hostility, nor was it a stranger. As Tang Qi descended the stairs towards the door, his mind was racing. The power of the furnace, or rather, the potent mental prowess, not only heightened one's sensitivity to human emotions but also to environmental changes. He refrained from opening the door immediately, opting instead to peer through the peephole, where he beheld an unexpected figure. Sheriff Stanna, you, before Tang Qi could finish his greeting. A document resembling a contract was thrust into his hands by the tall and imposing Sheriff Stanna. Despite the late hour, she exuded an air of weariness. Clad in a long black trench coat, black trousers, and a chiffon blouse, her shoes caked with mud as if she had hurried from a great distance. "Have you come from afar?" Tang Qi mused, accepting the contract. Before he could examine it closely, Stana preemptively began to explain. "Mr. Tang, I am here on behalf of the Miser Police Department to formally appoint you as our special consultant. Please do not refuse, for this matter is of utmost importance. Since the incident involving the sea witch, a growing number of bizarre cases have emerged within Miser City. Initially, they were merely horrific animal attack incidents, but they have escalated to mysterious disappearances and reports of apparitions. The police have maintained a cautious restraint. Yet we now face a case that exceeds the capabilities of any ordinary individual. Within Miser University, for the past 7 days, a person has perished each day, a janitor on the first day, a gardener on the second, a security guard on the third, followed by 2 students and an intern teacher on the subsequent days. Today, we mourn the loss of a highly esteemed honorary professor. This case has been brewing for some time, yet after the professor's demise, it has reached a point of near uncontrollable urgency. Soon, the entire city of Miser will be aware, and as always, the police will bear the brunt of public condemnation for their ineptitude. However, what truly troubles the department is, you cannot prevent further deaths. At this juncture, Tang Qi interjected, beginning to grasp Sheriff Stana's intentions. Unlike St. Thorn's High School, Miser University, a hallmark of the city, is situated in the suburbs, boasting mature infrastructure that has fostered a quaint town atmosphere, rich in natural beauty and cultural ambience. Ranking among the top 3 universities in Mifeng State. In the case of the Manatee Sea Witch, Tang Qi had made a tacit agreement with the sheriff not to involve her in that extraordinary realm. With Stana's mature and proud disposition, it was unlikely she would seek him out unless the situation was dire. A glance at the so-called appointment contract led Tang Qi to surmise that the atmosphere at Miser University was likely even more tense than that at St. Thorn's High School just days prior. Otherwise, Stana would not have gone so far as to resort to a false contract to persuade him. Indeed, the document was a forgery. Had Tang Qi been of modest means, he might not have discerned the truth. Regardless of whether it is the original self or Tang Qi, both possess considerable insight, and his perception has now become exceptionally keen. Before him, Stana, in her eagerness, cannot conceal the rhythm of her hastily suppressed heartbeat from Tang Qi's discerning ears. Had Tang Qi just arrived in this world, his instinctive reaction to such a formidable trouble would have undoubtedly been rejection. However, the scene before him has long been anticipated by Tang Qi. The crux of the matter lies in his incomplete inheritance. The Golden Furnace meditation method undoubtedly carries significant weight. Yet apart from the meditation technique itself, he possesses nothing else. Tang Qi must venture forth on his own accord, deliberately inviting trouble and subsequently resolving it, all while reaping benefits. Having realized this, Tang Qi discreetly laid out several preliminary strategies. If all goes smoothly, he might devise multiple growth plans from which he can choose. The substantial gains of this night affirm the efficacy of Tang Qi's plan. Great risks yield great rewards, especially within the formidable temporary sanctuary of St. Thorn High School, where Tang Qi's advantages are considerable. Stana's appearance now signifies the emergence of yet another opportunity, a consultant for the police department. This is a commendable position. While it may not afford the protection of the mysterious forces within Thorn High, it does offer the potential for official assistance outside the school, albeit from ordinary officers. However, their influence can be quite significant at times. Were it not for the allure of that skin, Stana would not have been able to discreetly procure those 2 furnace bullets from him. Though the document before him is merely a fictitious contract, Tang Qi feels confident in his ability to transform it into reality, seizing this opportunity to garner greater advantages. With these thoughts in mind, Tang Qi extended his hand to accept the false employment letter. It seemed that he had pondered for too long for Stana, concerned that this knowledgeable high school student wielding extraordinary power might refuse, transformed from a poised ice queen into a loquacious advocate. Urging him, "I understand that you currently possess a considerable fortune, but you are still young. You cannot afford to squander it all. A well-compensated position that allows you to continue exploring the mysterious realms is simply perfect for you. Don't you see?" Before Stana could finish, Tang Qi suddenly raised 3 fingers. 3 conditions to be included in the contract, and I shall agree. First, I shall have the right to handle any items arising from mysterious cases we encounter. Anything I choose to forego will revert to the police department. Second, I will not engage in combat, but serve solely as a case consultant, providing advice. Third, my salary must be doubled. Not a problem. Stana almost immediately acquiesced to Tang Qi's terms. Once she swiftly incorporated the freshly minted conditions into the contract, their hands clasped together, both sharing a smile. Observing Tang Qi solemnly place the fictitious employment letter into his backpack, Stana, the once aloof Ice Queen, finally revealed a radiant smile. Her lips curling with a hint of satisfaction and cunning, having successfully executed a long-planned scheme. All these minor conditions were met with Tang Qi's cheerful consent. Stana was filled with excitement. Ever since that fateful night, her yearning for the mysterious realm had consumed her to the point of obsession. Now, she stood on the precipice of success. However, she was acutely aware that this was merely a fabricated letter of appointment. Until she resolved the bloody incident at Mace University, she could not persuade her superior to hire a high school student as a consultant. Thus, she hurriedly took the young lad to Mace University to unravel the case. In response to Stana's urgent demands, Tang Qi readily complied, swiftly packing his belongings and boarding Stana's police car, heading towards the suburban town of Mace. In her haste, Stana failed to notice the subtle smile that played upon the lips of the high school student seated in the passenger seat. Chapter 45. Mercer University as dawn broke. It marked the 8th day, and yet another life was about to be extinguished. The police sirens wailed as they sped away from the heart of Mercer City. Coincidentally, these past 2 days coincided with Thornbush High School's break, granting Tang Qi a brief respite to address the gruesome incident at Mercer University. Should the matter remain unresolved within this time frame, he would have no choice but to take a leave of absence. Nestled at the outskirts of the city, at the foot of Goat Horn Mountain, Mercer Town stood in stark contrast to the industrial and bustling atmosphere of Mercer City. The town's beauty was breathtaking. Indeed, even before reaching the town, the scenery along the route had undergone a dramatic transformation, compelling Tang Qi to momentarily lower his gaze from the rearview mirror and admire the pristine, natural landscape outside. However, Stana seemed devoid of any such sentiment. As she accelerated, she did not inquire whether Tang Qi wished to hear about the case. Instead, she launched into a detailed account of the unfolding tragedy. 7 days prior, the first victim had been discovered within the university, a decrepit janitor, whose body appeared to have been submerged in an exceedingly corrosive substance. His clothing and skin were in a state of decay, much of his form similarly affected, with even his hardened skull riddled with gaping holes. Upon receiving the report, the local police initially deemed it an accident, dismissing it as they investigated whether any hazardous materials had leaked from the chemistry building. However, within the following days, a gardener and a security guard met with identical fates, prompting the authorities to escalate the investigation. The police dispatched colleagues to probe the situation and promptly issued an alert, advising that no one should venture alone on campus, organizing patrols for the night. Tragically, despite these measures, a student was still lost. Subsequently, another student and an intern teacher fell victim. I had arrived on the day the teacher perished, participating in both the inquiry and the patrols. Yet right before our very eyes, an esteemed professor succumbed as well. This was decidedly abnormal. Such horrific deaths could not have been orchestrated by an ordinary serial killer. The aura surrounding these events, the scent accompanying them, these were not the trademarks of humanity, at least not of the common kind. At this moment, Stana exhibited none of her usual aloof demeanor, rapidly summarizing the case details. Sensing her persuasive abilities were lacking, she sharply turned the steering wheel, executing a dramatic drift around a corner, all the while retrieving a file from below and extending it to Tang Qi. Fortunately, Tang Qi was not prone to motion sickness. Otherwise, Stana's driving style would have surely induced considerable nausea. As he accepted the file and opened it, a stack of documents emerged, revealing a collection of harrowing crime scene photographs. The very first image caused his pupils to constrict slightly, depicting a secluded thicket beneath a lush tree, where a horrific corpse lay in repose. He was an elderly man with hair as white as snow, clad in a coarse janitor's uniform that had been ravaged by corrosion, bearing numerous pockmarks. Most of his flesh had been dissolved, revealing a nauseating yellowish-white hue left by melted fat. Within his hollowed chest cavity, most of the organs had liquefied, and the ribs had largely disintegrated, with only a few remaining, all spotted with decay and emptiness. Most striking was his skull, from which half had vanished, leaving the murky brain matter fully exposed. Any normal person witnessing such a scene would likely be overwhelmed with revulsion. In many respects, this crime scene was even more horrifying than the previous skinning incident caused by the manatee demon. The subsequent series of photographs exhibited a similar grotesqueness, differing only in the locations and the victims involved. Yet, merely these details could not conclusively indicate that an entity from the realm of the supernatural or a monster was responsible for these heinous acts. After all, Anyone well-versed in chemistry or possessing dangerous substances like sulfuric acid could meticulously prepare to achieve such results. Tang Qi was not present at the scene, thus unable to perceive the aura that Stana described. However, upon flipping to a particular photograph, his head imperceptibly nodded, affirming Stana's conjecture. There were indeed traces of the extraordinary. The image in his hand depicted the final victim, an elderly honorary professor who met his demise in his office, amidst a horrific scene of chaos, where an inconspicuous corner housed a cluster of peculiar, withered plants. Relying on Stana's remarkable driving skills, the two arrived at Mace Town in the early hours. Before Tang Qi could appreciate the cultural charm of the town, Stana promptly pulled him into the university. Shouldn't we pay a visit to the chief first? After all, he is technically my superior, and it would be courteous to introduce ourselves, Tang Qi suggested, in response to Stana's insistence on proceeding directly to the crime scene. He patted his bag, which contained a recently signed false employment letter. However, this formidable officer was not one to be trifled with. Maintaining her composure, she replied, "Meeting can wait. Solving this case is paramount. The sooner we apprehend the perpetrator, the more innocent lives we may save." "Very well then, let us proceed," Tang Qi remarked, teasing the female officer before raising the photograph in his hand. His finger pointed directly to the office of the honorary professor. The professor, named Rick Castle, was not only a lifelong honorary professor at Mace University, but also a distinguished historian at the State University of Mifeng, renowned within the Federation. His death rendered the case's ramifications uncontrollable. If this case remained unsolved, the repercussions would be dire, with the Mace Police Department bearing the brunt of the fallout. The forensic team had conducted a meticulous examination of the scene, finding no extraneous footprints or fingerprints. It was as if the crime had not been committed by a human. Akin to the previous incident involving that monster. Coupled with that nauseating aura, I am convinced it was those ghastly entities responsible. Are the two bullets still here? The two individuals now stood before the office door. "Ah, yes, it's here." The female captain instinctively reached into her inner pocket, seemingly retrieving two golden bullets, which she handed to Tang Qi. As he grasped the bullets, a warm sensation enveloped him. It was uncertain whether the warmth emanated from the forge's power or from Stana's body heat. This corporeal form was merely that of a youth. He murmured this thought. Then Tang Qi chose to disregard the possibility of body temperature, focusing instead on the changes in the two forged bullets. The power of the forge had diminished somewhat. Given that it had only been a few days since he had given the bullets to Stana, such a rapid decline in potency was implausible. This left only one conclusion. The female captain had briefly encountered the malevolent creatures of the opposing faction, or at the very least, coexisted within the same environment. With this newfound realization, Tang Qi returned the bullets to Stana, who once again reverently tucked them away. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Tang Qi's mouth. Yet he understood and turned away, pushing open the door to the office. However, as soon as he stepped inside, his movements abruptly froze, and he exclaimed, "Who are you?" Upon uttering these words, Tang Qi swiftly retreated from the office, unashamedly hiding behind Stana. His actions were executed with remarkable speed and fluidity, as if they were all part of a single, seamless motion. Chapter 46, The Bounty Hunter and the Spider Demonis. "Who are you?" The voice that thundered through the room belonged to Stana. Her tall figure strode into the office of the deceased professor, her gaze piercing the unfamiliar faces within. Intruders. It was evident to anyone with sight that the individuals rummaging through the professor's belongings were neither law enforcement nor university staff. This was the scene of a gruesome series of murders, and without hesitation, Stana retrieved her internal radio, calling for police support before the intruders could react. The group halted their actions, attempting to placate the police chief, but were momentarily halted by the imposing presence of her firearm. Only one among them, seemingly their leader, persistently urged Stana to remain calm, asserting that they were there to assist. At that moment, Tang Qi took the opportunity to observe the group more closely. There were 6 in total, 4 men and 2 women. The leader, a tall young man with tousled blonde hair, exuded a rugged handsomeness, dressed in a cowboy's attire. Among the other 3 men were an elderly figure with a disheveled beard, a robust youth, and a lanky bookworm. The 2 women appeared more conventional. One a voluptuous beauty and the other a sweet-faced brunette, seemingly from a well-to-do family. What a considerable team! Tang Qi mused silently as he surveyed the disordered office. Clearly not police officers, they were nonetheless armed, each carrying a handgun, while the elderly man sported a large-caliber hunting rifle, and the voluptuous woman wielded a shotgun. If not for their lack of a menacing demeanor, Tang Qi might have suspected they were planning a bank heist. This was likely the reason for Stana's heightened anxiety, given that her only weapon was a standard police pistol. Fortunately, it appeared that the group had no intention of clashing with the police. Despite Stana's gun being aimed at them, they continued to articulate their intentions. Soon, other officers from the precinct arrived, transforming the spacious office into a crowded scene. Amidst the chaos, Tang Qi was pleased to encounter the chief of the Miser Police Department. Typically, a case of this nature would not warrant the involvement of a department head. Even during the skinning case at St. Thorn High School, the chief had not made an appearance. However, the nature of this serial murder case at Miser University was evidently different, and to safeguard her position, the astute African-American woman, the chief of the Miser Police, had deemed it necessary to be present. Naturally, she assumed command from Stana, confiscating the weapons from the intruders. "We came here for the bounty, and I already know what the culprit is," the cowboy youth declared, eliciting varied reactions from the crowd. "Bounty?" queried the African-American chief. "What do you mean by thing?" interjected Stana and Tang Qi simultaneously. Seizing the moment, the cowboy youth quickly began to elucidate his claims. They were, in fact, a team of bounty hunters, drawn to investigate after seeing a reward jointly announced by several board members of Mace University. Although they harbored dissatisfaction regarding the bounty, an evident display of distrust in the police's capabilities by the so-called board members, the head of the police department, an African-American woman, restrained her impulse to incarcerate these bounty hunters and solemnly inquired, "You just mentioned knowing the identity of the murderer?" As soon as she finished speaking, the young cowboy promptly corrected her, stating, "It's not a person. The murderer should be considered a monster." A hush fell over the room following his declaration. Most of the officers regarded the young cowboy and his companions as though they were a band of lunatics. However, several individuals, including the female chief, experienced a marked change in expression. Yet, ordinary people from the lower strata of society, unless granted a unique opportunity or afflicted by unfortunate circumstances, were unable to perceive an alternate world at such a juncture. The majority of the officers present belonged to this category. In contrast, both Stana and the female chief were not. Stana had fortuitously and unfortunately been drawn into the mysterious realm by Tang Qi, while the chief, due to her special position, had received certain hints from higher authorities. Both possessed some understanding of the mystical side of existence. However, this situation would not endure for long. Soon, ordinary individuals would subtly become aware of the existence of the mysterious realm. After all, the number of extraordinary individuals was far fewer than those anomalies. And once the tide of mysticism reached its zenith, those anomalies could no longer be concealed. At that point, the world would descend into monumental upheaval. Of course, that was all in the distant future. Presently, they were faced with an exceedingly troublesome murder case. The female chief gestured for the officers to release the restraints binding the bounty hunters and instructed most of the officers to withdraw, allowing the office to regain its spaciousness. The once affable expression on the African-American woman's face was now replaced with an air of gravity as she scrutinized the so-called bounty hunter team, particularly the young cowboy, who appeared eager for an explanation. Upon witnessing this sudden turn of events, Stana seemed inclined to speak up, but Tang Qi restrained her, shaking his head in silent counsel for her to refrain from interjecting and to allow the young cowboy to explain. Seizing the opportunity to elaborate, the cowboy did not disappoint. He was aware that those of sufficient standing could know certain truths about the mystical realm. Thus, he faced no obstacles as he swiftly retrieved a thick, weathered tome from his backpack. With one hand supporting it, he rapidly flipped through its pages while simultaneously speaking at an accelerated pace. "We are bounty hunters, but our team exclusively undertakes bounties related to the mysterious domain, such as this one. Initially, we were unaware of what had transpired here and naturally dared not presume it was something within our capacity to handle. It was only when I saw a photograph from the scene, depicting the manner of the victim's demise, that I recognized it aligned perfectly with the characteristics of the monstrous entities I am familiar with." With a decisive motion, the cowboy's palm came down abruptly on a page within the tome. As the crowd turned their gaze, they beheld a page revealing an exceedingly grotesque and menacing creature. It was a spider monster, its body cloaked in black fur, boasting a corpulent abdomen and an upper half strikingly reminiscent of a human female, complete with pronounced feminine features, a cavernous maw, a sunken nose, and 3 glistening orbs resembling rubies for eyes. While the onlookers marveled in subtle astonishment, the accompanying commentary from the cowboy youth resonated. The creature was identified as a demoness known as the spider succubus, a malevolent and peculiar entity that delights in savoring human flesh, yet does not consume it entirely. Instead, it engulfs its victims, only to regurgitate them in the dead of night, leaving their partially devoured bodies exposed to instill terror. These fiends possess an uncanny ability to sense fear, relishing the scent it exudes. My forebears once vanquished a succubus, and thus I am aware of the method. That bounty is rightfully mine. The strikingly handsome blonde youth, leader of the bounty hunter team, confidently pointed to the illustration of the spider succubus in the tome. Chapter 47, A Farce. The Bounty Hunter Team. An ancient and dilapidated tome, ancestors who have slain monsters, and a handsome blonde youth. These elements coalesce to evoke a sense of credence. At this moment, the African-American female chief, after listening intently, decisively proclaimed, "Very well, I shall grant you a chance. If you can indeed capture or eliminate the so-called monster, or the perpetrator, I will overlook your trespass into the crime scene. As for the bounty, it is to be claimed by the one who issued it, unrelated to the Mise Police Department." Although a glimmer of hope was kindled by the sudden appearance of this hunter team, the officers remained vigilant, continuing their investigation and gathering evidence. Most of the policemen adhered dutifully to their responsibilities, while the enigmatic aura of the origin planet Blue Star may be palpable. The passage of a century has kept the majority of ordinary individuals at a considerable distance from the extraordinary realm. The licensed team, however, was exhilarated. They requested a piece of evidence from the officers, which turned out to be a vial of pus, seemingly a concoction of melted fat or viscera, viscous and repulsive. They then commandeered the vacant grand hall of the school, clearing it of debris, and immediately began to set traps. The purpose of the team was now evident. The disheveled old man, appearing to be an expert in firearms, was busy calibrating weapons, while the robust youth produced an exaggerated axe from an unknown source. The lanky bookworm, shrouded in mystery, revealed himself to be a scholar of alchemy, unveiling a trove of herbs. Among the two girls, the one with a voluptuous figure remained unchanged, still wielding a shotgun, while the other, a sweet-haired brunette, unexpectedly emerged from a corner brandishing a slender short sword, her casual flourishes betraying a commendable proficiency in swordsmanship. "Are you not going to take any action?" Stana, in a corner of the hall, approached with a look of resignation. The female chief felt quite stifled. She had gone to great lengths to fabricate a recruitment letter to lure Tang Qi, initially believing she could seize this opportunity to unravel the bloodshed and subsequently draw him into the fold of the Mise Police Department, all while fulfilling her own desire to enter the mysterious domain. Who could have foreseen the sudden emergence of an enigmatic bounty hunter team, appearing remarkably confident? Stana's emotions were conflicted. She was uncertain whether to wish for their success or their failure. One would expect Tang Qi to be as anxious as Stana at this juncture. However, he remained nonchalant in a corner, engrossed in a pile of documents. Only upon hearing Stana's remark did he glance at the hunter team, which was busily setting traps within the hall. Perhaps viewing the monster as merely a wild beast, their arrangements lacked any concealment. The focal point seemed to be the lanky alchemist preparing a concoction, purportedly a special herb designed to attract the monster. Meanwhile, the others were enhancing their weapons with various enhancements, soaking them in holy water, inscribing runes, or applying special ointments. It appeared quite professional indeed. Regrettably, neither weapons nor any other objects mirrored any signs of activity in Tang Qi's eyes. This may very well be their inaugural extraordinary hunt, and perhaps even their final one. Tang Qi silently rendered his judgment before lowering his gaze back to the documents pertaining to the 7 victims. However, his attention predominantly lingered on the 7th individual, Professor Castle. An activist among historians, frequently traversed the globe for research, delving deep into mysticism and pharmacology. Just prior to his resignation, he had concluded an investigation of a 3,000-year-old temple on the continent of Sahara. With remarkable speed, Tang Qi swiftly reached the final page of the dossier, which revealed a medical diagnosis. Intriguing. What is intriguing? Stana, having overheard Tang Qi's murmurs, instinctively inquired. "It's nothing, Sheriff Stana. Do you believe in immortality?" Tang Qi nonchalantly tucked away the documents. "I can't say I know." Stana, about to shake her head in disbelief, was evidently reminded of her recent encounter with the legendary siren, which had profoundly shaken her worldview. Thus, she could only respond that she did not know. Amid her confusion, the sheriff failed to notice Tang Qi, who was observing her with keen interest. Tang Qi fully comprehended Stana's predicament. After all, on the very first day of his descent upon the origin planet Blue Star, he had been bound to a cross, enduring ceaseless torment. An experience far more harrowing than what Stana had faced. Time passed swiftly, and the atmosphere within Miser University grew exceedingly tense. The validation of the previous 7 days had forewarned every individual on campus that today would surely witness a death. No one wished for this curse to befall them, especially given the grotesque and horrifying nature of the demise. Tang Qi remained in the auditorium as there was no need for him to depart. His acute perception allowed him to easily discern the prevailing atmosphere of anxiety, suspicion, and fear within the university. The pervasive sentiment of dread spread among students and faculty alike. And if more lives were to be lost, Tang Qi suspected the institution might very well close its doors, for these individuals were not trapped animals. When pushed to the brink of collapse, they would flee, seemingly attuned to these sentiments, in a bid to prevent an 8th victim from emerging. The bounty hunter team commenced their hunt almost precisely at nightfall. More accurately, it was a trap they set. Beneath the shroud of darkness in the auditorium, before a roaring bonfire, the golden-haired youth, Ryan, stood upright. The substance ablaze in the fire appeared to be a combination of herbs, emitting no smoke, but rather a peculiar sweetness. Clutching a tattered tome in one hand and a test tube in the other, he murmured incantations according to the book. Great Mother of Shadows, embodiment of chaos and evil, Queen of the dim realm, please permit your most devout follower to present to you a sweet offering. Amidst his murmurs, Ryan deftly maneuvered the test tube and began to pour the viscous liquid slowly and deliberately. As an eerie sound echoed through the hall, an intoxicatingly sweet fragrance, tenfold more potent than before, wafted through the air. The night breeze carried it, gradually permeating the entire university, hidden in every corner of the hall. Officers and others began to swallow nervously, their instincts responding to the phenomenon. This peculiar occurrence instilled a modicum of confidence in the female director, while some officers who had previously looked down upon the hunter team began to harbor doubts. Unfortunately, such skepticism dissipated swiftly. As the trapping ritual commenced, Ryan bellowed for readiness, initiating a prolonged 2-hour wait. Throughout this time, the pharmacist added herbs to the fire pit on several occasions. However, the anticipated magical spider witch failed to materialize. When the first distraught instructor emerged from the shadows, exclaiming that they had had enough and wished to leave, chaos ensued. The remaining instructors and a few guards also resolved to depart, signaling what was likely a resignation. The officers followed suit, questioning the professionalism of the so-called bounty hunter team. Suspecting them to be frauds or lunatics, deciding it prudent to confine them for the time being. The director's countenance darkened, her slender thread of hope severed. Now, her thoughts were not of accolades, but rather of preserving her position, having missed the opportune moment to request reinforcements from above. The hunter team found itself in disarray, with leader Ryan muttering in disbelief, "This is impossible. My grandfather's demon-hunting tome cannot have failed. Remember the vengeful spirit we vanquished? That proves the tome's validity." The chaotic scene was intolerable for Stana, the resolute female chief, who was determined to take charge. At that moment, Tang Qi suddenly grasped Stana's arm, slipping a few objects into her hand while whispering a few words, disregarding the strange expression on her face, and strode directly toward the center of the hall. Chapter 48. Whispers of the Grim Reaper. Apologies, could you recount the incantation you utilized to vanquish a vengeful spirit? Tang Qi inquired with genuine curiosity, maintaining a respectful distance from the self-doubting blonde youth named Ryan. Under different circumstances, Ryan would have hastily concealed his tome, refusing to allow any prying eyes to glimpse its contents, for he regarded it as his safeguard for the future. Since an unforeseen incident led him to the arcane realm, he discovered that the ancient scrapbook left by his grandfather was filled with illustrations of various monsters, accompanied by numerous demon-hunting incantations. This revelation set him upon the path of a bounty hunter, where he subsequently gathered a few like-minded enthusiasts to form a team. By fortuitously employing one of the spells from the tome to eradicate a vengeful spirit, he not only reaped a substantial reward, but also fostered a sense of unity within his group. However, yet another trial loomed ahead. Perhaps due to Tang Qi's deceptively charming appearance and his respectful demeanor, Ryan found himself drawn to him amidst the public scrutiny, his own tumultuous thoughts prompting him to instinctively flip through the pages of the tome. The entire volume was crudely bound with something akin to flaxen twine, each page possessing a unique texture, depicting a variety of creatures or spirits that were not particularly rare, at least within the monster archives. Soon, Ryan stumbled upon a page that stood apart from the rest. This particular sheet was remarkably thin, almost translucent. It illustrated an ominous figure of the Grim Reaper, draped in a voluminous black cloak that enveloped its spectral form, with 2 crimson lights glowing ominously and a terrifying scythe poised to strike. Beneath the illustration lay an intricate and peculiar incantation, In that moment, a faint glow flickered in Tang Qi's eyes. Artifact: Whispers of the Grim Reaper. Condition: tattered page. Information fragment 1. In ancient times, a boy, both fortunate and unfortunate, inadvertently fell into a state of apparent death. During 3 years of this suspended animation, he eavesdropped on the Grim Reaper's incessant murmurs, documenting them upon his awakening, thus crafting an extraordinary tome entitled Whispers of the Grim Reaper. Information fragment 2. The boy's actions incensed the Grim Reaper. After inscribing the final whisper, he was claimed by the Reaper, and the whispers themselves became obscured by a curse, leaving only a few tattered pages behind. Information fragment 3. Utilizing the tattered pages allows for the cultivation of a medium's profession, albeit with the risk of incurring the Grim Reaper's wrath once more. Initially astonished by the influx of information fragments flowing through his mind, Tang Qi soon grasped their significance. Generally, the higher the extraordinary level of an artifact, the more information fragments it encompasses. This, however, is not an absolute rule, merely a subtle pattern. The fact that this artifact could usher one into the realm of professionals, combined with its description, suggested a remarkably high extraordinary level. This elucidates why he is capable of vanquishing vengeful spirits. The living who heed the whispers of the Grim Reaper are likely to encounter misfortune, while the less potent spirits, upon hearing such murmurs, are doomed to face death. Thus, it is evident that this young man possesses the potential to become a medium, for otherwise, he would not be able to grasp the whispers of death. Tang Qi cast a fleeting glance at the incantations inscribed on the tattered page, merely gleaning an understanding without any intention to practice. Having already incurred the wrath of an otherworldly witch of misfortune, he had no desire to provoke the Grim Reaper of an unknown realm. Moreover, in comparison to the incantations, Tang Qi firmly believed that his furnace power would wield a far more formidable threat to the vengeful spirits. Such contemplation ceased once Ryan turned to that particular page. Tang Qi signaled Ryan to stow away the tome, and then approached the center of the hall, standing before the fire pit. Having consumed a plethora of herbs and salves, and further tainted by that revolting pus, the fire pit now contained a repugnant pool of blackish-yellow liquid, which, despite its nauseating appearance, exuded a tantalizing aroma that was almost irresistible. As he knelt slowly, cradling the fire pit with both hands, his voice resonated through the hall. Moonflower, orchid of the embryo. Thornless grass combined with euphorbia and human fat solution. When ignited, indeed, they release a sweet fragrance lethal to arachnid creatures. However, this plan overlooked one possibility. Such a trap would only affect wild monstrosities. What if the creatures lurking within the confines of Miser University were transformed humans? As soon as Tang Qi uttered these words, a wave of chaos erupted within the hall. Before the crowd could react to this shocking revelation, Tang Qi suddenly stepped forward, hurling the contents of the basin towards a more secluded corner of the hall. There stood two individuals, a slender, elegantly dressed lady and a robust man resembling a bodybuilder. One was the assistant to Professor Rick Castle, and the other a security guard of the institution. Upon witnessing Tang Qi's actions, they instinctively displayed signs of terror. Yet the female assistant seemed to regain her composure swiftly, grasping the arm of the guard who was about to evade, and shouted sharply, "It's all right. We are not." Yet her words were abruptly cut short, as if she had been doused with a potent acid. A horrifying sound echoed as her skin began to dissolve, akin to plunging a branding iron into cheese, with a viscous yellow liquid bubbling forth. The guard beside her met a similar fate. However, the onlookers scarcely had time to feel sympathy before they were struck dumb by the nightmarish scene that unfolded next. The assistant and the guard screamed in agony as their lower bodies began to swell, black, coarse hair sprouting forth, grotesque spider abdomens manifesting, while their upper bodies contorted. The lady's once beautiful visage transforming into a gaping maw and a sunken nose, her three tainted ruby eyes now exuding an aura of malevolence. With a hiss, the two transformed spider monstrosities, their 6 glistening eyes fixed upon Tang Qi, seethed with fury. It was this diminutive figure that had betrayed their presence. Their initial impulse was to rend the boy in twain and devour him piece by piece. Yet, as they writhed and howled, Tang Qi bestowed upon them a mysterious smile, stepping aside to reveal Stana, who had already raised her pistol. Bang! Bang! With the thunderous report of gunfire, 2 brilliant azure beams penetrated the skulls of the grotesque creatures. The once impenetrable bone structure succumbed to the force of the siren bullets, shattering under the gaze of the onlookers. In an explosive display, their craniums burst open, scattering brain matter in a gruesome spectacle. Their bodies, which surpassed human form, crashed to the ground. They were dead, although disbelief reigned. as if the unfolding events were mere figments of a dream. So rapid was the occurrence that none had the chance to react. They merely witnessed a boy who approached, elucidated some enigmatic points, and then, without warning, hurled a concoction that appeared repulsive yet exuded an intoxicating aroma towards the female assistant and the captain of the guards. In the blink of an eye, the two spider monstrosities materialized, only to be swiftly dispatched by the authoritative sharpshooter. Yet, dead they were. And the lifeless bodies bore no falsehood. The reality dawned upon them, and after a moment of stunned silence, they erupted into jubilant cheers. Chapter 49. Flora, the harrowing case of a serial killer that tormented Mace University and its police chief for 7 long days, or rather, the monstrous slayings, was resolved by a mere high school student. This notion seems utterly incredulous. Yet, the presence of tangible corpses and numerous eyewitnesses attests to its veracity. When the dust finally settled, and the female police chief, after receiving Tang Qi's assurance that all the monsters had been vanquished, efficiently notified the higher authorities to collect the remains. Even before the officials arrived, she had meticulously prepared her report and submitted it on the spot. While Chief Stana played a pivotal role at the scene, the bizarre transformations of the female teaching assistant and the head of security necessitated a self-examination at Mace University. Several reports, both immediate and subsequent, were produced, depicting Tang Qi as an exceptionally astute and knowledgeable prodigy. As for the mysterious side abilities, the conclusion was that none existed. The majority of the credit for vanquishing the monsters was attributed to Chief Stana, a result that Tang Qi had intentionally orchestrated. He sought not to shirk responsibility but rather to cultivate an image for himself, one of an intellectually gifted youth devoid of combat prowess yet endowed with formidable knowledge. Such a persona might not bask in the limelight or claim accolades, but during critical moments, it would prove immensely beneficial. Moreover, aside from the credit being largely distributed, Tang Qi did not walk away empty-handed. In truth, the genuine rewards found their way into his possession. After slaying the 2 monsters, he seized the opportunity to consume their vengeful spirits while elucidating the events to the bewildered crowd. From that day forth, Tang Qi became a specially appointed consultant for the Mace Police Department, complete with a formal position and a generous salary. Before departing, Tang Qi offered a small piece of advice to the bounty hunter team, particularly to their leader, Ryan, who had been slightly undermined. If he wished to avoid jeopardizing his own life and that of others in the not-so-distant future, the wisest course would be to shelve the tome and focus solely on the page concerning murmurs. He possessed the potential to become an exceptional medium. With that parting remark, Tang Qi entered the police car, indifferent to the ramifications of his words, and drove away. Following the resolution of a bloody affair, a multitude of troublesome aftermaths naturally ensued. Yet they bore no relevance to Tang Qi. Compared to her earlier haste, Stana drove at a considerably slower pace, perhaps due to the matter of the false employment letter. The police chief's demeanor was tinged with embarrassment as she silently navigated the roads, refraining from conversing with Tang Qi, despite her myriad of questions. Nevertheless, she remained the decisive Stana, and as they neared the city center, she could no longer contain her curiosity. What caused those 2 monsters to manifest? The first question compelled Tang Qi, who was engrossed in unraveling a peculiar knot with his magical prowess, to glance up at her. He initially believed that the first question Stana would pose would concern how those 2 individuals transformed into monsters. However, he was taken aback by Stana's keen insight. Tang Qi, with no intention of concealing the truth, candidly replied, "It is my blood that, while you were distracted, mingled with that concoction. I did not deceive the one named Ryan." Among their so-called team, aside from him possessing some mediumistic potential, the others are merely ordinary individuals. Unless they encounter extraordinary circumstances, it is best they refrain from entering the realm of the supernatural. Their potions and firearms are utterly useless. Stana nodded in understanding and then inquired, "What about those bullets? Were they from last time?" "Indeed, they are newly crafted bullets made from that bag of sea salt, aptly named siren bullets. Their effect is to dispel curses and drive away evil. While they lack the power of the 2 furnace bullets, they pose a greater threat to cursed entities." Noticing that Tang Qi seemed unperturbed by the matter of the fake employment letter, Stana quickly regained her authoritative demeanor, attempting to leverage her age and status to assert dominance over Tang Qi. She suddenly realized, to her horror, that in her interactions with this high school student, she was, in fact, at a disadvantage. Confronted by the muscular figures of the police academy and precinct, as well as clever colleagues and crafty criminals, the seasoned female officer felt dismayed at the thought of being overshadowed by a mere teenager, especially now as Tang Qi sat in the passenger seat, casually untangling a peculiar hair knot. exuding an air of confidence that made her, Stana, a renowned police chief in Mifeng province, seem merely like the chauffeur. This was intolerable for her. Her previous training and inherent intellect instructed her to adopt a more aloof demeanor in the presence of someone like Tang Qi rather than appearing as inquisitive as she currently did, bombarding him with questions. However, having just stepped into the realm of the mysterious, Stana found it exceedingly difficult to maintain her composure. Tang Qi, recognizing this, deliberately refrained from volunteering information, waiting for Stana to inquire. His leisurely demeanor only served to irritate her further. At that moment, the female officer recalled how, at their initial encounter, she had mistakenly perceived this young lad as a kind-hearted and bashful prodigy of the arcane. It was now clear that she had been deceived. He was nothing more than a high schooler with a sharp tongue and a cunning disposition. As Tang Qi prepared to exit the vehicle, carrying an assortment of notes and manuscripts while cradling a peculiar, wilted plant, Stana could no longer contain herself. With a tone laden with complexity, she asked, "Will those ghastly creatures only increase in number?" In a soft voice that penetrated her ears, he responded, "Not only will they multiply, but they will also grow increasingly formidable, surpassing your wildest imaginings. The world is about to change." With a soft click, he closed the door behind him, neglecting to inquire if Miss Stana wished to take a seat. The timing was simply inappropriate, and both of them, especially Stana, needed a moment to recuperate. Today, she once again felt the impact of the extraordinary creature, and this time, she was tasked with delivering the fatal blow. The force of the two siren bullets not only instantaneously vanquished the spider monstrosity, but also imparted a remarkable sensation to Stana, the gun wielder. In truth, several queries lingered unvoiced within her. However, Tang Qi had already anticipated her forthcoming inquiries, and even if she were to pose them, he had no intention of responding. He casually placed the pot of withered plants on the coffee table before the sofa, then, with great care, set aside the treasured manuscripts and notes. He proceeded to brew himself a pot of coffee, accompanied by some light refreshments, and extracted a volume of Professor Castle's notes on a particular tribal archaeological site. Delving into its contents, judging by his demeanor, he seemed poised for a long night of study. Alas, perhaps weary beyond measure. He dozed off on the sofa after barely completing a fraction of the substantial tome. A minute passed. Half an hour. An hour drifted by with no signs of awakening. It appeared he was truly in a deep slumber. Strangely enough, just at that moment, the pot of plants, carelessly arranged by Tang Qi on the coffee table, seemed to stir slightly. Chapter 50. The echoes of the shadowed herb upon the coffee table lay an array of manuscripts and notes. With a cup of cold coffee and a plate of scattered delicacies occupying the spaces in between, alongside a modest flower pot nestled in the corner. The plant within the pot was an ominous shade of black, tinged with hints of purple, resembling a desiccated sunflower that had been submerged in ink, dried, and carelessly discarded, utterly unremarkable. A sudden gust of night wind swept through the open curtains, brushing across the living room, causing the withered leaves of the plant to stir momentarily. Was it truly the wind? The night breeze was gentle, yet occasionally it would grow stronger, causing the lamp beside Tang Qi to sway precariously, its light flickering in tandem. Amidst the creaking, another sound intermingled. Suddenly, the desiccated plant within the pot sprang forth with alarming agility, akin to a peculiar insect, launching itself with pinpoint accuracy towards Tang Qi's face. In his slumber, the high school student possessed no semblance of defense, perhaps entirely oblivious to the impending threat. In an instant, a gleaming blade emerged, plunging sharply into the seemingly desiccated yet slick form of the plant. With a resounding thud, the tip of the dagger pierced through the wooden coffee table, pinning the plant firmly in place. A series of shrill, rodent-like cries erupted from within the plant, sharp and jarring. As recorded in the notes, it is indeed the dark herb reputed to temporarily host souls, the shadowed cap fungus. As Tang Qi uttered these words, the peculiar plant, now identified as the shadowed cap fungus, ceased its frantic struggle. Although it continued to writhe slightly in an attempt to alleviate its suffering, it was, however, subdued. A few black, glistening tendrils flailed about, seemingly attempting to convey something. Witnessing this scene, Tang Qi felt no surprise. Silently, he turned and retrieved a glass of clear water from the kitchen. He placed it before the pinned tendrils of the plant and spoke chilling words that sent shivers down one's spine. "Allow me to introduce myself, Professor Castle. You may call me Tang Qi." In his introduction, Tang Qi did not extend his hand, perhaps unnecessary, considering his interlocutor was a plant, if it could even be considered such. At least, the interface that had emerged in Tang Qi's vision did not dispute this notion. Extraordinary life form, shadowed cap fungus. Status: activating. Information Fragment 1. One of the oldest and rarest plants of the Saharan continent, known as echoes of the shadowed herb by dark wizards and shamans. Its true name is shadowed cap fungus, and with special treatment, it can allow disembodied souls to temporarily reside within it, maintaining an activated state to facilitate the search for a new vessel. Information Fragment 2. Despite being activated, it remains fragile, vulnerable enough that an adult human could easily extinguish it and the soul within. At present, Tang Qi was entertaining the guest within. Though it was evident that the method of hospitality was not to the guest's liking, Tang Qi blinked, observing the tentacles that had ceased their struggle, without unnecessary pleasantries. He recounted in a narrative tone, once a young and industrious history professor who tirelessly traversed the world in pursuit of knowledge, ultimately attained a prestigious position and considerable wealth in his later years, and fame as well. Alas, just as he was poised to relish these rewards, he was struck down by an incurable cancer, his ailing body incapable of satisfying the allure of a young and beautiful teaching assistant. Unable to bear the thought of her enchanting form left unattended, the assistant sought solace in the arms of the charming head of the school's security, the old professor. Unable to endure this betrayal, recalled the arcane knowledge he possessed, the mysterious realms, and the bizarre potions. He concocted 2 vials of cursed elixirs, intending for the assistant and her lover to consume them. Before long, the campus was plagued by 2 monstrous arachnids, driven by insatiable bloodlust. After claiming 6 lives, they finally tasted enough of human fear to muster the courage to confront the professor, ultimately leading to his demise. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the professor had foreseen this outcome. At that moment, his essence transferred into the Erosis ghost grass. The old professor planned to bide his time, waiting for the chaos to subside and seeking a suitable vessel to embark on a new life. Am I correct, Professor Rick Castle? Upon finishing, Tang Qi inquired, then fell silent. After a brief pause, one of the eerie plant's slick tendrils stirred, slowly lifting to dip into a cup, moistening itself before beginning to inscribe upon the coffee table. You can hear but not speak? How wondrous! Tang Qi marveled inwardly as he watched the uneven script emerge. Despite this being a first attempt at writing with a tentacle, Professor Castle's control was commendable, as the words became distinctly visible. What do you desire? Observing the inquiry, Tang Qi felt no surprise. After all, a professor nearing the end of his journey would not resemble the stereotypical portrayals in certain novels, characterized by high intelligence yet low emotional understanding. Rather than questioning Tang Qi's intentions, he directly asked what he wanted. It was evident that the old professor was aware that in his current condition, surrendering to someone as evidently extraordinary as Tang Qi left him with little leverage for negotiation. Tang Qi refrained from immediately articulating his demands. Instead, he scrutinized the professor and delivered a piercing remark aimed at his wounded spirit. Before you hear my terms, I must impart a harsh truth. Your recent parasitic endeavor was exceedingly impolite, and even if I offered no resistance, your efforts would ultimately be in vain. I do not know how you became aware that transferring a soul into the Erosis ghost grass allows one to freely inhabit a human body in a reactivated state, but I regret to inform you, it is impossible. While the Erosis ghost grass can indeed facilitate soul transfer, it demands extraordinarily stringent conditions. A suitable vessel must be found. And believe me, the term suitable excludes the vast majority of humanity on Blue Star. Moreover, you require assistance to perform the ritual, such as chanting incantations. If these conditions are unmet, you shall remain in this state until you wither and perish in 10 days. As Tang Qi finished speaking, a sudden clatter resounded from the coffee table. A water cup was toppled over by a writhing tentacle. 7 or 8 slippery appendages twisted violently, evidently agitated by some unseen force. Lines of curved script were instinctively inscribed by it. Curse that wizard for daring to deceive me. I entrusted them with half of my funding. I shall have my vengeance. After a full half-minute of furious expression, it remained ensnared by the dagger. Ultimately, one tentacle lifted again, meticulously crafting the following words before Tang Qi. Will you assist me? Upon reading this sentence, Tang Qi's eyelids gently lowered, his gaze deep and contemplative, a subtle smile beginning to form at the corners of his mouth. Of course. Tang Qi set down his coffee and replied with a grin. Chapter 51. The Science of Elixirs in the Serene Living Room. A soft yellow glow emanated from beneath the lampshade, illuminating the central area. There, the low table had been cleared by Tang Qi, leaving only a dagger and the eerie plant known as the Escho's ghost grass, or more accurately, Professor Rick Castle, alongside a glass of clear water. The two were engaged in a peculiar dialogue. This venerable professor, in both legal and moral dimensions, was hardly deserving of sympathy, and not merely for one reason. Had Professor Castle still been human at that moment, he would likely have exhibited a look of horror upon hearing the inquiry, for it was the greatest secret he harbored. And having it so openly revealed would undoubtedly alter his countenance. Alas, he was now merely an odd plant. While investigating a sunken ship from the 13th century, I stumbled upon some imperishable books that contained extensive knowledge of elixirs. That day was marked by a thunderstorm. All other experts opted for rest, leaving me alone to sift through those remnants. Intrigued by the knowledge, I devoted the entire night to study, only to find that the following day, under the blazing sun, those tomes were instantly consumed by flames, leaving only fragments of memory in my mind. The knowledge vanished entirely. Subsequent research suggested that those texts likely originated from several mysterious tribes opposed to the ancient Maya civilization. The identity of the ship's owner was also complex, though the passage of time rendered it impossible to ascertain. Without further contemplation, Tang Qi inquired, in addition to your knowledge of elixirs, do you possess any other esoteric knowledge? None. Apart from that singular incident, the other explorations of my life, despite encountering various bizarre and mystical events, were ultimately resolved through firearms. I did not acquire additional knowledge. Even though I sensed the existence of the mysterious realm, I simply could not bear to relinquish my status and reputation. Hence I refrained from exposing my knowledge of elixirs and venturing into that unknown world. A reasonable explanation, Tang Qi mused silently. However, he refrained from voicing a subsequent question. He had initially intended to inquire to what extent Professor Castle had advanced his elixir knowledge, such as whether he had successfully ascended to the ranks of a practitioner, which necessitated the successful concoction of those elixirs to obtain professional certification. As Tang Qi understood, the corresponding profession for elixir knowledge began with the apprentice level, followed by the formal elixirist. Yet, given that Professor Castle had not genuinely entered the realm of the mysterious, such inquiries seemed unnecessary. Tang Qi sat on the sofa, lost in contemplation. It was evident that Professor Castle's assertions were truthful. At this juncture, there was no need for self-deception. Moreover, considering his reckless use of a cursed elixir to transform the female assistant and the captain of the guard into spider monstrosities, it was clear he was not affiliated with the mysterious side. Anyone with even a slight connection to that realm would understand that, in terms of extraordinary power, the official entities were the truly formidable force. In reality, even without Tang Qi's intervention, the string of murders at Miser University would have eventually been resolved. At that moment, the influence was bound to expand to a certain extent, prompting official intervention. By then, Castle, the architect of this turmoil, would likely meet a woeful fate. From this perspective, Tang Qi could be regarded as Castle's savior. Reflecting on this, Tang Qi slowly rose and stood before the table, reaching out to grasp the dagger, which he then drew forth. A soft hissing sound accompanied his motion, as several drops of black liquid erupted from the activated mycelium, splattering onto the table's surface. A clever individual indeed, Tang Qi silently assessed, and without delay, he articulated the terms of the transaction he was proposing. Professor Castle, I can procure a body that perfectly meets your requirements, and I will conduct the ritual, reciting the incantations to grant you an opportunity for a new beginning. Upon hearing this, Castle did not display any signs of excitement. Instead, he waited silently, and indeed, Tang Qi's voice continued to resonate. In exchange, you must pay a price. The only commodity you possess for this transaction is your knowledge. The knowledge of alchemy that you have unexpectedly acquired. Transfer all of it to me. Since you have managed to obtain the Esso's ghost grass from the sorcerers of the Sahar continent, you should also comprehend how to sever your own soul. If you infuse all of your alchemical knowledge into a fragment of your soul and sever it away, we shall have completed our transaction. Of course, you may choose to refuse, in which case I shall send you on your way, terminating the true perpetrator of a series of murders without a second thought. Alternatively, you could attempt to deceive me during the severance, but should I discover your treachery, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Having spoken, Tang Qi stepped aside, patiently awaiting Castle's decision. Externally, there was no indication of excitement or any other emotion from Tang Qi. It seemed that the alchemical knowledge held little significance for him. This transaction appeared to be a mere whim. From the outset of their interaction, Tang Qi had maintained an undeniable upper hand. Though Professor Castle was undoubtedly intelligent, he perceived Tang Qi, a mere high school student, as perhaps a seasoned figure from the arcane realm. The crux of the matter was that he truly had no alternative. One path led to certain death, while the other offered the chance to exchange his knowledge for a new life. Any rational individual would make the correct choice. Under Tang Qi's watchful gaze, Castle gradually raised the smallest of his tentacles. The simple motion seemed to evoke immense agony, as he emitted a wretched cry reminiscent of a mouse meeting its end beneath a boot. Gradually, within Tang Qi's sight, the short black tentacle began to redden, a stream of crimson light flowing into it, resembling a glowing branding iron. Simultaneously, a unique interface sprang forth in Tang Qi's vision. Fragments of information cascaded by. When the last fragment had passed, the black tentacle gleamed a vivid red. While Castle's screams might suggest that the occupant of this small building was a sadistic tormentor of mice, with a swift motion, Tang Qi unleashed his attack. The sharp dagger sliced through the air, simultaneously severing the resilient tentacle. Chapter 52. A surprise. The situation is quite comprehensible. Anyone who undertakes such actions would inevitably find themselves in a similar predicament. To infuse one's acquired knowledge into a diminutive part of the body, only to sever it as a bargaining chip, is a phenomenon that transpires solely under extraordinary circumstances. Here, due to the unique activated state of the shadow encapsulating fungus, coupled with Professor Castle's sole possession, such an occurrence was made possible. Despite being the shortest, the fragment still exceeded half the length of Tang Qi's palm. Below, a multitude of tiny suckers were indeed visible. Tang Qi grasped it firmly, gazing intently as the previously fleeting special interface gradually materialized. Curiosity, Erosis fragment. Status, incomplete. Information fragment. A piece severed from the activated Erosis ghost grass, infused with a modicum of soul power and certain memory fragments related to alchemical knowledge. Memory can be acquired. Methods of acquisition, ingestion, or formulation of a corresponding elixir. Indeed, Tang Qi now comprehended the peculiar premonition that had plagued him, having subtly suspected it since Professor Castle's disassociation from the alchemical knowledge. To obtain that knowledge, Tang Qi had two options: either to consume the ghost grass fragment containing the memory information or to concoct the appropriate elixir. The latter was evidently the superior choice, allowing for maximal absorption of knowledge without waste. Unfortunately, Tang Qi himself had to resort to thievery to acquire the alchemical knowledge. Prior to a successful heist, it was naturally impossible to concoct the elixir. Professor Castle, in his plight, was even more unfortunate. He had voluntarily severed that knowledge, a process that was singular and irreversible. Upon regaining consciousness, that portion of his memory would vanish. Thus, Tang Qi found himself devoid of a second option. He was acutely aware of this, and after reviewing the information, he did not hesitate for even a moment. Boom! An indescribable sensation erupted at that instant. Tang Qi suddenly retched violently, his eyes bulging as horrifying visions surged in his mind. Before him lay an incomprehensibly dark world. At his feet, a small stream flowed languidly, its pace peculiarly unsettling. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that what flowed was not water, but rather a multitude of slick, black, serpentine creatures, writhing and surging eagerly. This was a feeling that defied description, yet was profoundly terrifying, especially when Tang Qi momentarily lost his focus and, upon refocusing, was horrified to find himself at the end of the black stream, with those repulsive creatures surging toward his mouth. In that moment, Tang Qi suddenly recalled passages from certain esoteric texts. Elixirs possessed an unfathomably wondrous, yet terrifying power. Some benevolent schools of alchemy produced elixirs that, when consumed, induced delightful visions. Conversely, some less friendly variants conjured only horrific illusions, or perhaps were not illusions at all, but rather curses affecting the soul directly. The crux of the matter lies in the definition of the secret potion. It is not merely a liquid shaken within a test tube, but rather an extraordinary power that transcends form. In other words, Tang Qi is indeed acquiring knowledge of the arcane arts. However, concurrently, he finds himself under an unknown assault. It may not necessarily be the doing of Professor Castle, more likely it is the source of this knowledge. Is the enigmatic school of alchemy testing Tang Qi? Or are they attempting to extinguish any signs of a leak? It was evident from the beginning that obtaining the mysterious knowledge leading to a profession would not be a simple endeavor. As he fought against the phantoms in his mind, he retched, tears streaming down his face, utterly disheveled. In such a state, he took a decisive step forward, and with a swift motion, his dagger pinned the still wailing Professor Castle once more to the table. With no time to waste, he immediately sat down on the ground. Buzz. The furnace. Without hesitation, he initiated the golden furnace meditation technique. In an instant, the golden sun was conjured by Tang Qi, and when he opened his eyes again, the illusion remained. A black stream composed of countless grotesque creatures surged toward his mouth, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had become a blazing sun. Those abhorrent beings, much like the strange entities that had surged forth from the dark crevices during his training, silently burned away, their dust-like golden particles merging into. No change. No retreat? Could it be that this was merely the passive negative effect of the Essos shard, or the knowledge of alchemy contained within it? Huff. Huff. That slimy, repulsive illusion might inflict dreadful repercussions on an ordinary person, likely driving them to madness, yet it evidently could not harm Tang Qi, who had transformed into the golden furnace. Soon, the meditation concluded. The phantoms vanished. The strange sensations in his abdomen dissipated. No more retching. Tang Qi slowly opened his eyes, a unique feeling surging within him. His head felt slightly swollen, and his mind brimmed with numerous peculiar and specialized insights, even before he could thoroughly organize them. Instinctively, Tang Qi glanced at himself. His gaze sharpened as a special interface regarding his being gradually materialized. This exclamation of surprise arose upon witnessing a significant change. Success. Upon seeing an additional line of text in the skills section, a glimmer of delight illuminated Tang Qi's eyes. Chapter 53. Breakfast together. Tang Qi's delight stemmed from the emergence of a new skill in his skill panel. Skill: Alchemy, novice level unattained, following the meditation technique. The Eye of the Forge. In the Chaga combat art, Tang Qi acquired yet another skill, albeit still at the novice stage. With a mere thought, fragments of information began to materialize behind the alchemy skill. Information Fragment 1. The alchemy skill, yet to be mastered, derives from a portion of knowledge belonging to the ancient alchemical school, which once thrived during the 13th era of the Old Calendar. This school was a principal adversary of the Maya alchemical tradition, striving for the replication, restoration, and benevolent transformation of nature, ultimately vanishing mysteriously. Information Fragment 2. By assimilating this knowledge and concocting 3 fundamental original elixirs, you shall ascend to the rank of alchemical apprentice. 3. Upon reading this, Tang Qi silently delved into the recesses of his mind, swiftly locating the 3 original elixirs amid the intricate tapestry of his memories. They were the Rubberman elixir, the Whispers of the Wind elixir, and the Spirit Communication elixir. The formulas for these 3 elixirs emerged clearly in his consciousness, along with the significance they represented. The original alchemical school seemingly originated from a tribe that inhabited the jungle, ultimately establishing a flourishing civilization. However, this civilization was ultimately vanquished by the Maya, as their preparations for war were vastly superior. Much like the philosophy of the alchemical school, it was evident that this civilization was not adept in the art of warfare. Although this knowledge constituted only a fragment, Tang Qi observed that it lacked substantial enhancements for the body or other means to augment combat prowess, at most. There were a few curse-type elixirs. The Rubberman elixir was a rare exception, designed for physical enhancement. Yet it did not bolster combat ability but rather improved resilience against impacts. After consuming this elixir, one's body would become as pliable as rubber, capable of executing numerous acrobatic feats. Perhaps the people of this civilization utilized this elixir to harvest fruits from the canopy? The Whispers of the Wind elixir, upon consumption, would enable one to discern the information carried by the wind, thus allowing for quick insights into the surrounding environment. The Spirit Communication elixir represented a lament for the deceased. After partaking of it, one could briefly commune with the spirits and bid them farewell. Thus, this alchemical school appeared to be one of benevolence. This also elucidated why Professor Castle, possessing such knowledge, could not escape the torment of cancer. It was because this school did not advocate for immortality. Hence there existed no corresponding elixirs to extend life. In pursuit of survival and vengeance, he was compelled to concoct the exceedingly perilous yet uncontrollable spider-demon elixir. With a sharp sound, Castle, who had recovered from the torment of soul-slicing, flicked a tentacle against the table, acknowledging Tang Qi's presence. Having forgotten the knowledge of alchemy, the actions he took remained unforgotten. Sensing Tang Qi's gaze upon him, Castle dared not delay. His slippery tentacle dipped into a cup of water, and on the table, he inscribed, "When will you fulfill our agreement? Can I obtain a new body?" Tang Qi keenly sensed the fear emanating from Professor Castle. At this moment, it found itself engulfed in a state of disoriented fear and panic. Moreover, should it fail to successfully transfer into a new vessel within 10 days, it would wither and perish. In contrast, falling into the hands of Tang Qi was, oddly enough, a stroke of fortune. Having wagered its utmost stakes and paid a significant price, it had secured a promise from Tang Qi. Yet, it remained uncertain whether this seemingly cunning high school student would honor the agreement. If it possessed a human body and eyes at that moment, It would have seen Tang Qi, who had risen without notice, gazing at it with an expression of peculiar intrigue. After a pause, he broke into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Professor Castle, you may not be aware, but I am renowned for my unwavering adherence to contracts. In fact, I have already identified a remarkably robust body for you, almost ready. Requiring merely a bit of preparation, it will take no more than 10 days. As he spoke, Tang Qi retrieved a glass vial from a nearby shelf. He unscrewed the cap and placed it before Professor Castle, continuing, "In the meantime, I must ask you to endure confinement within this vessel. Rest assured, I shall regularly replenish your water." Upon hearing Tang Qi's words, Castle tapped the object before him with a tentacle and quickly discerned its nature, a thick glass bottle. "You are indeed the finest collaborator, Mr. Castle," Tang Qi remarked as he tidied the coffee table and drew back the curtains by the window. Warm sunlight flooded into the previously dim room, illuminating it with brilliance. The morning light fell upon Tang Qi's face, somewhat blinding and slightly prickling. To deceive Castle into willingly entering an activated state, Tang Qi pretended that it was still the dead of night. Another sleepless night. As he reveled in his still vibrant energy, he pondered whether such a method of circumventing sleep was too harsh, contemplating if he might afford to relax for once, perhaps indulging in some meditation, or succumbing to the allure of slumber, casting aside all burdens for a night. Yet, the moment this thought surfaced, he shook his head to suppress it. Now was not the time for games. Life and death adversaries could arrive at any moment. Seizing every opportunity to enhance his strength was the wisest course. Relaxation? That moment had not yet arrived. Today was a day of rest, free from classes, prompting the question of whether he might venture to Central Avenue to gather materials. He ought to prepare to concoct his first elixir. As Tang Qi mulled over these thoughts while preparing breakfast, he opted for simplicity today: French toast paired with richly aromatic black rice coffee, accompanied by a small bowl of fresh blueberries, a perfect start to the day. However, just as he completed his breakfast and prepared to indulge, the doorbell chimed once more. Despite the distance from the door, his keen perception revealed the identity of the visitor. An unforgettable tall figure clad in a long trench coat, which, while concealing her voluptuous curves, added an air of gallantry. Her fiery red hair, in the misty morning, resembled a flame igniting the soul. If she could don leather armor and wield a long sword, she could easily masquerade as a Valkyrie, perhaps even more alluring. "Stana, what brings you here so early?" With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Tang Qi opened the door and inquired directly. "It's nothing of great consequence. But since today marks your first day in office, I thought I would introduce you to some." "Oh, what is that delightful aroma?" Observing the captivating police chief, who was suddenly wrinkling her attractive nose, Tang Qi felt somewhat speechless. Silently, he turned and led Stana inside, extending an invitation. "If you don't mind, we could share breakfast." Of course. Before he could finish his sentence, the police chief had already pulled out a chair and seated herself. Chapter 54. The Smith and the Crimson Rhinoceros. "Please, enjoy," Tang Qi said as he placed a breakfast prepared by a mysterious individual before Stana. His mature and considerate demeanor nearly led Stana to believe he was a gentleman of her age. It took her a moment to realize that there were no peers around her, only a rather cantankerous high school student, who, in this moment, appeared to embody the essence of youthful chivalry. Casting a playful glance at Tang Qi, Stana began to relish her meal. This was a breakfast crafted by a person from the enigmatic side, and she imagined its flavors to be extraordinary. Indeed, the flavors that soon exploded in her mouth did not disappoint her expectations. Although Tang Qi's culinary creations did not reach the level of luminescence or explosive delight, his skills, honed from his previous life on Earth, surpassed those of many from this world, origin Blue Star. Were it not for the existence of the mysterious side, Tang Qi might have considered opening a distinctive restaurant, a role as chef and proprietor, quite an appealing vocation. Finishing his breakfast swiftly, Tang Qi gazed with surprise at Stana, who was savoring her meal with an unhurried grace. Her elegant posture and tastefully modest attire suggested that this valiant police chief hailed from a respectable background. Contemplating this silently, Tang Qi dabbed the corners of his mouth and said, "Please wait a moment," before ascending to the second floor. Upon his return, he placed a wooden box before Stana. Opening it revealed 12 bullets, predominantly featuring 8 furnace bullets that glimmered with a faint red light, alongside 4 siren bullets that exuded a subtle blue radiance. Tang Qi explained their effects, elucidating the reason for the varying quantities. In terms of potency, the furnace bullets were superior, while the siren bullets were more focused on dispelling curses. When used in tandem, These would sufficiently elevate the combat prowess of an ordinary person like Stana to an extraordinary level, one that was commendable. Ordinary detectives stood little chance against supernatural beings. Yet Stana possessed a formidable threat. Creatures of lesser supernatural ranks, such as the Bronx Dogman, the corpse-eating nightingale, and the spider demon, would find it difficult to withstand even a few of Stana's shots, provided they did not engage in a surprise attack. Use them sparingly. I cannot supply them indefinitely. Tang Qi cautioned, fearful that Stana might become overly exhilarated with the extraordinary bullets. In truth, apart from the limitation of the siren bullets, Tang Qi was capable of replenishing the furnace bullets without difficulty. After all, they were made using his own blood. And as long as he was not supplying an entire team of agents, it posed no challenge. As a form of remuneration, Tang Qi would be able to leverage official resources, allowing him to seize the spoils promptly. The Miser Police Department would be left to claim whatever remained, making for an exceptionally advantageous arrangement. Stana, clearly exhilarated by the acquisition of the bullets, could not restrain herself from posing a question. With a serious expression, she inquired, shouldn't extraordinary bullets be fired from extraordinary firearms to maximize their efficacy? Indeed, this is the case. However, before Tang Qi could continue, Stana had already drawn her handgun from her bosom and placed it on the table with a decisive thud. If you can transform ordinary bullets into extraordinary ones, surely you can also enhance firearms, can't you? This is my prized possession. Can you make it undergo a metamorphosis as well? Even without relying on his keen intuition, Tang Qi could sense the excitement bubbling within Stana. At the same time, he found himself somewhat speechless. On the table lay Stana's treasure, a flamboyant handgun that rivaled the Blood Python No. 1 in its extravagant design. Just by observing its brutish and wild style, Tang Qi deduced that this pistol, named the Crimson Rhino, was undoubtedly produced by that notorious monster firearms company. This explains why their ammunition was interchangeable. They hailed from the same manufacturer and shared the same caliber. It was no wonder they went bankrupt, relentlessly producing these hand cannons that ordinary people could scarcely wield. How could they possibly turn a profit? It was a miracle they hadn't disbanded long ago. Tang Qi silently scoffed at this thought, then glanced at the Crimson Rhino. With a decisive air, he declined, I regret to inform you that I cannot. My ability to transform bullets is quite straightforward. Not only I, but anyone with even a modicum of mystical aptitude can accomplish this feat. The distinction lies solely in the potency of the modified ammunition. However, firearms are far too complex. I am incapable of such an endeavor. That is likely the purview of a forger. After hearing Tang Qi's explanation, Stana, though disappointed, reluctantly put away the Crimson Rhino. They quickly finished their breakfast with elegance, then departed from St. Thorn's High School. Boarding a police vehicle that drove directly to a location straddling the boundary between the Bronx and Midtown, there stood the Maze Police Station, a building imbued with classical charm. It resided between the two districts. On the right, the bustling Midtown thrived, while on the left lay the disheveled and impoverished Bronx, creating a strikingly nuanced contrast encapsulated within this edifice. Yes, the ordinary handguns used by the police were not something everyone had the privilege to wield, especially not a Crimson Rhino for the sake of upholding justice. Fortunately, Tang Qi was not dismissive. Even the least powerful handgun was still a firearm, was it not? The atmosphere within the police station was, as Tang Qi anticipated, busy and tense. Whether in the lobby, office areas, interrogation rooms, hallways, or elevators, the sight of passing officers and escorted criminals coalesced into a solemn tableau that compelled one to maintain a serious demeanor. Thankfully, upon reaching the area designated for Stana's homicide team, the environment was less frenetic and tense. As they entered this zone, the two immediately felt several pairs of eyes upon them. Stana's subordinates included a white detective who seemed fond of wearing sweaters, a jovial black officer with a broad smile and slightly curly hair, and an elder white man who perpetually wore a friendly expression. Simultaneously, there were two women present. One, a voluptuous brunette whose striking figure rendered her only capable of handling administrative tasks, clad in a professional dress, walked unsteadily, evoking concern that she might tumble to the ground at any moment. The other was an African-American woman of ordinary appearance, possessing a gentle demeanor, serving as a forensic expert. The arrival of Tang Qi, a unique consultant, was met with enthusiasm by the group, particularly when they observed that Stana, the formidable and feared beauty of the Maze Police Department, seemed to lack her usual authority in his presence, almost exhibiting a desire for his approval. The atmosphere instantly transformed into one of warmth, as everyone extended a more fervent welcome to Tang Qi. simultaneously engaging in various subtle inquiries to uncover the nature of the relationship and circumstances between the two. Clearly, unlike Stana, they had yet to encounter that enigmatic realm. This team appeared to have been recently formed, with a straightforward reason: their predecessors, former subordinates of Stana, had perished in a tragic accident. The wailing of the manatee sea monster. It would certainly be intriguing to witness the expressions of ordinary individuals upon their first exposure to the mysterious side of existence. As Tang Qi conversed with the group, a mischievous smile gracing his lips, he couldn't help but wonder if he was becoming somewhat malevolent. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his uncanny knack for foreboding seemed to manifest once more. Suddenly, the elevator doors swung open, and a distressed African-American officer rushed out, appearing anxious and breathless. Upon discerning the situation, he made a beeline for the area where the others were gathered. Tang Qi's gaze shifted, and he immediately sensed the officer's emotions: fear. A profound and palpable fear. Something was amiss. Tang Qi's heart stirred with realization. Chapter 55. The bloodshed on Tulip Street. The African-American officer was a somewhat portly young man, whose benign visage likely radiated an infectious warmth when he smiled. However, in this moment, he appeared utterly incapable of expressing mirth. He lumbered forward, drenched in sweat, his back, armpits, and chest thoroughly soaked. And though it was a bright sunny day, he seemed to be enduring the harshest depths of winter, trembling uncontrollably. Even the most obtuse observer could discern that he was engulfed in profound fear. "Ronnie, what has transpired? Did you not just go on a field assignment with Nate regarding a homicide?" inquired Detective Nathan, a Caucasian officer clad in a sweater, as he stepped forward. The others in the office, sensing something amiss, gathered around. Ronnie, the officer in question, clearly disregarded pleasantries and directed his gaze toward Stana, his lips quivering as he handed over a crumpled photograph. "This morning, we received a report about a strong odor of blood and decay emanating from an old house at 18 Tulip Street. Suspecting a homicide, Nate and I rushed to the scene, but upon entering, we encountered this," he stammered. "I believe this case belongs to your department." As his words resonated, the group turned their attention to the already wrinkled photograph he had cradled so tightly. A collective gasp escaped their lips, each individual instinctively holding their breath, their pupils constricting in horror. Even Qidian, the seasoned detective known for his perceptive and sagacious demeanor, furrowed his brow, displaying a look of dismay. The forensic specialist, Renee, also exhibited a stunned expression after her glance. Clearly, none had ever witnessed such a sight. Tang Qi, not far off, frowned as he too took a look at the image. The photograph depicted the interior of the dilapidated house. The photographer was either an elderly individual or had been rendered shaky by overwhelming dread, resulting in a somewhat blurred image. Nevertheless, all who viewed it could comprehend the photographer's trepidation. The cramped living room, the narrow staircase, and the faintly discernible decor reminiscent of decades past were not what struck terror into their hearts. It was the grotesque spectacle that lay upon them. Blood. Whether on the staircase, the walls, the floor, or even the chandelier above, every surface was nearly encrusted with viscous blood, fragments of flesh, curled hair, shattered teeth, and pieces of organs. Even a couple of severed toes were discernible. As the group beheld this horrifying tableau, an icy chill enveloped them, creeping upon them like tendrils of hair, evoking shivers that compelled them to instinctively avert their gaze. Strangely, doing so required immense willpower. Merely glancing at the photograph induced such a response? It was no wonder Ronnie returned from the scene in a state of sheer terror. This was This was undoubtedly a glimpse into the very depths of hell. Silence fell over the assembly. "We must leave, immediately." Stana's sharp words suddenly resonated as she decisively snatched the photograph from the hands of the black officer. Simultaneously, she began to gather her gear, securing her wine-red rhinoceros holster, tucking her badge into her pocket, donning her trench coat, and preparing to leave. Nathan, who was also on duty, along with the slightly curly-haired officer Javier, jolted back to reality from their astonishment and hurriedly followed suit. Meanwhile, Qidian, the elderly man, went to contact the forensic team, which included the forensic specialist. However, before they could proceed, Tang Qi's figure had already aligned alongside Stana. "Tang Qi, this is your first day on the job, and this case has yet to be confirmed as part of your consulting responsibilities. You need not come along," Stana stated, somewhat unexpectedly preventing him from joining. Noticing the lingering shock on her face, Tang Qi smiled faintly, a scholarly smile that soon dissipated the tension in Stana's heart. He adjusted his glasses and remarked, "You went to such lengths as to forge a hiring letter just to summon me. Was it not for this moment? Let us proceed." I am eager to see what spoils we may uncover." After speaking, he took the photograph from Stana's hand and leisurely exited the police station, settling into the backseat of the patrol car. What an intriguing atmosphere. Tang Qi mused silently as he gazed at the image captured in the photograph. Although his abilities could not unveil the truth through mere images, there indeed appeared elements of interest. In the cramped center of the living room, where a coffee table had once stood, an area had been cleared. Despite the blood and dismembered flesh covering most of it, Tang Qi discerned some peculiar symbols, burnt candles, and a bloody dagger in the scant spaces that remained. These traces hinted at an event that had transpired in the living room, a ritual, one that had initiated a negative and sinister ceremony. It remained unclear whether this was a deliberate act, knowing its repercussions, or merely an act of reckless folly that had unexpectedly succeeded. The crime scene, located at 18 Tulip Street, was on the fringe of the city center, a place where the vibrancy of urban life masked a decay lurking beneath. The residents of these streets were better off than those in the Bronx, yet still unable to lead a dignified life, desperately pushing their way into the city center. Here, there were no tulips, only dilapidated buildings and leafless trees that twisted in the wind, appearing forlorn due to neglect, whether due to the oppressive atmosphere or psychological influence. As Tang Qi and his companions alighted from the patrol car and approached the house cordoned off with police tape, the air abruptly turned frigid, as if an invisible chill was slowly penetrating flesh and scraping against the bones of those present. "Why has it suddenly grown cold? I have a foreboding feeling. I should have heeded my grandmother's advice and worn that talisman," he muttered to himself, while Javier, who usually flashed his bright white teeth in a grin, found it difficult to smile now, his jovial demeanor overshadowed by the grimness of the situation. Beside him, Nathan managed a dry chuckle, attempting to interject. However, the detective station just beyond the perimeter swiftly approached, led by a stout man, undoubtedly Detective Wade. Having evidently received prior notification, he hastened to meet the gathering, his face pallid and drawn, bearing an expression of despair as he lamented, "You have finally arrived. I shall leave this in your capable hands." With that, he turned to summon his subordinates to depart. Yet, at that very moment, his countenance shifted dramatically, and he abruptly inquired, "Where is James?" "He hasn't gone to." At the sound of his question, several of his subordinates simultaneously cast their gazes toward the dilapidated house that had been cordoned off. It was then that a piercing, blood-curdling scream erupted from within its confines. Chapter 56. The Malevolent Spirit and the Firewood. This imbecile, has he once again succumbed to his old folly? Should he survive this time, I shall personally ensure his demise. I can no longer tolerate such foolish subordinates. Detective Wade, it appears, is acutely aware of the whereabouts of his missing subordinate, and his fury is palpable. However, what piqued Tang Qi's interest was the astonishing speed exhibited by the previously terror-stricken sheriff, who now, in a bid to save his subordinate, swiftly breached the caution tape and forcefully kicked open the door. The others hurriedly followed in his wake. From Detective Wade's furious tirade, alongside the disdainful expressions of Nathan and Javier, it became evident that the missing Officer James possessed a problematic penchant for petty theft, frequently pilfering inconsequential items from crime scenes, an unrepentant transgressor. With such a vice, it was remarkable that he had managed to serve as a police officer, either due to commendable investigative prowess or sheer luck. Yet, this time, it was evident that fortune had abandoned him. As the group entered the room behind Wade, the scene that unfolded before them rendered the once fierce detective as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, the chilling aura enveloping him, his courage dissipating in an instant. This reaction was not singular. Nathan and Javier were similarly affected. The cramped living room unveiled the grim reason for James's solitary anguished cry, which had abruptly ceased, not due to his immediate death, but rather because his mouth had been silenced. A curly-haired man clad in police attire floated in midair, his head tilted slightly back, entwined in the embrace of a stunning, alluring figure, a girl in a red dress, her skin akin to freshly fallen snow, and her face captivatingly exquisite. The two were locked in a kiss. This scene was breathtakingly beautiful, if not for the horror that was to follow. With a series of hissing sounds, Officer James's body began to swell rapidly, as if the girl in the red dress were exhaling into his mouth. With each breath she imparted, his form expanded further. In mere seconds, James transformed into a grotesque orb of flesh. As the officers burst through the door, they bore witness to this ghastly transformation in its entirety. Together, they witnessed the birth of a gruesome spectacle. Without warning, James erupted in the embrace of that girl. Amidst their kiss, he detonated, like a resplendent firework, unleashing his very essence in death. It was, indeed, his entirety: blood, flesh, bones, innards, skin. Even brain matter splattered in all directions. As the nearby officers were caught in the aftermath, a singular thought surged through their minds. They finally comprehended the source of such a horrifying scene. As the group stood in stunned silence, the red-haired girl emitted a sultry moan that sent shivers down their spines. Before her stood a girl, her entire form besmirched with remnants of flesh and blood, unveiling yet another enigma. The hue of her dress and hair, a vivid crimson, stemmed from this gruesome saturation. Strangely, the blood and flesh that clung to her skin were being absorbed, swiftly revealing a complexion as pristine as freshly fallen snow. The enchanting girl writhed sensuously, parting her scarlet lips to moan. Her vibrant tongue licked at the bloodied remnants at the corners of her mouth, presenting a surreal and terrifying tableau that plunged all the men present into deep, uncomfortable terror. Ah, what a delightful sensation! What brilliance! What intensity! More! I crave more! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, fired by Stana. A bullet, glowing red, shattered the girl's skull. In the moments before the explosion, a look of ecstasy and surprise lingered on her face. However, before the crowd could exhale a sigh of relief, an eerie gust swept through the room. The headless body did not dissipate or fall. Instead, blood began to bubble and coalesce, rapidly forming a new head upon her neck. The resurrected girl let out a piercing scream. The visible sound waves ravaged the old room, causing all to clutch their ears in agony. Only Tang Qi remained unscathed. Standing resolutely, within his sight, a peculiar interface suddenly emerged. Extraordinary entity, bloodflower malevolence. Status, enraged. Information fragment 1, a malevolent spirit from another realm. Summoned through a jest-like ritual. The summoner's folly led to the demise of friends, a young boy in need of care, and the 2 returning homeowners, as well as herself. As these fragments flowed through his mind, the events unfolding within the ancient house became clear to Tang Qi. Indeed, it was a tale of reckless folly come to fruition. A young nanny, after lulling the homeowner's child to sleep, summoned friends for essence. Intended merely as a late-night thrill, yet inadvertently conjured a bloodflower malevolence that slaughtered everyone present, including the sleeping child and the late-returning couple. Only such a gruesome scene could arise from the bloodshed of so many. With this understanding, Tang Qi observed the still-screaming spirit unleashing its power. He swiftly assisted Stana to her feet, placing his hands over her ears. A warm, golden radiance flickered briefly, granting her temporary immunity to the malevolent force. Simultaneously, Tang Qi's voice strained through. 3 seconds, hold it off. Bang, bang, bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Stana resolutely continued to shoot. Meanwhile, Tang Qi, with extraordinary agility, darted across the blood-soaked floor, racing towards a corner of the living room. Beneath the surface, the corner of an ancient, thick tome of magic became visible. Stop, or I shall consume you. A roar erupted from the spirit as her head exploded once more. Yet her headless body instinctively lunged toward Tang Qi, a pair of alabaster arms reaching out to embrace him with remarkable speed. Tang Qi had no choice but to evade, allowing Stana to continue dismantling her form, biding his time for the next opportunity. Alternatively, he could retrieve the summoning book. Without hesitation, he opted for the latter, a tome capable of summoning malevolent spirits. If it were genuine, its worth would surpass even the arcane knowledge of potion making he had just acquired. Moreover, he did not sense any formidable threat emanating from the spirit. In fact, to avoid directly vanquishing the entity, Tang Qi subtly restrained some of his furnace power. As those ivory arms encircled him, he seized the magical book. Swiftly opening it, a flicker of disappointment, tinged with surprise, momentarily crossed his eyes. At that instant, the spirit's exquisitely enchanting head materialized before him. The distance between them was negligible, so close that Stana dared not fire her weapon. The spirit merely had to extend her tongue to caress Tang Qi's face. Such delectable humanity, relax, and I shall transform you into the most resplendent fireworks, utterly sublime. With that, she leaned in to kiss him. Simultaneously, an icy, malevolent power enveloped Tang Qi, causing every previous human to succumb to its paralyzing grip. Alas, this time was different. A pair of strong arms abruptly seized her, a faint hissing sound indicating a formidable control emerging between Tang Qi's palm and the spirit's form. To onlookers, it appeared as though Tang Qi had harnessed the power of the magical book. He pushed the spirit away, and the book floated before him. Lines of softly glowing white text materializing as he murmured, seemingly reciting an incantation. However, the spirit, being closest, discerned that the youth was not uttering a banishment spell. It understood that summoning a spirit was effortless, Yet dispelling it required more than mere words. This young man had no intention of sending her away. She clearly heard him uttering, "Compared to fireworks, I prefer the eternal sun. Would you be willing to add fuel to my fire?" Boom. Evidently, Tang Qi was not genuinely seeking the spirit's consent, for at that moment, the furnace power within him erupted violently. Chapter 57. The misprinted grimoire. The enchanting yet malevolent specter revealed its true form amidst anguished wails. It was a grotesque, bloodied, and distorted soul, its flesh grotesquely bulging and its body elongated, striving to break free from Tang Qi's grasp. However, with a sudden eruption of golden light, it dissipated like a wisp of smoke. With a resounding thud, everyone exhaled a collective sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground in a disheveled heap, indifferent to the remnants of flesh and blood scattered around. Was it over? Had we survived? Most of the officers present were hardened warriors, yet in this moment, they wore expressions of palpable trepidation, clearly shaken. Particularly notable was Sheriff Wade, who had rushed in to save his subordinate, placing him closest to the point of the explosion. Remnants of his fallen comrade clung to him. Despite the spectre's vanishment, the look of fear upon his face would take time to fade. The others fared little better. Aside from Tang Qi, the triumphant exorcist, and Stana, who remained composed, the atmosphere was rife with anxiety. Stana, having encountered such phenomena before, was accustomed to the chaos. She tucked away her crimson rhino and approached the center of the living room, where Tang Qi was intently examining a thick grimoire. His brow furrowed and a peculiar expression etched upon his face. As the officers regained their composure, their gazes turned towards him. If what they had witnessed was not merely a figment of their imagination, they had glimpsed into a mysterious realm, unveiling a sliver of the supernatural. They had borne witness to an extraordinary encounter with a malevolent spirit, and now, there lay before them a tome capable of summoning such entities. Fortunately, the officers were not mere adolescents, or they might have rushed forward in uncontainable excitement. Nonetheless, curiosity sparked in their eyes. Stana was well aware of the contract between the police department and Tang Qi, stipulating that all spoils of their encounters were to be selected by him before any distribution to the department. Huh? Stana had scarcely finished her thought when she saw Tang Qi extend the grimoire towards her. Instinctively, she accepted it, but before she could inquire about the reasoning, she sensed something amiss. Initially, upon observing the cover, she had assumed it to be an ancient and enigmatic tome, given its ability to summon malevolent spirits. However, she now discerned that the exterior appeared deliberately aged, while the pages within were evidently of a modern variety, thin and lacking any semblance of antiquity. Most absurdly, a small corner of the cover bore a manufacturing date, the 1st of May, 102 years into the Eagle calendar. Upon examining the title, it was clear that it was rather unoriginal, the complete compendium of evil spirit and dark deity summoning. Collector's edition? Stana's feelings were a curious blend of bewilderment and incredulity as she passed the grimoire to the other detectives who had gathered. Yet a trace of doubt lingered on her countenance. If this was not a genuine grimoire, how could it summon a malevolent spirit? Upon hearing Tang Qi's words, he did not respond immediately. Instead, he walked to a small kitchen on one side of the living room, turned on the faucet, and washed himself. Having been embraced by the malevolent spirit, he had inevitably become smeared with bits of blood and flesh. He detested that odor. After cleansing himself, Tang Qi slowly remarked while stepping outside, "This may be a coincidence." A coincidence? Indeed, if one examined closely, they would discover that this was a misprinted book, with most of the spells rendered ineffective. Yet, due to certain printing errors, some effective incantations had emerged, albeit with unpredictable results in the summoned entities. For instance, the lady's maid in this very house had intended to summon a striking crimson succubus, but instead, what appeared was a bloodthirsty specter. Upon hearing Tang Qi's explanation, including Stana, they all bore expressions of subtle incredulity. Could the mysteries of the arcane truly be elucidated in such a manner? If erroneous spells summoned erroneous spirits, then what incantation did you employ to banish her? Upon closer inspection, it became evident that for each erroneous spell, there existed a corresponding dispelling incantation. As long as one swiftly identified them and combined them into a new banishing spell, it could be accomplished. Tang Qi casually pointed to a section in the book and stated, "That happens to be the second page, third line." Clearly inscribed with the incantation for summoning the crimson succubus, followed by the annotations for the corresponding dispelling spells. In such a short time, how did you manage that? Stana inquired again. A reasonable question indeed, but Tang Qi, already seated in the back seat, did not even lift his eyelids as he provided a blunt response. "I am a genius." Stana, who had just activated the police car, nearly mistook the accelerator for the brake upon hearing his answer. Well, there's no rebuttal to that. She silently mused, but her mind was flooded with more questions. However, she restrained herself, merely glancing at the misprinted grimoire, now secured in an evidence bag on the passenger seat. In an uncertain tone, she asked, "So, you plan to hand this book over to the precinct?" Following that statement, a flicker of contemplation crossed her eyes as she quietly added, "Just like that treasure map last time?" Her latter remark finally prompted Tang Qi to raise his gaze, with an appreciative look at Stana. A subtle smile graced his lips as he replied, "Precisely." After this exchange, the two fell into a comfortable silence. Just after disembarking from the police vehicle, Tang Qi sensed the excitement emanating from the officers behind him, including his own team members, Javier and Nathan. After overcoming their initial fear, they now appeared exuberant. It was foreseeable that soon they would encounter the malevolent spirit, and the story of Detective James's sacrifice to the specter, followed by Tang Qi's subsequent banishment of the spirit, would swiftly circulate throughout the Mercer Police Department and then spread even more rapidly to other precincts. In fact, prior to this, the ordeal at Mercer University had already left a profound impression on some officers regarding Tang Qi. The scene that just unfolded may deepen those impressions. Rest, of course, is a mere illusion. What is truly required is digestion. After all, having just vanquished a malevolent spirit, Tang Qi yearns to swiftly transform that immense spiritual energy into his own progress. At the same time, he quietly contemplates the decision to leave the misprinted grimoire at the police station. Was this action right or wrong? Chapter 58. Special Response Team. Within the confines of the Mercer Police Department, in a lounge, Tang Qi conducted a meticulous examination. Although it was a police station, exercising caution was always prudent. Concurrently, several thoughts surged through his mind. A misprinted spellbook. Worthless? Certainly not. In fact, if Tang Qi were inclined to pursue the professions of a necromancer or an avatar of the dark gods, this tome would possess immense value. Though it was not ancient and had been mass-produced, this did not imply that the spells contained within were fraudulent. The so-called misprints were, in truth, intentional. While a significant portion of the spells were ineffective, some were entirely potent. Whether summoning malevolent spirits or dark deities posed no issue. However, each incantation came with stringent prerequisites. Take, for instance, the nanny who met a tragic end. She bore a unique bloodline that enabled her to successfully summon the bloodlower spirit. Had another individual attempted the same misprinted incantation, the outcome would merely have been a gust of wind extinguishing a candle. It was precisely these factors that led Tang Qi to resolutely forego the pursuit. Much like the treasure map of Ur, the rationale was straightforward, an aura of conspiracy. Moreover, it was a profoundly dense aura of intrigue. The seemingly ancient map pointed to the treasure of one of the 12 apostles, a being as formidable as a deity, titled the Penitent. Yet, it bore an enigmatic number, a peculiar coincidence akin to the misprinted spellbook, which concealed numerous incantations capable of successfully summoning spirits and dark gods. However, to achieve a successful summoning, strict bloodline requirements or other conditions were necessary, and those who succeeded would pay the ultimate price of their lives. This appeared to be a form of selection mechanism. A certain faction associated with dark gods and malevolent spirits might be employing this method to facilitate the mass return of these entities to the mortal realm. Upon entertaining such thoughts, Tang Qi sensed the terrifying malice underlying the situation. This was a formidable predicament he preferred to avoid. Thus he decided to leave it to the authorities. However, much to his surprise, Stana had subtly perceived this ominous undercurrent. This was somewhat reassuring, as it spared him from a potential complication. Had Stana's curiosity compelled her to delve into the study of summoning spells, Tang Qi would have found himself in a quandary regarding whether to relinquish his fade of a shield. Indeed, Tang Qi regarded Stana as a crucial element in crafting his persona. Regardless of the cases at Mercer University or the recent blood incident involving malevolent spirits, the true force behind them was Stana, while Tang Qi maintained the role of a seemingly powerless yet erudite young advisor. Aside from allowing him to evade labor, this arrangement seemed to offer little benefit. Yet, this was only temporary. Concealing his strength was essential for executing a comprehensive resolution and eliminating future threats. Amidst a whirlwind of thoughts, Tang Qi settled into a meditative posture and unhesitatingly activated his skill, meditation technique, with a gentle hum. The golden sun outlined its presence as Tang Qi once again entered the dark, void-like space. The golden specks of light, born from the burning of malevolent spirits, flowed like a stream of golden sand, gradually merging into the furnace. The warm, searing sensation enveloped Tang Qi once more. After half an hour, he awoke. Having digested all the fuel, he had not even had the opportunity to feel the sharp pain of reaching the pinnacle of his cultivation. His eyelids gently lowered. Resting upon himself, the skill bar remained, now displaying 4 sub-items: skills, golden furnace meditation method, eye of the furnace, chaga combat technique, and pharmacology. Except for the last, pharmacology, which Tang Qi had yet to embark upon, the other 3 had been initiated, albeit with varying degrees of progress. Tang Qi immediately focused his thoughts on the meditation method, for it constituted the foundation and source of his current strength. Golden Furnace Meditation Method, an ancient meditation technique. Realm, initiation, progress, 1, 5. Eye of the Furnace, derivative skill. Realm, initiation, progress, 0, 4. Chaga combat technique, an ancient fighting technique from the Sahara continent. Realm, initiation, progress, 0, 3. Each sub-item had shown considerable growth compared to before. This was the result of Tang Qi's progress over the past few days. However, gazing at these painstakingly rising numbers, he could not help but lament the sluggish pace of advancement. It was no wonder that in the mysterious side of the world, practitioners were so scarce. Even the weakest practitioners faced numerous obstacles in their cultivation. Yet, considering the origins of the furnace meditation method, if I were to ascend to the ranks of practitioners one day, the power I might wield, before the fantasy could fully materialize in his mind. Tang Qi shook his head, suppressing it. Indeed, without peril, one's thoughts tend to drift towards complacency. With progress still hovering at merely 1%, he was already contemplating the ascension to practitioner status. Taking a deep breath, he silently quelled those thoughts, rose to his feet, checked the instruments, and then pushed open the door to the lounge. Swish, swish, swish. What it meant to be the center of attention, Tang Qi was experiencing it now. In the office area, everyone turned their gaze toward him, their eyes fixed upon his presence. The rare and enigmatic consultant. Tang Qi easily discerned the meaning behind their stares and offered a wry smile. Clearly, the newly formed group members were now aware of his identity. The ones responsible for relaying this information were likely Havel and Nathan. In truth, the term mystical side had never truly departed from the origins of Blue Star's various nations. It was merely the centuries of fading and concealment that had caused people to gradually forget. However, Tang Qi's existence had rekindled those memories in their minds, and he had personally validated this for the 2 of them. Most astonishingly, they were about to become part of the mystical side. Although the reality was somewhat different, it did not hinder their belief. After all, the establishment of the Miser Police Department, tasked specifically with handling mysterious and supernatural events, conveniently encompassed everyone currently in this office area. In this light, one could assert that they have indeed placed half a foot into the realm of the mysterious. The reason it is but half a foot is that, fundamentally, this response team was established for the benefit of Tang Qi and Stana. Moreover, it is rather cruel to state that both of them serve as mere reserves. In the event of a catastrophic incident characterized by severe casualties and profound terror, the Mize Police Department would undoubtedly report it at once, summoning the true forces to quell the chaos. It is only incidents akin to the recent bloodbath on Tulip Street that would warrant the involvement of the Special Response Team. Nevertheless, for the other members of the team, this experience is already sufficiently extraordinary. After witnessing Stana's performance, both Javier and Nathan, who accompanied her on the field assignment, displayed expressions of distinct astonishment. Stana has always been a prominent figure within the police department, eclipsing these seasoned men in terms of marksmanship, case resolution efficiency, and various other attributes. Yet, not long ago, she was still firmly within the realm of the ordinary. At the very least, she could not have possibly shot the head off a fearsome malevolent spirit. Undoubtedly, the catalyst for Stana's transformation lies solely in the enigmatic figure of Tang Qi. Tang Qi, perceptive as ever, recognized the unmistakable glint in their eyes, a fervent yearning. A yearning for extraordinary power. Chapter 59, the language of the Mohawk profound desires are easily exploited. Should Tang Qi wish to establish a faction and acquire some subordinates to utilize, the individuals within his group, particularly Nathan and Javier, who have witnessed his dispelling of malevolent spirits, would undoubtedly be suitable candidates. Indeed, Tang Qi could concoct some curse-laden potions or procure similar artifacts to ensnare them as slaves. Alas, Such a course does not align with Tang Qi's future aspirations. The special bullets possessed by Sheriff Stana were acquired through serendipity. Each use necessitates the sacrifice of one, rendering their supply limited, and only the Sheriff's wine-red rhinoceros firearm can discharge them. The recent event was merely a perilous accident, and I certainly shall not tempt fate again. Had I failed to uncover the incantation, I would now be among the deceased. Officer James serves as an exemplary cautionary tale. Tang Qi's final remark doused Nathan and Javier with a chilling realization. The two recalled the harrowing scene from an hour prior. Despite his loathsome demeanor, James was indeed a member of the Mace Police Department. Nathan and Javier had coexisted with him for several years, and witnessing a familiar face explode before their eyes into a brilliant display of blood and flesh left an indelible mark that would not quickly fade. Thanks to Tang Qi's admonition, everyone in the office recollected the events that transpired within that constricted dwelling, except for the logistics officer with ample bosom, the field agents, and the coroner present at the scene. All went pale, and an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. Ordinary individuals confronted with the extraordinary, malevolent spirits, demons, and eldritch gods often react in one of two ways: exhilaration or fear. When excitement is extinguished, fear inevitably follows. In retrospect, it feels akin to a form of anticipatory compensation. If each case henceforth mirrors the horror of the Tulip Street massacre, requiring them to confront such terrifying entities as malevolent spirits, would their sacrifices not also be as swift and dreadful as James's? As the harsh reality descended, all but Qidian, the old detective who seemed to peer through the veil of life and death, displayed visible hesitation. The mood shifted dramatically. In this moment of disquiet, Stana, the leader, refrained from offering solace. This lack of intervention was anticipated. In truth, everyone in the group, save for the contracted Tang Qi and the resolute Stana, harbored the option to withdraw with regret. The formation of this ragtag team was merely a makeshift response, cobbled together by the Mace Police Department in a moment of desperation. Other cities may boast formal, official organizations dedicated to eradicating the supernatural, but Mace City has yet to attain such stature. The mere fact that Tang Qi was brought on as a consultant exceeded the expectations of the female African-American chief. Were it not for this, would she have signed that contract, which was patently disadvantageous to the police department? However, the silence did not persist for long. Before the first defector could emerge, an unexpected disruption shattered the atmosphere. The incessant ringing of telephones erupted, creating a cacophony. The telephones on every desk in the office began to ring simultaneously. Instinctively, everyone fell into a state of work, answering the calls, conversing with the other end, and then repeating the same motions, leaving their chairs, rising as if to attend to something. A shared glance among the group suggested an unspoken understanding, accompanied by wry smiles. However, they did not linger. They quickly exited together, each cradling at least several file boxes in their arms. What could these contain? Javier, burdened with a total of 4 boxes, peered out with a look of exasperation and remarked, "Strange cases, or rather, suspected strange cases, and this is merely the first batch from the recent districts." Nathan, clad in an elephant-patterned sweater, also bore a bittersweet smile. The others fared better, having only witnessed terrifying scenes, leaving behind some shadows but not yet a concrete notion of the horror. In contrast, the two had genuinely faced malevolent spirits. If these cases were authentic, they feared they might not survive the week. Undoubtedly, the scene before them was the aftermath of Tang Qi's resolution of the Tulip Street massacre. Prior to the formation of this group, each district had to manage on its own. Now, however, it was the professionals who took charge. If these were indeed homicide cases, neither Nathan nor Javier would feel fear. Unfortunately, while the murders were real, the perpetrators were not of this world. Furthermore, they were not professionals, at least not yet. Fortunately, their advisor, Tang Qi, solemnly shook his head and stated, "It cannot all be true. If Mace City were beset by such anomalies, it would surely descend into chaos. The strange occurrences are proliferating, yet remain within a manageable scope, at least for now. Let us establish a filtering mechanism to identify the most urgent and critical cases for immediate attention, while postponing the rest." In critical moments, Stana's seasoned experience proved invaluable. They swiftly discussed the criteria for filtering, disseminating several guidelines, after which everyone sprang into action. Tang Qi's guidelines were straightforward and succinct, comprising 2 main points. First, there are continuous fatalities. Second, there are evident signs that defy human nature. Instantly, the office was filled with the rustling of papers as everyone set to work. Tang Qi refrained from participating. He was merely an advisor, after all. Approximately an hour later, a faint smile graced Tang Qi's lips as he observed two strands of black hair that had separated, slowly igniting. Simultaneously, two stunning girls, resembling twins, materialized before him. Both donned somewhat eccentric dresses and adorned their faces with paint, reminiscent of a certain ethnic minority. As the hair burned away, the two young women began to fade. Suddenly, their ethereal forms drew closer, one on each side, and they kissed Tang Qi's cheeks. Concurrently, two chilling breaths surged into Tang Qi's mind, converging to form a pure fragment of information. Effortlessly absorbed by him, you have acquired a profound piece of knowledge. You have learned the Mohawk language. As Tang Qi instinctively absorbed the newfound linguistic knowledge in his mind, the two girls performed a unique gesture of respect towards him. Then, akin to the previous two, they gradually dissolved into the air, their faces adorned with expressions of serene liberation. Chapter 60, The Eccentric Thank You. I am quite fond of this language. He was not lying, indeed. He harbored a genuine affection for this newly acquired tongue, particularly as he had managed to grasp it through an unconventional method, assimilating relevant memories within mere seconds. The Mohawk language. This refers to the tongue of the Mohawk people, one of the oldest tribes within the Confederacy of the Eagle, who reigned over the southeastern expanse of this continent long before the establishment of the Confederacy, or indeed, prior to the arrival of new settlers. This tribe, renowned for their valor, is regarded as the guardians of the Eastern Gateway. They believe in the animism of all things, venerating nature and the cosmos. Due to the rapid development of the Confederacy, the Mohawk people have dwindled in number, with most having assimilated into the Confederacy and intermarrying with other tribes, resulting in a scarcity of pure Mohawks. Consequently, their language has gradually faded, supplanted by the common official language of the Confederacy. If Tang Qi wished to learn it, he would likely need to expend considerable resources and effort, and even then, he might not acquire the most authentic and comprehensive understanding. Yet now, Tang Qi had mastered it. A gift bestowed by two young maidens. Although the utility of the Mohawk language was not immediately evident, possessing knowledge of an ancient tongue was undoubtedly advantageous. The wizard, after all, relishes the accumulation of knowledge. Tang Qi mused silently, then rubbed his slightly throbbing temples, contemplating whether to continue unraveling the peculiar enigma when a knock resonated at the lounge door. Casting a glance at the clock on the wall, Tang Qi discreetly set aside the enigma and rose to open the door. Before him stood Stana, her face betraying a hint of fatigue. She waved a few documents in her hand, greeted him, and turned to head towards the conference room. Following her, Tang Qi soon beheld the spread of documents laid out upon the conference table. At that moment, Stana's mature and magnetic voice filled the air. The most urgent cases selected from the districts closest to the police station. You are the consultant. You shall determine the order of priority. After she spoke, upon seeing Tang Qi nod, she began to introduce each case in turn. The first case, the Bronx district, has recently witnessed a surge in mortality rates, compelling the police to dispatch an additional coroner's vehicle. In addition to the usual casualties resulting from gang violence and robbery, there have emerged peculiar corpses, seemingly gnawed upon by some wild beasts. The first document pertained to the Bronx district, eliciting no surprise from Tang Qi, who had heard it referred to by the residents of Mesa City as the District of Chaos. The description of the case sounded familiar, reminiscent of the deeds attributed to the dog-faced men, though Tang Qi could not be entirely certain, as there were numerous other oddities akin to the dog-faced men. As Tang Qi continued to ponder, Stana's voice persisted. Still within the Bronx district, a fledgling gang was annihilated overnight, the scene a gruesome sight, with indications of what appeared to be cult rituals left behind. In the Bronx district, landlords have been incessantly reporting the mysterious disappearance of numerous tenants, the reasons for which remain unclear. 3 major cases in succession from within the Bronx have prompted Stana and her colleagues to shake their heads in disbelief. Fortunately, in the following moment of the case, the Bronx district was finally left behind. In the Wretched district, a serial killer had emerged, with at least 3 families already victimized. The crime scenes were meticulously cleansed, leaving no biological evidence behind. Stana cast a glance at Tang Qi. She had indeed conducted an investigation into this rather irritable individual and was well aware of his origins. However, noticing his lack of any particular reaction, she set aside the documents and continued to present the next case. In the Newton district, at least a dozen bodies had recently been discovered, most of which belonged to homeless individuals and travelers. The corpses had similarly been devoured, with much of the flesh vanished, evidently the work of cannid creatures. In the Central District, within Central Park, a series of deceased affluent joggers had been found, their blood entirely drained. The final case, situated at the border between Newton and Lopez districts, involved at least 7 bodies, each victim clad in antiquated theatrical costumes, their bodies cold and rigid, adorned with grotesque smiles. Having concluded her introduction, Stana, along with the others, turned her attention to Tang Qi. A total of 7 significant cases had been extracted from a multitude of documents, each appearing quite severe. They also aligned with Tang Qi's 2 selection criteria. However, as the group had only recently formed, those capable of confronting extraordinary powers were limited to Tang Qi, the non-combatant consultant, and Stana, responsible for combat. Thus, only one case could be addressed at a time, with the decision resting in Tang Qi's hands. Tang Qi was indeed contemplating. The first case he eliminated was that of the Newton district, as he had essentially resolved it, to some extent. After all, the case description sounded reminiscent of the infamous Mr. Scanna. An imaginative ordinary man inadvertently bred a monstrous breed of hellhounds, necessitating human flesh for sustenance, leaving the homeless and travelers of Newton district to suffer. Fortunately, Mr. Scanna was deceased, and those hellhounds had perished as well. The manuscript had become one of Tang Qi's collectibles, presumably without any tragic aftermath. Next, he deferred the 3 cases in the Bronx district for a simple reason, since they were within the same district. It would be prudent to allocate sufficient time to investigate them collectively. If they could resolve the situation, they would. If not, they would swiftly withdraw and have the female director request support. The case in the Wretched district appeared to be the work of a formidable serial killer. Labeled as an extraordinary case, yet lacking sufficient evidence for now, it was temporarily dismissed. Thus, only the final 2 cases remained. Tang Qi silently calculated, ultimately focusing on the last document. The Miser police station, overseeing all district branches, naturally included those of Lopez and Newton districts. When Tang Qi and Stana arrived at the scene, the reception officers from the 2 district branches presented themselves. One was an overweight Caucasian officer, and the other, a youthful officer with excessive body hair. Both displayed radiant smiles, exchanged a mutual glare, and then approached in unison. Observing this scene, Tang Qi and Stana exhibited no signs of surprise. Before arriving, it was already known that this case, occurring at the intersection of 2 major districts and marked by its horrific nature, led all parties involved to seek to shift responsibility onto one another, euphemistically termed as a temporary office. Among those who came were Tang Qi, Stana, Nathan Haviland, the elderly Qidian, and the forensic specialist. The reasons provided by the latter 2 were compelling and difficult to refuse. Qidian, having lived for decades and solved many heinous crimes, expressed a desire to witness what malevolent spirits and dark deities truly resemble. The forensic specialist, more bluntly, confessed her weariness with human autopsies and expressed a curiosity to examine the remains of extraordinary creatures to discern the differences from humanity. Upon hearing their justifications, Tang Qi found himself understanding why they had joined this peculiar group. Among ordinary individuals, these few could certainly be classified as eccentric. As Tang Qi entered the temporary office, a modest chapel, and beheld the 7 corpses arrayed upon the floor, clad in strange theatrical attire, he could not help but silently muse, perhaps your wishes are destined to come true. Chapter 61. The Age of Confusion under the guidance of 2 reception officers. A group entered the church. This quaint edifice appeared to be steeped in nearly a century of history, adorned with time-worn pews, a weathered aisle, and 2 walls embellished with stained glass. At the front, a statue of the Mother of Light rested upon a white stone platform, emanating a reassuring aura. Regrettably, this serene atmosphere was soon shattered by the grim sight of lifeless bodies strewn across the floor. 7 corpses lay beneath white sheets, though inadequately covered, revealing portions of attire that starkly contrasted with contemporary fashion. Upon encountering the bodies, the forensic specialist, Renee, immediately expressed her discontent, adhering to her professional instincts. She bent down to examine the remains while questioning the 2 reception officers. Why are the deceased displayed here? Shouldn't they be in the morgue? Have you forsaken even the most basic professional ethics in your attempt to evade responsibility? Typically gentle, Renee's demeanor shifted to one of sternness as she delved into her area of expertise, her presence becoming decidedly more imposing. The 2 reception officers, evidently of lower rank, instinctively recoiled at the reprimand from someone of higher authority. The officer from the Lopez region was the first to respond, defending their actions. We initially intended to transfer them to the morgue, but upon discovering that the bodies remained in a state of low-temperature rigor mortis, we decided to bring them here for your convenience and investigation. That is unacceptable. Wait. Renee's protest faltered as she noticed something amiss. Retrieving a small hammer from her toolkit, she tentatively struck the arm of the first corpse and was met with a resounding thud, reminiscent of striking ice. "Perhaps we should try a scalpel," came Tang Qi's voice unexpectedly. With this suggestion, Renee and the others realized that these 7 corpses had not been subjected to autopsy. Yet, this crucial step was conspicuously absent. As the scrutiny from the higher authorities loomed, including the renowned female police chief, the 2 reception officers, in unison, began to explain, "We have tried various methods, but we are unable to proceed with the autopsy. This is one of the reasons we escalated the case." Soon, the group comprehended their intent. Renee, having retrieved a surgical knife, attempted to make the first incision on the chest of the initial corpse. Despite her best efforts, the sharp blade could not penetrate the rigid skin, only producing a series of jarring sounds akin to metal scraping against metal. Such a phenomenon was inconceivable for human skin. The forensic specialist, encountering the bizarre for the first time, seemingly disregarded the officer's earlier warnings. Stubbornly, she retrieved other tools from her kit, such as saws and axes, and employed them in succession, yet the discordant sounds continued to torment the group for several minutes. It was futile, the bodies remained unchanged, and the tools proved ineffective. "This is impossible." Before Renee arrived, she was resolute in her beliefs, yet she found it challenging to accept the occurrence of such supernatural phenomena. Had it not been for Stana's intervention, she would have sought more potent weaponry to forcibly breach the defenses. The group instinctively turned their gazes toward Tang Qi, after all. He was the consultant from the realm of the mysterious, was he not? In the face of such an extraordinary spectacle, he surely could contribute something. At that moment, Tang Qi indeed felt a surge of interest. His eyes narrowed slightly as he sauntered over to a corpse. Within the depths of his gaze, he perceived a faint glimmer. In truth, from the moment he stepped into the church, he had witnessed this. Each of the 7 bodies exuded a subtle radiance. This was astonishing. For those who had perished at the hands of supernatural beings remained merely human, incapable of triggering Tang Qi's unique abilities. The scene before him now suggested that these corpses had undergone some unknown transformation. With a hum, his thoughts coalesced, and the peculiar interface finally began to materialize in his vision. Artifact, wine corpse. Status, intact. Information fragment 1. This is a sorrowful tale. That of a lost soul who, clutching a cursed wine vessel, searches for her perfect lover. With each discovery, she sheds a drop of eternal wine upon her lover's body. Yearning for his resurrection, yet her heart shatters anew each time. Information fragment 2. The bodies tainted by eternal wine are remarkably resilient, nearly impervious to sharp instruments. Their flesh and blood may serve as ingredients for certain elixirs or possess other mysterious uses. Eternal wine? A chord within Tang Qi was immediately struck. Though it may seem scientifically unfounded to gauge the power of an artifact solely by its name, it is a common human folly, and Tang Qi was no exception. The indifference he had previously felt transformed into acute seriousness. In that moment, he suddenly noticed the attire draping the 7 corpses. It resembled the gentlemanly fashion that was in vogue decades ago, albeit with a subtle distinction. A white handkerchief artfully folded lay nestled in one of the jacket pockets. Then, several phrases began to dance through Tang Qi's mind. Perfect lover? Eternal wine? It seemed he was grasping something profound, yet the curiosity that flickered in his eyes intensified. The others observed the change in Tang Qi's demeanor, poised to inquire further. However, he slowly rose, exhaled, and stated directly, "I believe I have discerned the identity of the perpetrator, or rather, the entity behind it. Yet to unearth her, we must first seek the assistance of a handsome gentleman, not an ordinary one, but one who could be revered during the chaotic era." Chaotic era? The group momentarily fell silent at his words. The first to react was Qidian, the seasoned elder. As an investigator who had cracked numerous cases, he instinctively glanced at the 7 bodies on the ground and the garments they wore, his expression shifting as he seemed to grasp the implication. A flicker of astonishment inevitably crossed his face. As if seeking confirmation, he murmured, "Are you suggesting, our young advisor, that the act of ruthlessly extinguishing the lives of these 7 unfortunate souls is still steeped in the aesthetic of a chaotic era?" The phrase chaotic era bore a striking recognition. Indeed, everyone present was acutely aware of the nature of that period. The Divine Eagle Federation, one of the most formidable political entities on Blue Star, had encountered few failures in warfare since its inception. However, decades ago, it unexpectedly succumbed to another equally powerful nation. The defeat in war, coupled with the economic decline within the Federation, precipitated a nationwide economic crisis. Ironically, the downturn in most industries allowed the film sector to flourish remarkably. A plethora of captivating films emerged, enabling contemporary audiences to glean insights into the aesthetic of that bygone era through visual documentation. With this realization, the crowd finally grasped that the 7 lifeless bodies before them, aside from their attire unmistakably reminiscent of the chaotic era, shared a peculiar commonality: their faces. Despite the diversity in ethnicity and age, all 7 bore features that were sharply defined, as if hewn by a craftsman's axe, exuding a striking sharpness that evoked the quintessential aesthetic of the chaotic era. This stood in stark contrast to today's cinematic stars. Witnessing this, a subtle excitement rippled through the crowd. Yet, Tang Qi's reaction was more measured. He first nodded thoughtfully, then shook his head in contemplation. Chapter 62. The Love of Dionysus. Indeed, she was enraptured by the aesthetics of a tumultuous era, yet more accurately, she was captivated by its original pioneer, a cinematic masterpiece that profoundly influenced and ultimately popularized a certain type of man throughout the nation. A film? Tang Qi did not keep them in suspense. He gestured toward the 7 unfortunate souls with somewhat similar facial features on the ground, unveiling the enigma. However, given the passage of time, aside from Qidian, the others could only claim to have heard of it, but certainly did not possess a genuine understanding, let alone mastery. In truth, while Tang Qi diligently delved into the history of the Federation and the origins of Blue Star, it was undoubtedly a long-term undertaking, and his progress had yet to reach a point where he could effortlessly recall various historical anecdotes. His familiarity with the tumultuous era stemmed from its frequent appearances in an array of peculiar tomes. The hefty volumes he borrowed from the Mai's library often contained intriguing tales from that period. For instance, in the Century of Oddities in the Federation, Absurdities and Realities, mention was made of a decree issued by the federal government that lasted approximately 6 months, a prohibition on alcohol and its origins. Among the anecdotes related to this decree, a film made a fleeting appearance. Tang Qi refrained from elucidating the anecdote to the gathering, as at that moment, Qidian, born at the very conclusion of the tumultuous era, had already discerned the title of the film, The Love of Dionysus. Qidian's aged visage shifted, and with a hint of excitement, he uttered the name. Tang Qi nodded, affirming Qidian's conjecture. He then continued, based on what he had gleaned, the film tells a most peculiar love story, a young, affluent, and debonair doctor, whose frequent infidelities lead to his impulsive murder at the hands of his beautiful, yet deranged wife. In a desperate bid to resurrect her beloved, the wife concocts a potion, which, when dripped upon her deceased husband, miraculously brings him back to life, transforming him into the epitome of a perfect lover, handsome, robust, eloquent, and entirely obedient to her will. Regrettably, the husband soon perishes once more, his state akin to these corpses, cold and rigid, impervious to decay. To reunite with her flawless lover, the wife is compelled to brew this elixir, named in homage to the ancient god of wine, time and again, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and death. The film concludes with the husband's body remaining eternally unchanged, while the wife rapidly decomposes into a pile of white bones. As Tang Qi recounted this tale, the onlookers gradually realized the implications. Their gazes fell successively upon the corpses at their feet. The previously inconspicuous clues now lay bare without concealment. Such facial features? They were reminiscent of the film's protagonist, Robert Gable. The Love of Dionysus was indeed his breakout role and the inception of his fame throughout the Federation. Such attire? It mirrored the garb of the character he portrayed, a doctor, a common practice in that era for many physicians to keep a white handkerchief in their breast pocket. This manner of death, was it also in homage to the love of Dionysus? Every clue almost perfectly aligns with Tang Qi's assertions. This, of course, adds an unsettling layer of intrigue, for it suggests that at this very moment, at the intersection of the Newton and Lopez districts, a monstrous entity from the realm of the supernatural is tirelessly seeking individuals resembling the iconic face of Robert Gabo, only to eliminate them and transform them into zombies. If this is not a case of the extraordinary, but rather the work of a serial killer deliberately orchestrating such effects, then this case possesses an irresistible allure. Qidian felt a surge of excitement. He was currently penning a book, and involvement in such a series of gruesome murders would undoubtedly enrich its content. Yet, if the supernatural is indeed at play, the narrative becomes even more captivating. Qidian suddenly felt a wave of relief. Any thoughts of withdrawing from the group had vanished entirely. He was now merely an old man seeking thrills to fulfill his lifelong passion. His excitement allowed him to adopt the tone of an experienced detective as he remarked, "So you intend to find someone whose visage resembles Gabo's, hoping to lure that monster out for an ambush. However, there are some issues, such as ensuring the safety of the bait. Do you even know what this creature is? How does it kill? Can Stana defeat it? Upon hearing these queries, Tang Qi paused thoughtfully before embracing his role as an advisor. If we have a suitable bait, I can lend them one of my collectibles. While I can't guarantee absolute safety, it should provide enough defense for a short while. That creature is likely a vengeful spirit, a female one, who has assumed the role of a wife. The method of her killings remains unknown. As for whether Stana can vanquish her, you ought to direct that question to Stana herself. Click. Just as Tang Qi finished speaking, he and Qidian simultaneously heard an unusual sound and turned to see Stana drawing her prized possession from her bosom. With a slight flourish, the exaggerated form of the crimson rhinoceros began to captivate the attention of everyone present. As the owner of Blood Python No. 1, Tang Qi remained remarkably composed. However, the others were consumed with envy and admiration. Every man present was enamored by this beast forged from steel and sulfur. Unfortunately, there was only one crimson rhinoceros in the entire Miser Police Department. It was a privilege Stana had retained when she was transferred from Miwang Province to Miser City. In some respects, excluding the extraordinary, the rarity of the crimson rhinoceros surpassed that of Blood Python No. 1. Despite wielding such a formidable creature, Stana was not reckless. She contemplated the plan that Tang Qi and Qidian had just formulated and turned to Tang Qi, asking, if the vengeful spirit that appears poses a threat exceeding the capabilities of the two types of ammunition you provided, will you be able to detect and alert us in time? This astute police captain once again demonstrated her emotional intelligence by not questioning whether Tang Qi would participate in the ensuing battle, but rather inquiring if he could provide an early warning. In contrast to hoping for Tang Qi's involvement, an advance alert seemed a more reliable course of action. After speaking, Javier glanced once more at the somewhat bewildered Nathan and the others, quietly adding, if the threat level of that vengeful spirit reaches a point where it can disregard your bullets, and even with my prior warning, you still cannot escape, then it is highly probable that I may also meet my demise. Snickering in anticipation of hearing the words that I too would join the fray, Stana nearly stumbled over her own tongue at Tang Qi's unexpected turn of phrase. With strikingly beautiful eyes, she shot Tang Qi a fierce glare, inwardly murmuring, what a troublesome high schooler. I truly should not have held any expectations for him. Chapter 63, The Silent Film After Receiving an Unconventional Assurance from Tang Qi. A seemingly implausible plan was set in motion. The crux of the plan hinged upon the presence of a strikingly handsome individual whose facial features closely resembled those of Robert Gibbons. Qidian took on this task, effortlessly declaring it accomplished with just a phone call. As everyone awaited further developments, they engaged in discussions with the two attending officers regarding the case. Noting that the 7 victims had all met their demise within a specific area, precisely at the narrow boundary between Newton District and Lopez, the residents of this locale were predominantly economically disadvantaged young individuals, such as laborers, wandering artists, street vendors, or aspiring writers. This might also explain the case's perceived gravity, as it did not garner the same level of attention as the trivial matters prevalent in the downtown area. Approximately half an hour later, Qidian exited the church and shortly returned with a young man clad in a black vintage suit, his hair slicked back. Upon his entrance, the collective gaze of the crowd lit up with astonishment. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Gibbons. The exclamation came from forensic expert Rennie, who, despite not being an aficionado of classic cinema, certainly appreciated handsome men. Her eyes sparkled as she regarded the young man. Indeed, the newcomer bore a striking likeness to a youthful Robert Gibbons, with sharply defined features that radiated confidence while exuding a certain elegance, undoubtedly qualifying him as the ideal romantic interest in the eyes of many women. This young man was Chris, an actor from the Crystal Theater in May City, who had voluntarily come to assist. Qidian introduced him to the group, and as introductions were made, he leaned closer to Tang Qi, adding that Chris was auditioning for the lead role in a fantasy film and sought to immerse himself in the artistic circles of St. Eagle's Nest City. This opportunity would also serve to prevent any reckless actions on his part. What is your connection to him? Tang Qi began to inquire, but was promptly interrupted by Stana, who chimed in, Qidian is the honorary director of the Crystal Theater. He claims that had he not chosen to become a detective, it would have been him, not that short fellow Hopkins, who raised the prestigious Eagle Heart Cup just days ago. Laughter erupted in response to Stana's remark, and Qidian, slightly embarrassed, merely winked and raised an eyebrow, acknowledging her truthfulness with a confident smile. After the light-hearted banter, the atmosphere shifted to one of solemnity. As evening approached, it was imperative to set the trap without delay. The trap itself was both straightforward and brutal. The vengeful spirit responsible for the killings seemed devoid of wisdom. Perhaps too entrenched in its obsessions or unable to escape its designated territory, continually lurking and committing its heinous acts within a few streets' radius. Thus, the plan entailed having Chris, with his striking resemblance to Gibbons, wander the area, while the others, primarily Stana, would follow closely behind. The moment the malevolent spirit manifested, they would act decisively. The most perilous aspect of this endeavor undoubtedly lay with Chris, who found himself caught in a whirlwind of excitement and trepidation. Excitement coursed through him as he seized the opportunity to delve into the realm of the mysterious, yet a profound fear gripped him at the thought of an untimely demise. Upon his arrival at the church, he was startled by the sight of the lifeless body strewn about. Just before Chris set off, Tang Qi approached him, marveling at the audacious experiential actor while handing him a white handkerchief, whispering a few words into his ear. After speaking, he paid no mind to Chris's peculiar reaction and sauntered away leisurely. With all preparations in place, the figures around them gradually faded into obscurity. Only Chris remained. Dashing out of the church and, after navigating several turns, emerged onto a street named Ryan Street. The hour was just after nightfall, with the evening chill beginning to creep in. This street, having been the scene of numerous recent fatalities, had grown eerily quiet, rendering Chris's figure all the more conspicuous. After all, in the dim light of night, a tall and dapper gentleman clad in a vintage suit, exhaling frosty breaths, walking alone, evoked scenes reminiscent of those found in classic romance films. Any woman harboring a romantic heart would find it nearly impossible to resist the urge to approach him. Is that someone? The observers behind him suddenly noticed a figure at the other end of the street, a young woman sprinting towards Chris, waving her arms as if in a gesture of warning. She appeared to be a local resident, with flowing black hair in voluminous waves and lips painted a striking red, standing out vividly against the nocturnal backdrop. Was she attempting to alert Chris to the dangers lurking in the area? It was quite plausible. The locals must be aware of the recent deaths, and it was only natural for a concerned citizen, particularly a woman, to caution the charming stranger. As Rennie and Nathan exchanged hushed words, Tang Qi's brow furrowed suddenly. He sprang to his feet, bellowing towards the front. Stana, take action. In such a tranquil setting, one would expect his furious shout to resonate throughout the street. Strangely, however, aside from Rennie and a few others who were taken aback, neither Chris nor the concealed Stana seemed to register his voice, as if it had vanished into thin air. At that moment, the running woman with the crimson lips slightly tilted her head and abruptly fixed her gaze upon the group. A chilling silence enveloped them, freezing their very beings. As a wave of dread coursed from their feet to the crown of their heads, they collectively realized that a vengeful spirit had manifested, embodied in this woman. They finally discerned that she was clad in an antiquated dress, her hairstyle and the peculiar shade of her lipstick all epitomizing the aesthetic of a bygone era. Even her somewhat broad and excessively pale face belonged to that time. Run, Chris. Quickly. Stana, act now. The group, breaking free from their paralyzing fear, shouted in unison. Regrettably, their voices dissipated into the void. It was as though the area ahead had been enveloped in silence, every sound rendered obsolete, reminiscent of a scene from a silent film. Indeed, a silent film. The Love of Dionysus stands as the last resplendent silent masterpiece. The cries of the crowd yielded nothing but an eerie smile that emerged upon the woman's visage, as she extended her arms, poised to embrace Chris. Yet another victim seemed imminent, right before the watchful eyes of the detectives. However, their distance, compounded by that strange, silencing force, rendered them powerless, even their gunfire, intended as a warning or to directly shoot Chris, proved futile. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, an unexpected transformation unfolded. Just as the woman was about to envelop Chris in her embrace, he suddenly thrust her away with great force. More than that, a furious cry, imbued with a certain power, erupted from Chris's lips. Get away. Finally, sound emerged. Astonishingly, the woman, who should have possessed the sinister power to extinguish Chris in an instant, complied with his furious command and was indeed repelled from his embrace. Then, a terrifying roar resounded abruptly. Chapter 64. The Actress and the Silver Flask. A resounding boom echoed through the air, as a flash of light illuminated a shadowy corner of Ryan Street. In an instant, the sight that followed was the woman, pushed aside by Chris, her frail body succumbing to the violent impact of a gunshot. It was a scene both harrowing and astonishing. With a deafening crack, the woman was propelled backward, her figure suspended in midair as if struck by a fiery projectile. engulfed in flames that danced with a hint of golden hue, consuming her entirely. The air was filled with anguished cries and wails, unmistakably indicating that Stana had chosen incendiary rounds, while the vengeful spirit had unwittingly triggered both the burning and exorcising properties of the bullet. Akin to a swift cheetah, had surged forward long before Stana pulled the trigger. His motives, however, were not primarily to rescue Chris. That was certainly not his foremost intention. As he raced, a peculiar interface materialized before his eyes, revealing information about the woman. Supernatural entity, vengeful spirit. Status, near death. Information fragment 1. More lamentable than a beauty fading into obscurity is a beauty out of time. Her visage, once destined to be revered in an era gone by, now finds no place in this age. Following the shattering of her dreams, surrendering her soul became a less arduous endeavor. Information fragment 2. Her fixation lay in discovering a perfect partner to traverse the entertainment industry alongside her. Yet, much like an ideal lover, such a companion was merely a figment of her imagination. As the beautiful, vengeful spirit dissipated amidst her cries, a delicate, alabaster hand reached out, deftly catching 2 falling objects from the air. One was a card, the other, a silver flask, exquisitely crafted. Glanced at the card, and to his surprise, it was an actress's identification. It bore her name, an image of her likeness, and a brief overview of her career. Her name was Qidian, an actress who was also receptive to comedic theater invitations, as well as performances of a more risque nature, yearning most ardently for auditions for classical films. From the identification alone, it was evident that this actress had fallen short of her aspirations, for she was no longer among the living. The photograph depicted the very vengeful spirit that had just vanished. Her features were striking: a somewhat broad face, arched eyebrows, cascading black waves, porcelain skin, deep shadows around her eyes, and alluring crimson lips, each characteristic perfectly aligned with the aesthetic of the tumultuous era. In a fleeting moment, recalled a poster he had previously encountered for The Love of Dionysus, which featured not only Robert Gable but also an actress portraying the role of a deranged wife. If memory served him correctly, that actress had garnered accolades that rivaled Gable's, achieving recognition in various fields. Most notably, the two had frequently collaborated, forming the most celebrated golden duo of the tumultuous age. With this realization, began to piece together the narrative. This is perhaps a tale of ill-timed longing and unfulfilled aspirations. The actress named Tina possesses a face reminiscent of a bygone era, one that harbors the potential to captivate the Federation. Yet, it is not the age of enchantment, and thus her dreams of conquering the entertainment industry have undoubtedly met with failure. Returning to her hometown, she chose the path of self-destruction. Under the allure of an extraordinary artifact, she transformed into a vengeful spirit. As for the film The Love of Dionysus, it was likely her favorite, and she had even collected the original props from it. Amidst the flickering thoughts, Tang Qi's gaze fell upon a second item, a meticulously crafted lady's flask. Although well-preserved, its age was evident, dating back several decades. However, these were not the aspects that captured Tang Qi's attention. What truly intrigued him was the subtle glow emanating from the flask, a unique radiance belonging to extraordinary artifacts. A hint of excitement flickered in Tang Qi's eyes, accompanied by a familiar interface. Artifact, Elixir of Eternity. Status, intact. Information fragment 1. It was once one of the original props from the immensely popular film The Love of Dionysus. While the other flasks were destroyed, this one survived, fortuitously retaining its extraordinary power over time due to unknown influences. Information fragment 2. Every 7 days, it produces a drop of liquid, which can create a wine corpse or serve as a component in various alchemical recipes, or possess other mysterious effects. Information fragment 3. Each time a soul is added, a drop of liquid is immediately produced. It is difficult to articulate. A trophy, Tang Qi mused as he held the flask. The overt functionality of this artifact left him uncertain about how to proceed. 1 drop of liquid every 7 days could yield a wine corpse or serve as a material for secret potions. As for the wine corpse, he could not conceive of any immediate use, and despite scouring his knowledge of alchemy, he regrettably found no relevant recipes. This was not surprising, as alchemy is an immensely complex and vast discipline. Not only does it encompass numerous schools of thought, but even collectively, these schools cannot fully delineate all its recipes. As long as the mysterious persists, new formulas will continuously emerge. Must I deduce the recipes myself? Tang Qi pondered, before assisting the now terrified Chris to his feet. As Chris rose, a white handkerchief slipped from his pocket, releasing its last trace of fragrance into the air. This handkerchief and its scent were, in fact, the secrets that enabled Chris to momentarily break free from the vengeful spirit and command her away. The handkerchief bore a small smear of human skin ointment. One of its properties allows for temporary control over creatures with weak willpower within the fragrant area. Fortuitously, the actress Tina Skodia, transformed into a vengeful spirit, was deemed to possess a fragile will. Though the effect was fleeting, Chris's command ultimately saved his own life. This was, in fact, a prior instruction from Tang Qi whispered into his ear. If you encounter anything amiss, regardless of its nature, simply tell it to depart. Once the two of them had settled, the others arrived promptly. Chris immediately sensed the concern emanating from the forensic sister, along with inquiries from Nathan, Javier, and even Qidian, each more detailed than the last. Questions such as, what was the embrace of the vengeful spirit like? Was it warm or cold? And so forth. Meanwhile, Stana was handed an actor's credential by Tang Qi. In a rather mischievous manner, he refrained from divulging any reasoning and directly revealed the solution to the mystery. The vengeful spirit was none other than her, Tina Skodia, who, possessing the breathtaking beauty reminiscent of the tumultuous era, yearned for the same treatment as Ava Gardner. Unfortunately, thwarted in her aspirations, she chose to end her own life. After becoming a vengeful spirit, her obsession with that film led her to seek out her own Robert Gaben. And it was for this reason that those 7 unfortunate souls met their demise. According to the address on this credential, it should be possible to locate her corpse, likely in a state akin to those 7. Well then, everything is settled. It's time to wrap up. With that, Tang Qi swiftly placed the credential into Stana's hands, turned, and leisurely made his way toward the church, where the police car remained parked. Chapter 65. The night market at Blue Bear Park. As night enveloped the city of Mace, each district presented a distinct tableau. Central Avenue remained brilliantly illuminated, truly deserving of its title as the city's hallmark. In stark contrast, the Bronx exuded an air of cold chaos, emanating a palpable no-entry aura for strangers, while Newton District radiated a profound sense of history intertwined with artistic flair. Together, they painted a vivid picture. A police car wove through the streets connecting Newton and Lopez districts, devoid of sirens, maintaining a steady speed under the glow of streetlights. The cobblestone roads caused a slight jolt as it traversed the path. The driver was Stana. It was not that Tang Qi had deliberately chosen to flaunt his authority by having the most beautiful sheriff of Mace escort him. Rather, it was Stana's insistence to accompany him. Initially, Tang Qi had preferred Qidian, believing that the elder's wealth of experience would provide for engaging conversation. However, with Stana's eagerness, Qidian graciously stepped aside. Seated in the back, Tang Qi toyed with a silver flask while pondering whether he should procure a vehicle of his own. This fleeting thought was quickly dismissed. After all, why acquire a car when one can enjoy transportation provided by another? As a consultant, indeed a rare and enigmatic one, he relished the attention of the alluring sheriff. Yet, at that moment, Stana herself was not in the best of spirits. As she drove, Stana's peripheral gaze frequently darted towards Tang Qi, her curiosity betraying her composed demeanor, primarily ignited by the flask in his hands. She surmised its origin, a trophy from the aftermath of a vengeful spirit's demise. Her intrigue lay in the flask's purpose, questioning how a mere prop from a film had transformed into an extraordinary artifact. However, her sense of decorum restrained her from voicing her inquiries. Tang Qi was acutely aware of her curiosity but had no intention of providing her with answers. His reluctance stemmed not only from his inherently irritable nature but also from uncertainty regarding whether he should allow Stana, still a neophyte in the mysteries of the arcane, to delve deeper into such matters. One of the common traits of novices is their insatiable curiosity about the unknown. Despite this hesitation, Tang Qi found himself fond of this captivating sheriff after several days of acquaintance. Beneath her aloof exterior lay a warm-hearted woman, and most importantly, she possessed striking beauty. Particularly amusing to him was her expression of frustration, tinged with a reluctant obedience towards him, which provided a small source of amusement amidst his intense preparations for an upcoming plan. Thus, his decision to remain silent was ultimately a reflection of his irritable disposition. Ignoring Stana's inquisitive gaze, he deftly concealed the flask, then leisurely retrieved a tangled mass of hair from another pocket, beginning the patient task of unraveling it. A curious knot indeed. This peculiar object has now become a part of Tang Qi's daily life. Each time he unties a knot, he liberates the entangled souls of young girls while simultaneously acquiring a chance to gain knowledge. Although the opportunities for enlightenment are scarce, only once thus far, he was bestowed with the Mohawk language by a pair of twin sisters from the Mohawk tribe before their release, enabling him to swiftly master this ancient tongue. Nevertheless, Tang Qi remains undeterred, as this process also serves to refine his control over the spiritual energy within him. Regrettably, just as he was about to unravel the next knot, the previously leisurely pace of the vehicle unexpectedly accelerated. No, it would be more accurate to say it had finally returned to normal. Tang Qi has always believed that once Stana grips the steering wheel, she transforms from a sheriff into a race car driver. Her earlier languid demeanor was likely a result of her effort to suppress her instincts. Faced with the realization that she could not extract answers from Tang Qi, Stana promptly reverted to her usual self. The police car illuminating the night like a bolt of lightning, swiftly weaving through the streets. Minutes later, they halted at the entrance of a dimly lit alley. As Tang Qi exited the vehicle, Stana cast a glance at the shadowy street behind him, her expression betraying a hint of concern. She was about to inquire why he had come here at such a late hour and whether he required protection. However, she soon recalled the scene from that fateful night when Tang Qi battled the sea cow demon. Having signed a consultancy contract with him that absolved him from any need for physical confrontation, coupled with his bewildering demeanor today, Stana nearly allowed herself to believe that Tang Qi was merely a frail high school student incapable of defending himself. Who would have imagined that, on that night, this little fellow had exhibited such fierce prowess? With this thought in mind, Stana couldn't help but shoot Tang Qi a sidelong glance, forgoing any pleasantries, and pressed the accelerator, causing the police car to roar away. What a petty woman. Tang Qi silently placed the blame squarely on Stana, muttering under his breath. He then turned and stepped into the shadowy alley. This alley was not long, there was no need for streetlights, and within a few strides, he emerged into an open space. Before him lay a park. At the entrance stood two flickering lampposts, their dim light illuminating the words Blue Bear Park. Although Mace City is steeped in industrial atmosphere, with steel and oil factories located in the suburbs, the urban green spaces are quite pleasant, such as the beloved Central Park, which resembles a small forest. In contrast, Blue Bear Park is a rather inconspicuous and diminutive place, even less renowned than the more exquisite yet forlorn Ratchy Park. Particularly at night, it sees little foot traffic. Due to its proximity to the Bronx district, joggers, homeless individuals, and couples on dates tend to deliberately avoid this area. After all, no one wishes to be robbed or face other misfortunes. A moment's inattention could even lead to death. Tang Qi glanced at his watch, calculating the time, and murmured to himself, every second rest day of the week commences at midnight and concludes in the early hours. The venue is the central area of Blue Bear Park, where currency is accepted alongside barter. The majority of goods are herbal remedies or food gathered and crafted by the mountain dwellers, along with some pelts from wild beasts. Independent artists and wanderers, unable to afford a meal, often sell their creations at the gathering or earn tips through performances. Many struggling old citizens or collectors choose to part with antiques from various eras for sale or exchange. This unique evening market, or perhaps it could be called an early morning market, piques my curiosity. I wonder if I can find what I seek. As he pondered the information from Professor Castle, who had now transformed into a plant, his figure gradually faded into the depths of the park. Chapter 66. The Mountain Dwellers and the Black Goat's Eyes. As a resident of my city, Tang Qi had previously visited Central Park, where the planning was exceptionally rational, harmoniously blending the allure of a pristine forest with the conveniences of modern civilization, allowing one to savor delectably spicy hot dogs while immersed in nature. However, Blue Bear Park appeared to have devolved solely into its primitive state, lacking any semblance of proper planning. It seemed to be merely a collection of forested areas, earthen slopes, and small lakes encircled together and designated as a park. Tang Qi initially anticipated that locating the evening market would consume a considerable amount of time. Evidently, he overestimated the park's expanse. After traversing a dense thicket and scaling a steep slope, he soon beheld his destination. Before him lay a scene that evoked a sense of delight, albeit one that might strike ordinary individuals as peculiar. At the park center was a rather sizable lawn, astonishingly illuminated. Tang Qi observed a multitude of tents, each distinctive in character, some clearly serving as stalls, others dedicated to grilling food or hosting gatherings. The most extravagant was undoubtedly the largest tent, which, from the sign that hung outside, appeared to be a circus. Amid the gaps of various tents were small private stalls, taking advantage of the surrounding illumination to conduct their modest businesses. What should have been a tranquil night was instead bustling with activity. While it could not be described as overcrowded, it was undeniably vibrant. From a distance, Tang Qi could faintly hear a cacophony of mingled voices and some music, a sound that was informal yet imbued with a certain spirit. Well, it seems Mr. Castle did not deceive me. Indeed, Blue Bear Park hosts an intriguing evening market. Given that Castle could procure the revitalizing Esho's ghost grass and ingredients for concocting spider demon elixirs, it stands to reason that I should be able to find the materials I require as well, albeit in larger quantities. However, I have the means to afford them. As he contemplated this, Tang Qi reached into his pocket to retrieve a small cloth bag, giving it a gentle shake, which produced a delightful jingling sound. A pouch of Griffin gold coins. Perhaps the market had only recently commenced. As individuals with motives akin to or vastly different from Tang Qi began to converge from various directions, vendors and performers had already set up. While most of those arriving now were buyers and idle spectators, Tang Qi spotted hippies carrying handmade instruments, well-dressed fur traders, and a few elderly gentlemen, likely antique collectors. The majority were young individuals, embracing self-expression and an air of mystery. Indeed, it would not be far-fetched to label them as nerds or eccentrics. Normally, teenagers seeking late-night revelry would be found in bars, not in this strange park. Before long, Tang Qi stepped into the market, unimpeded. And as he set foot on the lawn, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of tents and stalls, the atmosphere instantly surged with liveliness. However, it seemed that no one was actively beckoning customers. There were no shouts to entice passers-by. In the air, the melodies of wandering minstrels and the somewhat off-key tunes of hippies wafted about. A slight smile grazed Tang Qi's lips, and his steps became light and natural as he seamlessly blended into the crowd. Even with earnest intent, one could scarcely discern Tang Qi's figure amidst the throng. As a buyer, he did not immediately seek out what he required, but rather meandered with the flow of the crowd. His first pause came before a half-open tent, where a band was performing. Their instruments appeared rudimentary and homemade, and their songs, though unrefined, possessed a raw charm. After admiring their performance for a moment, Tang Qi rewarded them with a silver coin. The next tent, surprisingly, was a spiritual healing space, helmed by a lean, elderly man with a head of white hair fashioned into small braids, clad in garments made from tanned animal hides. A sign outside the tent announced that any audience member could join for free. The essence of this spiritual practice bore resemblance to Tang Qi's meditation techniques, seeking self-purification and transcendence to attain a state of harmonious tranquility. However, unlike meditation, this practice did not confer any supernatural abilities. Tang Qi glanced around as the crowd began to disperse, not in haste to leave, but because the market had been underway for half an hour. With most individuals seeking tents or stalls that piqued their interest, few remained idly wandering, for he had spotted something from his shopping list. "Hello, I am Thorn. How may I assist you?" Perhaps Tang Qi lingered a tad too long. The stall owner, the mountain dweller Thorn, approached him with polite inquiry after attending to the previous customer. "I would like to know how much of this herb you have," Tang Qi replied candidly, pointing directly to a collection of peculiar plants spread across a piece of animal hide. Before him lay a dark, glossy herb, its roots long desiccated, with thumb-sized leaves bearing white contours that created an optical illusion resembling eyes. This was known as black goat's eye, a herb reputed to treat ocular ailments. For millennia, the indigenous people of the Baibor tribe had ground its powder to produce smoke for therapeutic purposes, healing injured or infected eyes. I brought about a dozen of these. If you require a larger quantity, feel free to return next week, and I can bring more. Would you like me to package these for you? One must concede that the seemingly dull mountain dweller was quite the adept salesman. What began as a casual inquiry had unexpectedly turned into a transaction. However, Thorn's description of the herb only partially captured its significance. While it was indeed recognized in ordinary contexts, in the realm of the extraordinary, black goat's eye also constituted a crucial ingredient in various secret potions. For instance, it formed a key component of one of the foundational elixirs Tang Qi intended to concoct, the spirit communication elixir. Hence, after a moment of surprise, Tang Qi's face broke into a smile as he exclaimed, "Excellent." Chapter 67. The allure of gold coins. The arcane potion, requiring merely a single black goat's eye, did not lead Tang Qi to naively assume he was a prodigy capable of achieving success in a single attempt. Despite having thoroughly absorbed all the esoteric knowledge imparted by Professor Castle, thus, he secured the entirety of black goat's eyes available at Thorn's stall and arranged for a subsequent supply for the following week. Before departing, he also spent a whiler to procure a beautiful pebble resembling a petite girl named Claire, which he playfully held in his hand as he proceeded to the next stall. Simultaneously, he mentally deliberated over the most crucial materials from his shopping list. The study of arcane potions diverges significantly from other professions. To a certain extent, It is intricately linked to the lives of ordinary people. Many herbs utilized by the common folk for healing ailments or for poisoning can serve as components in various potion recipes. Consequently, Tang Qi's unique abilities did not manifest as powerfully in this context. This implied that many of the materials he required could not be classified within the realm of the extraordinary, thus inhibiting the activation of his capabilities and preventing immediate recognition. However, on this occasion, Tang Qi's appetite was somewhat insatiable. His knowledge of this location stemmed from the insights provided by Professor Rick Castle, who had sourced the materials for arcane potions at this gathering, ultimately concocting the spider demon elixir that transformed his female assistant and the captain of the guard into colossal spiders. Unlike Castle, whose ambitions were straightforward, focusing solely on a singular potion with ample time at his disposal, Tang Qi aspired to concoct not one, but at least 5 distinct potions. Were Professor Castle present at this moment, he would likely scoff, remarking upon Tang Qi's audacity. An arrogant high school student, he would declare, trampling upon my intellect, destined for failure. Indeed, Tang Qi's actions might appear somewhat presumptuous. Nevertheless, his proficiency in potion-making should approximate that of an apprentice, undoubtedly surpassing that of a novice who had just grasped the theoretical aspects. Yet, even he would hesitate to attempt the simultaneous concoction of 5 potions. Tang Qi's rationale, however, was quite sound. Were potion-making merely a matter of knowledge, he would not indulge in such hubris, but would instead proceed methodically. For him, potion-making transcended mere academia. It was a skill. This justification sufficed. Perhaps he would initially encounter failure due to lack of experience, but once the process commenced, everything would change. In contrast, those new to the craft might toil tirelessly to gather vast quantities of materials, expending considerable wealth, only to end in utter failure. In fact, Professor Castle's creation of the spider demon elixir nearly drained years of his salary, an alarming figure for a distinguished university professor. Yet, such a scenario was utterly implausible for Tang Qi. The primary ingredients for the arcane potion, in addition to the black goat's eye, included a powder of black crystal, some white pine needles, and a dozen other easily obtainable auxiliary materials. Collecting these requisite components would not pose a significant challenge. However, the acquisition of the other 4 elixirs proved to be a far more intricate endeavor. With less than 3 hours remaining, was it truly sufficient time to gather everything? Tang Qi's pace suddenly slowed, and a slight furrow appeared on his brow. This gathering occurred once a week. If time were on Tang Qi's side, there would be no need for haste. He could simply wait for the next occasion. Yet, an overwhelming sense of urgency gnawed at him, compelling him to hasten his progress repeatedly. His current combat prowess largely stemmed from his meditation techniques and the blood python number 1. The chaga fighting technique could also be included. However, should his adversaries turn out to be individuals equally shrouded in mystery, the outcome was beyond Tang Qi's anticipation. The emergence of knowledge regarding the elixir arts was a monumental revelation for Tang Qi. The prospect of a rapid surge in combat strength might be challenging for other extraordinary professions, but for the elixir arts, it was indeed plausible. Initially, Tang Qi contemplated directly pursuing the Rubberman elixir. According to Professor Castle's recollections, the 3 foundational elixirs, alongside the other 2, Wind's Whisper and Spirit Communication, were genuinely fundamental. And with diligent practice, mastery was essentially attainable. However, the Rubberman elixir was markedly different. Its complexity was astonishing. Yet, the high difficulty promised significant rewards. Successfully concocting the Rubberman elixir would signify a foundational achievement in the original school of elixir arts, paving the way to the ultimate combat elixirs. The original school of elixir arts, revered for its adherence to nature, possessed combat capabilities far inferior to the Maya school, resulting in its early disappearance from the annals of history. Nevertheless, upon delving into his memories, Tang Qi discovered that this was a mere illusion. At the very least, within that school existed an elixir of terrifying complexity. Should it be successfully concocted, the individual who consumed it would, while perhaps not comparable to deities in strength, undoubtedly surpass several of the so-called 12 saints Tang Qi had encountered. This elixir was, in fact, a series beginning with the Rubberman elixir, followed by the Rubber Warrior, Rubber Demon, and culminating in the Rubber God elixir. Once ingested, the latter would render the consumer nearly immortal, coupled with an extraordinarily formidable offensive capability. Regrettably, the difficulty of this series was so profound that even the extinction of the entire school failed to produce the final Rubber God elixir. Having grasped this, Tang Qi had no choice but to select an alternative series, a reinforcement series that could be concocted by those below the rank of elixir apprentice. Due to his limited options, Aside from the Rubberman series, the original School of Elixir Arts had only 2 remaining reinforcement series, and he opted for this one. Commencing with the Swift Elixir, it advanced to the Phantom Elixir, followed by the Hazy Elixir, and ultimately culminating in the series Apex, the Mist Body Elixir. In total, there were 4 variants. Although the materials shared a lineage, none were identical upon strict scrutiny, making the task of collecting them a significant undertaking. Even though Tang Qi's current mission only required him to gather the primary materials, the auxiliary components could be procured in bulk from the Herbal Street and/or street along Central Avenue. The challenge still loomed large. However, it wasn't long before Tang Qi devised a strategy. His gaze suddenly settled on the central area of the gathering, specifically on the tent occupying the most substantial space. As this gathering lacked an organizer, Tang Qi found himself at a loss for hiring assistants. However, within a wandering circus, it was likely that there were numerous apprentice laborers eager to run errands for him. The ringmaster of the circus would surely not refuse this unexpected source of income, as he merely needed to lend out a few apprentices and await the payment. What Tang Qi needed to do was to sketch the required materials, distribute the drawings, and then settle the payment. With this thought in mind, he leisurely strolled into the eclectic atmosphere of the traveling circus, and, as he had anticipated, the process unfolded smoothly. The corpulent ringmaster could hardly resist the allure of divine favor. Without hesitation, he readily lent Tang Qi 5 apprentices. After assigning tasks and promising a generous tip upon their completion, the 5 apprentices, only slightly older than Tang Qi, expressed their heartfelt gratitude and set off joyfully. To Tang Qi's surprise, who had originally been pressed for time, he suddenly found himself with a surplus of leisure. After quietly marveling at the allure of gold coins, he succumbed to the temptation of wandering aimlessly. Freed from the pressure of gathering rare potion ingredients, Tang Qi soon discovered that the gathering concealed many intriguing places. Chapter 68, The Soul Reaper and the Mysterious Tent A Gathering, taking place from midnight until dawn, could hardly be deemed a conventional assembly. The primary commodities exchanged, herbs, furs, and an array of peculiar items, suggested that those who congregated here were likely regarded as eccentric by ordinary folk. Yet, amidst the oddities, there was something even more peculiar present. Before Tang Qi stood a prime example, a modest, aged tent, seemingly stitched together from numerous animal hides. Within it lay a small altar, and behind it, a clearing where an elderly man adorned in indigenous attire, his head adorned with feathers, was engaged in an animated dance, presumably performing a strange ritual. Before the altar, a mountain dweller, an elderly gentleman, cradled a wooden box in his arms, his visage clouded with sorrow. Tang Qi, without needing to inquire, grasped the situation from the murmurs that surrounded him. The elderly man was a soul reaper, currently conducting a ritual to honor a deceased dog belonging to the mountain dweller, which had reportedly been his loyal hunting companion for over a decade. Many of the local inhabitants and pioneers believed that this venerable soul reaper, hailing from the Nukat tribe, possessed a revered ability to guide souls to rest through his dance. To Tang Qi's astonishment, they were indeed correct. As his gaze fixated on the Nukat elder, particularly during his dance, a familiar interface began to materialize at a leisurely pace. Extraordinary being, Soul Reaper. Status, normal. Information Fragment 1. A Soul Reaper from the Nukat tribe. His soul-reaping dance can grant peace to feeble souls, but proves ineffective against formidable spirits, such as vengeful or malevolent entities. Information Fragment 2. Aside from his soul-reaping dance, the elder possesses no other mystical powers. An adult could easily vanquish him. An extraordinary being. A flicker of excitement danced in Tang Qi's eyes. Strictly speaking, the elderly dancer before him was the first living individual of the mysterious realm that he had encountered. Old Morgan existed in a spectral state, now serving as the embodiment of judgment, tormented in his plight. The dog-headed humanoid, the manatee merfolk, the ghoulish nightingale, the lustful painter, the dual-blade man. None could be classified as human. Yet this elder was unmistakably human. If circumstances permitted, Tang Qi would have relished the opportunity to engage in conversation with him. However, the elder appeared preoccupied, inundated with mountain folk seeking his soul-reaping dance for their pets, companions, and even the ashes of loved ones, leaving him little time to acknowledge Tang Qi, who had no souls in need of solace. Thus, he could only refrain from intruding. Tang Qi paid little mind to it. According to the information relayed by his unique abilities, the so-called Soul Reaper functioned similarly to a priest, with combat prowess nearly negligible unless one ascended to a professional level. After observing for a moment longer, he quietly departed, wandering elsewhere. Having made his first discovery, he eagerly anticipated encountering other individuals from the mysterious realm. Alas, disappointment awaited him. During nearly an hour of aimless wandering, Tang Qi observed within the gathering a fortune-teller previously encountered before a crystal ball, a magician performing peculiar sleight of hand, and a bizarre creature emerging from a sideshow to entice patrons. While these spectacles were undeniably strange, none bore the marks of true mystery. It was at this moment that Tang Qi stumbled upon a particularly intriguing area. A medium-sized tent, rather inconspicuous in a corner of the lawn, was guarded by two burly sentinels. Those entering the tent, whether middle-aged gentlemen in tailored suits or disheveled homebodies, wore expressions imbued with an air of enigma. This scene immediately piqued Tang Qi's curiosity. As he approached, the gatekeepers merely appraised him with a fleeting glance, allowing him entry without obstruction. However, he discerned a flicker of mockery in their eyes, as if they anticipated a certain outcome. Upon stepping into the tent and surveying its layout and contents, Tang Qi quickly comprehended what the two sentinels were awaiting. They anticipated his fearful retreat. Inside the tent, a modest exhibition was underway, showcasing an array of items, all related to serial killers. Had an ordinary high school student entered, they would undoubtedly have been terrified. For the proprietor of the tent had thoughtfully displayed accounts of notorious serial killers, photographs from crime scenes, implements of murder, and even fragments of cadavers. Before him lay a veritable cornucopia, accentuated by dim lighting, which would surely send the faint-hearted fleeing in terror. Particularly striking was a dedicated section at the entrance, featuring various items pertaining to one of the most infamous serial killers in the history of the Eagle Federation, Dennis Reed. At its center was his personal biography, detailing the number of victims and a collection of clippings. Among the artifacts was a black briefcase containing various instruments of torture, handguns, ropes, handcuffs, and knives. Additionally, several yellowed letters claimed to be provocative missives penned by Reed himself to the police department. The prices for these items far exceeded Tang Qi's expectations, each valued in divine gold coins. Such exorbitance suggested a high demand among collectors. Tang Qi cast a silent glance at the gruesome photographs of crime scenes. Aside from a slight sense of disgust, he felt little else. To ordinary individuals, serial killers are monstrous figures of terror. However, they clearly failed to evoke any profound emotion in someone as extraordinary as Tang Qi. It is worth noting that the previous merman could also be categorized among serial killers. And when compared to these deranged humans, it was the true aberration. Not to mention the grotesque scenes he witnessed later involving a corpse-eating nightingale and the gory spectacle of a blood-splattered spirit bursting through a human body. The deliberately crafted atmosphere within the tent was evidently designed to cater to those who revel in dark allure, individuals who typically appear mundane yet harbor shadowy recesses within, much like the patrons present within the tent at that moment. From impeccably dressed middle-aged men to portly recluses, suburban housewives, and even young girls, they could be found throughout the urban landscape. However, at this moment, everyone gathered here, wearing expressions of excitement as they gazed upon the items associated with serial killers. Some affluent individuals even contemplated making purchases. Undoubtedly, the most sought-after artifacts were those belonging to the killers themselves, such as a piece of clothing, a pair of glasses, or even a tooth. After surveying the surroundings, Tang Qi curled his lip in disdain and prepared to leave. Yet, at the very instant he turned away, a flicker of dim light caught his peripheral vision. Abruptly, Tang Qi halted his steps. Chapter 69. The Blade of Hag. The only possibility that could cause Tang Qi to pause at this moment was the discovery of something remarkable. His unique abilities once again came into play. After a brief hesitation, Tang Qi naturally turned and made his way deeper into the tent, where another wooden table awaited, showcasing the artifacts of another serial killer. The federal media had deemed him a disciple of the devil, despite the police's objections. On the display stood an array of grotesque items, including the garments worn by Hag during his murderous spree, tools of the trade, photographs from the crime scenes, and oil paintings created during his incarceration. Yet, it was a singular object that captured Tang Qi's attention, a knife. More precisely, it was a bone blade. Its crude craftsmanship featured a wooden handle and a yellowed blade, emanating an unsettling aura that elicited a sense of nausea. The accompanying description noted that this bone blade was fashioned from the ribs of Jeffrey Hag with a staggering price tag of 1,500 divine coins. Upon seeing this, Tang Qi's brow furrowed slightly. This cost exceeded that of his purchase of Blood Python No. 1. As he pondered, his gaze sharpened, fixating on the bone blade. Flickering glimmers of light manifested, revealing a special interface. Curio, Blade of Hag. Status: Unencrypted. Information Fragment 1. A madman corrupted by demonic influence, Jeffrey Hagg, who brutally slaughtered nearly 100 of his kind. The spattering of blood, piercing screams, and tortured souls coalesced into a vessel of demonic essence, all contained within this bone blade. It remains in a sealed state, awaiting decryption. Information Fragment 2. Decryption Method 1. At midnight, while holding the bone blade, chant Hagg's name thrice, acknowledge his deeds to summon his spirit, and receive a demonic blade. Decryption Method 2. Find a way to eradicate Hagg's soul to obtain an unknown bone blade. 2 methods of decryption. The information regarding the bone blade astonished Tang Qi. He had encountered sealed curiosities before, such as meditation techniques or bloodline number 1. But this was the first instance of encountering 2 decryption methods. After contemplating for a few seconds, Tang Qi quickly made his decision. He would purchase it. The price was steep, requiring a significant amount of divine eagle coins. Yet in comparison to Tang Qi's wealth, it was manageable. The crucial aspect was that in the face of such a curio, coins seemed less significant. Charge it, he declared once more, extending his gold card to the lecherous merchant who had inexplicably approached. Moments later, under the bemused gazes of 2 guards, Tang Qi, appearing as a rather refined youth, departed the mysterious and unsavory tent, clutching a cloth bag. Indeed, it was a carriage. Fortunately, while Miser City boasted impressive modernization, it also embraced some cultural history. During the day, one could occasionally observe nostalgic residents favoring horse-drawn carriages, contributing to a quaint revenue stream. However, at this late hour, it felt somewhat peculiar. At this moment, Tang Qi was in high spirits. The evening market at Blue Bear Park had yielded bountiful rewards that left him exceedingly satisfied. Although the configuration of secret potions did not necessitate the inclusion of extraordinary items, most lower-tier potions were rendered ineffective without such wonders. There was, on the other hand, a substantial requirement for an array of rather uncommon materials. The essence of the potion recipes seemed to lie in extracting extraordinary components from these materials, ultimately transforming them into potions imbued with remarkable powers. If Tang Qi had been gathering these materials along Central Avenue, it would have taken him at least a year and a half to complete the collection. However, the evening market was an entirely different affair. Mountain dwellers and indigenous people from various remote mountains, swamps, and canyons brought forth an assortment of rare materials that perfectly satisfied Tang Qi's demands. After handing a few silver coins to the burly, bearded man named Larry, he promptly secured the horse-drawn carriage and assisted Tang Qi in transporting the various bundles of materials into the campus. Upon unlocking the iron gate, Tang Qi directed Larry to carry the materials into the small living room on the first floor while he stepped outside to retrieve an assortment of newspapers and magazines from the mailbox, a habit he had maintained since moving into the Thorns district. Even though the information was filtered, there was no more convenient channel for accessing external information in this era than subscribing to newspapers and magazines. Among his favorites were the hard-hitting and objective Meyer Evening News, the mysterious-themed Purple Moon Gazette, and the technology-focused Universal Wrench magazine. As per usual, Tang Qi extracted a stack of newspapers. Just as he was about to step back inside, an unexpected item slipped from the papers, a letter. The envelope was evidently not sealed securely, and as Tang Qi moved, a stack of photographs tumbled out. Illuminated by the light reflecting from within the house, he quickly discerned the contents of the photographs. They depicted several different black individuals, seemingly a family. After bidding farewell to Larry with a composed expression and settling the payment, Tang Qi adhered to his routine of brewing a pot of coffee, preparing some snacks, and then settling onto the sofa to reopen the envelope. The first photograph was a group shot. The photographer appeared to be positioned at a distance on the right side of the frame, capturing an image of a sealed villa. Outside the villa's grand iron gate stood 8 black individuals, both men and women, each wearing a somewhat somber expression. The villa belonged to Tang Qi. The emergence of these photographs served as a subtle foreshadowing prior to his departure. He had entrusted a neighbor, who was compelled to sell his villa due to financial difficulties, with a sum of emergency funds, requesting only a small favor. He had asked the neighbor to set up a camera in the room by the window of his villa and to capture any visitors that appeared outside, sending the photographs to him. He had anticipated a delay, but unexpectedly, on the very first day of his tenure as the consultant for the police station, the surprise arrived. Chapter 70. The Uluru Puppet on a Table. A series of photographs lay spread out, each depicting a clear portrait, justifying the emergency funds that Tang Qi had disbursed. Upon receiving these images, Tang Qi exhibited no signs of astonishment. Instead, he calmly selected a group photo along with individual portraits, meticulously confirming that none were overlooked. With a gentle exhalation, he murmured, "Indeed, that old wretch is absent. It appears this is truly a delightful surprise." As his gaze turned serious, Tang Qi scrutinized the photographs before him. They depicted an African family, known as the Samra clan. Although the patriarch, Samra, was missing, the acting clan leader was currently ensnared in the soul exchange scale, enduring torment. All other members were present in the images. The most prominent figure was a towering man, resembling a small giant, with a brutish visage, clad in butcher's attire. His small eyes exuded a menacing coldness that was palpable even through the photograph. This was Baragon, the second son of Samra, now a butcher by trade. Tang Qi took out a charcoal pencil and marked the photograph. Technically, the two had yet to meet, and his annotation stemmed from the accounts in old Morgan's diary. Next, he turned his attention to the second individual, a gaunt middle-aged woman, her expression devoid of emotion, her wide eyes reflecting an indifference akin to Baragon's. This was Georgina, Baragon's wife, who worked as a maid. He marked her image and moved on to the third and fourth individuals, a pair of twin sisters, unremarkable in appearance, yet plump, with disheveled hair and threatening expressions. These were the Haria sisters, daughters of Baragon and Georgina, currently unemployed. After marking them, Tang Qi skipped the next two individuals. As old Morgan's diary indicated, they were merely tribal slaves who had departed the Sahara with them, tasked with menial labor, insignificant entities. What truly commanded Tang Qi's attention were the final two photographs. The first depicted a tall, emaciated figure, whose face bore the marks of a severe illness, placing him between youth and middle age. His body was adorned with peculiar tattoos, even encircling his eyelids. Clad in what appeared to be a single piece of dark red fabric, he stood silently like a specter behind a young man, motionless and voiceless. The second image revealed the young man himself, frail and unattractive, yet he was the leader of this group, positioned centrally, casting a grim gaze at the now locked villa. Fosca. Abu. Tang Qi uttered the names, and unlike before, his eyes betrayed an unmistakable wariness. This apprehension stemmed from the descriptions within old Morgan's diary, which chronicled a nefarious and terrifying sorcery known as the Uluru puppet. Within the Samra family, there resided such a puppet, Fosca, the third son of Samra. He was born with an inherent intellectual deficiency, and after fathering his only son with a slave, he was transformed into a puppet by his own mother, Samra. Following this metamorphosis, he became a veritable monster of carnage, endowed with the power to annihilate all, terrifying speed, almost inexhaustible endurance, and an aura of peculiar dark sorcery that clung to him. However, compared to a mere puppet, the second individual presented a greater challenge for Tang Qi. This grotesquely thin black man, named Abu, was the sole offspring of Fosca and the most cherished grandson of Samra. Old Morgan's journal noted that Samra was nearly certain that Abu would inherit the mantle of the Black Serpent Witch. The next successor would no longer be the Black Serpent Witch Samra, but rather the Black Serpent Warlock Abu. With these two figures marked in his mind, Tang Qi fell into deep contemplation. He pondered whether the power he currently possessed could stand against a family bereft of Samra's influence. Mere seconds later, he shook his head. The answer was negative. Old Morgan's journal could hardly depict the full extent of these individuals' capabilities. Yet even the fragments it revealed posed a formidable dilemma for him, unless he could invoke the intervention of official forces. This thought quickly dissipated in Tang Qi's mind. He was merely a consultant for the police department now. Enlisting official aid to confront the Samra family seemed an arduous task, particularly since, during their entry into the Federation, the Samra family had become exceedingly cautious, having learned from past experiences, leaving no vulnerabilities for Tang Qi to exploit for entrapment. Most critically, if he could not achieve a decisive strike, he could not act. At present, he was ill-equipped to endure the repercussions of allowing even one to escape, which would surely incite Samra's wrath. There was no need to rush. He still had time. As for the soul exchange ritual, old Morgan had disclosed it to no one but Samra, who had departed from Mace City for travels immediately after bidding farewell to the old man. This implied, with a deep breath, Tang Qi swiftly organized his thoughts. As he exhaled, his gaze fell upon a large array of alchemical materials in the center of the living room, and he reached a decisive conclusion almost immediately. He promptly contacted the school counselor and Stana, securing a day off, and contemplated informing Sally. However, recalling that this girl lacked what was now deemed a luxury, namely a phone, he opted against it. Once everything was settled, Tang Qi prepared himself a delectable dinner. Adhering to a ritualistic approach to dining, much as he did on Earth. After a hearty meal, he did not immediately commence his work. Instead, he entered a meditative state for practice. Approximately an hour later, Tang Qi awakened. He rose slowly, basking in a warm sensation as both his body and spirit surged with unprecedented vitality. It was time to begin. With a whispered resolve, he approached his workbench. Previously, it had served as a station for crafting extraordinary ammunition. Now, it would be the site of his alchemical breakthroughs. In the span of a single day and night, I endeavored to penetrate the mysterious realm of alchemy, aiming to concoct the elusive mist body elixir. Though I possessed all the requisite materials, I could only imagine the ridicule that would ensue if fellow alchemists were to discover my audacious attempt. They would likely deem me a madman. In such a brief interval, even the most fundamental swift elixir may elude my grasp. Yet here I am, daring to aspire to the heights of the mist body potion. If others are unable to achieve this feat, why should I be any different? When it comes to augmenting one's combat prowess in a limited time frame, my options are scarce. And aside from elixirs, there exists little else within my reach. Thus, I find myself with no alternatives. Chapter 71. The Effects of the Swift Elixir on the Workbench. The cauldron was emitting peculiar sounds. Tang Qi's eyes were filled with intense focus as he meticulously picked up various materials from the side, patiently adding them one by one. Within his mind, streams of information flowed effortlessly. At present, he was deeply engaged in the art of potion making. Twice, his attempts had ended in failure. The first failure showed no unusual signs, but the second resulted in an explosion, splattering a viscous substance all over him. Now, it was his third attempt. After amalgamating an assortment of strange materials, the concoction had once again turned into a gooey paste, swirling with a myriad of colors, reminiscent of an overcooked wild mushroom porridge. With a pungent odor wafting through the air and irritating Tang Qi's nostrils, suppressing the urge to sneeze, he slowly lifted a cup filled with yellow rattlesnake venom and poured it into the cauldron. As the venom cascaded down, a wondrous reaction unfolded within the cauldron. The foul paste began to clarify at a visible pace, grotesque bubbles forming and then bursting with a series of pops. With each bubble that shattered, the liquid grew clearer, until the final bubble burst, revealing a potion that resembled pure water. Remarkably, even though there was no breeze in the room, the liquid in the cauldron began to ripple as if it possessed a life of its own. It worked. The astonishing sight filled Tang Qi with exhilaration. Almost instantly, his gaze fixated on the liquid. Sure enough, a familiar interface emerged before him. Item: Swift Elixir. Quality: Ordinary. Information Fragment 1. It is a complete elixir. Consuming it grants enhanced speed, with the effect's magnitude dependent on the user's physical condition and mental fortitude. Information Fragment 2. It is also the starting point of the original school of potion making, belonging to the Mist Body series of elixirs. The success of his third attempt aligned perfectly with his expectations. After reveling in his triumph, Tang Qi transferred the elixir from the cauldron to a pre-prepared glass vial. Simultaneously, he glanced at his own skills, which, as anticipated, had undergone a transformation. Potion making, knowledge from the original school of potion making, level, novice, progress, 1. The initial part seemed quite normal, but the progress percentage elicited an expression of surprise from Tang Qi. The skills he currently possessed, including the meditation technique he practiced daily, had been advancing at a sluggish pace. When he first started, his progress had even begun from a mere fraction. However, he had not expected that upon entering the realm of potion making, it would commence at 1%. Perhaps potion making was indeed somewhat different. Or perhaps the subsequent increments would not be as substantial. After pondering briefly, Tang Qi decided to proceed with the fourth configuration, his eager gaze lingering on the elixir in his hand. Shall I try it? With that thought, Tang Qi hesitated not a moment longer. He uncorked the vial, tilted his head back, and downed the liquid, which flowed smoothly into his belly. Refreshing. A sensation of fullness enveloped him. The reaction was remarkably swift. After consuming the elixir, Tang Qi first felt a refreshing coolness enveloping him, followed by a sensation of swelling in his abdomen. However, upon inspection, he found his stomach still flat, unchanged, as if the inflation were merely an illusion or a phenomenon occurring on another plane. The swelling intensified, extending its influence throughout his entire body. Tang Qi felt akin to a balloon gradually inflating. Even his thoughts began to disperse and expand. This was not a pleasant experience. It reminded him of the malevolent blood flower spirit. Just as Tang Qi contemplated taking action, a sudden sound pierced the void, akin to something puncturing a balloon. Once again, he became acutely aware of his body, yet this time, there was a distinct difference. He felt lighter, with the air's resistance diminishing, and a peculiar itchiness in his feet ignited an odd impulse within him. This sensation of buoyancy was extraordinary. In an instant, Tang Qi sprang into motion. Adopting a stance from his Chaga combat technique, darting forward like a cheetah, he felt the wind rush past him, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself at his own doorstep. Such terrifying speed may have surpassed even that of the dog-faced man from Brock's. In that fleeting moment, Tang Qi could not quantify the difference in speed before and after taking the elixir. However, he calculated that if he were to race against the dog-faced man again, he would no longer need to sacrifice a hand to decode Blood Python number 1. Within the confines of his modest living room, Tang Qi practiced the Chaga combat technique. Movements that had previously posed great difficulty now flowed with ease. The swift elixir not only enhanced his speed, but appeared to facilitate a transformation of his physique, subtle yet significant alterations. Should he encounter the dog-faced man once more, he would require neither the sacrifice of his arm nor the decoding of the blood python. The remarkable augmentation provided by the elixir, combined with his combat skills, would surely enable him to vanquish the creature. After several minutes of acclimating to his newly transformed body, Tang Qi returned to his workbench, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, "I now eagerly anticipate the phantom elixir of the second sequence." Although he spoke of anticipation for the phantom, he proceeded to prepare the swift elixir. Having tested its effects, he felt the need to experiment further with the others. Gurgling sounds echoed as he assessed the progress, which had risen to 2. 1. It appears to be a successful enhancement on the first attempt. Perhaps each formula yields an enhancement upon success, he mused, gazing at the 10 neatly arranged vials of the swift elixir. Without delay, he stored the 10 vials away, silently resolving, "Let us begin the second sequence." With all materials on the workbench consumed, he merely needed to arrange the ingredients for the phantom elixir. Soon, new materials appeared neatly before him. Without hesitation, Tang Qi focused his thoughts and activated his alchemical skills. A multitude of fragmented information swiftly flows past in this moment. Chapter 72, Hazy 10, 9, 8, 7. In the quaint stone building, before the workbench, Tang Qi gazed at the covered crucible, murmuring a countdown. It was quite rare, even in this state of skill activation. A hint of anxiety was etched upon his face. Perhaps it was due to the disheartening outcomes of his previous attempts, all of which had ended in failure. 1. As he uttered this word, Tang Qi abruptly lifted the lid. Bang! A familiar explosion reverberated, sending a tremor through his heart. The previous attempts had yielded similar results. A minor miscalculation had caused the unfinished elixir to explode, leaving Tang Qi with numerous unpleasant experiences. In the pursuit of extracting extraordinary power, the various materials underwent bizarre transformations upon initiation. Success was gratifying, yet failure often resulted in consequences akin to a cruel prank. For instance, during one explosion, the noxious liquid emitted an odor reminiscent of legendary herring in a can. Had he not previously consumed the second sequence of the phantom elixir, the aftermath could have been dire, potentially leaving him incapacitated for days. Despite this, the floor of his home had suffered greatly. Thus, upon hearing the explosion once more, Tang Qi could not help but feel tense. His gaze darted around, ready to retreat at the slightest indication of danger. However, this time, the outcome was not an accident, but rather an extraordinary spectacle. Following the explosion, a stream of black liquid surged forth from the crucible, threatening to splatter and stain the entire workbench. Yet, at that very moment, it appeared to be drawn by some unseen force. Whoosh! The black substance, resembling a chrysalis in perpetual transformation, emerged. Had he succeeded? As a glimmer of ethereal light began to flicker in his eyes, signaling the familiar interface was about to appear, Tang Qi swiftly retrieved a glass vial, positioning it beside the chrysalis. With a gentle scoop, it gradually entered the vial, heralding the birth of a new elixir. Curious subject. Hazy elixir. Quality, excellent. Information fragment 1. It is an excellent elixir. Upon consumption, one can attain a hazy form, with the amplification effect constrained by the user's physical attributes and mental strength. Information fragment 2. It belongs to the original school of elixir alchemy, the Mist Form series, 3rd sequence. Information fragment 3. It is imperative to have consumed the second sequence of the phantom elixir prior to taking this, or unknown consequences may ensue. Tang Qi exhaled a breath of murky air while clutching the glass vial. He appeared somewhat fatigued, his attire soiled, and bloodshot veins were visible in his eyes. Tenderly placing the newly birthed hazy elixir aside, he refrained from consuming it immediately and cast a silent glance at the clock hanging on the wall. Evening, 8:15. Had an entire day already passed? A sense of disorientation washed over Tang Qi as he glanced through the gap in the curtains, observing that night had enveloped everything. Though supported by the practice of meditation and having transcended the limitations of an ordinary individual, Tang Qi still felt a profound weariness after laboring at his workstation for an entire day, especially under the exhilarating impact of successfully concocting the mysterious elixir. He found that the slightest relaxation provoked protests from every part of his body. At this moment, he began to comprehend why the schools possessing knowledge of alchemy had met their demise. After all, with the effects of various elixirs, one could effortlessly arm a formidable army of extraordinary beings. However, upon personally attempting to produce them, he realized that mass production of elixirs was a fallacy. He possessed a unique ability to transform alchemical knowledge into a skill, granting him a success rate in concocting elixirs that far surpassed that of ordinary alchemists. Yet, even so, as the number of concoctions increased, the success rate seemed to stabilize at a certain value. Even if Tang Qi disregarded the depletion of his mental energy, he would still have to incur greater costs to yield more elixirs. Moreover, this only applied to the most accessible first-tier elixirs, with each subsequent tier. The success rate would further diminish while the costs would skyrocket. The mass production he envisioned was proving to be a formidable challenge. Additionally, the consumption of elixirs was not without its limitations. The same elixir could only be consumed once, with repeated use failing to yield cumulative effects. Furthermore, to ingest a higher-tier elixir, one must first have consumed the preceding tier. For instance, the mysterious elixir before him required prior consumption of the phantom elixir, and similarly, the latter necessitated the prior use of the swift elixir. Beyond these stipulations, there existed subtle restrictions that underscored the notion that perfection is an elusive pursuit. Nevertheless, these constraints did not impede Tang Qi's progress. He refrained from consuming the mysterious elixir immediately. Instead, he rinsed himself and prepared a nourishing, delectably fragrant shrimp and vegetable porridge. After soothing his hunger, he settled into a meditative state before his workstation. Compared to sleep, meditation proved to be more efficient and effective. As he visualized the golden sun, it materialized amidst the dark void. An hour later, Tang Qi awoke, rejuvenated and invigorated. The earlier fatigue had vanished completely. He returned to his workstation, casting a glance at the rows of elixirs stored in the freezer, with the mysterious elixir, shaped like a chrysalis, standing out prominently. He also examined his own status. Notably, the progress of his alchemical knowledge had undergone a significant transformation. Alchemy, knowledge of the original school of alchemy, realm, novice, progress, 15. 8. Surprisingly, even Tang Qi had not anticipated that this skill, which he had only recently begun to explore, would rapidly ascend, surpassing the progress of his other skills. While this was indeed astonishing, the process was not overly complex. Prior to concocting the second-tier phantom elixir, his progress stood at 2. 1. Upon success, it instantly surged to 4. 1. After expending additional materials to produce several more bottles of the phantom elixir, his progress escalated directly to 7. 8. Clearly, the current advancement was a direct result of the recent successful concoction of the mysterious elixir. A bottle of nebulous elixir, its progress surpassing the 10% threshold. A high-tier potion promises even greater enhancements. This notion is quite reasonable and heightens my anticipation. The fourth sequence marks the culmination of this series of strengthening elixirs. What transformation shall the progress undergo after the successful concoction of the mist body elixir? Let us commence. Unexpectedly, Tang Qi did not consume the nebulous elixir as he had previously, but instead wasted no time in clearing his workbench, subsequently transporting the materials required for the final sequence one by one. His intention was to mount a vigorous assault on the mist body elixir. As the potion of ultimate sequence, the materials Tang Qi gathered were astonishingly scarce. Setting aside the primary ingredients, the supplementary components were lamentably few. Merely a handful of a mere 10 varieties. However, the 3 primary ingredients, though fewer in number, were exceptionally striking. Chapter 73. The terrifying ability during the century of mysterious disappearance. The majority of the Federation's populace embraced a more scientific and convenient lifestyle. However, many chose an alternative way of living. For instance, the first vendor encountered by Tang Qi in Blue Bear Park, the mountain dweller Thorn, as well as the spiritual elder and the soul soothers who continued their superstitious practices, all fled the urban environment to pursue distinct lives in the wilderness or tribal settings. Unlike the city dwellers, they exhibited a markedly stronger receptiveness to the mysterious, often actively seeking to engage with and gather related materials. Ultimately, this led to a curious assortment of items available in the evening market, which found their way into Tang Qi's possession: a mushroom adorned with gray spots, a pair of still fresh eyeballs, and a pouch of black blood. The enigmatic gray-spotted mushroom only appears in foggy conditions within canyons, swamps, or other hidden locales. When consumed by ordinary individuals, it induces hallucinatory effects, often utilized by some hippies as a substitute for expensive morphine. The fresh eyeballs of the ghostly owl, a fearsome predator that only emerges at night, and the blood of the black water salamander, which can only be preserved for 3 days before becoming highly toxic. As Tang Qi muttered to himself, his hands were already in motion. Within his mind, the recipe for the mist body elixir flowed through him. One by one, he added the various ingredients into the cauldron, which soon transformed into a bubbling concoction. Alongside it, bones and chunks of meat rolled about. Were it not for the somewhat repulsive aroma wafting through the air, one might have mistaken Tang Qi for concocting a hearty broth. The true test was yet to come. Enduring the strange odor, he silently grasped the gray-spotted mushroom, tossing it in without hesitation. An eerie spectacle unfolded as the sizable mushroom made contact with the broth. It dissolved silently, causing the entire liquid to erupt into a furious boil, releasing a scent at least tenfold more intense than before. Even more alarming. As the grayish gas billowed forth, Tang Qi felt his head tremble, and the scene before him began to tumultuously shift. The ceiling appeared to collapse, the ground twisted and warped, and the cabinet in the corner sprouted limbs. The stirring rod in his other hand suddenly grew a mouth, gnawing at his palm. Here it comes. The reason the mist body is classified as a high-tier enhancement elixir lies not only in its potency, but also in the complexity of its preparation. Even the most seasoned alchemists must concoct it amidst a haze of illusions, which will not dissipate until the elixir is successfully prepared. Imagine, in such an environment, whether an alchemist who was not even an apprentice could successfully create a high-tier elixir like the mist body. In fact, Tang Qi could not even locate the cauldron at this moment. No wonder Professor Castle would rather toil over concocting monster elixirs and undergo arduous transformations than dare to challenge this enhancement series. It is worth noting that the mist body elixir could, to some extent, offer a solution to cancer. However, I am not a conventional alchemist. In a moment of contemplation, Tang Qi abruptly closed his eyes and unleashed another skill, the Eye of the Furnace. Boom. In a mere second, the golden light in Tang Qi's eyes vanished. Yet, within that fleeting moment, the effect was triggered: tranquility. All illusions dissipated under his gaze, vanishing without a trace. Subsequently, Tang Qi once again delved into his alchemical skills. He simultaneously grasped an eyeball and black blood, thrusting the eyeball of the phantom owl into the bag of blood. Upon contact, an immediate reaction ensued, as the black blood seemed to find its source, fervently burrowing into the eyeball. Soon, the bag of blood disappeared, replaced by 2 pitch-black orbs, akin to black pearls. However, they were highly unstable, darting wildly in Tang Qi's hands, as if on the verge of exploding. At that moment, the hallucinogenic gas began to take effect. Before the tide of illusions could arise, Tang Qi uttered a low growl, gripping the black orbs tightly, and ruthlessly hurled them into the cauldron. Pop! The nascent illusions vanished, and the nauseating odor dissipated. Tang Qi immediately leaned down to observe. Within the cauldron, the repugnant broth had vanished, replaced by a bubble that was visibly expanding. The surface of the bubble shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors, while inside, a wisp of gray mist continuously morphed into irregular shapes. To Tang Qi's delight, a faint glow flickered within. A special interface was slowly materializing. Had he succeeded? At once. Phew. There was no time to express his joy, nor to discern the fragments of information attached to the misty elixir. Tang Qi seemed to have anticipated the process. As the bubble gradually swelled, he suddenly stepped forward, retrieving the nebulous elixir from the freezing box. Without hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and, without a glance, consumed the entire contents. Boom. This was the effect of the nebulous elixir, a formidable power of concealment. Such power was surely the dream of every assassin. However, it was still insufficient. In a flash of thought, Tang Qi reappeared before the cauldron. His palm extended, and with a pop, he shattered the bubble. The wisp of gray smoke seemed to sense something and twisted, attempting to escape. Yet, in the direction it chose, Tang Qi's face appeared without warning. And without the slightest courtesy, he inhaled, drawing the gray mist into his abdomen. Buzz. As the gray mist entered, it seemed to trigger the final reaction. A wondrous transformation occurred within Tang Qi's body. Starting from his head, a buzzing tremor began, gradually extending throughout his being. An indescribable sensation enveloped him. He felt every part of his body disassembling and reassembling. He slowly raised his hands, only to discover that his fair skin had suddenly been tinged with gray, which then burst apart, transforming into two swirling masses of gray mist. Looking down, he observed the same phenomenon occurring in his lower body. He cast a perceptive glance towards the side of the small living room, where a full-length mirror stood. In that moment, he beheld his own reflection. Instantly, he felt himself disintegrate, transforming into a haze of gray mist. Initially, he maintained a semblance of human form, but within a heartbeat, Tang Qi realized he could command it all. With a rush, the gray mist no longer clung to its human shape. It elongated and twisted, shifting irregularly as it flowed throughout the room, undeterred by any obstacle, slipping effortlessly through every crevice, even walls. It was akin to a child who had just acquired a new toy. Tang Qi relentlessly experimented with the transition between flesh and vapor in the living room, simultaneously endeavoring to incorporate additional skills, mindful that discharging a firearm in the dead of night would be rather inappropriate. Thus, he naturally opted for Chaga combat techniques. Were someone to witness this scene, they would behold an extraordinarily eerie and terrifying spectacle within the confines of the cramped living room. A subtle wisp of gray smoke danced about, which, in an instant, morphed into fists and feet, unleashing an array of devastating attacks. After a full 30 minutes of experimentation, Tang Qi began to tire of the novelty and, once assured of his adaptation to the transformation, he drifted back to the full-length mirror, where a wisp of smoke coalesced and slowly transformed back into Tang Qi. Observing the metamorphosis firsthand, even he could not suppress a sense of wonder, his eyes betraying the joy that surfaced within. What a formidable ability! My current combat prowess. A powerful impulse surged within him, urging him to step outside and utilize the mark of misfortune to experience the exhilarating shift in his newfound power. However, upon glimpsing the sun beginning to rise beyond the curtain-esque gap, he was compelled to temporarily suppress this desire. His gaze instinctively fell upon a pile of photographs on the sofa, and he calmly remarked, "A new day has begun." Chapter 74. Unpacking as the dawn broke. The Thorn campus began to buzz with activity. Within a quaint stone building, Tang Qi had already enjoyed a delectable breakfast. The sweet, tender red heart potatoes, having spun in the oven, released an aromatic fragrance that enveloped the entire building upon peeling their skin. Paired with a cup of yogurt, the meal was utterly satisfying. After all, those involved in the enigmatic arts need not fret over weight concerns. After tidying everything up, Tang Qi grasped his textbooks and today's supplementary materials, ready to join the throng of students converging on campus for class. However, upon reaching the small parlor, he paused briefly before approaching a shelf. Lifting the black cloth draped over a glass jar, he greeted, "Good morning, Professor Castle," while also pouring a splash of fresh water into the container for the creature within. Upon hearing his words, the submerged castle appeared somewhat sluggish, only registering Tang Qi's presence a moment later. With a slight, clumsy motion, it raised a tentacle and gently tapped the glass twice, signifying its acknowledgement. Tang Qi's act of leaving Professor Castle to watch over things was merely a whimsical gesture. The true security lay in the measures he had set in place. Among his treasures, the most precious was undoubtedly the elixir he had painstakingly concocted over the course of a day and night. Other items, such as the human skin ointment and the hybrid manuscript of the Hellhound, held far less significance. Should any intruder recklessly attempt to breach Tang Qi's safe, they would likely encounter a rather explosive welcome. The truly remarkable artifacts that served Tang Qi, such as the enigmatic hairpin, the blade of Heg, or blood python no. 1. Were securely kept on his person. One could only imagine the expressions of his classmates or instructors if they were to discover that he carried a hand cannon with him. Although it was a prestigious academy, most students, aside from a few second-generation elites, were diligently pursuing their studies, driven by the competitive nature of the city. The children of the middle class, in fact, often exerted more effort than those from lower or upper echelons. It was nearly impossible for students from the lower class to gain admission, unless they were exceptionally gifted like Sally. Such circumstances were rare in other institutions, but here, power and wealth reigned supreme, particularly among the offspring of influential figures, many of whom served as board members, rendering privilege a commonplace occurrence. With the troublemaking second-generation students absent, the typical students maintained a wary distance from Tang Qi and Sally. The two, in contrast, enjoyed a leisurely atmosphere. Sally continued to embody her unkempt, homebody persona, attentively listening to lectures and diligently taking notes, often copying Tang Qi's as well. Meanwhile, Tang Qi immersed himself in substantial tomes, whether it be the Century of Federal Oddities, Absurdity and Reality, Monster Files, or other volumes he had borrowed, all filled with complex and chaotic content that could induce a headache. Only Tang Qi seemed capable of perusing such material for an entire day without a hint of fatigue. It is worth noting that Tang Qi, too, possessed the privilege of taking leave from classes at will. Recently acquired, coordinated by the Miser Police Department and Thorn High School. Tang Qi serves as a consultant to the police, allowing him the flexibility to attend classes at will. This arrangement undoubtedly facilitates Tang Qi in fulfilling his advisory responsibilities. However, the reception director at Thorn High School may not share this sentiment. One can only imagine her silent astonishment, pondering the influential figure standing behind this orphan student, who, with a peculiar sense of humor, granted him the title of police consultant as a privilege. After taking a leave of absence yesterday, Tang Qi was scheduled to visit the police department today. The news of his successful resolution of the Tulip Street murder case and the Ice Corpse incident had circulated for an entire day, leading to an overwhelming backlog of case files at the Miser Police Department as various districts clamored to pass their supernatural and mysterious cases to him. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, Tang Qi found himself compelled to postpone his visit for another day. He spent the entire day within the campus, engrossed in his studies while seemingly awaiting something. Yet, as evening descended and all the students departed, bidding farewell to Sally, he realized that his anticipation had gone unfulfilled. The photographs were delivered 2 days prior, under normal circumstances. That time frame should have sufficed for the family to come forth. Samra was traveling abroad, and the acting patriarch, Morgan, was nowhere to be found. Did they not harbor any curiosity? Were they not concerned? If they had indeed located the villa, it stood to reason that they were aware of my identity, or rather, the original owner's identity, and perhaps they had already learned of old Morgan's demise. However, it was not truly a death, according to their tribal customs. The disappearance of a soul signifies true death. This was likely the reason Samra had not yet made an appearance, as I had merely cremated old Morgan's body, while his soul remained intact upon the scales. Thus, why had the family, under Abu's control, not yet sought me out? They were unaware of the soul-switching ritual. Yet with the disappearance of the elder who had consistently cared for and financially supported them, I, as the minor lord, should hold the most valid claim to the truth. If they wished to uncover everything, their only recourse would be to inquire with me. Perhaps an unforeseen circumstance had detained them? As these thoughts flickered through his mind, Tang Qi halted, realizing that the clues were too scant for speculation to bear fruit. After hastily finishing his dinner, he chose not to linger. Nor did he enter into his usual meditative practices. Instead, he approached his workstation once more. This evening, he intended to create something new, but before that, he planned to forge a weapon for himself. The Chaga combat technique encompassed more than mere hand-to-hand combat. Yet, what sort of weapon it would be remained uncertain even to Tang Qi. It felt akin to opening a treasure chest in a game from his past life. Surely, his luck would not be too dire. He mused, then reached into his pocket to retrieve a rather crude and poorly crafted bone blade. Chapter 75, The Power of Suffering and the Blade of Hag. Gazing upon the primitive and unrefined form, Tang Qi felt a profound conviction. The trade in items associated with serial killers constitutes a well-established industry, ignited with each arrest of a serial murderer. Despite the relentless denunciation from law enforcement, the audacious merchants of the black market remain undeterred. After all, it is a venture fraught with enormous profit and minimal risk. This bone blade, presumably crafted from the hardest rib of Jeffrey Hag, was likely unearthed directly from his grave by a merchant's minion. As for the fate of the other remains, who knows? Who cares? By a twist of fate, a peculiar artifact was born. During a century when the mystical was severely diminished, most artifacts emerged in this manner, often existing in a special state that required individuals possessing extraordinary knowledge to decode. However, for Tang Qi, mastering an extensive array of knowledge was unnecessary. The methods of decipherment manifested in his mind. What he needed to do now was to wait. Placing the bone blade upon the workbench, Tang Qi gently seated himself and retrieved a peculiar knot, beginning to channel his energy slowly. Time swiftly passed, marked by the rhythmic ticking of the wall clock. Undisturbed, Tang Qi worked with remarkable efficiency. Before the clock struck midnight, he had once again liberated 2 young maidens. They appeared to be ordinary girls. Their attire unremarkable, yet their beauty undeniable. The 2 blonde maidens exchanged playful smiles with Tang Qi before gradually dissipating. At that moment, the clock emitted a notably louder chime. Midnight had arrived. Hastily, Tang Qi stowed the knot into his pocket and grasped the blade of Hag tightly. He forcefully suppressed the feeling of nausea and discomfort, silently chanting, "Jeffrey Hag, Jeffrey Hag, Jeffrey Hag." 3 iterations, each imbued with a different intonation. For Tang Qi sensed a resistance, as if something sought to impede the utterance of that name. Upon breaking through this resistance and completing the chant, the bone blade in his hand suddenly became slick, its yellowed edge oozing crimson threads that rapidly transformed the entire knife into a vivid scarlet hue, which then spread across Tang Qi's palm, enveloping him entirely. Buzz. Tang Qi's vision was abruptly drawn into a sanguine realm, revealing motels, streets, dark alleys, opulent villas, and the restroom of a gas station all drenched in blood. Distorted souls wailed, begged for mercy, and cursed. Fragments of memory. Images of all those Jeffrey Hagg had tormented. The repulsive sensations mingled with a release of exhilaration, akin to crimson tendrils attempting to ensnare Tang Qi's spirit. A voice, magnetic and alluring, whispered in his ear, "Is it not delightful? Is it not captivating? Would you not wish to personally feel, to experience this splendid world? You are the master. You are their king. Your words are tiresome." The abrupt words that escaped Tang Qi's lips left the ethereal figure hovering above the workbench momentarily stunned. It was a gaunt man with dark, curly hair, high cheekbones, and deep-set eyes, whose blue irises reflected not purity, but a twisted madness, a bloodthirsty gaze that sent shivers down the spine. A faint, otherworldly glow coalesced into a peculiar image. Extraordinary entity, the vengeful spirit of Jeffrey Hagg. Status, intact. Fragment of information 2. Acknowledge his legend. The bone blade shall transform into a potent weapon. Slay him, and the bone blade will undergo an unknown metamorphosis. I relish surprises of the unknown. As Tang Qi murmured this, the choice before him became all too evident. The vengeful spirit of Jeffrey Hagg pondered why this human was impervious to its seduction when suddenly an ominous sense of danger seized its psyche. Instinctively, it raised its gaze, only to behold a hand enveloped in golden flames. Boom! A scream erupted, lasting less than a second. The power of the furnace proved remarkably effective against vengeful and malevolent spirits. Tang Qi witnessed the soul of a legendary serial killer disintegrate into ashes at his command, while from the bone blade in his other hand, a viscous, murky substance surged forth, seemingly eager to escape into an unknown realm. The black sludge was repulsive and filthy, conjuring an overwhelming sense of nausea far more intense than before. The bone blade began to transform. Though it remained rough, the once yellowed blade began to pale. Resembling the white stone of an ancient church, a black line running through its center. A new, distinct glow gathered in Tang Qi's eyes, revealing a fresh image. Curiosity, Hagg's hatred. Quality, excellent. Fragment of information 1. You have slain Hagg's spirit. In its final moments, it harbored hatred towards you, releasing all its demonic essence. However, having lost control, the delicate balance within the bone blade has been disrupted, making it lean towards order and justice. Fragment of information 2. Its extraordinary power inflicts agony. Evil beings wounded or slain by it will endure excruciating pain and perish in their wails. I adore this name, Tang Qi exclaimed, grasping the newly revitalized bone blade with a smile. For him, there had always been but one method to decipher this weapon. The outcome was exceedingly satisfying. He had obtained a new source of power and a gratifying close combat weapon. The power of pain sounded intriguing. Time was of the essence. After uttering this phrase, Tang Qi cast a glance at the now completely darkened sky. Without further delay, he swiftly prepared blood python number 1. Ammunition, in the tier of the siren, donning a black outfit akin to a utility garment capable of carrying numerous items. Under the cover of night, he hastily departed the brick building, traversing the secluded tree-lined paths of the campus, appearing anxious as he stealthily slipped out of the grounds. The scene resembled that of receiving an invitation from a friend, eagerly rushing out to indulge in an exhilarating and vibrant nightlife. In a typical high school, such a moment would be unlikely to unfold. However, this is Thorne's High School, where such sights are commonplace. Groups of students often scale the walls to escape. A regular occurrence. Yet, in that very instant when this impatient high schooler broke free from the campus and entered a shadowy street, a sudden transformation occurred. Without warning, his body disintegrated into a haze of grayish smoke, seamlessly merging with the night and the shadows that enveloped him. Chapter 76. Ghouls and Traps Outside of Georgeway Village. In the suburbs of Miser City, Tang Qi walked with his head slightly bowed, his pace hurried, moving under the dim light of the moon. Flanking him were foreboding woods, comprised of robust trees with dense foliage that might appear beautiful in daylight, yet in the dead of night, they exuded an ominous aura, as if ravenous beasts could spring forth at any moment. Ahead of him loomed a shroud of gray, chilly mist, obscuring the view of the darkened forest, gentle slopes, roadside, and hollows, all dotted with gravestone-like structures. Indeed, those were gravestones. Georgeway Village was established by the first generation of pioneers and gold seekers, and it naturally became the resting place for the first batch of the deceased. However, with the subsequent establishment of Miser Cemetery, this place ceased to welcome new guests. The living residents gradually departed, leaving the area desolate, frequented only by a few homeless wanderers, solitary elders, and a handful of adventurous youths drawn to the thrill of danger. Especially at this hour, Tang Qi ventured here to experiment with his newfound abilities. Soon, he found himself amidst the disorderly graveyard, where most gravestones were merely square slabs embedded in the ground, with the more lavish ones utilizing a few additional stones. Yet, most of these first-generation brave souls left no descendants, resulting in neglect and a lack of flowers. Occasionally, one might spot a few wilted blooms. After wandering for about 10 minutes, Tang Qi stumbled upon a small, dilapidated wooden cabin, presumably once the abode of a gray keeper. He did not enter but glanced through the broken window, noting the hasty departure of its last occupant, as many belongings remained, even a pillow and quilt on the bed, albeit in a state of decay. The cluttered floor held a shovel and a small iron pot containing dark, lumpy contents, likely potatoes. "This will do," he mused, hoping it wouldn't be too terrifying, for he was not fond of horror films. Tang Qi made a dry joke to himself. Then his gaze fell upon the back of his left hand. Buzz! A thought brushed against it. The familiar scene unfolded once more, as the mark of misfortune began to manifest, releasing an ominous aura. Lowering his arm, he allowed the aura to spread and commenced a circuit around the small cabin, surveying the terrain while silently timing himself. He recalled the last time in the Newton district, where he had made a significant error, underestimating the power of misfortune, which had drawn far too many anomalies. Had it not been for the appearance of the dual-wielding Saran, he would have undoubtedly faced a dire assault. This time, Tang Qi meticulously controlled the duration. 1 minute. Soon, the limit was reached. His intent extended to seal the mark. But at that moment, an unusual sound suddenly emanated from behind him. From within the cabin, Tang Qi Fei swiftly closed the seal, his body tense, and suddenly turned around. Through the shattered window, he discerned the source of the strange sound in an instant. The floor of the small cabin abruptly crumbled, revealing the dark, loamy earth beneath, from which a stooped, ancient figure emerged. Its garments, long since decayed, clung tightly to its skeletal form, exuding a rubbery texture. Half of its hair had rotted away, leaving only a few strands hanging from its skull. In the moonlight, Tang observed that it possessed a visage akin to that of a dog. With hooves for feet and sharp claws, its green, glistening eyes locking onto his, emitting a disconcerting and nauseating sound reminiscent of weeping. Was this a ghoul? As Tang uttered these words to himself, a faint, ethereal glow coalesced, swiftly forming an image in his mind's eye. Extraordinary entity. Ghoul. Status. Hungry. Information Fragment 1. It is so grotesque and repulsive that it evokes feelings of unease and disgust. Who could have imagined that it was once a member of humanity? A revered gravekeeper, until the day it utterly forsook its dignity and consumed its first morsel of expired human flesh. The fragments of information flowed through Tang's consciousness, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. If memory served, ghouls were typically known to be social creatures, were they not? With this thought, a cacophony of thuds erupted from the graveyard surrounding the cabin, or rather, the barren land, as the earth erupted and one by one, humanoid monsters clawed their way from the ground, all resembling the gravekeeper ghoul that was currently striving to break through the cabin and pounce upon Tang. Pairs of green eyes swiftly encircled him. Moreover, from all directions in the vicinity, strange noises echoed as peculiar figures hastened towards the scene. The loathsome scent in the air grew ever more potent. The hairs on the back of Tang's neck stood on end. This was a harbinger of danger. The creatures enticed by the aura of the cursed seal had finally arrived en masse. Undoubtedly, the most eager among them was the gravekeeper ghoul before him. The first sumptuous feast was meant to be its prize. No, rather, it was meant to be all its own. Just as the gravekeeper ghoul pondered where to sink its teeth into Tang, it failed to notice the slight upturn at the corner of his mouth as he muttered to himself, though it appears rather repulsive, it should suffice as bait. No sooner had he spoken than Tang suddenly stepped forward, intentionally opening the door of the small cabin and entering before the rancid odor could waft out. "Ah, no. Help me. Get away from me, you accursed monster." Hearing the sound of the banquet commencing, the other ghouls that had just clawed their way from the earth hurriedly rushed over, their movements akin to the most infamous and detestable hyenas of the Sahara, flocking together to feast. Yet, As their rubbery-headed forms crowded before the dilapidated cabin, they were met with the sight of a drooling, bewildered companion. While the grand feast had vanished without a trace, due to decades of hunger, their cognitive faculties had diminished to the point of near non-existence, rendering them incapable of reasoning about the scene before them. They relied solely on instinct, sensing the tantalizing essence still lingering within their companion. Companion, what does that signify? Is it consumable? The answer is affirmative. Soft, muffled cries began to resonate, echoing under the moonlight. In front of the dilapidated wooden shack, a horde of ghouls surged forward, their foul mouths agape, devouring nearly every part of the Gravekeeper ghoul. Surrounding the earth, various grotesque entities drifted closer, equally eager. The feast was about to commence. Chapter 77. Annihilation. A horde of frenzied ghouls swiftly devoured the once vigilant Gravekeeper, though the flesh of their kin was far from delectable, lacking blood and rich meat. Reduced to gelatinous skin and bone, akin to gnawing on parchment or stone, such overwhelming temptation drove these ghouls to partake nevertheless. Yet, one ghoul was evidently insufficient to satiate all. Those who arrived late could only watch in despair. It was not until the first tardy ghoul let out a low growl that chaos erupted. With a head reminiscent of a hyena, it lunged, its foul jaws clamping down on the neck of another ghoul that had feasted. The fray ignited instantaneously. The ghouls, akin to rabid hyenas, began to savagely attack one another until a peculiar figure, a towering scarecrow clad in tattered garments, rushed onto the scene. Alas, it barely had time to act before being overwhelmed by a dozen ghouls. Its considerable stature offered no protection against their ravenous maws. Despite releasing a deadly miasma before being torn apart, it lost all but its head. Equally unfortunate was a massive bat that arrived soon after. To call it merely a bat would be an injustice. It resembled a flying porcine creature, sporting a human visage, with its abdomen oozing toxic black ichor and possessing a pair of eerie, glowing red eyes. As it approached, initially targeting the ghouls, the scarecrow's noxious gas brought it crashing down to the ground. Upon landing, its blood-red eyes petrified any ghoul that ventured too close. Such a terrifying ability hinted at a formidable monstrosity. Regrettably, its triumph was short-lived. A humanoid creature enveloped in mud emerged, seizing the bat and forcefully slamming it to the ground, endeavoring to reduce it to paste. The creature's petrifying gaze proved ineffective against the mud-encrusted entity, resulting in a fierce struggle between the two. Horrific and grotesque apparitions, comprising both genders and all ages, surged forth as malevolent spirits, weaving through the battlefield like ethereal winds. Though lacking physical forms, a subtle, fragrant essence wafted through the air, prompting these spirits to engage in a frenzied slaughter, their anguished wails echoing ominously. Should any stranger have passed by at that moment, the scene would have driven them to madness. What was this? A banquet of monsters? The chaotic melee raged on for several seconds, yielding no casualties aside from a few ghouls squashed beneath the mud creature's might. The scarecrow, obsessed with dismembering humans to adorn itself, continued its futile attempts to reassemble its form amidst the fierce clash between the mud creature and the aberration, which was particularly brutal. Yet the mud creature merely shed layer upon layer of its exterior, while the aberration's wings suffered grievous damage. The most tedious of all were the malevolent spirits, whose cacophony of combat was deafening, yet not a single spirit fell in the tumult. Amidst this pandemonium, none noticed the first casualty from the remains of the dismembered ghoul. A wisp of vengeful spirit began to rise slowly into the air. At the outset, it presented its true form, a seemingly amiable elder clad in blue overalls, adorned with a straw hat. Yet, as one gazed upon him, a transformation began. A hyena-like visage emerged, his body shriveling, and claws began to materialize. Unfortunately, at that very moment, an unforeseen event transpired. A thick, grayish fog materialized behind him, and a wisp of this fog drifted forth, abruptly morphing into a pale human hand. Without warning, a golden flame erupted, seizing his vengeful spirit as effortlessly as dry hay ignites in fire, instantly reducing it to a plume of black ash that vanished without a trace. He did not even have time to emit a cry of despair. The same fate befell the petrified ghouls. As the fog wafted past, fists and feet struck rapidly, the sounds of impact resonating, and one by one, their vengeful souls emerged, only to dissolve into black ash. The remaining ghouls, gravely wounded from infighting, swiftly followed suit. The first to witness this horrific spectacle were the malevolent spirits engaged in battle in the night sky. Upon observing that wherever the fog passed, souls were silently consumed by flames, and as the golden blaze overflowed, the malevolent spirits let out a collective shriek of terror, instinctively attempting to flee. Yet, in that moment, they realized they could not. Their incorporeal forms seemed anchored in place, helplessly watching as the fog approached, and amidst the surging golden flames, they, like the ghouls, became mere fuel. Though Tang Qi's actions were subtle, the battlefield was limited, and the three remaining grotesque beings soon noticed him. Whether it be the scarecrow, the sludge monster, or the hideous demon, each held dominion in this suburban realm, traditionally carving out their territories. Any human who dared to intrude would face dire consequences. Death was a luxury beyond reach. Yet at this moment, fear flickered in their eyes. Enough, young warlock, they buzzed. The demise of these loathsome creatures has already showcased your glory. You would not wish to stand against us. The three grotesques unexpectedly united. An image that seemed anything but harmonious. Tang Qi quietly drew forth the blood python number 1, a faint smile gracing his lips. Had it not been for the overly ostentatious design of the hand cannon, he would have appeared as a charming young gentleman, utterly unrecognizable from the one who had previously annihilated the ghouls and malevolent spirits. As he loaded the furnace bullets into blood python number 1, he approached the three beasts. A seemingly bashful smile upon his face, his calm voice drifting through the night breeze. I am afraid I cannot acquiesce to your request. The scarecrow, though resilient, was not the mightiest among them. In truth, the most powerful of the three was the demon, possessing the ability to petrify with its gaze and spew venom. However, regrettably, such abilities were rendered ineffective against Tang, who had acquired the power of vaporization. The scarecrow miraculously survived until the very end. For Tang Qi required it as a sparring partner to enhance his Chaga combat technique. Judging by the results, it proved to be an exceptionally competent training companion. Tang Qi could nearly anticipate that the progress of his Chaga combat technique would witness an astonishing surge. However, at that moment, he was evidently too pressed for time to assess it. The sensation of his head swelling was nearly overwhelming, and his brow throbbed as if something within was on the verge of explosion. It seemed he had perhaps overindulged in fuel. As the thought resonated, Tang Qi's form instantly disintegrated, transforming into a wisp of gray mist that swiftly melted into the night, racing towards the thorny district. Chapter 78, The Nightmare Octopus. Within the confines of the campus, in a modest stone building, a second-floor bedroom, Tang Qi sat cross-legged upon the carpet, his attire unchanged. At this moment, he had entered into a meditative state. The familiar realm of darkness unfolded before him, where a golden sun was gradually taking shape. Ancient patterns emerged, meticulously delineating themselves. As the sun fully formed, streams of golden light converged from all directions, some robust, others as delicate as mist. These luminous threads represented Tang Qi's harvest for the night, contributed by a host of ghouls, malevolent spirits, and three peculiar entities. As these essences swiftly integrated into Tang Qi's mental prowess, the sensation of swelling discomfort dissipated rapidly, replaced by a powerful and warm feeling. He felt invincible. Believing he no longer required his mist form, blood python number 1, or even his combat techniques, a single punch could obliterate those earlier monstrosities. Such thoughts, however, were mere illusions, pleasant, yet misleading. Nonetheless, he dared to anticipate the enhancement of his skills upon awakening. Just as he began to indulge in these aspirations, an unforeseen incident transpired. A low, guttural roar suddenly echoed from beyond the fissure. With each meditation, Tang Qi had grown accustomed to the strange phenomena he encountered, occasionally observing them with an appreciative eye. Yet, this time was different. Beyond the fissure lay an infinitely eerie universe, unlike the twisted auroras, flowing black vapors, and shadowy whispers he had previously witnessed. This time, he glimpsed what unmistakably resembled a colossal creature. It appeared to be voraciously consuming the anomalies that should have flowed into the fissure, ensnaring both mist and aurora with its grotesquely fleshy tendrils, before drawing them into an immense maw lined with jagged, pearly teeth, layers upon layers obscuring its depths. Boom! A thunderous resonance surged forth, an overwhelming malevolence, unanticipated and relentless, pierced through Tang Qi's skull, stirring the very essence of his mind. As the golden sun he had conjured wavered under this dark influence, two fleshy tendrils suddenly breached the fissure, revealing a massive crimson eyeball that eclipsed the golden sun in size. In that moment, Tang Qi discerned malevolence and greed within that gaze. Was I merely a tempting morsel? After whispering this thought, a buzzing commenced within his head. He did not wish to clarify the source of this sound. He was wholly focused on consolidating his spirit, drawing from his previous experience. He resisted the chaos that threatened to engulf him, and once more began to delineate his meditation within his mind. This time, with even greater audacity, his mental imagery unfolded, a desolate land, a dark cosmos, and a primitive boy wielding a wooden stick, painstakingly sketching a vast pattern upon the ochre earth. Each stroke was laborious, yet his resolve remained unwavering. He bowed his head, as if the emerging design beneath his feet embodied the entirety of the world. The essence of his faith. As he completed the final stroke, the eerie creature once again thrust a tentacle into the realm. While its colossal form appeared to be wedged within the crevice. Boom. 3 tentacles, adorned with blackened flesh, surged forth towards the golden sun that was the manifestation of Tang Qi, until buzz. Without any forewarning, the golden sun, which had been flickering and seemingly on the verge of dissipating, suddenly swelled exponentially. The already confined space was entirely engulfed by the golden flames, and in an instant, the 3 tentacles evaporated, leaving behind 3 robust streams of golden light that silently merged into Tang Qi's consciousness. The deep crimson eye, at the moment the golden sun erupted, attempted to retreat but was a fraction too late. The golden flames swept outwards, charring a significant portion of the eye. A roar, imbued with terror and fury, resonated from beyond the crevice, forcibly shattering Tang Qi's meditative state. In a sudden awakening upon the soft lunar-patterned carpet, Tang Qi found himself drenched in sweat, enveloped in a peculiar sensation of fullness and fatigue. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he relaxed and collapsed onto the carpet, bursting into laughter. "I have triumphed," he silently mouthed. Just before emerging from his meditation, he glimpsed the final scene outside the crevice, a creature, shrouded in shadows, fleeing. Fragments of information were also captured by Tang Qi. This mark can be recognized by similar nightmarish entities. Thus, was I truly regarded as food? Slowly rising, he retained the vivid images from his meditation. He had merely intended to utilize meditation to digest the fuel, but encountered a terrifying creature. From the fragmented information, it seemed to have inadvertently stumbled across the golden sun he had manifested, only to be thwarted, marking him as untouchable before its departure. Moreover, this mark was recognizable to its kin. This could be considered a fortunate turn of events, yielding rewards beyond his expectations. Tang Qi murmured to himself, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face. Successfully countering the threat, he had also seized unexpected spoils. At that moment, he distinctly felt the transformation within himself. Lowering his gaze to survey his being, under the influence of his unique abilities, a personal attribute interface materialized once more. Ignoring everything else, he focused directly on his skills. Each skill had undergone astonishing changes. The first to emerge was the Golden Furnace Meditation Technique. Golden Furnace Meditation Technique, an extraordinarily ancient method of meditation that grants unimaginable power. Realm, Novice, Progress, 9%. A look of astonishment flickered in Tang Qi's eyes. If he recalled correctly, the progress of the meditation technique had previously lingered just over 1%. Such an alarming gain from this experience? If it reached 10%, remarkable changes would manifest. The second thought arose, somewhat inexplicably. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Tang Qi sensed that it was indeed true. Just as the progress in alchemical studies allows one to concoct subsequent elixirs once a higher threshold is crossed, so too would the meditation techniques undergo certain transformations, albeit temporarily, and their nature remained uncertain. Chapter 79. The beggar. Having observed the transformations of the meditation technique, Tang Qi's gaze drifted to other skills. Furnace Eye, derived skill. Activated through the eyes, possesses the effects of intimidation and tranquility, and can be further enhanced. Realm, beginner, progress, 5. The increase in the furnace eye seemed to follow the trajectory of the meditation technique. Although not as dramatic, it nonetheless exhibited a significant leap. Tang Qi could sense that he no longer needed to prepare. He could directly channel the power of the furnace into his eyes and activate this derived skill. The potency might even be beyond his expectations. The third image that emerged was that of the Chaga fighting technique. The increase in this skill truly took Tang Qi by surprise. Without examining other fragments of information, his focus landed squarely on the progress. 20. The leap in advancement made Tang Qi's brows arch slightly as he fell into contemplation. Especially with the emergence of the mist body, its upper limit was raised once more. The combined power, when battling the Scarecrow, required neither the Blood Python number 1 nor the Wrath of Black Go, for the fighting technique alone was sufficient to vanquish it. This had been unimaginable before. The raw techniques of the fighting skill could only deal with dog-faced men and hellhounds, and even then, it required the might of Blood Python number 1. Yet, with the combination of the mist body, an array of astonishing techniques could be unleashed, elevating his combat prowess to match the grotesque skirmish of the Scarecrow. In his current state, Facing the manatee siren would demand no firearms. Close-quarters combat would suffice. Would the upper limit continue to rise should I integrate other skills in the future? Tang Qi felt as though he had grasped a crucial insight. Yet the samples were still too few to dispel the final veil of mystery. The skills Tang Qi possessed, aside from the meditation technique, furnace eye, and fighting technique, included only pharmacology. Unlike the mist body, which was an effect of the potion, its consumption could vaporize not only the body but also nearby objects, such as clothing and firearms, though this effect was constrained by Tang Qi's mental capacity. This was made possible through the configuration of Swift, Phantom, Mist, in the mist body, an entire series of enhancements. Strictly speaking, this was an achievement beyond the reach of many pharmacology apprentices, at least within the foundational knowledge of the original pharmacology school, although this enhancement series did not require the configurator to be an advanced apprentice. Novices would seldom dare to challenge it. Most beginners typically grappled with spiritual potions or wind language potions. As for the Rubberman potion, it represented the most daunting challenge faced by advancing apprentices. Among the three foundational potions, this one stood out for its extraordinary difficulty. Tang Qi even suspected that the decline of the original pharmacology school was linked to this potion. While the difficulty of configuring the Rubberman potion was lower than that of the entire enhancement series, this was contingent upon possessing all necessary materials. The Rubberman potion contained some extraordinary materials that Tang Qi could not gather in a short period. Of course, even if he could find them, he would still opt for the mist body potion. However, Tang Qi achieved this remarkable feat through his unique abilities, which are not universally applicable. His progress in the arcane art of potion making is solely attributable to the accumulation of numerous potions. At present, he possesses over 10 bottles of swift elixirs, nearly 10 bottles of phantom elixirs, and 3 bottles of nebulous elixirs. As for the final potion, the mist-bound elixir, Tang Qi has no intention of concocting a second bottle for the time being. Once he had meticulously organized everything, dawn arrived. Tang Qi indulged in a soothing hot shower and prepared himself a hearty breakfast. After half an hour, he emerged revitalized and refreshed. Yet, there lingered an ineffable aura about him, a peculiar quality that rendered direct eye contact uncomfortable. It was as if beneath his serene exterior lay something terrifying. He could not ascertain whether this aura stemmed from the numerous oddities he had vanquished the previous night or from the 3 tentacles. Donning his black-framed glasses did little to conceal this peculiar essence. Therefore, before stepping out, he stood before the mirror and experimented, ultimately succeeding in harnessing his newfound formidable mental energy to temper the unsettling quality. When he secured the door and merged into the throng of students with a hefty tome and textbooks in hand, he appeared once again as a typical high school student. However, the leisurely classroom hours lasted scarcely a quarter of an hour. Tang Qi realized that there were no classes of interest that day. So he asked Sally to convey his sentiments, and then exercised his privileges to depart from the campus. With the workday commencing, he understood the necessity of fulfilling his obligations. As a consultant for the police department, Tang Qi not only had the liberty to select spoils at will, but also received a generous salary, an enticing offer. Having already taken 2 days off, he suspected that should he delay further, Stana might come storming into the school. There was no need for public transport. The May City Police Department was not far from the Thorn Academy, and Tang Qi opted to walk. At this hour, most people were heading to work. Shops opened their doors, factory workers clustered to board early shifts to the sprawling factories in the suburbs, and city employees boarded various buses, munching on hot dogs or sandwiches purchased from street vendors while perusing newspapers. May City was awakening. Yet, there were dissonant scenes as well. For instance, in the Bronx area that Tang Qi traversed, he encountered several streets where beggars and homeless individuals sought refuge among trash bins and on benches, making efforts to conceal themselves, lest they be assaulted by the patrols. Before long, Tang Qi beheld the classical architecture of the May City Police Department building. However, he hesitated to enter immediately. Instead, he crossed the street and purchased several large hamburgers and hot dogs from a food truck, and then turned towards a filthy and chaotic alleyway, which had become a shelter for many beggars and the homeless due to the presence of several trash bins and its proximity to a restaurant. As soon as Tang Qi's figure emerged, several pairs of eyes swiftly turned towards him. The enticing aroma of hamburgers and hot dogs caused the ragged vagabonds to involuntarily swallow, their nostrils twitching as if inhaling deeply could satiate their hunger. Upon realizing that Tang Qi was merely a boy on the cusp of adulthood, their timid gazes morphed into avarice. Had it not been for the moment when Tang Qi revealed the consultant's badge, It is likely that this group of wanderers would have surged forward to seize what they desired. Tang Qi furrowed his brow slightly, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he inquired, "Do you know me?" Chapter 80. Macaulay and the Harrier sisters. Before Tang Qi stood a small beggar, disheveled and clad in tattered athletic wear, with one pant leg missing halfway. His face, soiled and unremarkable, bore an abundance of freckles, yet his eyes sparkled with intelligence, revealing him to be a clever young lad. Though they were of similar age, the beggar instinctively shrank against the wall, wary of any contact with Tang Qi. While most of the homeless nearby gazed greedily at the hamburger and hot dog in his hands, this boy cowered, his eyes devoid of unfamiliarity towards Tang Qi, as if he were already aware of the latter's identity. Upon hearing the question posed to him, he hesitated, casting a glance at Tang Qi before breaking into a shy grin, revealing his gap-toothed smile. He admitted, "I was caught stealing bread before and saw you handling employment paperwork with a beautiful lady." This response momentarily startled Tang Qi, prompting him to inquire casually, "Why didn't you run upon seeing me? Aren't you afraid I might concoct an excuse to have you arrested again?" His intent was to intimidate the young beggar. Though he possessed the authority to do so, he had no inclination to misuse it. Such actions were typically reserved for ill-tempered officers seeking to vent their frustrations on the homeless. To his surprise, upon hearing Tang Qi's words, the small beggar raised his head, his eyes glinting with excitement as he eagerly responded, "Is that really possible? As long as you don't let anyone beat me up or throw me in a gang's cage, I would gladly allow myself to be taken in. This way, I could have a good night's sleep and a full meal today." Had the original owner of this body heard such a sentiment, he would likely have struggled to comprehend the boy's perspective. Yet Tang Qi, sensing something deeper, glanced at the beggar's left leg, which bore a missing pant leg and exhibited evident muscular atrophy, a testament to his disability. This explained why the boy did not seek employment. Neither factories nor shops would hire a disabled child. A limping child, unfit for labor, posed a liability should an accident occur, and in a federal metropolis. He might have found some work through welfare agencies. But alas, this was May's City, a place heavy with history yet shrouded in cold darkness. The boy's fate, if fortune favored him, might see him survive to adulthood through the benevolence of kind strangers and the scraps of food found on the streets. He could then aspire to venture to a larger city, perhaps discovering greater hope. Conversely, should misfortune strike, he might one day encounter a street thug or a cruel officer, suffer a brutal beating, and perish in the harsh winter, only to be discarded the next morning into a foul, frigid hearse alongside other corpses to be cremated. Though still young, he had evidently caught a glimpse of these two potential futures, and thus, he clung tenaciously to any opportunity that arose. In this moment, despite his gnawing hunger, he resolutely suppressed the impulse to gaze longingly at the enticing hamburgers wafting their savory steam. He endeavored to present his most sincere self before Tang Qi, recognizing that whatever the powerful individual intended could potentially benefit him. After all, he had little left to lose. Did he not? Such is the wisdom of those at the bottom of society. Tang Qi's keen insight naturally penetrated the innermost thoughts of the young beggar, prompting an involuntary admiration. Subsequently, Tang Qi inquired, "What is your name?" "Macaulay." "Sir, my name is Macaulay," came the quick response after a moment of surprise. "Follow me," Tang Qi said succinctly, having confirmed his objective, and rose to leave the alley. Behind him, Macaulay swiftly scrambled to his feet, limping as he hurried to keep pace. "Alternatively, I could enlist your assistance in a rather perilous task, and upon its successful completion, you shall receive a just reward." As anticipated, the young beggar named Macaulay opted for the latter. He received from Tang Qi a note bearing an address, with his task being straightforward: to discreetly venture to that location and eavesdrop on several targets' conversations or glean pertinent information. He was to return by evening to report back to Tang Qi. The address belonged to a member of the Samra family, specifically 2 individuals. However, they were neither the current family leaders, Abu, nor Balagan and Georgina, but rather the pair of twins, the Harrier sisters. Though these plump sisters were unemployed, they were currently studying at a pottery studio within the Newton district, aspiring to become artists, as noted in Old Morgan's diary. Their endeavors were supported by the family, particularly by Old Morgan himself, who had expended a considerable sum on their education, despite the sisters being of age and expected to fend for themselves. Perhaps due to a lack of heirs, Old Morgan had become excessively indulgent toward the second generation of the family, namely Abu and the Harrier sisters, granting them nearly any request. The wealth he had accumulated from serving the Tang family for 20 years had been devoted to supporting his own. From the diary, Tang Qi discerned Old Morgan's obsession with the family. The reason for not sending Macaulay to eavesdrop on Abu or the Balagon couple was their mastery of dark sorcery. Particularly Abu, whose mere photographic likeness evoked a sense of danger in Tang Qi. Despite Macaulay's cleverness, a single misstep would likely be fatal. Not to mention the potential consequences for Tang Qi himself. In contrast, the Harriet sisters posed no such peril, devoid of any magical aptitude. Their interests lay solely in food and art, making them ideal subjects for surveillance, especially since they were separated from all family members during the day. Of course, while assigning the task to Macaulay, Tang Qi also cautioned him that should he encounter Abu or Balagon or Georgina, he was to abandon the mission without hesitation. As for why Tang Qi did not undertake the task himself, it was primarily due to the inconvenience of using his mist form by day. And by night, the entire Samra family would gather, which could lead to an unwanted confrontation should he be discovered. Although Tang Qi was well prepared, he felt that the time was not yet ripe. Ultimately, the lack of results bore no consequence, as this was merely a strategic maneuver in the grander scheme. Before the impending unknown showdown, placing a few idle bets posed no detriment to Tang Qi. At most, he would expend a trifling amount of money and a bag filled with hamburgers and hot dogs. Should one of these bets yield a glimmer of insight, it would be a remarkable gain. Occasionally, a single piece of information possesses the power to alter a multitude of circumstances. Perhaps a delightful surprise awaits. Observing the departing figure of Macaulay, Tang Qi silently uttered a phrase before turning his steps toward the Mason police station. Chapter 81. The Melting Corpse After a 2-day absence. The police station remained a bustling and noisy scene, albeit confined to the first-floor lobby. As Tang Qi ascended to the second-floor office area, he was met with the awed gazes of his fellow officers. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the transformation within. The office space had expanded considerably, seemingly encroaching upon the entirety of the second floor. The number of personnel appeared to have increased as well, predominantly consisting of clerical staff. Perhaps the most striking sight was that of Nathan and Javier, who just days prior had appeared as ordinary detectives. Now, they were fully armed, resembling not police officers but soldiers poised for battle, akin to elite special forces. In contrast, the newly added office equipment seemed rather mundane. As Tang Qi stepped inside, Stana approached him, holding a document. Noticing the look of confusion on his face, she handed the file to him while offering an explanation. Due to the resolution of the Malevolent Spirit and Ice Corps cases, our team has once again elevated its standing within the precinct. The chief has authorized us to mobilize nearly all the resources of the police department, and we have been equipped with a special operations unit, fully outfitted to military standards, led by Nathan and Javier. Prior to becoming detectives, they were also members of a special forces unit. Qidian and Ren'e are responsible for logistical support, with additional personnel tasked with managing the case files. It sounded quite professional. As Tang Qi perused the document, he couldn't help but admire the chief's adeptness in maximizing benefits in such a short span of time, despite her sudden bestowal of privileges upon the team. Including the deployment of a special forces unit as support, she appeared to be the epitome of an exemplary superior. However, these developments arose only after Tang Qi and Stana successfully handled 2 extraordinary cases, signifying that the team was indeed capable of resolving supernatural incidents. Realizing this, the chief swiftly conferred the utmost privileges, even though it was widely acknowledged within the precinct that the credit belonged to Tang Qi and Stana. Nevertheless, when reporting to higher authorities, she would undoubtedly obscure the contributions of the two, attributing the accolades solely to the team she had established. This trend would surely extend beyond the confines of May City. In other federal cities, similar dynamics would manifest. For instance, entities such as the church and military, capable of countering the bizarre, would likely prioritize support for major metropolises like St. Eagle's Nest and Cathay City. Other cities would be left to fend for themselves. At this juncture, May City's exceptional performance would shine even brighter, ensuring the chief's ascent in rank and fortune. As this thought crossed his mind, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Tang Qi's lips. It was not only the chief who stood to gain from this situation. The allure of worldly power and wealth had diminished for Tang Qi, as it was the extraordinary forces that had drawn him to the position of advisor within the police station. Through that contract, he could openly reap benefits, while any potential pitfalls, such as the erroneous spellbook or the numbered treasure maps, were invariably cast aside and handed over to the police department. During the process, Tang Qi found himself not needing to intervene directly, which was nothing short of perfection. As this thought flickered through his mind, he closed the document. Despite the addition of numerous personnel, it appeared the team could still only address one bizarre incident at a time. Previously, Tang Qi had decided to tackle the case of the frozen corpse. Now, it was time to confront the vampiric case in the Central District, which he had previously postponed. The urgency was heightened by the fact that another victim had perished. The document in his hand contained information on the most recent deceased, who had succumbed just last night. Leaving no time for him to review the scene photographs. Let us examine the body first. The complete loss of blood does not necessarily indicate a supernatural event. It could merely be the work of a particularly deranged serial killer. However, is it feasible for a human to create such a spectacle? Rennie spoke with a quiver in her voice. While she was indeed a remarkably brave forensic pathologist, the sight before her overwhelmed her with an irrepressible dread. The already cold workspace seemed to be rendered even more frigid by the atmosphere of horror. On the autopsy table lay a corpse, a profoundly bizarre one. It resembled a grotesque ball of flesh. Its original form was utterly unrecognizable, though it appeared to have once belonged to a middle-aged man. His arms and legs were completely drawn in, merging seamlessly with his torso, and the slack skin gave the impression of a withered meatball, with many areas seemingly stained and beginning to wax over. In the center was a face, with a mouth intact, yet the eyes had vanished, leaving behind a similarly waxen visage. The crown of the skull bore a thumb-sized hole, through which the inner cranial cavity was visible, empty and desolate. The brain matter had mysteriously disappeared. The entire scene was a grotesque amalgamation of absurdity and revulsion, ultimately coalescing into an unspeakable terror. Ren-yi had two forensic assistants, one male and one female, both of whom were distinguished students in the field of forensic science, likely accustomed to handling cadavers with surgical tools. Yet now, both were retching in the restroom. Tang Qi did not inquire about the previous deceased's causes of death. He knew the answer without needing to ask. If all the victims had met with such fates, particularly in the Central District, this case undoubtedly warranted a higher priority than others. Before him lay a peculiar instance, or perhaps the inception of something more ominous. Tang Qi lowered his gaze slightly, fixating on the corpse before him, quietly awaiting an occurrence. A mere second later, a faint ethereal glow materialized, gradually forming a unique image. Oddity, strange corpse. Information fragment, remnants of food consumed by some monstrous entity. A powerful alchemist might find useful materials within. I am an alchemist, yet I do not intend to seek any materials within. Tang Qi observed the flowing information fragment silently. He then raised his head, and along with Stana and Ren-yi, witnessed the grotesque ball of flesh slowly begin to dissolve. From that withered face, it gradually melted away, ultimately transforming into a repulsive, viscous pool of yellow pus. The entire workshop appeared to have fallen victim to a biochemical assault. Even Ren-yi, unable to endure any longer, swiftly procured a liquid nitrogen fire extinguisher upon receiving Tang Qi's consent, unleashing a fervent spray upon the vile pool of pus. It seems we must make our way to the crime scene in Central Park. Meanwhile, let Nathan and Javier prepare the heavier weaponry. Tang Qi, covering his mouth and nose, spoke in a somber tone.